going on, Big D? You voted for Trump. Big D's not here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's keep the W Mama Peaches in the chat coming while we get our next guest up in the queue. Make sure if you are in the queue that you're voting for Trump. I love you too, Mama Peach. Thank you for the love. Seriously. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
I guess I'm leaning towards it.
You're leaning towards it. Let me ask you a question. Would you ever vote for someone else civilly liable for rape?
No, but I'm also going right. But that's a loaded question. But wouldn't it be fair to ask?
It's literally not a loaded question. Alicia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
Wouldn't it be fair to like focus on like more what they do?
What the fuck is your username?
What?
I'm just gonna go ahead and move on. What the fuck is that? What a weird username. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in here. Everyone, just give us a minute. That was just a weird username. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest here has to say, guys. If you're MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in that chat. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. Hey, David, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, saying don't listen to the MAGA BS. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the $10, David. W. David's down below. What's up, Mikey? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to get the chance to tell you that I've been on a campaign for the last 5 days to make sure I defend you on every platform. I really respect what you do. And something that wasn't addressed was that about a month ago, a lot of these issues that came up, I remember you talking about them. I was on my way to Disneyland, so I clearly and vividly remember you mentioning a lot of the things in your past. And the day, I don't know if you remember, you do so many lives, but I remember it was a day that you were talking about how you grew up, because somebody was telling you that you grew up rich and everything, and you started correcting and started kind of giving your background. And you also included that you used to be a Trump supporter, and everything that you used to believe in, you no longer believe anymore. And a lot of the things that your views before, you educated yourself and you bettered yourself. So when all these people started coming up with all the BS, I was like, hey, he already addressed it. He already talked about it before you guys even came up with. And one of the things that I keep telling all these trolls is that the only reason why they're trying to dig and smear your name is because you've been cooking all these MAGA Republicans, trying to, create a narrative to debunk, well, not to debunk, but try to give you a bad name, because you've been making them look bad. You and Parker have been destroying them. So now they're on a campaign to try to like attack your character when you guys have already addressed that. And so I want to tell you, man, I'm twice your age, and I really respect you. I have kids, and I hope that my kids, grow up to be smart like you, man. So I really respect you.
Well, first of all, Mikey, I appreciate you, man. You're right. I have been talking about, these things for the last 8 months, but not as in depth or specific as I should have. I think that there will always be value in holding myself accountable, talking about my upbringing, and calling out bad things when I see them, even when they apply to myself. But your last point there about this being used by the right as a political smear campaign is 110% true. I think that there's valuable and genuine conversation that should be had here. I think that accountability is necessary. But, there's a large faction of, the animosity online that's coming from people that don't truly give a shit. And they're just doing it because I cook them on a daily basis. But hey, I appreciate you for coming up, Mikey. I hope you have a good
You're doing a great job, man, and we support you. Don't let them even affect you in any way, shape, or form, because for us that listen to you, we respect how knowledgeable, and we appreciate the knowledge that you're teaching us. And I'm twice your age, and you're teaching me a lot of stuff. So you got a good head on your shoulders, and the fact that you took accountability, that speaks volumes. The way you even took responsibility, and I respect you a lot, man. So keep doing your thing, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Mikey. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for coming up, man. Tell me how you feel. I appreciate that. We're gonna go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We may end up doing a little bit of a restart on the stream here too, but I guess we'll just see. But thank you for coming up, Mikey. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest here has to say. Everyone, do be patient. Do give us a minute. We got Emma loading up into the queue literally right now. Emma dropped. Feel free to let me know if you're MAGA down below in the chat by just saying MAGA. Just drop it down below. I'll have you up in here. What's going on, B. Riley? You voting for Trump? B. Riley, hello.
Hello?
Hey, are you voting for Trump, man?
Yes, I am.
Okay, awesome. Do you mind if I ask you how old are you?
28.
28, phenomenal. Why are you voting for Trump, bro?
I don't want my cat and dog eaten.
Okay, so yeah, the whole idea of like cat and dogs being eaten by Haitian migrants is a lie. JD Vance and Trump, they've been sued by like Haitian nonprofit organizations in Springfield. JD Vance admitted that it was a story he made up on CNN. And it's just like active, like, you have Kamala 2024 in your bio. The sad thing is that I had an inkling that it was a troll, but the facts that a real Trump supporter could say that's astounding. That speaks fucking volumes. That speaks fucking volumes. The fact that I thought that a real Trump supporter would say that. Yeah. Go back to spamming MAGA or Trump 2024 down below in the chat. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now. Let's see what we got next. Also, guys, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 500,000 likes here, y'all. And thank you for the hand arts as well. Let's get up to 500,000 likes. Let's go and get BLD up in the queue. I sent you out an invite. Same thing with Morgan. We got all of the individuals loading up in here. And Sabrina, thank you for the $5. Oh, it says middle school in her bio. Goodbye, fetus. Go back to spamming MAGA down below in the chat. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest here has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute. J Rock, let's go and get you up in here. See you spamming Trump down below. There's a lot of people spamming Trump that I invite and then they don't end up joining. Easlith, thank you for the subscription. All right, that one Zoomer dude. Let's go and get you up in here. By the way, we are just looking for debates right now, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why in the hell would you ever do such a thing? Let's talk about it.
So for me, honestly, it's like I'm surrounded by people who are voting for Trump.
Okay.
And so like kind of in the position where you are, I guess I'm scared to really want to vote for the other side, you know?
Mm. You know that you could vote and then lie about it, right?
Yeah, but I don't like lying.
You could just like pretend like you're a Trump supporter in front of your family. Well, I did that for a long time. I've only stopped doing that one recently.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's only been in like the last like 6 or 7 months that I've stopped pretending like I'm like a Trump supporter, Catholic, in front of my family. Someone in the chat is saying that you are a high schooler.
I am 18. I am a high schooler, but I'm 18.
Julian, I think with $5 on Venmo.
Yeah, I'm a senior. I graduate in 25. My birthday is August 30th, 2006.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess if you don't want to give me any like reasons why you think Trump is better than the other candidate, and it's more so about your socialization, feel free to join my Discord. Feel free to talk to people in there. I mean, it's good to have like an open and honest and anonymous space, especially online, to be able to talk about these things. Because I understand like the impact of being surrounded by conservatives.
Okay.
But I appreciate you.
I appreciate
that.
Yeah, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, but the link to the Discord is going to be in the bio. I get that one hard. Like even I had to lie about that to my family until I couldn't anymore. Coco, I appreciate you for the lovely music. And Kaylin, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Kaylin. We are going to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone just give us a minute. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Bethany, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
First of all, bitch, you're ugly as fucking bitch. You're a fucking racist. You dirty ass motherfucking bitch. Bitch, you're motherfucking ugly as shit. You dirty ass motherfucking bitch. And the fact that you didn't even fucking apologize for the shit you fucking did, bitch. You're fucking weird as shit. You dirty ass.
I actually, so first of all, I did talk about it for 5 hours yesterday. And I'm more than willing to have continued conversation about it today. But you know, they weren't interested in conversation. They left on their own accord. So we are going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Everybody give us a minute. You know, I'm expecting like continued conversation about this like for forever. Like I don't think that this will ever stop coming up, and I'm completely fine with that. That is absolutely fine by me. But you know, you actually have to be willing to talk about it and not just leave. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am. And I'm going to give you a few reasons why, honestly, because I don't know where you live or where you're from exactly, but in the more agriculture areas and farming areas, I've noticed a significant decline in, produce being sent here. Walmart's empty. Like our Walmart's empty. And
okay, so how did the Biden-Harris administration cause your Walmart to be empty?
No. I never said that. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying, I'm just making a valid point. A lot of people are voting for Trump, and I'll tell you the reason why.
Well, I mean, so you're saying that there's like something going on in the country right now. There's like issues in the supply chain that weren't like there under Trump's presidency. But like you could only say that this gives you reason not to vote for Trump if Biden and Harris caused it. Like for instance, we had a record high 14.8% rate of unemployment under Trump's admin in April of 2020. Right? Trump didn't cause that, but that doesn't.
I completely understand that. I'm with you on that. I'm not saying it was caused. I'm telling you why. And this is my debate, and this is what I'm trying to figure out as well. Why are people? I'll tell you why people are voting for Trump right now.
Well, why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I specifically? Because my life was a lot easier. My gas was cheaper, and I know that has nothing to do with it. But people were more comfortable back then. People are seeing it that way.
Okay, so you're just saying that there's some differences in your life under Trump's admin compared to Biden and Harris's, and then you recognize that Trump and Biden and Harris had no impact on that. Would it be fair for me to vote for Harris because I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump? I have under Harris, therefore I want to keep my girlfriend, so I want to vote for Harris.
No, come on, man, that's BS. You can't say that. Come on, man.
I mean, that's seriously just as BS as saying gas low under Trump, gas high.
No. I was just putting up points why
Chris, thank you for the subscription.
Why I'm saying it's why people are voting. This is why I'm saying.
Well, we're talking about you. So how did Biden and Harris cause the price of gas to increase?
They didn't. I never said that.
Okay, so then it's still to BS, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I agree.
So you admit that your reasoning for voting for Trump is bullshit?
Absolutely. It's all bullshit, man. Like, listen, let me tell you something that I'm going to say. I'm a little bit older than you. I'm probably a little bit older than you, all right?
Hey,
I'm 25 years old, and I just want to say, man, like, I'm telling you, this is why. I go around, the guy that campaigns, I campaign for the Republicans up in Erie. I don't know if you know that area or not. But I go over there, and I ask people, before I come to your door, before I even say anything to you, give me a good reason why I should be at your door right now.
Hey, Callow, I appreciate you for coming up. This is a debate live. And if you're just self-admitting that your reasons for voting for Trump are bullshit,
I'm trying to get you to turn me over. Like, isn't this your main thing? Like, give me good reasons why my shit is bullshit.
Sure. I could, of course. You should be voting for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump's policy is going to destroy the low and the middle class. The implementation of tariffs, right, causes inflation for the pricing of goods at the grocery store, and that regressively impacts the average American more so than rich people, right? Okay. Not to mention that his tax reform, his economic policy, right, disproportionately benefits the rich people. And then even further yet, on top of those facts, when we're looking at Kamala Harris's proposed policy, right, it uplifts that average American, makes it easier for people to open a business, right, makes it easier for people to live by like capping the amount of money that they could pay out of pocket for prescription drugs. And then overall, right, Donald Trump is a rapist. He's a 34 count felon and a fraudster. We probably should not like be voting for someone with those characteristics.
No. I agree with you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I've never been here before, and I just wanted to hear what you had to say. It's my first time ever being here. So thank you, man. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate you for your time. For the 5.5 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Let's try to get this live sent out across that For You page. You already know how it goes. We got Lisa loading up into the box. Let me know if you are a Trump supporter down below. We're going to go and get you up here. Tap that screen. That's right, Jaden. That's right. Good to see you, man. The love, thank you for the money gun, and Lily is leaving the bell. I got you, Lisa. Don't even worry. Don't even worry, Lisa. I got you. Lisa. Don't even worry. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. All right. Phenomenal. It's so good to see you all. Welcome in. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We got our next guests loading in right now. So everyone just give us a minute. We got little Ask loading up into the live. All right, let's see what we got. We got Easton loading up into the live. What is going on, little Ask? Are you guys voting for Trump?
Yes.
Both of you?
Man. Hello?
Hi, Easton. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
18, sorry.
Yeah.
I
Bye.
swear.
How old are you? MAGA Mobile. Quite frankly, unfortunate.
No,
And
my internet.
Thank you for the hand. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to move on to our next guest, everyone. All right, let's see what we got here. Woo! Moving on. Hello. Are you voting for Trump? Mustafa, thank you for the pump.
Yeah, I will be.
Okay, how old are you?
18,
18. What year were you born in?
2006,
What month?
September
What day?
4th.
How long ago was your birthday?
Dude, it's got to be like a month and a week now.
So you okay? You know what? I believe you. Whatever. Okay. Why are you voting for Trump?
I just think Trump's a lot smarter than Kamala, if I had to be honest.
Okay.
So-
That insane claim. Why?
Hold on.
So why do you
Did
think
we
Trump
see-
is smarter than Kamala Harris?
Just kind of, I know that, I'll admit that I'm kind of slow when it comes to like common sense, but I see the same thing in Kamala.
Don't call your.
I'll give you evidence.
Okay. So first of all, don't call yourself slow, but definitely don't call someone else slow. Let's not use that terminology. That's quite
Oh.
rude. So
Well, I don't know.
now that we got that out of the way, I'm still waiting for you to tell me why you think that
Okay.
Trump, the rapist, fraudster, felon, is smarter than Kamala
Okay,
Harris.
do you believe that Trump had to face a fair trial?
Ryan, I
York?
appreciate you so much for the galaxy. So that's quite the fucking pivot. My answer is yes, but quite the
Well,
quite
hold
the
on.
pivot.
You're mentioning the felon. So
Okay,
you-
yeah. He faced a fair trial for his felonies and for the civil court that held him liable for rape.
you- even though the prosecutor was quoted in saying that he will, I don't know how to say it, but like find Trump guilty.
Yep. So that's what prosecutors do. So they knew that he committed a crime,
Hold on.
and then he ran on prosecuting him for that crime. I find
It's-
nothing wrong with that.
What prosecutors actually do is find them guilty or not guilty, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
the prosecutor's only going to prosecute if they know that they're guilty. That's like the whole. That's why we see that the DOJ has like a 93% success rate with their determinations of guilt. You know, but like I'm still waiting for you to give me an argument insofar as
Okay.
how Donald Trump is smarter than Kamala Harris.
So we have seen the clip where Kamala covered her mouth and said, "This is a live stream, right?"
She said this is a live stream, yeah. But what does that demonstrate? What the fuck
Okay,
does that
okay.
demonstrate about her
Let me
intelligence?
tell you. So that's the evidence now.
Wait,
Car-
wait,
if
wait,
there's a mic on you-
one second. One fucking second.
There's a mic-
Hello?
Okay.
Donald Trump said that climate change is not caused by humans, and the Earth is going to get colder. We just don't know it yet, even though 97% of climate scientists disagree. Okay, Donald Trump's not that smart. He's sexualized little girls. He's literally raped a woman. Mustafa, I appreciate you for the galaxy. It's great to see you.
Well, you see.
And like, not to mention, he said that like windmills cause cancer. Ryan, I appreciate you for the galaxy.
You're not letting me
he's
get it
so
out.
not smart that he thought that
Hold
the
on, you're not
2020
letting me-
election was stolen from him. He's so out of fucking touch with reality and literally so delusional.
Okay, I don't think the election was stolen from him, but I think the Hunter Biden situation was kind of covered by Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook. I mean,
Zuckerberg. Okay, just I'm still. Be honest with me, man. Are you saying that the man is smarter than the woman because the man's a man and the woman's a woman?
dude, when did I? Okay, if we had
Damn,
Judith
Shiny
Polgar, I would have her over each candidate.
I'm waiting for you to give me any
No.
evidence that Donald
Okay,
Trump is
I
more
told you
intelligent
the
than Kamala
mic.
Harris.
So you see, when you cover your mouth, but you actually have a mic on you, it doesn't actually prohibit your voice from being spoken. So when she covered her mouth when there was a mic on her, unless there was like
The mic was on her arm.
exactly. So why would she
When
say
she was covering her mouth, that was to speak into the mic.
That's not how I'm pretty sure the microphone was on her chest, and she just
No, the mic was on her arm.
I'm gonna have to watch the clip back then.
Oh my god, dude! Holy shit! And I just what action here demonstrates more absurdity and idiocy? Speaking into a mic on your arm, asking / saying that it's a live show, or saying that windmills cause cancer.
Okay, first of all, so I'm gonna address your point, right?
No, answer me. Answer my question. Entertain this
I haven't
phenomenal
studied
debate.
windmills. I haven't studied windmills.
Windmills don't fucking cause cancer.
Sunscreen
Newsflash.
does. Sunscreen has toxic That's the point. I'm trying to tell you that a lot of things
Sunscreen have to do
cause-
with windmills.
but a lot of things cause cancer that we don't know yet. And it has to be studies done in it. So if
Oh my god!
I don't
oh
know
my
if
god! Are
windmills
you
cause
defending
cancer.
his claim that how do windmills cause cancer?
I haven't studied it, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that cause cancer, like let's say artificial sweeteners or just a lot of health related things.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. So Donald Trump also said that humans don't cause climate change. Even though that's disputed by 97% of climate scientists. That's also a pretty dumb thing to say. Donald Trump said that the election was stolen from him in 2020 and still believes that to this day. That's a pretty dumb conspiratorial thing to say. So
Hold
can
on.
we?
So I don't believe the election was stolen, but could we agree that the Hunter Biden story was censored?
Okay, so we could talk about the Hunter Biden story next. That is unrelated to what I am claiming.
You just said, but you say stolen it, but you're leaving out the.
No, he thinks that the election was literally stolen from him. He thinks
Hold
that
on.
there were fake ballots
Yeah.
implanted.
So this is why it's related because.
No, no.
No.
I'm so sorry if you don't engage here, and if you keep deflecting, I'm gonna kick you. You've
Okay.
deflected from every single fucking point that I've made. Like literally, I'm bringing up the fact that Donald Trump literally thinks that the election was stolen from him in 2020, insofar as there being fake ballots. And then on top of that,
Okay, I don't agree with that, right?
Okay, but so could you admit that that is like a stupid fucking thing that Donald Trump
Sure.
has been saying for the last 4
Sure.
years?
Now-
so
now-
what's more? No. What's
Okay.
more stupid, saying that or like speaking into a microphone on your arm, like saying that it's a live show?
I think it's more. I think it's ignorance more than like stupidity. So I'd say it's covering your mouth to think that you're not being heard by what's in front of
Bro,
you.
okay.
Just kidding.
How many continents are there?
7. Hold on. I have a question. I have a question.
Name them. Name the damn
South America,
continents.
North America, Antarctica, Oceania or Australia, Europe, Africa, Asia.
Okay, you named
Wait,
the
so
7
so
continents.
so
Thank
how? So what continent has the most countries?
you. If I had to guess, it's like probably Africa.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
That was
Thank
good.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. So now going back to what I was saying, can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that benefited the average American more so than the top 1%?
The stimulus check.
The stimulus. So what was the name of the bill?
Well, I need to pull that up. But
Oh, and then also that was like bipartisan, pushed through Congress. Like, can you name like something that he influenced to get passed? Because I wouldn't say that he influenced the stimulus.
I think he influenced to get the. Didn't he appoint certain judges to the Supreme Court to get Roe v. Wade overturned?
So you think taking rights of women is good for the average American? How?
Because I think a second trimester, like, what do you call it, like deadline or, like that the minimum of a second trimester. What? Do you know what I'm talking about? How that's just the set line?
No. Sorry, man. We're going to go to move on. I appreciate you for coming up, though. I appreciate you for being kind. We're going to go and see what our next guest has to say. Hey, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 600,000 likes. What's going on, Lily? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm actually British. But
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Lily. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to move on. Thank you for your time. Lily, I appreciate you for coming up. We are only looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. feel free to join the Discord if you want to talk in there with some other people on here. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone, just do give us a minute, guys. You should listen to people around the world. Yeah, well, I guess we're looking to debate Trump supporters. All right, they're not connecting, guys. Drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you are voting for Trump. Let me know if you want to come up and debate. We're going to get our next guest up in here. Zach, we got you loading in. Ryan, I appreciate you for the galaxy. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Ryan, thank you for the 2 galaxies. W's for Ryan in the chat. Thank you so much.
I'm not gonna lie, I was just baiting. I'm a minor. I'm not gonna lie.
Hi, are you voting for Trump, Domina? Domia, sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to tell you I was voting for Trump?
Yeah, it's okay. No worries. I appreciate you for coming up. Yeah, guys, make sure if you are in the queue that you are voting for Trump. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody, just do give us a minute. What's going on, Manny? Are you voting for Trump?
So what?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
You are. All right. Why is that?
I just want to know why they only gave us like $750 in North Carolina after we just got our homes destroyed.
Yeah, cool. Great question. So under the Stafford Act, in accordance with federal law, the max amount of money that can be like given through like emergency like means to people like affected by a natural disaster is $750. Right, that's not the only money being funded into like the affected areas. It's just an initial amount to pay for like the first couple of days of like food, water supplies, housing, etc. But that's just like per federal law. And Andrea, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Andrea. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you.
So, but like, why does like the immigrants get more than we get?
What immigrants? Like undocumented migrants?
Yeah, I mean, they come over here and get like thousands of dollars on food stamp cards and all this, and we get our homes destroyed, and we only get $750.
So what federal program exists to like benefit undocumented migrants?
So what do you mean?
Because you're measuring like federal programs. Like that's what I'm saying. So like you're saying that under the Stafford Act, per federal law, right, individual citizens only got approved $750, right? Of course, there's more state level funding specifically from North Carolina that are being injected into that.
But it's not.
If we're only comparing federal, like if we're comparing federal funding, like what federal funding is going to undocumented migrants?
What do you mean?
I think I asked a very clear question. What money from our federal government is going to undocumented migrants?
I mean, are they not getting money when they come over here?
No, not from our federal government, no.
So who do they get it from?
State governments.
So, I mean, why are they even doing that?
I'm not going to explain to you why, because it's super useless. You don't care. You're not going to listen. But once again, you asked me a question. Why is there only $750 in like emergency approved funding? That's just under the Stafford Act. That is the max that they could apply to individual citizens per federal law.
But they can send millions and billions of dollars to other countries, but not help their own people.
So they can and do help their own people. In fact, only 2% of our federal budget goes to other countries. The other 98% goes to you.
So where's our money at? We just got our house destroyed and everything. People died here, and we only get that.
Manny, I told you that the $750 figure, that's the most that is approved under federal law. Huh. So why should we vote for Trump?
That really helps us. Because he probably wouldn't give us $750. He'd probably give us more.
No, man. No, that would be illegal. he can't approve more because that'd be like out of accordance with literal federal law. He actually can't give you more. Also, do you fuck with socialism, bro? You want free handouts from the government? You need to no, Manny, I need you to pull yourself up by your fucking bootstraps. I need you to lock in and figure it out, okay? All right, I'm so done with the communist agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. We got a communist on the live. If it was the Red Scare of the 1970s, you would be on a list, sir.
So how do I need to pull my bootstraps up? After you lose your livelihood.
by voting for Kamala Harris because she obviously doesn't support communism and socialism. She doesn't want to give free handouts to American citizens according to you. So you need to support her because
That's not a free handout. We pay our
Trump is a
taxes,
fucking communist.
We should get a little money, you know?
Wait, you guys are the ones that call the fucking child tax credit a free handout. Quit your hypocrisy. Tessa, thank you for the marvelous. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, the dog's agreeing with me, by the way. I just wanted to put that out there.
She might be, man. I don't know. She's going crazy.
Yeah. Well, anything else you want to go over here today, Manny?
Huh. Let me think.
Wow.
I don't know, man.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Manny. We're going to move on to our next guest. So let's go and see who we got. Also, Law, are you free to talk later? I would love to talk to you. Gammy, thank you for the happy weekend. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Everybody, what is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. And why is that?
Because he's a Trojan horse for RFK to come in and fix the food system and replenish our soil.
Yeah, where on Agenda 47 do we see like proposed policy that would include RFK to fix the food system?
Well, Trump called RFK 3 hours after the first assassination attempt and spoke with him at length. And I think RFK is a pretty trustworthy guy. So I'm going to go ahead and, trust that
so
Trump keeps his word.
So yeah, like what position is he gonna appoint RFK to?
I forget the name of it.
Listen, yeah,
It'll essentially give him the ability to root out the corruption, get the poison out of the food, right?
I have an idea.
Better school lunches, replenish the soil.
Better school lunches. You know, Tim Walz actually passed legislation in Minnesota to make all school lunches free for all kids. And that's actually something that Trump's agenda and his platform has used against him, calling it bad. I'd also like to point out
RFK has spent 40 years litigating against the very three-letter agencies and corrupt companies.
So then write RFK in. So then write RFK in.
Well, no, Trump. He's not running. He's endorsed Trump.
Damn it! I wanted you to throw it away. I wanted you to throw your.
So actually, I'm in California, so I may just vote RFK in hopes that he gets the 5% so that we have a third party in 2028. I think that would help everybody to have a third party. Don't you agree?
Well, whatever you do, if you're not voting for Trump, it's okay. It's okay with me. Jaden down here says that he's in California. He's voting for Harris. He's going to cancel your vote out. That's
wait. So, okay.
I appreciate you for coming up. I mean, he just told us he's voting for RFK. By the way, RFK is a rapist. I thought we'd put that out there. He was on an interview, and he was asked about allegations if he had raped a babysitter for his kids, and then he just said, I have skeletons in my closet. Hey, what's up? Ryan, hey, what's going on, man? You voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for Trump. I just want to say I'm a big fan of you. I really appreciate you.
Ryan,
so, yeah.
You're phenomenal. Dude, first of all, I appreciate you for the love on the live here today. And second of all, thank you for popping up. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man.
Yeah, you too.
Dude, W's for Ryan. W's for Ryan. W's for Ryan. We love you, Ryan. We love you. Let's go and get our next guest up in here, guys. Let's make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes here today. Everybody just give us a minute here. By the way, make sure you're spelling their name right. That is R-I-A-N. Yeah. Yeah, let's see what we got for the 6.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Super great to see you all. We got Carter loading up into the queue. If you want to support me, by the way, the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, in the bio. You guys already know it. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Drop a MAGA down below if you do want to come up. Everyone, we got Cam loading up into the queue. Let's see what we got next. Spam MAGA down below. I apologize that this takes a second. What's up, Cam? Are you voting for Trump?
Fuck yeah, brother.
Okay, why?
I mean, look at the fucking borders, dog.
The borders. Okay, so you want to vote? So like you align with Trump ideologically speaking on the borders. That's why you want to vote for him.
I do. We need to deport fucking everyone.
Barbara, I appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Let's get at least 200.
We gotta deport everyone, including
Barbas.
fucking Parker's girl.
You fucking disgust me. Like you're just like so gross. Like you're like it's like I don't know what it is. Like I'm so fucking happy that I didn't turn out like this. You know what I mean? I'm so happy that I'm not you. I'm so happy that there's Americans today who are not like you. Like you're just so fucking like deplorable and sick. Like you couldn't reason your way out of a box. You treat life like it's a joke and you don't care, right, about the harm that you perpetuate onto others. And the reason why you probably don't care is because your IQ is sufficiently low enough where you don't even see it. How do you feel about that, Cam?
You want to fucking unmute me or what? There we go. I mean, I'm looking around, you know what I'm saying? Like, all around where I am, they're filling up fucking hotels full of fucking migrants because Kamala doesn't know how to fucking run the border. She was supposed to be doing this shit.
No, Cam. I wanted you to respond to my claims. I wanted you to respond to my claims about you literally having such a low IQ where you can't even see the harm that you perpetuate onto others. And I'm just beyond fucking happy, right, that most Americans aren't like you and that you are a legitimate drain.
Kamala's the one causing harm by letting these people in, taking our fucking jobs.
Okay, so you see, you won't actually respond to what I'm saying. It's hilarious.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. You came up here. You said that we should deport Parker's girlfriend. That is just blatant and obvious racism.
Yeah, I heard she's undocumented.
Oh, okay. And where did you hear that from, Cam?
He admitted it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did on live the other day.
Yeah, you're just making shit up. We're not even going to give you any attention.
No, I'm not.
We're going to go ahead and move on. We're not even going to give him any attention. That's so sick. Yeah, we're not even going to waste our time on him. We're just going to move on. Everyone just give us a minute. For the 6.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping. That is so sick, man. Mom, I appreciate you for the hand arts. Like, like God. And I know that like some people were saying that to Parker on his stream. Like it just upsets me because that's like one of my like best friend's girlfriend. I can't imagine like how much that upset him because it's like, literally his like loved one. You know what I mean? Like it's just so gross. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Hey, no worries. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, mainly I'm just voting for JD Vance, not Trump itself.
JD Vance, really? Why? Let's hear it.
Well, actually, just because by his that he served the military.
Oh,
I'm,
okay.
I'm big on the military since my whole family's military.
Okay, so Tim Walz served longer.
Yeah, but he
Yara,
also
I
said on the
appreciate you for the
interview that
$10 on
he,
PayPal. Thank you for the love.
Yeah, but he also said that he's friends with shooters in the interview, so
okay, so
I kind of don't trust him.
So I just want to clarify. So you think when he said that he was friends with school shooters, you think that he actually fucking meant that? Or can you use like any contextual clues and recognize that he was like actively talking about, right, the preemptive means that we need to take to reduce the amount of school shootings that we have, and that he was talking about how he was friends with the families of victims of school shootings, and he had a gaffe in his speech. Like, can you apply like your brain for like 5 seconds here? And Gianna, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. W's for Gianna in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20.
I understand that some
W's
people
for
in
Gianna in the chat.
interviews
Thank you for the
do
$20.
miss up their words, but he didn't correct himself afterwards.
Okay, so you like, I just want to clarify. You literally think that he is friends with school shooters?
I don't think so, but he didn't say.
Okay. So you agree that he misspoke?
Yes, I can see that somebody misspoke, but he didn't correct himself.
Okay, so you think that when we do bad things that we should apologize?
Yes.
Okay, so when did Trump apologize for raping E. Jean Carroll?
He didn't. He's a bunch of crap. Like I said, I don't support Trump. I don't.
So Trump was held civilly liable by an anonymous jury and out of his
understand
peers for raping E. Jean Carroll.
Yes, I understand
you believe that he's not a
I don't
rapist. Why
support
so?
him. I support JD Vance.
So why do you reject the findings of the court?
I don't deny it.
Okay, so you do think that he raped E. Jean Carroll?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd rather vote for a grapist over a non-grapist because the guy on the other side misspoke saying that he's friends with school shooters.
Like I said, I'm only voting for JD Vance. I don't think Trump will
he served
be
in the
on office
military.
very long.
Yeah, first of all, Trump literally dodged the draft 5 times, and then second of all, Tim Walz served longer in the military.
One, I don't know Tim Walz personally, but I don't trust his words.
Okay, so why don't you trust Tim Walz and why do you trust JD Vance?
Just because of the interviews that JD Vance has done, that he actually.
He's been dodging
He's
the
more-
question on if Trump won 2020 for like 3 months.
There's so much
Bree, thank you for the subscription.
weirdness on the actual thing because mail ballots has some kind of issue.
You're so. Can you stop being weird? Like, I'm asking you why you think that Tim Walz is not trustworthy and why you think JD Vance is trustworthy, and like you're not giving me anything here. And then also like the fact that your center focus is like JD Vance. I would expect you to give me like an incredulous argument on like why JD Vance would serve our country so well, but you're not even giving me that. You're just saying it's because he's served in the military. Vance, they give the $5 on
I'm voting for him based on his interviews.
Or like what specifically in his interviews makes you want to vote for him?
His idea of that the Republican Party needs to take more responsibility for their other actions and needs to actually fix their issues. And he
Okay.
wants to be a part of actually trying to fix the issues with the Republican Party.
Like what issues and how do they intend to fix them?
I don't know how he's going to tend to do it because he's not in
And
office yet.
what are the issues?
That they aren't really for the people, pretty much. The Republican Party isn't really for the people, and they are doing.
So you want to vote
for-
for the party that you believe isn't for the people.
I want to do somebody that's actually wanting to actually change their party.
So how's
to look
JD
better.
Vance going to change that?
Yes,
How's he going to change it?
that he's going to talk and try to figure out the main issue on the actual party and actually figure out a plan to actually fix it.
I have a question. Would you ever vote for a rapist?
No.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump is a rapist.
According to what happened in 30 years ago, yes.
So that means you never vote for Donald Trump.
No.
You never vote for Trump.
No, I'm an independent. The only reason I'm voting
you're
this
not
year
gonna-
is because of a.
So you're not. I just want to clarify. You will not be voting for the Trump Vance ticket in November.
No, I'm not voting. Period.
You're so confusing.
If I had to vote,
Okay. Purdy! Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy in the chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Purdy down below in the chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Purdy. Massive W's for Purdy down below. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest right now. We may even try to do a restart on the stream here, but seriously, thank you so much for the love, Purdy. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. Massive W Purdy's down below. I think that a restart might honestly be worth it. Also, guys, I didn't really talk about this at all yesterday because, we had more important things to discuss. But motherfuckers, I hit 1 million followers. That's insane. That's insane, you guys. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, Dean, how's it going?
It's going all right, man. You voting for Trump?
I am. I have one point that I feel like has not been addressed, and I'm not a super big Trump person, but I was hoping that maybe me and you could talk about it civilly.
Yeah, let's hear it, man.
Yeah, so the main reason, and I think Chris talked about this slightly earlier, was RFK Jr. The one thing that I will say is with the Democratic campaign, I feel like they kind of booted RFK Jr. off the ticket, which took my vote away from RFK Jr.
The two things here. So some people are saying that they booted him off the ticket, and then some other people are now saying that they kept him on the ticket. So which one is it?
I personally thought that they booted him off the ticket. I'm going
to be honest, I don't care.
You don't think so? No.
How do they kick him off the ticket?
Well, I thought that them not giving him the Secret Service protection was one of the things that cost his campaign a lot of money, which also took away from his campaign, and then also the fact that they kept him in.
I'll agree that Biden should have given him Secret Service protection much earlier. I actually do agree with you on that. But
That is awesome.
I think that that's ultimately like inconsequential and like doesn't really like matter that much in the grand scheme of things.
I think it does matter to an extent because it did take away money from his campaign. I mean, he was paying out of his own pocket, hundreds of thousands of dollars for, his own Secret Service protection because they weren't affording him
But
that.
like, why does that make you want to vote for Trump over Harris? And Purdy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate you for the love, Purdy. Massive W's for Purdy down below. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Purdy. I could say that Trump increasing the corporate tax rate on small businesses from 15 to 21% took millions of, not billions of dollars out of the hands of small business owners. Ebony, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying congrats on 1 mil. I appreciate you for the love, Ebony. Then we could also say here that he wants to implement tariffs right on all imports. That is going to take billions of dollars out of the hands of the average American, due to the inflation that will cause for the pricing of goods at the grocery store. So I mean, if you care about taking resources away from people that deserve the resources, you should definitely be voting for Kamala Harris.
Well, I will say that I think that the Democratic campaign putting him in legal allegations and keeping him in court also increased him getting pulled from his campaign, which then ultimately
that's just a conspiracy theory. You would never be able to clearly demonstrate to us all how the Biden-Harris administration, with negative intention, pursued lawfare against Bobby. You will not be able to prove that to us.
I will say that Bobby did came out and claimed himself, which I know is hearsay. I will agree with you there. I will say, but I mean, I would trust him enough to.
Annie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. So I just want to clarify, you're voting for the grapist felon, wannabe dictator on day one that has sexualized little girls that's going to destroy the low and middle class because RFK said Democrats bad. I just want to clarify, that's your argument, right?
So no, I would vote for RFK, but I do to a point.
So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm not.
Okay, dude, this is so annoying. I'm so sorry, but what's going on with God, okay, it's fine. For the 5.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, we are going to go ahead and restart this stream here. I think that we had things going all right, but then we just had a couple weird disingenuous guests up here in a row. So everyone click on my profile and then count to 10, then refresh, and then I'm going to be right back on live. We're going to hop right back into the debates. We're just going to do a little bit of a restart. Also, Alejandro, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Alejandro. You are phenomenal. So yeah, I'm going to be right back, guys. I'll see you all in a second. What is up, Virtue? What is up, Picnic? What is up, Proxy? What is up, Philip, Kiara, Alex? What is up, Jazo, Mana, Angel? What is up, Jacqueline, Sunflower, MK? What is up, Arion, Larry? What is up, Nico, Farida? What is going on, Ginger, KP? What is up, Amelia, Brian, Aquarius, Luna, Morgan, Kaya, Ariella, Victoria, JFD. Welcome into the live, everyone. Welcome back in. For everyone piling right back in here, help me get this live sent out across the For You page here by double tapping. We need to get right back up to 100,000 likes. That's how we do it here, guys. So make sure that we're double tapping. You also got that share button down below at the bottom right hand corner of your phone screen. Share it around with a few friends. That helps get the live pushed out more. You could also just copy the link because all that's important is the engagement with the live. We're going to go ahead and just hop right back into our debates. You guys are doing phenomenal with that early engagement. I love you all. So yeah, let's see what our first guest of the night has to say. We're going to go and get Gerard up in here. Phenomenal. For the first 2,000 people hanging out, what's good? Hey, what's up, Gerard? Are you voting for Trump?
How are you, man?
I'm doing all right. Are you voting for Trump?
Definitely, 100%.
All right, Gerard. So why are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, and he left. Gerard, I miss you, man. I wanted to converse. That sucks. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Hop back in the queue, Gerard, if you didn't mean to leave. Let's go to see what our next guest here has to say. Everyone, just do give us a minute. Be patient while we get our next guest up in the box, literally right now, for the 2.4 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live. Once again, let's go ahead and see what our next guest, Landon, has to say. Everyone be patient while Landon is loading in. By the way, guys, is Parker live or is he not on yet?
Dean, I love you. You're amazing. Fuck Trump.
I appreciate you for the love, Landon. W's for Landon down below. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box right now. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Bree loading up in. Not yet. Phenomenal. I wonder when he's gonna go live. Hey, what's up, Brie? Are you voting for Trump?
So, Jason, so at this point.
All right. By the way, Parker, if you're watching live, and I just saw your text, no. The answer is no. We got Carter loading up in here, guys. Everyone, just give us a minute.
Loading up in, not yet. Hello.
Oh, hey, what's up, Carter? Are you voting for Trump? First, are you driving?
No.
Queen, thank you for the Tom. And Alyssa, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. W's for Queen and Alyssa. Thank you so much. Let's go and get our next guest up in here literally right now, guys. Please let me know in the chat if you are MAGA. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? What is going on today? This sucks. My apologies, guys. We got Larry loading in. What's up, Larry? You voting for Trump, man?
Oh my God, is this Dean Withers? Bro, I'm such a big fan.
I appreciate you for love, Larry. You got me. You got me, Larry. You got me. Moving on to Chris. Everyone give us a minute. Anna, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Anna. Thank you so much. W's for Anna. Hey, Chris, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump. But first, I'd like to clarify. I'm not I don't really like Trump.
So why are you voting for him?
Yeah. So, firstly, I do think he would control the border a lot better.
I disagree. He's pro open borders. He torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago.
I think that was 1 year ago. But yeah, also, I think you could say he was right about, the bipartisan border bill, because recently, Biden did what Trump wanted to do, which was, so this past month was the lowest border crossings reported during Biden's run.
Do you mind if I just ask you here what time is it right now?
What do you mean?
Like what time is it?
Where I live?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 6 p.m.
Nice, man. What state are you out of?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Hell yeah, bro. It's nice over there. I was actually down there last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, can go ahead and continue. Why you voting for Trump?
Yeah. So you mentioned the bipartisan border bill, but this past month, Biden basically proved that Trump was right about the bill. That it's not necessary to decrease the border crossings and control the border, because Biden this past month was a lot stricter on the border, and that's the reason for the record low crossings.
Okay, so what is your argument?
Oh no, I'm just saying. You mentioned the bipartisan.
The bipartisan border, but yeah, because we should be passing bipartisan legislation through Congress, right? Because means through executive orders are temporary,
Yes.
and they're not exhaustive, and they don't last forever, right? It's much better to approach these things with congressional legislation.
Yeah, but you mentioned. So Trump said that wouldn't be necessary.
But that doesn't matter, right? The fact of the matter is we had a border crisis, right? We had a tool that could resolve the border crisis, the bipartisan border bill, and then Trump shot it down. If Trump cared about the southern border, he wouldn't have shot it down. I think that demonstrates that he doesn't care about the southern border and that he wanted the crisis to continue, right? So he could capitalize off of it by getting more people to vote for him.
Yeah, but Trump said it wouldn't be necessary to implement the bipartisan border bill, and that they can decrease the crossings and control the border just by being stricter, and that's what Biden did this past month.
So he shot down the bipartisan border bill because it wasn't necessary? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because
but it ended the crisis. You understand that we want to first address issues with congressional legislation because they're more effective and permanent.
Okay, but it's not
so Donald Trump, you're saying that Donald Trump wants less effective and temporary means to solve a crisis at our border compared to permanent
It's not less effective, though.
It is, yes. Executive orders are less effective as they're temporary. Like, I'm also just confused on what your point is here. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. What do you like? Please just give it. Try. Yes. Let's hear the argument.
My point is that what Trump did and what Biden did this past month was be stricter. With the
Chris, hello?
Oh, sorry. Anyways, I'm not too educated on this, the bipartisan border bill, but I'm pretty sure this past month, the reason the crossings were at a record low is because Biden just did what Trump.
I appreciate you for the subscription. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, we have lower levels of crossing now than we had at the end of Trump's term.
Yeah.
Right. So do you have a border crisis today?
Yeah.
So Kamala Harris, we do. So we also had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term.
Yeah, but that was...
okay. So if you care about the border, why do you want to vote for Trump when you say that he couldn't solve the crisis in 4 years?
That was only because of the pandemic. It was the
no,
last...
actually, the pandemic gave him more authority and more power to close the border down.
Okay, so moving past the border issue, another reason why I'm voting for Trump is because, to be honest, I don't think Democrats or the Democratic Party is good for freedom of speech.
No. Donald Trump wants to put people in jail for burning the American flag when the Supreme Court has ruled that is strictly protected under their First Amendment right to freedom of expression. Right. So so can you please give me an example of the Democrat platform wanting to put people in jail for free speech? Because that's what Trump wants to do. He's actively campaigning on it.
Did Trump ever say he would put people in jail because of something they said on social media or?
No, for free speech, burning the American flag. That's protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court ruled.
I don't think that's the same as freedom of speech.
It is. It is freedom of expression. You're referencing the First Amendment. That is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. That is the same exact thing.
Okay, so what about when Tim Walz says there's no guarantee to free speech or
You're saying misinformation, right? But once again, that does not compare to wanting to put people in jail for something protected under the First Amendment. Give me an example of the Democrat party, that's crazy, party or platform wanting to violate the Constitution and put people in jail for First Amendment protected behavior.
So I think Kamala, or is it Kamala? I don't know how it said.
Yeah, you pronounce it right, man.
Oh, so I think she said that she will that the First Amendment is basically that there's no guarantee to it or something like that.
No, she never said that. That's a lie. You just lied in front of 4.4 thousand people.
Okay, so.
Why did you just be honest? Did you just make that up on the spot?
I mean, I can't really remember. I didn't really do any preparation for this or.
Okay, but be honest. Did you just make that up?
Yeah. Okay. I didn't remember it correct.
All right. Appreciate you for coming up. If you're just gonna make stuff up, I'm gonna unfortunately move on to the next guest. But thank you so much for coming up. For the 4.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. What's going on, GT? Are you voting for Trump? All right, GT's left. Guys, drop a maggot down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We're going to go to get our next guest, Noah, up in the box. Guys, make sure that we're double tapping, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. He literally just admitted that he made that up. Hey, Noah, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm Canadian, but I just had a question.
Caroline, I appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's for Caroline in the chat. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. It means the world to me. Massive W Caroline's down below literally right now. Thank you so much for the love. W Caroline, thank you.
Yo.
Hey, what's up, man? You voting for Trump?
Fuck yeah, dude. I hope they put Parker's girl in a cage too.
Okay, I have a question. What is 2 squared?
What is 2 squared for? I'm smarter than you, boy.
Okay. So how many continents are there?
7.
7. What's your favorite continent?
Right now it's America, but
Yeah,
until
see
they
what I
put
see,
Parkers-
see what
until-
I see what I see
until
what
they
I mean.
deport all those
See
fucking
what I mean. See what I fucking mean. See what the fuck like. Yeah, that's what I wanted to demonstrate. No one cares. No one cares about you. Not a single soul cares. You think that America is a continent. We're gonna go ahead and move on. Thank you for letting me demonstrate that to everyone watching the live. Thank you. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not here. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up. Oh, thank you so much for letting me demonstrate that. Oh, great. Thank you. We're going to move on. Yeah, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Are you sure?
We're gonna move on.
Let's go and get our next guest, Brody, up in the box, guys. I do apologize for the lack of debates today. I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on today. This is crazy. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in here. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am, yes.
Let's talk about it. Why in the hell would you do such a thing?
For me, it's primarily about national security. I think he'll be better on the kind of the global stage than she will be.
I completely and utterly attest and reject that. 110%. Donald Trump is a warmonger. 110%. He says that he wants Israel to flatten Iran. He says that if he was president and Russia invaded Ukraine, he would have nuked Moscow. He has believed foreign dictators over U.S. intelligence. We have leaked Kremlin documents stating that Putin thinks he's easy to manipulate. He stole classified documents. He tried to stage a coup to overthrow our own government, posing an internal threat to our nation's security and its democracy. He's like terrible for national security. I hate saying this. You might be better for our nation's security compared to Donald Trump.
I doubt that very much. Under his administration, he normalized relations between Israel, Sudan, UAE, a couple other countries. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but it was the first time in like 30 years.
So why won't you respond to any of the claims that I just made?
I'm sorry, say it again?
I gave you a cohort of reasons why he's bad for national security, and you didn't respond to any of the claims that I made. By the way, I can't hear you in your pause. Hello? Okay, you just left. We're going to move on to our next guest. Okay. All right, let's go and get our next guest up in the box, guys. Dude, seriously weird day. Seriously weird day. Seriously weird ass day. We are going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now. Everyone be patient. ASA, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying good to see you back. I appreciate you for the love, ASA. Thank you so much for the $10. W's for ASA in the chat. What's up, Maddie? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. Yes, I am. I'm like independent though, so I'm not like an extreme rightist.
Why do you want to vote for Trump, Maddie? Let's hear it.
I just think that under the Trump administration, just inflation wasn't as insane, and like one day I do want to be a homeowner, but just by the way that the economy is going right now, like it is just not seeming like that. Like no one can afford it, and just like salaries are not or wages are not matching like the prices. So like people are making more money, but they aren't like affording more.
I hear you. So about your last claim, that one is unfortunately false, right? We actually have seen an increase in real median wages, which is comparing wages to inflation. Okay. Second of all, right, inflation under Obama's term, under Biden and Harris's term compared to Trump's doesn't give you any reason to vote for Trump over Harris, because the inflation was onset by the pandemic, not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. The same inflation happened in every single country around the world, but in fact, we had the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7 because of the Biden-Harris administration. About being a homeowner, the only platform that's actively advocating for it to be easier for you to buy your first home would be Harris. She wants to give a $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers buying newly developed properties. An estimated 3 million houses are going to be built in the next 4 years if she's elected and then policies implemented.
But also during like the VP debate, well, neither vice presidents could answer the question on how they're going to build the 3 million extra houses or whatever. And
well, I mean, that one's pretty easy to answer. It's just going to be created, give a natural incentive in the market. So when we offer a $25,000 subsidy to first-time homebuyers, what we see is that increases demand for newly developed properties, right? And given an increase in demand, that will give home developers more of an incentive to build because they'll be able to charge more. But the higher rate that they'll be charging for these houses will be less than that $25,000 subsidy. So at the end of the day, it's still a net benefit for the consumer, given the extra incentive to build new houses.
But
And,
don't you also have
SNOO, I
to pay
appreciate you for the subscription.
you have to pay the loan back to them after they give you that money? So like, wouldn't that be on top of the mortgage that you have to?
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know if that's true, but like even if it is, that will like still like increase the incentive to buy houses. Like it's when you sell the house, $25,000 is just taken off of it and given back to the government. But I don't think that's true. I think it's like a $25,000 subsidy that you get to keep. It goes towards your down payment, and that's it.
Okay, and then also like you feel confident in like Kamala, even though like she never really gives like a forward answer, and like
what? No, Elizabeth, thank you for the subscription.
When she asks about like anything of just the economy, she starts off that she was in the middle class and then just never like answers the question and just
we know more about her proposed policy for the economy than Donald Trump's. We know exactly who she wants to cut taxes for. We know exactly how much it's going to cost, and we know exactly how much and we know exactly how she's going to pay for it. Zill, I appreciate you for the subscription. When we're talking about Donald Trump and his proposed policy, we know kind of who he wants to cut taxes for. And we kind of know how much it's going to cost because of estimates from the CBO, and we have no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it. And he's given conflicted answers time and time and time again. And now he's just at a point where he's not giving any answers. Not to mention that he hasn't been able to answer if he won or lost 2020. Neither has JD Vance. He hasn't been able to answer if he graved E. Jean Carroll. He hasn't been able to answer if he's a 34 count felon. He hasn't been able to answer much. The con man is probably going to give you more non-answers than the prosecutor, huh?
I mean, I'm just saying like Trump definitely isn't like the first like politician to commit crimes. Like a bunch of dirty shit happens behind the scenes that none of us ever see. So like I just think the entire government is kind of just fucked in general.
Wait, so what court held Biden or Harris liable for raping a woman?
I'm not saying that they did rape a woman. I'm just saying there are other just crimes and felonies that other politicians have like.
Okay, but like we have no reason to believe that Kamala Harris is a rapist. Like you're just kind of like assuming that to be true given conspiracy theory to justify your vote for Trump.
I'm not saying that I never thought that she raped someone. Okay, so you'd rather vote for the rapist over the non-rapist? It's not. It's so much more than that, though. I'm just like.
What is it?
And like also just like you think it's like the whole like Roe v. Wade thing, like that's a mess, and just like Kamala is just like manipulating all these just women into just like voting for her, even though half the stuff that she's saying isn't completely true.
Okay, wait, 1 second. Saying that you're going to reinstitute federal protections for a woman's right to choose isn't manipulating women into voting for you. It's just recognizing that she's the only person in the race that respects their rights. Did Trump manipulate oil execs and billionaires into voting for him when he told him that he'd give them massive tax cuts at Mar-a-Lago?
Roe v. Wade, literally, okay, he overturned Roe v. Wade. People acted like he was taking all rights, which isn't true. He just brought it back to the states.
Do you think that Roe v. Wade should be at the states?
Where people, it's more local. It's more for the people. So if your state, if you want your state to have abortion up to whatever amount of weeks, then you have to be locally involved in your local government. The federal government, like the Supreme Court, like what?
I hear you, Maddie. So you think it should go from the federal level to the state level because that'll put more power in the hands of the people. Let me ask you a question.
That's what Roe v. Wade. That's why. But why are people mad that Trump overturned Roe v. Wade then?
Yeah, Maddie. I hear you. Let me ask you a question. Would you be okay with it now going from the state level to the county level to put even more individualistic power into the hands of the constituents of each county?
Sure, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's more power in the hands of the people. But what if we took it from the county level to the city level? Then we'll put even more power in the hands of the people.
But that's not gonna
But
happen.
we're not going to stop there. What if we were to take it from the city level to the household level for even more hands in the power of the people, taking it from the household level into the hands of each and every single American woman and girl? How about that? If we want to give the most individualistic power and expression to each American citizen concerning a woman's right and access to choose abortion, then we need to federally protect and codify protections for a woman's choice, because that puts the most power in the hands of the people.
But do you believe that having abortions up to like the second trimester is right?
Yeah, I do. I think that any abortion, any elective lethal abortion,
So how does that? So
is fine.
how does? But up to, you said 20.
Yeah.
So how does that affect or just make, say, these women who did want these pregnancies and they miscarried at 20 weeks? Are you just going to be like, it was just a fetus? Like, you're going to invalidate their feelings just because they wanted the baby, but then like a woman who doesn't want the baby, you're like, whatever, like it's a cell, like it doesn't matter, it doesn't have
I think I understand what you're asking here. You're asking if like I would invalidate the feelings of a woman who miscarries, saying that what she miscarried was invaluable and doesn't matter at all, it's just a fetus, a clump of cells. Like I could say that there's no intrinsic value associated with the life of a fetus before it has the ability to deploy consciousness, while still recognizing that that can mean a lot to people. Like for instance, there's no like intrinsic value to like billionaire supercars. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna walk up to a billionaire and like destroy their supercar, or like the Mona Lisa, for instance, hanging in the Louvre. Yeah, there's no intrinsic value to that shit, but like millions of people go there just to look at the Mona Lisa. I'm not gonna like tear it off the wall, throw tomato soup on it. So like if there's a woman that's pregnant, wants to maintain her pregnancy and recognizes that as her child, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's endearing. I bet a lot of people want that at some point in their life, but that doesn't change the fact of the matter that we shouldn't associate moral value with it insofar as deeming it to be murder if it's killed.
But like also it's like, take account if a pregnant woman is like unfortunately unalived, they count that as a double homicide. So they are taking account of that second life. So saying it's not a life, isn't that kind of contradicting it?
So first of all, is alive. It's just not a morally valuable one. And then second of all, I agree with their classification of that being a double homicide. I think that's a good thing, right? I think that should be the case. And I could give you an analogy to prove this point. What kind of car do you drive?
A Ford Escape.
A Ford Escape. If you walk up to your Ford Escape and you break the windshield and tear the door off, did you do anything wrong? Should you go to jail?
No, because it's mine.
Phenomenal. But Maddie, if I walk up to your Ford Escape tomorrow in the middle of the night without you knowing, tear the door off, break the windshield, key the side, should I go to jail?
I mean, sure, yeah, since not yours.
Great. So it's like a woman can consent to killing the fetus inside of her uterus. Well, because it's exactly that. It's her fetus
But what
inside
about
her uterus.
the other half?
But when a non-consenting third party walks up and kills her and the fetus, right, that would be classified as murder because it is no longer the justified termination of human life.
Okay,
in fact, it's now the unjustified termination of human life, which is how I define murder.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, what about, like, just I'm not saying like abortions should be banned, like that shouldn't happen, and it's not going to happen. But
so it's already it's already been banned in 20 over 50 states. 1 out of every 3 women no longer have access.
Or is it just restricted to like?
Oh yeah, banned. So 1 out of every 3 women no longer have access to elective lethal abortions. And then we even see in 12 states that no woman, even if they're a victim of rape, has access to abortion. In fact, there's been 65,000 women who have been raped and did get pregnant in the state of Texas since Roe v. Wade that's been overturned that haven't been able to get abortions.
Oh yeah, I think there definitely should be exceptions of those unfortunate cases, but it's just like there's another person made that life, so shouldn't they have some sort of say to it? And
like the man?
And I'm not saying like, okay, so
the man?
If the woman,
talking about the man? Should a man should have a say in an abortion? Well, let me just ask
I'm
you a
not
question.
saying they should like control the woman, but they should have some type of input because it is part of it's part of them. It's like their DNA is in with that woman. Is not like, and I'm just saying like, I don't know.
Do you know? So if a woman gets pregnant and the man wants to keep the baby, she wants to get an abortion. Should she be able to get an abortion?
I mean, that's just a tough conversation that they have to have, but it's the same thing of like if
no
okay, what if
that's a non-answer. Legally speaking, if a woman wants to get an abortion, but the man does not want her to get an abortion, should she legally be able to get an abortion?
If she doesn't want to have it, then sure.
Okay, so what you're promoting here is not legislation that would give men control and say so over women's bodies, but you're just rather saying that people like should engage in conversations with their significant others if they get pregnant. That's like a whole other issue. I ultimately think that it is the woman's choice, but there's nothing wrong with saying that if a woman chooses and consents to valuing the say-so of their significant other, like there's no issue in that. But of course we shouldn't like legally enforce that whatsoever, because ultimately that'll just give like a man a control over a woman's body.
But wouldn't just like saying there's no consequences to having sex, like the actions of their is that not so? Like if you consent to having sex, you consent to possibly having a life, creating a life. So like it's unfortunately a consequence, so you should be careful about who you sleep with. There we go. If you consent to smoking cigarettes, do you consent to possibly getting lung cancer? Yes. But if you get lung cancer, should you be able to go to your doctor's office and get it eradicated with chemotherapy? Lung cancer is not the same as a baby. Okay, so then you're saying the reason that it's wrong to get an abortion isn't because she engaged in sex knowing that it ran the risks of pregnancy, but rather it's wrong because it's terminating the life of a baby. See, those are two different arguments there. Okay, whatever you believe. I mean, which one is it? Like, is it wrong for a woman to get an abortion because she consented to sex and that obligates her to deal with pregnancy if it occurs? Or is it wrong because it's terminating the life of a fetus? I think it's both. Like it's not just one simple answer. Okay, it's both of them. Well, we know that the first reason is BS, right? Like, I mean, the argument that, oh, well, a woman like consented to sex knowing that it ran the risk of pregnancy, therefore we are going to punish her and the kid by forcing an unwanted kid into her household, decreasing levels of education, income, and employment, lowering overall qualities of life, shifting the American family dynamic from financially well-off adults that consent to start a family, that desire to raise kids, to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into doing exactly that. That's a bad argument because you're just advocating for punishment and control over women's bodies who engage in particular actions that you don't think they should, okay? But the second argument of saying that abortion is wrong because you value life of the fetus, lovely, I appreciate you for the subscription. We could talk about that one. So, like, why do you think the life of a fetus is morally valuable, Maddie? I'm just saying it's okay, well, it's hard to not, I'm not saying it's my personal beliefs. Like, I personally wouldn't get one, but I'm not saying, like, other people can't because of... Woo! Then you should vote for Kamala Harris because she wants to institute and codify federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose. Okay? Like, the whole argument that you gave earlier about wanting it to go back to the state so more people have more of a control and say-so over their legislation, that's actually false. Because remember, like, hypothetically speaking, we give the most control, power, and say-so into the hands of American citizens to decide about abortion if we federally protect the access. Because when we rescind it back to the state, that's taking the control out of the hands of the women, and it's just placing it into the hands of the white men in D.C. And Joe, thank you for the subscription. And I demonstrated that conceptually by saying, like, oh, from the federal level to the state level, you think there's more control in the hands of the citizens. Take it, like, hypothetically from the state level to the county level, putting even more individualistic power into the hands of the citizens. What if we were to hypothetically take it from the county level to the city level to the household level into the hands of the individual women? All of a sudden, that's how we put the most power into the hands of the individual American citizens, and we institute that power through codification of federal protections so we could keep the county, the state, out of it. Okay, so like what about that one case that the media is kind of just twisting the actual truth about that woman who unfortunately passed away? I think she was in Georgia.
Yeah,
With the
well,
phone?
I'm not. Brian, I appreciate you for the $5. So that is super irrelevant to the conversation that we've been having so far, and I also don't want you to like manipulate and twist a woman dying because of misogynistic legislation on my live.
Not,
It's just
though.
not how is that relevant to the conversation that we're having?
It's about abortion. How is that not relevant to the topic?
Because I was being incredibly like specific with your argument why you think it should be rescinded back to the state. I conceptually demonstrated how your own logic would entail that there should be federal protections for a woman's right to choose. Right? You made another argument that they should be obligated to deal with like pregnancy because of engaging in sex knowing the risk. I demonstrated that is fallacious. You made the argument that life of the fetus was valuable. I asked you why. Bringing up a woman who died because she was denied access to abortion doesn't do anything for you here. Right? We should probably leave Amber Thurman alone.
Okay, if you want to leave it alone, you can leave it alone.
I have a question. Would you ever like let me ask you this way. Why do you care about someone and support someone that doesn't care or support you? Donald Trump is very sexist and misogynistic, and he always has been. He has sexualized little girls, saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
So is Biden, though. I mean, I'm just saying, like, Biden, obviously, Kamala supports Biden as she was a VP. He literally said he likes sniffing little girls' hairs, and there's, like, videos of that happening.
So no, Biden's never gone on the record saying that he likes to sniff little girls' hairs.
But sorry, it was the sitting on the laps part.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, he did go on record saying that. It was weird, but like that doesn't compare to Donald Trump raping a woman. That doesn't, Naughty, I thank you for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Naughty in the chat. That doesn't compare to Donald Trump being held civilly liable for rape. That doesn't compare to Donald Trump boasting to Howard Stern on SiriusXM about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect them while they change. That doesn't compare to Donald Trump telling a 10-year-old girl that he was going to be dating her in 10 years, literally sexualizing her youth. Right? That doesn't compare to him saying that he dated his daughter if he wasn't his daughter, agreeing with Howard Stern when he called his own daughter a piece of ass. That doesn't compare to him saying that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first, and that he just can't resist kissing beautiful women. And then on top of that, Biden is not running for president. Kamala Harris is. In November, I will be voting for the non-sexist, non-misogynist over the sexist and misogynist. Why aren't you?
I don't, just the things that Kamala believes in, I just don't personally believe it in it.
What?
I just think she doesn't take it seriously, but that's just a personal opinion.
Like what specific beliefs of Kamala Harris's do you think are deal breakers for you to vote for him in November?
I mean, she really didn't have policies before she started running, and she didn't go through pre-election. So
Dude,
she
Maddie, you just said that she didn't have her proposed policies before she was running on her proposed policies. Do you realize what you just said? That's like me, dude. That's like me saying that's like
people.
I'm sorry, Maddie. That's
I just laugh at like.
I know.
Everyone.
My apologies. That's like saying that you don't have a college degree before you graduate from college.
You don't have a college degree before. Yeah, because you. Okay.
Like you're saying that she didn't have policies that she was running on before she.
No, but after she announced she was running, I just couldn't find any of her policies.
Yeah, because it did take about like 3-4 weeks to compile a list of all like 74 of her policies. Yeah.
Okay.
So your deal breaker is that she took 3 weeks to tell America her proposed policies. Just want to clarify that's Kamala Harris's deal breaker.
That's not her deal. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Whatever. I don't know. I'll vote for whoever.
You'll vote for whoever? So maybe Gabriella, thank you for the $20 and the 50 cents on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's for Gabriella in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love, Gabriella. Massive W's down below for Gabriella. Literally right now, it means the world to me. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W, Gabriella, down below. Well, Maddie, I appreciate you for coming up in here and being respectful. I apologize if I've been disrespectful to you, and I hope that you will continue to watch the live, and maybe I could sway your vote over to Harris. Brim, thank you for the subscription, and have a good rest of your day, Maddie. Hello, R. Are you voting for Trump?
Hella good, my nigga.
Okay, it's a little fetus slurring. We're going to move on to our next guest. I do apologize for that. Let's go and see what our next guest, Momo, has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 600,000 likes. Hello, Momo. Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
All right. Why so?
Cause he's hella goated, my nigga. Oh no,
Oh my god. Okay. So, like, first of all, like, that's fucking gross. Like, that is so gross. Like, I've been up here condemning, like, my own racism in my past. And then there's like this sect of humans that actually looked at that, thought that it was okay, thought that it was funny, then request up on the live and then repeat the same racism in front of 7.4 thousand people. That is like so fucking gross. Like, you were just a gross human being. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Gross human being. Let's go in and see what our next guest here has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Jenna loading up into the live here, y'all. All right, what's going on, Jenna? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, Jenna, why is that?
Before I start, I just want to say, like, I don't debate. This is not something I do. And I just kind of want to go into this with an open mindset and have a respectful conversation.
WU. Okay, let's hear it. Why are you voting for Trump?
So far, everything that I've seen about Kamala, I think that I can agree with some of her things, especially with women's rights. However, I don't trust a bone in her body. I think she does play a lot of political games. I've watched a lot of interviews as far as like Hurricane Helene and the citizens pretty much defending themselves and picking up like, okay, should I?
I can respond to that unless you have anything more to add on, but just to that specific point, there is no more dishonest politician than Donald Trump. If you care about like a morally virtuous character, if you care about an honest character, the last person you would ever vote for is Donald Trump. I don't even need to defend the position that Kamala Harris is honest here. We just need to point out how there's no one more dishonest than Donald Trump. I mean, this guy told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. He convinced 70% of Republicans that it was stolen from him, actively undermining our civil and electoral processes. Donald Trump has also told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency. Neil, thank you for the boxing gloves. He even had one of his advisors come out and say that he didn't tell the difference between what was true and what was false. He just say whatever he wants to, even if it's fake. He doesn't care. If you want a candidate that's honest, at the bare minimum, you should be voting for Harris because she's more honest than Donald Trump.
All right, that's fair. I do feel like no matter what side, there are going to be lies. Definitely. I don't think there's any trustworthy person in politics, if I'm being honest. But
that's a fine claim, but just there's no one more dishonest than Trump.
I'm watching these interviews, and these people who are actually fighting, risking their life, saving people, they're saying that Kamala's pretty much doing a photo op in front of a helicopter full of supplies, but the people in the military are like, we're not getting any, like, they're not letting us go out there to save anybody.
Oh my God. She did the photo op because y'all made her.
But
Kamala Harris was public enemy. Well, Jenna, Kamala Harris was public enemy number one on the right for like a week because Donald Trump went down the first day, did a photo op, draining resources from FEMA, draining resources from volunteers, and draining resources away from people actually trying to help to literally do a photo op, right? And then that pressured Kamala Harris into doing the same exact thing because if she didn't, she would have been politically fucking murdered. Like, you understand that if we want to talk about using like horrific natural occurrences such as hurricanes for personal gain, like Donald Trump has done exactly that this cycle, and he's been lying about the support offered by the federal government. Not to mention when he was president, he gave less funding when the hurricane hit under him per person at $500, and he diverted hundreds of millions of dollars away from FEMA to build camps for migrants.
But I haven't seen a single thing where there's been, besides the money, where there's actually been volunteers going out to save these people, besides civilians spending their own money using their own helicopters. Like,
So I appreciate you for the $10. The National Guard was deployed. FEMA had thousands of volunteers. Hello.
wasn't that like 4 days after? And volunteers.
Okay, so now this is now. So now you're lying, Jenna. Dude, come on, please. You just told me that
I'm
you
taking
haven't
the wo-
seen any resources provided to individuals affected by the hurricane. I tell you the resource is provided, then you're like, well, that was provided, but it was provided 3 days later. Those are completely different claims.
There were people sitting for days from the government not being able to go in, especially like, for example, Elon Musk wanting to go give Starlink to these victims. And there were, as well as Elon wanting to give supplies to these victims, and there were government regulations, and that was the case for pretty much every
Joe, thank you for the
government.
$10 on Venmo. What are you? How does this relate to why you're voting for Trump over Harris? Also, you understand that Starlink is A, not free, and then B, like
He was providing it free for them.
No, that's not how it works, because you have to have the Starlink router. Where are these victims that have been affected by the hurricane going to plug their Starlink router into?
So Elon had a plan where he was going to go there, have people give that to him. I mean, this is all stuff Elon said on his own.
He was going to plug the Starlink router into what? The outlet in their homes that were fucking destroyed?
I don't know the nitty gritty of how they were going to get Starlink or anything like that. I know that he was trying to provide them, but he was blocked. So I don't know the nitty gritty. And I'm also just listening to a lot of personal accounts from American citizens. Like, these are real struggles people are having. And it seems like all it is a game to her. Like, she's not, I don't know. I think she's just trying to do whatever she can to look best in the public.
Okay, I don't understand why you're politicizing like a natural disaster. Like, of course, people are struggling after they got hit by a natural disaster. How does that
Okay,
reflect
let's talk about the
negatively
wars
upon-
then.
on Harris?
We can talk about the wars then.
Okay, well, I'm willing to discuss with you, or any reason that you would like to bring up to justify voting for Trump over Harris. But I would like to make it clear that on the last topic, you did politicize a natural disaster, and you provided no reason on why that reflects negatively upon our current administration. But feel free to bring it up. Why are you voting for Trump? Let's go on to your next reason. Take it away.
Well, to answer your question, I'm saying that as an example because I don't think she's prioritizing the American people or actually gives a shit about people.
Okay.
That's kind of why I'm saying.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the prioritizing American people.
That's kind of what I was saying about the honesty as well, is like, I think she tries to make herself look good and says that she does and so on. However, I think actions speak louder than words.
Okay, so the Biden-Harris administration, in action, right, passed 5 pieces of legislation that made the average American better off in comparison to rich people, right? The PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the American Rescue Plan. 5 monumental policies that reduced income inequities by benefiting the low and the middle class more so than rich people. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the average American more so than rich people during his first term?
I am not very up to date on policies. Like I said, I'm just seeing, and yeah, sorry. Like,
No
I
worries.
don't debate. I didn't.
No worries. And then on top of that, we'd also say that Kamala Harris has demonstrated her care for the American people through her policy, and Donald Trump has demonstrated a lack of a care for anyone but himself through his actions during his first term. He tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government to change and rig the outcome of the 2020 election with his fake electorate plot. He sent fake slates of electorates in 7 different states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College to be certified as real to steal the election from Joe Biden after he had won via the voice and the vote of the people. Trying to silence the voice and the vote of the people is an obvious demonstration of a lack of a care for democracy, for the people in America, and for America itself. So if you care about a candidate being more centered around public service compared to self-service, you would never vote for Trump.
I kind of disagree with you there in terms of the policies. I mean, when he was president, I do notice there were a lot of things working in my favor, especially
Maya,
not to bring up,
$5 on PayPal. Thank you for the $5, Maya.
not to be a broken record, because I know a lot of people have come on this live and said that, but I just feel like life was better in terms of prices and
it
priorities.
It was, but that doesn't reflect on the administration because the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause things to be more expensive. COVID did. COVID caused inflation in every country around the world, including America, but we did have the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7 because of the response from the Biden-Harris administration.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the quality of life was better under Trump's? Did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020 because it happened under his term?
I believe he provided a lot more jobs to the American people, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not an answer to my question. Under his term, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Did he cause it?
No.
Okay, but it happened under his term, so what that demonstrates to us is just because something happens in the country, it doesn't mean that the president caused it. Can you demonstrate to me how Trump caused lower prices or how Biden and Harris caused higher ones?
No, but I can talk about other things like how illegal immigrants quadrupled in numbers coming over.
Yep. We did have much more undocumented entries into our country, right? That is because of Title 42. When Title 42 expired, which was the shutdown of the southern border onset by COVID, right? It was very natural, normal, and expected for us to have an influx of people coming into our country. The way that we should evaluate the responsibility of the Biden-Harris administration is through how they acted to resolve the crisis. And they acted to resolve the crisis by influencing bipartisan border legislation in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. Donald Trump actively thwarted that bill and torpedoed it because he wanted the crisis to continue. This is yet another demonstration of the lack of care from Trump towards the American people.
If you could you send me all this stuff after, if you have time?
What I can do is I could give you keywords and things to look up on the internet.
Okay.
You could look up Lankford's border bill, and you could look up Trump torpedoing Lankford's border bill. Lankford is spelled Langford.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you wanted to go over here today?
Probably, but it's okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Jenna, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box right now. Let me know if you're MAGA in the chat for the 7.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And if you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal, they are in my bio. And I appreciate everyone so much for your love. What is going on, man? You said fuck Kamala Harris in the chat. I'd love to chat with you. Talk to me, man. Why are you voting for Trump? Oh, you're too scared? You're too scared to have an actual conversation?
No. No one's scared. Kamala sucks.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. We're gonna go ahead and move on. That was a fetus. That was a fetus. That was a fetus. Hello, Ben. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely not. Fuck Kamala Harris. I mean, wait. Fuck Trump. Sorry.
Hey, there you go. There we go, Ben. You almost said it wrong. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Let's go and get Holly up in the live. Let's go ahead and see what Holly has to say. By the way, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's get up to 1 million likes here. What's up, Holly? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. I actually am in the UK, and this sounds weird, but it's kind of...
Holly, I appreciate you so much for coming up. I am just looking to debate people who are voting for Trump, but I'd love for you to join my Discord. We'd love to have you in the community over there. Megan, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Megan in the chat. What's up, Carrie? You voting for Trump?
Can you hear me?
I sure can, sir.
Sweet. All right. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not. I just wanted to say I love you, dude. I think you are the absolute shit, and I appreciate what you're doing. And I wanted to give you a break from all these freaking yokels that are just calling in here, just talking about absolutely nothing, and you're just laying them down one at a time. And this is better than watching the sports and all that other stuff today. So, I just want to say this real quick, as a black man.
Carrie. Oh, you know, Carrie, hop back in the queue. Carrie and Holly, hop back in the queue. Carrie and Holly, hop back in the queue. Let's hear it from. I felt the need to kick Carrie because I had just kicked Holly, but now I want to hear from them both. I felt the need to kick Carrie because just before I kicked Carrie, I kicked Holly. Let's hear it. Carrie and Holly, both of you guys hop back in the queue. Gary and Holly. Also, Carrie, I just want to say thank you so much. You know what? Let's just get W Carries and W Hollies in the chat while we're working to get both of them back up in here. Carrie and Holly, come back. Once again, Carrie, the only reason I removed you right there was because prior to you coming up, I just kicked Holly. I wanted to be impartial, and I also didn't want to immediately kick the woman and then let the man stay up. You know what I mean? So there's just a call to be impartial, and I would love for both of you to come back. So if I see there's Holly. Now we need to get Holly, what's going on? Talk to me while I'm getting Carrie up in here.
Hi. So basically, like I was saying, it's kind of off your debate, but over here there is a huge question about what Project 2025 is, and I thought you were the person basically to kind of give me the basics on that,
thank you, Holly.
I have hundreds of friends in the US. And
thank you. Holly, I'll happily go over that. Welcome back in, Gary. We heard from Holly. I'll go over Project 2025. Gary, take it away, man. I'm sorry for removing you. Welcome back. The mic is yours.
Absolutely cool, dude. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, we support you, man, 112%. And also, a lot of these cats are forgetting the fact that Donald Trump inherited, the economy of Obama. Nobody's saying anything about any of that stuff, so they're constantly blaming. Anyway, you can articulate this better than I can possibly do it. And I'm a grown ass man, but I'm just sitting here watching you slay these folks. Absolutely amazing. But I wanted to give you a little bit of a break from the crazy folks, man, and just talk to somebody who is somewhat sane. Well, some of these folks are saying, well, no, they're not.
Gary, you're awesome, man. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
You do the same, my friend. Peace.
Peace, dude. W's for Carrie, W's for Holly. To Holly's question about what Project 2025 is, think of Project 2025 like the alt-right manifesto of the proposed policy that they want to see change in America, and think of Donald Trump's relation to Project 2025 as blatant, apparent, and obvious. Donald Trump tweeted out in 2018 that they had completed 62% of his proposed policies for his next term. He has had some of his advisors working on it. And then he said that he knew nothing about it, but he disagreed with some of it, actively contradicting himself. And then, Carrie, just thanks for coming up. You put a smile on my face. You're great. What is up, GJ? Are you voting for James? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right. Why so?
Well, mainly to do with his economic plan. I think it is a far better plan than Kamala Harris's. I'm not going to say that hers is necessarily bad or.
I disagree.
Necessarily bad, but the thing is that I want to say real quick is I think that both ways are a way forward.
Have you already been on here?
No, I've been on Parker's.
Okay. Well, I disagree. Should we make the average American better off or worse off?
We should make them better off.
That's why her plan is better. So her plan is going to make the average American worse off. Donald Trump's plan is going to make the average American her plan is going to make the average American better off. His plan is going to make the average American worse off.
And how would his plan make the average American worse off?
Because his tax cuts disproportionately benefit rich people, and his proposed tariffs will regressively impact the low and the middle class more so than rich people by causing inflation.
Well, by disproportionately impacting, like you said.
Cammy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Cammy in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
By disproportionately impacting, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be worse for the middle or low class.
Okay, well, you took one of the two things I said. I said two things.
And I have to say them both at one time, so.
Right. And the predominant reason why it will make the average American worse off is because of his tariffs.
Yeah, his tariff plan is good.
No, his tariff plan is bad. So tariffs cause inflation. Inflation regressively serves as a detriment to members of the low and the middle class more so than rich people.
Yeah, so do you know how much inflation his tariffs would cause?
No, I think that there's some studies out there, but overwhelmingly, that's a high inflationary pressure that we don't see present within Kamala Harris's proposed policy. And when we like compare the inflationary pressures, there's more inflationary pressures under Trump's plan, right? And then her policy is just more focused on the average American.
I would argue that there's actually more inflationary pressure in her plan, just because raising the corporate tax rate is something that would affect the average person far more than a tariff would affect the average person.
So then why did we have lower prices under Obama than we did under Trump with a significantly higher corporate tax rate?
And then why did we have with Trump with a lower corporate tax rate significantly less than under Biden? You can go back and forth. There's obviously going to be a natural inflation.
Well, I could literally answer your question because of COVID, right? Because COVID caused higher levels of inflation, and we're still under Trump's 21% corporate tax rate. Answer my question of increasing the corporate tax rate causes inflation. Why did we have lower prices under Obama than Trump?
Because when we had Obama in office, that's just the way it works. When you raise the minimum wage constantly, when things like that happen, inflation goes bow. So that's just obviously going to happen.
You're not answering my question.
No, that literally quite is an answer to your question.
No, I asked you why we had lower prices under Obama compared to Trump, and we had a higher corporate tax rate under Obama.
And I answered your question by saying when the minimum wage goes up, inflation goes up too. That's just a simple economic principle. That's an answer to your question.
How does that answer that there was lower raises, lower prices under Obama compared to Trump?
When everyone has more money, companies are going to charge more. That's just how it works. That's how it works.
Okay. Well, I don't really think he's giving an answer, because I was talking about the level of inflation relative to the corporate tax rate, and then you like brought in like minimum wage. Then like also here, I just want to point out that historically speaking, we've had high levels of corporate tax rates with lower levels of inflation. Like we wouldn't see a significant increase in inflation caused by an increase in the corporate tax rate.
Real quick about that. So historically speaking, like when are you talking about? Like just in general in history, or
60s,
what?
70s, and 80s, we had some of the lowest unemployment rates in history compared with like lower rates of inflation.
Also because like
35 through 45% corporate tax rates.
Well, do you know like about the gold standard and that stuff like that?
No.
So that was like basically what that was we used to keep our money, like the amount of money that we would have was only the amount of gold we would have. And when that was a thing, we just didn't have any inflation at all.
Okay, so we had higher corporate tax rates with lower levels of inflation.
That is not what I just said whatsoever, because we wouldn't print more money than we were.
So what reason do you have to believe that a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate will cause a significant amount of inflation?
Yeah, so we actually would. The reason for that is because we purchase way more corporate goods as a consumer than we would imported goods.
Bro, the non-answers are fucking crazy.
No, that's literally an answer. I don't know. Like, you maybe ask a better question.
Dude, I'm asking you how increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% will significantly cause inflation, and then you said because consumers are more reliant on goods created by corporations here in America compared to corporations outside of America. That doesn't answer my question. We do not see historical trends of higher rates of inflation being onset via higher corporate tax rates. And we have no reason to believe that a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate will significantly increase inflation. Then overwhelmingly stating that a $2.8 trillion tax relief bill will cause more inflation than a $5 trillion tax relief bill is idiocracy at its best. And also the gold standard ended in 71, and we had high rates of corporate tax and lower levels of inflation after 71.
Well, there was no inflation when the gold standard was a thing. That's just not how it works. You can't have inflation when you're only printing money.
Even after we didn't have the gold standard in the 70s, we still had higher rates of corporate tax with lower levels of inflation.
Yes, because like right after we got rid of the gold standard, we weren't just instantly printing a lot of money. Inflation works when you're printing more money than you know what I mean?
So yeah, the point is we don't see historical trends of associations with higher corporate tax rates and higher levels of inflation.
Okay. So to continue though, so why do you think that the tariffs are necessarily a bad thing when they will generate a lot more American infrastructure and manufacturing than they would when you just don't have the tariffs at all?
Because I think that we should have a focus on American manufacturing. I think that that's a good focus to have, but I think that there's means to achieve that outside of inflationary pressures such as tariffs. And I think that both Trump And Biden and Harris proved this within their respective terms. Trump proved this with his $28 billion bailout bill for the American farmers. He invested billions of dollars into American farmers to spur their manufacturing. That is something you probably think was good under his administration. Then Biden and Harris with things such as the CHIPS and Science Act. Instead of having these government regulations on the free market that regressively impact the average American the most by causing inflation and destroying American-owned businesses, we should rather have this shifted focus to American infrastructure and manufacturing, given investment.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's a way that it would destroy American businesses. I think increasing production from them would actually help generate more money and generate more jobs for the Americans.
So
and I understand that.
You're not tracking, first of all.
That's exactly what I've been saying all the time.
We do know that tariffs harm American businesses. Every single time we've increased tariffs on China, we have had a reduction in U.S. agricultural exports, and that bankrupted American farmers in 2018, sparking Trump to bail them out in 19.
But with that being said, then why would Biden not remove his tariffs that he had when he put them in place?
He changed them. And I disagree with the tariffs that he kept on China. I think that those were bad. I disagree with Biden. Right, boo, bad tariffs, but that doesn't change the fact that they regressively impact American consumers and American businesses. And the reason I say that you're not tracking is because I told you I also like the idea of increasing American manufacturing, but we could do that through investment in the market, not by like market regulations.
Yeah, so investment in the market, exactly what do you mean by that? Just putting more money into specific groups and letting them like build, okay.
Yep. Yeah, and Ellie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the $10, Ellie.
How do we necessarily pay for that?
Well, sure. For instance, Carrie, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Carrie in the chat. I appreciate you for the $30 on Venmo.
Wait, you're going to pay for it with Carrie's $30 on Venmo?
No, I was thanking Carrie for her donation. W's for Carrie in the chat.
I'm just joking around. Don't worry.
So I mean, like, there's a multiplicity of ways that we could pay for this. Like, one of them would just be like the increase in corporate tax rate, unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires, etc. But I mean, like, if you want to have a conversation on how we're going to pay for these things, how is Trump going to pay for the $5 trillion associated with another 10 years of the TCGA?
Yeah, with the tariffs.
Okay, so tariffs are not going to generate $5 trillion over the next 10 years, right?
Well, do you know how much is imported every year through tariffs? Or how much?
Yes, and right now,
how many goods are imported every year?
Right now, they only generate, what is it, like a little over $100 billion in government revenue per year. When we tariff other countries, they import less, meaning that we're making less through the tariffs. But overwhelmingly, you wouldn't be able to find like any study that would demonstrate 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods imported into a country would pay $5 trillion in 10 years. But even if that was true, you're basically saying that you want to regressively affect like the low and the middle class the most to pay for a tax bill that progressively benefits the high class the most.
Yeah, so I also do want to mention this real quick because I do.
Charles, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Charles in the chat. Thank you for the $20. W's for Charles.
I do want to mention this real quick because I do feel like it is on topic still. So it's kind of going back a little bit, but sorry, I forgot to mention this. With the corporate tax rate being lowered under Trump, there is evidence of this working and helping people throughout an entire economy. If you look at the highest per capita GDP economies in the world right now, you'll have like Luxembourg, you'll have like Singapore, things like this. These people are living a higher quality of life. They have more money on average than an American would, and they actually boast the lowest corporate tax rates amongst other countries.
Wait, so if you want to make a comparison between America and other countries around the world that have higher qualities of life, higher levels of economic mobility, why don't we go to look at Nordic countries that have like a social democracy model? They have the highest levels of economic mobility, meaning it's easier for people to generate more wealth in a more timely fashion. They have some of the highest qualities of life, some of the highest economic freedoms, and that's a fact. Do you like their economic models?
Which countries are you referring to?
Norway, Sweden, Finland.
Yeah, so I would have to get more in tune with exactly what their economic plans are to make an opinion on it. But
we're just talking about the outcomes. Wait, but we're just talking about the outcome of the model, because that's exactly what you just did with the outcome of the model in Singapore.
Saying that there is evidence that a lower corporate tax rate works.
Yeah,
not
so you're
necessarily
saying that there's like
conceding
certain things such as like higher qualities of life in countries with lower corporate tax rates. By the way, the corporate tax rates in those countries are still right around that 24%,
Well, by
so
the way,
higher
that's
than
not
what we
true.
have now.
By the way,
Yes,
that's not true.
in Nordic
By the way,
Nordic countries.
you could
Hey,
Nordic
James.
countries. Okay, so not to do with
in
any
the
of the
Nordic
countries I
countries, that
mentioned.
is true, and we see higher qualities of life in Nordic countries. We see higher levels of economic mobility. We see freer markets, and guess what their model is? A social democracy. Who's closer to that model? The left. It's a left-leaning economic model with higher qualities of life. It's a left-leaning economic model with more economic mobility. It's a left-leaning economic model where it allows people to generate more wealth quicker. So we do understand that if you want to make a comparison between America and other countries around the world that are doing better economically speaking, well, then we should probably accept and adopt that we have other countries around the world with more left-leaning economic models, and then concede that thereby we in our country should support more left-leaning economic models, right?
So the problem with what you just said was, yes, that could be true. Yes, the left-leaning models could be better. But what we're looking at is that what they are doing does not align with what the left in our country is pushing
But
whatsoever.
who's closer? Who's closer to it?
The Republicans.
No, you're
Very-
lying.
very
I would no.
So I don't wanna
I
say-
do.
I don't-
No,
so
no.
you're gonna
You are
sit
now
here-
changing
so
what
no,
I
no,
said.
No, you said around.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead and spiral.
Everyone heard you say it. Everyone heard you say
Go ahead
it.
and spiral.
So it's
Go
not
ahead and
something that I
spiral.
just lied about. It's something that actually you lied about.
You
can
said
for
look up the
yourself.
corporate tax rate in Luxembourg. What countries were I referencing?
You were referencing something. I don't know. It was nothing to do with the countries I mentioned. So maybe
I
you
said
pivoted-
in Nordic.
so
What is
maybe
a
before
Nordic
that-
country?
So maybe before that you pivoted to
Hey,
some other countries.
hey,
that I
James,
wasn't
what is a
referencing and then
Nordic
said something,
country?
but- Country like I don't know, like Norway, Sweden, Finland.
So when I say that we have corporate tax rates around 24% in Nordic countries, and then you say, chat, he's lying, look up the corporate tax rate in non-Nordic countries, you sound a little bit goofy.
So when I say Luxembourg, Singapore, and these countries, then you bring up an entirely different region. That's just a big old pivot. So
No,
sorry
it's
for
not
trying
a
to stay
pivot.
on topic,
And the reason
because
it's not
that's
a
not
pivot.
anything that I was referring to whatsoever.
So James, the
in my
reason
statement.
it's not a pivot is because you decided to relate the average corporate tax rates in other countries such as Singapore.
No, and not other
James,
countries.
do you mind if I finish?
Let me clarify what I was saying. The highest
No,
per capita
I would like-
GDP countries,
I would like
which
you
is
to
people
let me
that are
finish.
directly living higher qualities of life than us. So by naming Norway and all these other random Nordic countries, you are actually not naming countries that are doing better than us.
Yes. Nordic countries are absolutely doing better than us. They rank higher on peace indexes. They rank higher on happiness indexes. They rank higher on economic mobility indexes. They're all things
Well, if we're
considered
going to
doing
argue
better.
about
Okay, do you
happiness
mind?
indexes,
James,
then the
with all
Republicans
James,
rank
with all due
higher,
respect,
conservatives rank higher on
hey,
happiness indexes
James,
in
with
our
all due
country.
respect, I
So
am
that's not
going
a
to
great
mute
point
you.
to say.
James, with all due respect, I'm going to mute you if you interrupt me. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair, but you understand what I'm saying, right?
No, I don't understand what you're saying
if
because I'm
you're
not
quoting something
listening
like
to
the
you
happiness
because you're
index-
interrupting me. Thank you.
Okay.
Now sit and listen while I finish speaking, or I'm going to have to place you on mute. I don't want to treat this live like a daycare center. Okay? I don't want to have to feel like
Jonathan,
I'm your
thank you for the $20
babysitter.
on Venmo, by the way. Oh, sorry, I just want to make sure that I got my gift out the way.
So now James is crashing out because people are donating to me and he's losing a debate.
I'm not
So we
losing.
will now go put him on mute. Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So first of all, I will go to explain to you how no, that was not a pivot, and you just threw that word out because you don't know what to say because you're losing. Okay. So you related other countries with higher GDP per capitas with like lower corporate tax rates. So first of all, you would have to demonstrate how the lower corporate tax rates cause the higher GDP per capita. Because if we can make a correlation causation fallacy between the respective policy that exists in an area and the outcomes in the area, well, I could say that Republicans want more kids to die because we see more gun-related deaths in Republican states compared to Democrat states per 100,000 residents. And guns are the leading cause of death in children. Okay? I could say that Donald Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020, just because it happened while he was our president. So, but what I did is I then stepped in and related our country to Nordic countries that seemingly have economic models that produce better outcomes than our economic model, right? And given this comparison, it would entail that left-leaning economic models are better than what we currently have. And you would necessarily have to make this concession given your own logic by comparing this to countries such as Singapore.
Yeah, so I would not have to make that concession whatsoever because it's not a causation fallacy or whatever that's you said. Because if it's something directly relating to economics and it's something that they do that has helped them boast a higher per capita GDP than us, then that is not a causation. That is directly causing it.
Okay, so would you be able to demonstrate that to me with a study?
All right, well, I can get in my...
For the 6.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. W. Dean from a Swede. Let's go, dude. This guy's just saying shit. That's kind of what they do. Norway has a higher GDP per capita. Can someone fact check that for me? Yo, someone needs to fact check that shit for me. Because that'd be great. That'd just be beautiful. We're going to go to get another guest up in here while he's going on Google. So everyone just do give us a minute. Chris, I appreciate you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Chris. Let's get some massive W's for Chris down below in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. Massive W's for Chris with the $20. Thank you. What is up, Tarzan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. Hello?
All right.
Hello?
Oh, he came back on the app and left.
Wait, what?
So Tarzan, why are you voting for Trump?
I lived in Hawaii, and it was just the way they handled everything in Maui.
You are so far across from your phone.
Hello.
And now James is saying I disconnected him in the chat. What a way to run.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because I lived in Maui. I live in Hawaii, and the way they handled everything that went down in Maui, it really saddened me because the people there didn't get the help that they needed after the fires taking place.
Okay. Yeah. So what was the inappropriate response from the Biden-Harris administration that granted a lack of help to the state of Hawaii?
People lost their homes, my friends.
No, I'm asking you about the response from Biden and Harris.
Oh, they gave $700 to everyone.
Oh, yeah. So that's just the most that they could give under federal law in accordance with the Stafford Act. We need to advocate for congressional policy and change. And that is typically something that we'd see Republicans standing against. Like, for instance, when the hurricane hit under Trump's admin, he decided not even to max out that cap of $750 and instead give each victim $500.
So I would have loved to see them change something after that happened so that we could get more money and they could help. But nothing happened, and it just kind of went under the radar.
Yeah, but this is an issue that is predominantly projected from the right, not the left.
I don't know that. I'm projecting it from my own personal experience.
Republicans voted against congressional policy to institute higher caps under the Stafford Act. Trump met lower minimums with paying out victims of the hurricane that hit under his administration compared to Biden and Harris. These are the objective facts, man.
Okay, well, there's more than just that reason. I mean, that happened. That definitely made me have it didn't do well.
Are you in the bath?
I'm giving my one of my babies a bath right now. I'm a father.
No worries, man. Darlene, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Darlene. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Darlene. Massive W, Darlene, in the chat. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman?
I've thought about how that is and how he was held civilly liable. And it's proven that he was guilty for what he did. And didn't he pay out that woman? How many millions did she get?
$87 million.
$87 million. $87 million. That's a lot of money. I've definitely gone through experiences myself where people have taken advantage of me and the power that they had. And I didn't get $87 million. And I would have loved to see them convicted. So I'm glad that happened. But at the end of the day, when I look at how Trump ran the country and how things were when he was in office, That fucking sucks that he did that, because I don't accept that. But I think someone else was in here. Her name was Maddie, and she was just explaining that all these motherfuckers in office are fucking criminals at the end of the day.
Okay, so what civil court held Harris liable for GRIP?
Was who? Yeah, he was.
Okay, well, first of all, Harris is not a he.
Oh wait, no,
she's
sorry.
a
I
she.
thought you said
And
it was
what
Trump.
civil court held him liable? Held her liable for GRIP?
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, what civil court held Harris liable for GRIP?
Did civil court hold Harris liable?
No, no. That's the point, because you're making the argument that like, oh yeah, like you believe and affirm the fact that Trump's a rapist, but Harris probably is too. So
well, I don't know what, like, I haven't read what happened or whether. I just know that the system in place has held him liable.
So would you vote for someone? So would you vote for someone held civilly liable for GRIP? Yes or no?
I wouldn't want to, but when I compare the two, I'm not looking at him as a rapist. I'm looking at how is he going to run the country.
Okay, so like,
and I'm looking at Harris as well and how she's going to run the country, and she's currently in power. She's currently the vice president. So when I hear her talk about her wanting to do these things, it's like, do them now. The other thing as well is like...
One second, I'm going to respond to that. Like, for economic policy, she literally can't do it now. Congress, replaces our tax policy every 10 years. The next time they're going to get together to do that is next year. And then also, like, she's a VP. She operates under, like, Biden's policy, not her own.
That's what I've heard a lot. It's like she has no power. It's like, okay, then what's the point of having
it's not even about the power. It's just about, like, she follows the orders from the president. Like, you understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand she takes orders.
If she's going to be operating to influence policy through Congress as VP, sure, like she did. She influenced some great policy, more monumental policy than Trump did as president during his 4 years, right? But she's going to be like running under what Biden wants to do, not what she wants to do.
Okay, well, like I was going to be saying before, is while the Biden administration has been in office, I haven't seen a profound like my life hasn't gotten any better.
Oh, okay. So your life was better under Trump than it was under Biden and Harris. So yeah, did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment that we've had in our country since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%? Can we blame that on him?
Say that again, sorry.
Did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment that we've had in our country since the Great Depression because it happened under his presidency?
Yes, he did then.
Okay, so anything that happens under did he cause COVID?
Well, he caused it to be as bad as it is.
Did Biden and Harris cause 15 million jobs to be added back to the economy?
If they did, then yes. I mean, my mom lost her job and countless others. So whenever they say that, I'm like, okay, I'm not experiencing that, and my friends and family. Okay,
this is just like a low IQ.
I have to go based off my own experiences, don't I?
But no, you don't. No, we'd actually never do that.
I'm experiencing things. I have to go based off what I see. What is real to me.
Boo,
I'm not
terrible.
Go based off of what people are saying online.
That is fucking so bad. That is such a terrible
No, that isn't
idea.
bad. Everybody should live this way. Everybody
Tarzan,
should see things in their life.
Hey Tarzan, I have a question. So the first time you drove a car, how did you know that when you hit the brake pedal that the car would stop?
Because I hit the brake pedal and the car stopped.
No, but how did you know that was going to happen before you ever hit the brake pedal?
Well, I had to trust someone else, and then once I confirmed that it was true.
Oh, wait. So you trusted someone else so much that you literally put your life on the line?
No, I didn't put my life on the line.
Mind if I finish?
You just brake test a little bit.
Wait, what shape is the Earth?
Round.
Round? How do you know the Earth is round, sir?
Oh, do you think it's flat?
No, I know it's round, but how do you know it's round?
Well, I look at planets up in the sky and they're all round, so why would we be flat?
Wait, what planets have you looked at that are round?
The ones that are in our solar system. The ones.
Like which one?
I've looked at, what is it, Mars? I've seen Mars under a telescope.
So when did you first see Mars under a telescope?
I was I grew up in Maryland, so I went on a field trip, and we got to use...
How old were you?
I think this was middle school. I don't know how old I was.
So before you saw Mars through the telescope, did you think that the Earth was flat or round?
I never really had any questions about it.
Okay, so you didn't know if the Earth was round before you saw another planet through a telescope?
No, well, basically, other people told me, hey, it was round, so I never questioned it. But once I saw like other planets and I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, listen.
I see it.
My overwhelming
I only
point.
believe things I see with my own eyes because things can be fake. Look at.
Have you ever seen me in person?
No, I've never seen you in person.
Do you believe that I'm a real person?
I don't believe anything's real until I see them in.
So wait, are you? So it is possible that I'm AI generated. Do you
It
believe
is
that
possible.
I'm not AI generated?
It is possible. Do you agree that it could be possible that you're AI generated? It could be possible that I'm not even real. You're talking.
Yeah. So do you think that I'm real?
I would hope you're real.
No. Do you know that I'm real?
I don't know that you're real.
See what I mean? That's like the pipeline here. That's what I was trying to achieve. Like the view that you can't trust anything apart from yourself.
You really can't. Look at what P. Diddy did.
Do you mind if I finish?
Okay.
What the fuck does P. Diddy have to do with it?
No, I'm just saying, like, okay, when you see people online, celebrities, anything you see online.
I'm gonna go ahead and finish what I was saying. That was
Okay,
just
go
what I
ahead.
said.
Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Please don't tell me to shut up, by the way.
I'm sorry. Listen, that was the eventual concession that I was kind of looking for there. Like, if you only trust your own senses, like you live in a very like idiotic worldview. Like we need to have trust, right, in like institutions that can come to like rational and objective conclusions given like objective, non-biased forms of research. And like that's important to point out. You know, it's just an incredibly like closed mind, low IQ perspective to say that you only trust things that you personally observe. Like I've never personally observed Australia. Like you'd have to say in accordance with my perceptions of the world around me that I cannot have true knowledge that Australia is real and exists, right? And that's obviously like insane.
It sounds insane, but the world's pretty insane. That's the reason I live this way. It's because I'm only going to trust things that I see in person.
Well, have you ever seen Trump in person?
Yeah, I have seen Trump in person. He was actually just here. I'm out in Colorado currently.
Wait, were you at the Gaylord yesterday?
No, I didn't go.
So when did you see Trump in person?
I saw him in person while I was visiting my family.
You got an echo. We're just gonna move on to our next guest. I'm sorry, that was just so disingenuous. That was just like so fucking disingenuous, man. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Trump is just more real. He's more realistic. His policies are better.
Okay, what policies?
His border policy. We
like what border policy?
Building the wall right now, even though he didn't get how he wanted to do it in his first term.
So building the wall. He built less than 4% in 4 years. How is he going to build 96% in another 4 years?
Because if you think about it, he has one more term left. So he's going to do everything that he has to do before he's voted out. So he's not going to bother with politics or trying to get reelected. He's going to do everything that he has to do.
So he's going to build the wall. And why is building the wall a good idea?
It keeps people out. Simple as that. By making it harder for them to come into the country.
Okay, and that's why you're voting for Trump?
Mainly, and also...
Okay, so Trump is actually pro-open borders.
Well, he doesn't relay that when he's...
He does. He torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, yeah.
Because Biden waited until it was an election year to do it.
No, that began getting drafted by Langford in early 2022. 2022 was not an election year.
And why did they started to get publicized when it was an election year?
They didn't. That's just when you figured out about it.
That's when I started talking about it because they
it began getting drafted in early 2022 and it was on the House floor and the Senate in 2023.
Also, Kamala, she's all over the place with her policies. First, she wants to ban fracking, then she doesn't. She's a loose cannon.
Okay, so no, she's not all over the place with her policies. Is Donald Trump all over the place with his because he used to be a pro-choice Democrat?
That's not true. I've never seen that before personally.
Okay, it is true. There's interviews from the 90s where he talked about how he's pro-choice.
At what point what year?
93, 94, 95, 96?
I wasn't even born then, so I can't really relate to that, you know? I'm talking about what I see now between Trump.
Okay, J.D. Vance said that Trump was America's Hitler in 2019, the same year that she said that she was against fracking. Is J.D. Vance a loose cannon?
I don't like J.D. Vance. I'm not voting for J.D. Vance. I'm voting for Trump.
Avery, I appreciate you for the $7 on Vim. I appreciate you for the love. Is he a loose cannon?
I wouldn't say he is, but I'm not voting for JD Vance. I'm voting for Donald.
Okay, you're saying that he's not a loose cannon, even though he held one view 5 years ago and doesn't hold it today. But yet Kamala Harris is.
Because she's running for president. He's not running for president. He's running for vice president. I'm voting for Trump. Not.
So wait, so you're saying that she's a loose cannon not only because she held different views 5 years ago than she does today, but also because she's running for president. That's just like a special plea.
No, I'm saying because she changed her views while running for president. JD Vance isn't running for president.
Oh no! How do we know that she changed her views while running for president? I mean, like for instance, the Inflation Reduction Act that she influenced to get passed long before she started running for president included additional funding for fracking.
And then she changed her views because she first wanted to ban it, then she wanted to increase it, then she wanted to ban it again.
No.
And
what happened is that she had her own views moderated by Congress. Like you either sink and swim as a leader, especially a leader of nearly 600 people in Congress. Nearly 500 people in Congress. And she chose to swim. And what kind of came along with that was meeting in the middle of the aisle, moderating your own views to get the Congress to get Congress as a whole to be more productive, right? And she didn't change her values; she just changed her beliefs. And she is for Trump. She is for fracking today, right? She says she doesn't want to ban it. Biden and Harris never banned it under their administration. And we see this with Trump as well, such as his view on IVF. He used to be anti-IVF. Now he wants state and federal programs to fund IVF treatment. He used to be a pro-choice Democrat. Now he's who he is today. We could say the same thing for JD Vance. He used to think that Trump was America's Hitler. Now he doesn't. Ultimately, I just think that this is such a inconsequential detail that we really shouldn't care about. And it's just crazy that you're going to be like, Kamala Harris is a loose cannon because she held a different view 5 years ago than she does today. But Donald Trump's not a loose cannon, even though he's sexualized little girls, raped women, committed felonies, and tried to overthrow an election.
Okay, so under Trump, right? This country was better off. We can all admit that. So
okay, we're pivoting.
Hold on, wait. So him allegedly raping someone or whatever, I'm not voting for that. I'm voting for a better country.
Wait 1 second. It's not allegedly. Say it with your chest. It was proven in court.
Proven in court by who?
Proven in court by a jury.
And we know about politics in courts all the time. He was prosecuted because he was running for president. They're scared of what he's he's gonna make. Yes.
Okay, really. So you think that the whole court was a sham? He didn't actually do it. It was lawfare. Answer me 2 questions. What was his victim's name, and what was one piece of evidence she submitted to the court to prove Trump guilty?
E.G. and Carol, and she put a picture of when they were together after he said that they weren't.
Okay, so you seemingly have a little bit of information on this court case. Go ahead and convince me and the other 6.7 thousand people watching the live that the idea that it was lawfare and it didn't actually happen and it was political bullshit is not a conspiracy theory.
All right, think about it. You're a powerful man, right? You have a female working for you. she knows your past. Trump is not clean. We all know that.
Women working for you. Women.
She works for him. She knows his past. When you're working close with a man like that, there's a chance that that's gonna happen to you. And I feel like she took the risk. She accepted the risk when she started working for Trump. No, I'm not saying it's her fault. I'm just saying.
What the fuck?
I'm not saying it's her fault.
Dude, hello? Okay, listen, I've been on... Shut, be quiet. I've been on a 5-day sabbatical, and I forgot about this shit. And Chad, I'm not gonna lie, I literally forgot that people like you exist. That believe in such, morally perverted, decrepit, false claims. So, you understand that there is literally no difference between what you just said and someone saying that, oh, well, she wore the mini skirt and the tank top to the bar. Sure, she got graped, but it was kind of her fault.
I didn't mean like that. I didn't mean it in that context.
No. There's absolutely no difference between what I just said and what you just said. It is textbook victim blaming.
I don't victim blame. I'm just saying, right?
You just said it was her fault that she got raped.
For example, if I go work for someone who I know is an offender, am I not accepting that risk?
In fact, you're not. But not only did she not know anything about Donald Trump or his past, we have no reason to believe that she did, because this did happen in the 90s. She also didn't work for him. But, given that like everything you said was true, no, she wouldn't be accepting that risk at all. Fuck. Hello?
I want to talk about policy.
Wait, no. So I'm so sorry. So if a college woman wears the mini skirt and the crop top to the bar, is she accepting the risk of getting drugged and raped by a man there?
No, when you get drugged, that's different. That's different.
But no, she went to the bar in the mini skirt and the crop top. She accepted the risk.
Drugs is different. Don't even try to like.
So what's the difference? What's the difference?
When you get drugged, you don't think that's a big difference?
No, but she accepted the risk of getting drugged with a mini skirt and the crop top, right?
No, that's different. Now you're
so how's it different?
Because E. Jean Carroll, she probably seen other women that got inappropriately touched by Trump, right?
The college woman with the crop top and the mini skirt. I probably heard stories of other women getting drugged and raped at a bar.
Wasn't her husband a Democrat sending her to spy on Trump? Anyways, I heard that somewhere too.
What the fuck are you saying? Listen, you're what all that I'm saying is that this is just like textbook victim blaming. Like you should feel ashamed of yourself.
I want to talk about policies. I don't want to talk about.
So you want to talk? You want to get away from the fact that like you were just actively victim blaming.
I wasn't victim blaming, but if you want to stay on topic, I'll stay on topic.
Wait, you said that like E. Jean Carroll probably saw him inappropriately touching women. So you're conceding that Donald Trump has inappropriately touched women?
I mean, that's pretty obvious, is it not?
Oh, so you're just obviously voting for a self-acclaimed like sexual assault abuser, womanizer, rapist.
I'm voting for a better country. I might not agree with Trump personally on every level.
If Donald Trump had raped a kid, would you still vote for him?
Repeat that.
If Donald Trump had raped a kid, would you still vote for him?
No.
But if he raped an adult woman, you would. Why? And Brian, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love, Brian. Let's get some massive W's for Brian in the chat. Thank you for the $20, Brian. It means the world to me. Go ahead.
There's a difference there, Dad.
And what is that difference?
In that position, like
what's the difference?
At what point did Trump get to rape E. Jean Carroll? Like, where were they? What time?
That's not an answer. I'll repeat my question just so you know exactly what I'm asking you. You said you would vote for Trump if he raped an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped a little girl. What's the difference there?
The age differences.
Oh, okay. So is raping an adult woman not bad enough, but raping a little girl is?
I don't agree with raping a grown woman, but I'm just saying that's not a deal breaker. Like, oh my gosh, it's not.
So that's not bad enough, right?
No,
but raping a little girl is bad enough.
Yes.
Okay, so why is raping an adult woman not bad enough?
Because she knows the risk that she's like. Trump is not a clean. Like we know, Trump is not a clean person. Like if I go work for someone who I know partakes in that kind of activities, I'm putting myself up to that risk. Like if I go work for a murderer.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! So your argument is victim blaming, right?
Your chat's agreeing with me right now. So
no, they're actually not. So can you just admit here that your argument is victim blaming?
I don't think it is, but if you think it is, then.
Can you tell me what victim blaming is? Also, Jaina, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Jaina. That is Jana in the chat. Thank you for the $30. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. So go ahead and tell me what victim blaming is.
Blaming the victims for what happened to them, but I'm not doing that, right? I'm not.
So I just want to clarify, when you say that Trump raping an adult woman like E. Jean Carroll isn't bad enough is because she knew the risks of getting raped, you are in part blaming E. Jean Carroll for what happened to her because, as you self-described, she knew the risks.
I want to talk about policies that's going to be put in effect.
So concede to the victim blaming.
Maybe it's a subconscious level. Maybe it's not on purpose. Maybe.
It seems very purposeful. You are literally articulating it as your argument.
Let's talk about policies. You don't want to talk about policies because if you go to that segment, I'm going to beat you. So, okay.
The whole chat knows that that's wrong. Like, I mean, shit, have you seen anything on me? Have you watched my Jubilee video where I only talked about policies for an hour and a half?
No, I haven't seen that video.
Right. So I just want to clarify.
I want to talk policy.
But reverse psychology. You know what I mean? So I just want to clarify, your argument why Trump raping E. Jean Carroll is that it's her fault, and you seconded it to victim blame.
What Trump did was wrong. What he did was wrong.
So if a kid knew that Donald Trump had like priors,
At what point would a kid be working for Trump?
one second. If a kid knew that Donald Trump had priors with like raping people, and the kid, quote unquote, still chose to be around him, that's so gross to say. And Donald Trump raped the kid, would that all of a sudden be the kid's fault?
At what point would a kid be choosing to be around Trump?
Charles, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. W's for Charles in the chat. Doesn't matter. Just engage with the hypothetical.
Then I wouldn't vote for him then. If he did, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay, so if a kid knew that Donald Trump had done inappropriate things to women, it doesn't make it any less worse when Donald Trump rapes them. But if an adult knew that Donald Trump had done inappropriate things to women, then it does make it less worse. Why?
Because she's working for him.
She wasn't working for him. Where's that lie coming from?
Not working for him? Was she not?
No.
How are they in the same place at the same time?
Yeah, because they went. He went shopping. She was
With
there.
her?
No, he saw her there, and he had asked her to help him pick out some lingerie.
And then she agreed.
Yeah.
So a man comes up to you and asks you to pick lingerie, and you agree to a random man asking you to do that? Does that make sense to you? Honestly speaking, does that make sense to you?
Wow. So that part makes no sense, but Donald Trump raping does.
No, it doesn't make sense.
What the fuck? What is this shit? Like, what is this shit? We're just gonna go and kick you. Yeah, wow. We just got we just got a bunch of age restrictions. Well, for the 7,000 people hanging out with us in here today, I'm sorry if I'm not doing the best at like addressing and dealing with these claims. Nicole, I appreciate you for the Galaxy. It's good to see you. I'm sorry if I'm not doing the best. Like I'm really trying to. I swear to God, I'm really trying to. But it's just been a couple days since I've been doing this, and I just need to kind of get back into the groove of being able to deal with like rape apologists. But we did get like a couple age restrictions on the live because of him, so the push out is done for the day. We may honestly restart. Chad, is Parker live yet? Because if Parker may even be watching. Let's see. I know that he was just watching. Maybe that means he's not live yet. Gabby, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Gabby. You were phenomenal. Thank you so much. W's for Gabby in the chat. About to be soon. Yeah.
Didn't Trump beat the legal case for the grape or whatever?
Oh, hi, Daniel. No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
I thought he just got charged like on the civil side.
He did. He did not beat the civil suit against him for grape.
But he beat the legal suit.
No.
No?
What are you saying? I don't know what you're saying, Daniel. I'm sorry. We're going to go ahead and drop you off here to do a restart. For the 6.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, we're going to go ahead and hit a restart on the stream because of the age restrictions that we just got. So for everyone hanging out, this is a very unfortunate restart. I know, I hate it, but we got to because the live push got restricted. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be phenomenal to see y'all in a minute. Mallory, thank you for the $5 in Venmo. You're awesome. So yeah, I will see you all very, very, very shortly. Come right on back. Just click on my page, click on my profile. See you soon. So in order for like emergency authority to be granted to the president to close the border down, what had to be met was 5,000 crossings in one day, or 2,500 crossings per day averaged in a week, which would then grant special authority to the president. But apart from these provisions of granting special authority to the president, it also funded more to Border Patrol. It funded more to the courts on the border to expedite asylum-seeking processing claims to reduce undocumented migration into our country by granting more incentive for people to come in through the legal means of entry. And overwhelmingly, it would have reduced the impact of the crisis on the southern border. Even if you'd hold to the claim that it wasn't perfect, it was still progress. And if there was a true crisis and Trump cared about it, well, then he would have accepted the progress. And then when he was reelected, would have instituted the quote-unquote real change.
See, you just said a bunch of nonsense because it's not true. Under Title 3, Subtitle A, Section 244B, under where's this at right here? Yes, right here under discretionary activation. The Secretary may activate the Border Emergency Authority if during a period of 7 consecutive calendar days, there is an average of 4,000 or more aliens who are encountered each day. Mandatory would be 5,000 over a 7-day consecutive period, or 8,500 in one day. Also, during the first calendar year, it's only able to be activated 270 days. Second year is 225 days, and the third year is 180 days. So you're going to tell me that secures the border by still allowing almost 2 million people across each day, or 2 million each year?
Yeah, so if you heard my argument, the provisions granted in Lankford's bipartisan border bill were similar provisions in which was introduced with Biden's executive order on the border. It decreased crossings by 60%, putting that out there. Lankford's border bill would have significantly, decreased the implications of the border crisis in 2023 if Congress were to have passed it, but Donald Trump decided to torpedo the bill because he didn't want the Democrats to look good, and he quote-unquote even wanted it to be blamed on him when it failed. If Donald Trump cared about the border, he wouldn't have torpedoed it, and that's a fact. Like, let me ask you a question. If your house was on fire and the fire truck showed up and they wanted to put it out, but you told them to turn around so you could watch your house burn to the floor so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about your house?
No, but that's not what happened.
Well, if there's a crisis going on at the southern border and we have a bill show up to Congress that would have, at the bare minimum, reduced the impact of the crisis on the American people, even if it wasn't your golden standard. Okay, that's false.
The issue would have had to get twice as bad as it was.
No, because there's other provisions in the bill, right, apart from like the caps on like what would give the secretary special authority to close the border down. You're forgetting about the millions of dollars to fund courts on the border,
wasted money.
Asylum seeking claims.
The wasted money that we didn't need to spend.
Wait, it's a waste of money to make our legal systems that for entry into our country safer, quicker, and faster to reduce undocumented entries?
I think it's a waste to get them.
So it's wasting. So reducing undocumented migration into our country is a waste of money.
No, that's not what was a waste. What's a waste?
That's what it would have done, though.
No, what you don't need is more asylum judges. You need to tell these people that are claiming asylum they can wait in Mexico. Then they won't come here because they know they won't be let into the country.
Not according to Trump. Not according to Trump. You're talking about the Remain in Mexico policy. Trump didn't even claim that as an effective border policy under his admin. In fact, if you look at the graph behind him at the rally he got shot at, he claims that his clampdown on the southern border started with Title 42 and COVID in 2020, right? Not with a wall, not with the Remain in Mexico policy. Trump didn't claim any of those.
Yeah, I don't care what Trump claims. I look at what's real. Trump says a lot of stuff that's stupid and will never happen.
Sonny, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying great job. I appreciate you for the $20, Sonny. You were phenomenal.
I look what actually works.
Wait, it didn't work because we only saw crossings over our southern border increase year by year after the introduction of the Remain in Mexico policy.
It was not, no.
Yes, we did. You're denying reality. I'm once again, go look at Trump's graph of the year-by-year crossings under his admin. We saw crossings increase year by year until the introduction of Title 42.
And what did Title 42 say?
Title 42 shut down the border because of a public health emergency. And Hannah, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Hannah. W Hannah's in the chat. Boom.
No. Yeah,
okay.
You're just wrong.
So that's not what Title 42 did? Tell me what Title 42 did, Pookie.
I mean, Title 42 shut down the country because it was a public health crisis, yes, but...
Okay, fuck you. You're gone. Oh, my God. You're a joke. Let's go into what our next guest has to say. You're cooked. You're so cooked. You're so incredibly cooked. I'm not... Get a load. Okay. All right. Yo, M Sharp, I appreciate you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's go. Thank you so much for the 2 boxing gloves. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you for the 2 boxing gloves, M Shark. You were phenomenal. Sharp, sorry. What's going on? Dyson, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
All right. Why?
Although giving it a second thought because of you, Dean.
Hey, W, man.
Yeah, so it's the asking everybody, would you vote for a rapist to be president? And that caused me to jump down the hole of that case and really dive into it. And I don't know. I got to tell you, the preponderance of the evidence threshold in that civil case. I mean, listening to you, and talking to a lot of guests, like I thought that meant like pretty much beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And looking into it, the analogy that I read online is if beyond a reasonable doubt is, a kickoff return for 100 yards for a touchdown, then preponderance of the evidence is like getting tackled after running 51 yards.
Okay, so here's what I have to say to that. So I'd say that the actual evidence submitted into the court case proved that Donald Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. That 51%, true, 49% false, that's the bare minimum for the preponderance of evidence to be met. I believe that they met it at the same standard of evidence upheld by a criminal court, using just my subjective inferences on the evidence. I'd recommend looking into that. Then additionally here, I bet you'd say that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a child. I'd also be using that same preponderance of evidence as a standard, so seemingly you'd accept it in one scenario but not the other.
So let me throw this at you. The evidence, from what I've seen, nobody witnessed it. There were no employees that saw anything. She reported it to two friends and a therapist years later.
Therapist notes were from the same year that it occurred.
Is that right? Okay. And the timing of it, like, I just question it. So, I mean, I certainly understand. I work in mental health. I understand, the trauma like that. It's normal for it to take decades for somebody to process through it and come forward. But to come forward, 25 some odd years later, write a book, have that book edited and published and ready to be released right when he's starting to campaign for re-election. Like, you know
what? I'm going to use a very interesting analogy here. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I think it proves my point. So recently, I've had screenshots and videos, resurface online of me saying the N-word, the F slur, the R slur from when I was, 14, 15, and 17 years ago. Okay. And one could make the argument, well, the timing of it seems real interesting, because how come it's only coming up when Dean is starting to blow up on TikTok and on Twitter? Therefore, Dean actually didn't say these slurs. Dean never did it, and these are all lies. Is that a fair argument, Dyson?
I'm just collecting my thoughts on it. So I see your point. What I would say was, and it's my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that she never even intended to pursue this civilly, that it was an attorney that approached her and convinced her to...
New counter argument unlocked. New counter argument unlocked. Oh, new counter argument unlocked. Holy shit. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's phenomenal. Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's also everything else, right? It's also everything else, right?
Holy shit, yo, Neha! Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. Oh my god, thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the Leon the Kitten, Neha. Let's get some massive W's for Neha in the chat with the Leon the Kitten. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Neha in the chat. Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. That is so incredibly kind of you. Massive W's for Neha down below. It is so good to see you, Neha. I hope that you're well. Thank you so much for the love. Go ahead, Ben. I apologize for interrupting you. Take it away.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, it's not just that. I mean, it's the fraud trial. It's everything that we've, been, everything we've had thrown at us about President Trump, and so much of it being,
well, I mean, first of all,
out of context, I would say.
That's
you know
wrong.
what I mean?
That's wrong. The fraud trial wasn't thrown out because the claims were false. The judge had just ruled that like both parties were okay with the fraud and that they don't typically prosecute it. And then also, I'm just going to continue to use this analogy. Okay, well, even if there's been like some sham and fake stuff thrown at Trump, that doesn't discount the real stuff, right? And this is me like trying to see from your perspective. Like for instance, I had fake screenshots of things that I didn't actually say get posted all over Twitter, right, in tandem to the things that I did actually say. So because there were some fake screenshots of things that I didn't say circulating, does that mean that the real screenshots were also fake?
No, we're in complete agreement, and, and that's where somebody like me, right? That so, so for governor, I'm voting.
Do you see how
Democrat.
Do you see how like your logic insofar as why you reject the civil court that held Trump liable for grape fails?
So I don't think I would question it if not for everything else, right? Like, and that's one of the reasons why I really had to look at the vote and take a step back and jump into, a lot of issues and a lot of like preconceived notions that I've had on President Trump, with Vice President Harris being a complete unknown.
I don't know what you're saying. Like you're not, Dyson, I'm just gonna, Julia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying new counter argument unlocked. So real. This doesn't, you're not, I don't know what you're saying. I feel like you're just kind of saying words right now. The fact of the matter is, Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, in the 90s. And this was proven, to a unanimous jury of 9 individuals when it didn't need to be unanimous, due to a preponderance of evidence. And I believe that the actual evidence submitted in that court proved that it had occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Why do you reject the findings of this jury? That is a question that I'm asking.
Well, I guess
a question that I don't think we've gotten.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to articulate was like, I think that's why people discount it, including myself, is all the other issues that you alluded to that, may have been inaccurate or taken out of context.
Such as what?
Okay. The fraud case obviously was one.
The fraud case law. What happened with the fraud case? 1 second.
The Muslim ban is another one that gets taken out of context quite all the time.
No, that never.
His agreement with OPEC.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
We'll talk about that. What happened with the fraud case?
It went before the Court of Appeals, and that's it. There was no opinion issued or anything along those lines.
So you're saying
my understanding is it went before the appellate court, and kind of there. I don't even know if a decision was rendered yet at this point, but
it hasn't.
What they were asking was, how can
what would the grounds be to appeal the decision? So, well, here's what I'd say. I'd say that it's atypical, right, for the determination of a jury to be appealed, all right, even when we look at the civil and criminal litigation held against Trump. All right, in comparison to all of the litigation against him, it is still yet atypical for that litigation to be appealed. All right, so you'd have to give me special reason to believe that the civil court that determined that he had raped E. Jean Carroll will be appealed by granting me the grounds in which they would appeal on, or in other words, granting me the evidence that the findings of the court were false. Although it is a possibility.
I don't think that would be appealed. Yeah.
Oh, well, if you don't think it's going to be appealed, that means that you think that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
No, that's a leap.
No, because you're saying that there's been other things that have occurred that have been appealed that have been proven to be false, right? But like for instance, right? That's just that all that point goes to show is that it's possible, right? That the findings of the civil court that held him liable for rape were incorrect, right? But this is something I call the possibility-probability fallacy. You're right. You have to demonstrate to me that is probable.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I guess I can't say that, I believe that he did, and I can't say that I don't believe that he...
But you're just not giving us any reason why you reject the findings. That's all.
Because of everything that I said to you.
You just showed that sometimes the findings of a court could be appealed. Okay, well, sometimes people could be falsely imprisoned for murder. Does that mean that all murderers in jail are innocent? No, right?
No, it's not. It's not the fact that it was appealed. I mean, it's the fact that so much, regarding President Trump in his past and policies have been taken out of context.
Okay, so
we were fed this Russia.
So if he was criminally convicted tomorrow of raping a child, would you still vote for him?
No.
Okay, but why?
I would not.
So many things that he has said that's been taken out of context.
If he was criminally convicted, in my mind, that is a totally different,
Thank you for the
legal standard bar. It's the preponderance of the evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hey, Dyson, do you know what the first case against Trump from E. Jean Carroll was?
No, go ahead. Defamation?
Yeah, it was a defamation case. And the reason for that is after E. Jean Carroll released her book, I think, What Do We Need Men For? She recounted this event in Bergdorf Goodman department store, and Donald Trump went on like this vicious campaign against her, like 30 tweets a night, just saying really horrendous things. Like also in that book, she accused Les Moonves. Now Les Moonves just ignored her. Like he didn't say anything. She didn't sue Les Moonves because he didn't defame her. Trump, on the other hand, did. And so that was the initial suit. Now, the second suit happened after New York modified the Child Victims Survivors Act, which actually passed before her book was published, to also include adults. And that gave a look-back period that gave her an exception to the statute of limitations to file the civil suit.
Right.
So, I mean, if it was only to just mess with him during the election, like the whole trigger of it was his defamation. Like, had he not said anything, she wouldn't have even had grounds to file the first suit.
I think I lost you there. Say the last thing you said again? Sorry.
Yeah, had he not said anything to her, had he not viciously defamed her, she wouldn't have even had grounds to file the first suit, let alone the second.
Right. And she said that the only reason she did was because of what he said, while Les Moonves didn't say anything. Right. Again, I guess it. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, by convicting him based on a preponderance of the evidence, that also means there can be and is reasonable doubt as to whether or not he did it. And right.
But I mean, the same things that you're worried about, I'm sure at least one of the 9 jurors was worried about, right? Like the same reservations that you have. But the jurors were in a unique position. None of us watching this live and nobody opining about this were in. They got to see all the witnesses, got to see the evidence. They got to watch E. Jean Carroll testify and be subject to cross-examination. They got to watch Trump and how Trump reacted to the case. They got to assess the credibility of the witnesses, whether it was her friends or the employees of Bergdorf Goodman who laid out the store layout and said, yes, it would be possible because of the privacy of our changing rooms where this could happen and other employees or customers may not have been able to see this or hear this. Like all 9 jurors, even though it didn't have to be all 9, all of their reservations were overcome, and they're the ones who got to see and evaluate the credibility of the witnesses and the evidence. I just don't see how any of us would be in a better position than them to gauge the validity of the case.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what caused me to start questioning my vote, frankly. Because I have a young daughter, young son, never in a million years would vote for somebody that did something like this, whether it was 5 years ago or 20. But I also would not want to be one to, to hold, a false an accusation that's not true against somebody. You know what I mean?
What if you're held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
So if all the circumstances were the same, and it happened in 1994, 1995, we'd be having the same conversation, Dean. I'd be having the same doubts.
So if you're held civilly liable for like raping a little girl, you want to, okay. All right, man. Well, was there anything else you wanted to go over? Like, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be so honest with you. This is conspiracy theory. You don't have good reason to believe in what you do. I'm not gonna convince you otherwise. Just
All
keep
right, thank
thinking.
you.
Yeah, yeah, Dyson. I understand that you're on a better path than a lot of people that come up in here. So just keep thinking, keep watching the live, man. I appreciate you for at least taking 1 foot in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, politically, yeah, I'm, much closer aligned to Vice President Harris on healthcare, immigration. So,
so then vote for Harris.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Lau, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you back. Been keeping tabs on you. I've given you your space, but hope things are going well, all things considered.
Actually, would you be available to talk tonight?
Yeah, I sent you a message with my my cell number, or you can hit me up on Discord, whatever is easiest for you.
Thank you. Thank you. What's up, Leo? Are you voting for Trump?
Real quick, thank you to thank you for everybody in the chat saying very nice and kind things. I missed you guys too. Sorry, Leah, go ahead.
That's fine. Yes, I am, but I do have a question before I'm gonna get into that.
What time is it?
That's all right. I wanted to ask you this yesterday, but you didn't accept my request. But okay, so I saw on Twitter that you think that incest shouldn't be illegal, or at least not necessarily, and I just want to hear your opinion. Or just your reasoning for it.
Oh, dear God. Oh,
It was
so embarrassing.
it was a cut off clip, so I don't know if anything was after it.
No. Okay. Yeah. So that was embarrassing. So when you first start debating, and you're not really that good at it, sometimes you will concede on crazy reductio ad absurdisms. So here's the context. I had just first started debating the topic, is being gay wrong? And I had someone come up and they were making a comparison between gay sex and incest, right? And they were making the argument that I think that incest is wrong without any reason. And like thereby it's okay for them to think that gay sex is wrong without any reason. It is just such like a fucking like gross bad argument. But at the time I didn't know how to respond to the argument. So they asked me if incest should be legal, and I just responded, yeah. I now know how to respond to that position. That's just a little embarrassing, okay? Just a little embarrassing. Yeah, I appreciate you for coming up too. I have a good one, Leah.
Okay, you too.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, that was a crazy fucking clip. We're gonna move on to our next guest. But by the way, it was about the legality of incest, not the morality of it. You've been having a couple of bad days. You could say that again.
Yeah, but Dean, that's not a crazy argument among like libertarian circles. Is like, yes, it's morally wrong, but what's the government's role to regulate it? Like that's not a like, especially in libertarian circles, that's not a very uncommon thought experiment.
Yeah, yeah, that's also like what I think I had appealed to in the clip, because I was like a libertarian for a while, and then like finally a Parker convinced me on live not to be. I remember that. Hey, what's up, Jenny? You voting for Trump?
I am.
You are? Awesome. Why?
I just think he's awesome.
Okay, Jenna, so I want to clarify. You think that the guy that is sexualized a girl saying that he dated her in 10 years, the guy that has raped a woman, the guy that wanted to institute a shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country, the 34 count felon fraudster that tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election, that guy's awesome?
Kinda, yeah. I think he's real, at least, compared to like Kamala.
Okay, so you think that like rapists are awesome? Some rapists are.
I think the
really
government
cool.
is corrupt completely.
Okay,
I don't think that the government is.
Yes or no? Some rapists are cool.
Come on now.
No, it's a very real question. Okay. Thank you, Jenna. So,
And I'm sorry that you've been going through all this stuff. I've been watching it.
Well, thank you for voicing your thoughts.
Yeah.
But do you mind answering the question?
Okay. You're
Are
good?
sub-ists awesome?
Oh, no. And I don't think Donald Trump is my look at him as somebody I want to follow morally, but I look at it realistically. Being like an older person a little bit, a couple more years older than you. Some life experience. You start to see things in a different way. I know it's not cool to ever be a rapist. I get it.
So then describe to me the way that you're seeing things. Why is Trump a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Because I think Kamala Harris and that whole administration is just very corrupt. I think that they are completely, like you say, you would say that I am indoctrinated because of my Christianity, but I think you're indoctrinated in your youth, what they're programming you to believe, what they're the higher ups, the elites, and all that. I really do believe that.
Well, when I was
there is a force in the world that is.
When I was more youthful, I was like a racist, homophobic.
But you are
bigot.
youthful. You're 20 years old, if that, right? 19.
So wait, would you say that the more
you have so much to learn? You're just a child, literally, still, and that's okay.
So I just want to.
You're smart.
Do you mind if I clarify? So the more youthful you are, the more indoctrinated you are. So when
I think that you're more vulnerable to it because you don't have as much life experience. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I was more vulnerable to indoctrination when I was a racist, homophobic, Trump-supporting bigot.
Yeah, but you're just being indoctrinated the other way. Why don't you just figure out exactly why are you going to the street either way?
I think we need to understand what indoctrination is to debunk and respond to your claim here. So indoctrination.
It's what you. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Indoctrination is like the acceptance of belief without any reason, right? Not like feeling in adversity to like challenging what you believe in because you don't really have any reason to believe in what you do. And I can literally substantiate anything that I believe in with an insurmountable amount of evidence. And if I'm going to be honest with you, the argument that I'm younger than you, therefore I'm less wise, less intelligent, more indoctrinated, etc., is false. Sure, you've had more life experience.
I don't think. I think you're completely you're totally educated. You have a lot of wisdom in the world, but life wisdom just takes time, no matter how old you are.
Okay, Jenna, I'm so sorry for doing this. Why do you think Christianity is true?
It's just been my experience. I can't explain it. I've studied it for years.
Jenna, you were calling me indoctrinated. Then I asked you why Christianity is true, and then you say verbatim, "You can't tell me." like, do we see it? Do we? What's one policy Trump passed during his first term that you liked?
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
Who the fuck is indoctrinated, Jenna? Hello?
Dean, why you gotta be a dick?
Jenna, I'm so sorry for being a dick.
Why though?
I'm proving a point, and I'm doing so strong.
But wait, can't we just disagree on things and not try to tear each other apart? Isn't that kind of what you wanted people to do for you after you just sat there and ate it yesterday? All these people saying all this stuff to you,
I will always be accepting a criticism, and I feel like I'm not even being that mean to you right now, Jenna.
Oh, I know. I've seen you be
just being very critical.
to people.
I'm fine with people being critical of me the same way I'm being critical of you. And then you said, am I doing it for the money?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty sweet deal you guys got in this generation.
I know.
With TikTok and stuff, you can make a lot of money doing this.
I know, right? Yes.
Why not? I'm not faulting you for it. I'm not faulting you for it. I know a lot of these people are.
Listen,
it's okay.
Jenna, I'm gonna come clean. Here.
I'm not saying that the Democratic
Do you mind if I speak? I'm about to come clean.
Saying all these dumbass kids are paying you.
You're about to get you're about to get the best out of context Sting clip to ever exist because I'm about to come clean. Yep, I am doing this for the money. I lost and destroyed most of my relationship with my mother for the money. I have had friends from high school.
You see how evil that is?
One moment, revolt and detest me for the money. I took the path of the most resistance and have been conning people for a year and a half into believing that I am someone who I'm not for the money. I started streaming on TikTok having no future prospect of how well I'd be doing or how much money I'd be making and quit web development, quit software engineering for the money. Do you see how like just like insane that view is?
I
But
think your
speaking
ego got the
of,
best of you.
Mather, thank you for the fireworks. Maddie with a $100 on Venmo for the buddy. Holy shit, I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Maddie in the chat. Thank you so very much. Massive W's for Maddie in the chat. Thank you so much for the $100. You were absolutely so kind. Thank you so much. W Maddie's down below. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much, Maddie. W Maddie all day, every day, baby. Thank you so much for the $100. I hope that you are so well. No, I'm not doing it for the money. There's your fucking answer.
Gotcha.
So going back to the debate, you just were like accusing me of being indoctrinated instead of like actually trying to engage in a good faith conversation. Like, let me ask you a question. Like, in respect to policy, what policy does Trump have that Kamala Harris doesn't that you think makes him the better candidate?
I don't know. I don't pay attention.
So then, what's like your evaluative standard for who you're voting for if it's not policy, and it's not character because you don't care about him being like a great womanizer?
I only take it so seriously. I really do. I see it in a different lens, the world, and
So,
it's
but, like,
probably
what's your-
not the same as you would. So that's okay.
But no, but could you literally articulate your evaluative standard of why you've determined to vote for Trump over Harris? Because it's not policy, it's not character. What is it?
I don't align with a lot of the democratic beliefs. You know,
Like what? Like what? Like what, Jenna?
like my Christianity beliefs.
Like what? Which ones? I'd say Christianity actually aligns more with the left than the right. Like, what specific beliefs do you hold from Christianity that make you not align with the left?
I don't really think that's true, though.
So then name the democratic beliefs. Sorry, name the Christian beliefs here that make you align with the right more than the left. Let's hear it.
Where's law at in this conversation?
What?
Where's law? This guy law?
Dude, answer my fucking question.
I sit back and until a nerdy
Answer your fucking question.
until a
I don't think
nerdy
so,
answer is
buddy.
required.
Brimnir, thank you for the mystery fireworks. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Brimnir, for the mystery fireworks. Okay. Can you answer my question? Like, what Christian beliefs do you hold that align more with the right than the left?
Probably the abortion.
Oh, really? No, because that view, in accordance with Christianity, actually aligns more with the left, which is leaving that choice up to the people. Let me ask you a question. If God sees a woman getting an abortion, can stop them, but doesn't, is God doing anything wrong?
I do agree. For many years, I kind of felt the same way. It's between you and God. You know, you should be able to make your own choice because that's what God said. So I'm kind of maybe in the middle at the end of the day.
Let me cook, Jenna.
But you want to put me in the box, I guess, so bad because that's what you do.
Jenna,
Because you're
just let
such
me-
a nice guy.
Jenna, just let me cook. Just let me cook, Jenna.
Yeah, cook, buddy, cook.
So if God saw a woman getting an abortion, could stop them, but didn't, did God do anything wrong?
Say that again?
If God saw a woman getting an abortion, could stop them, but didn't, did God do anything wrong?
No.
No, okay, but we'll even take it one step further now. If God saw a woman getting an abortion, could stop them, and did stop them, would God be doing anything wrong? Keep in mind he would, because that's infringing upon their free will.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not God, really.
Ryan, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. So in other words, the most godly thing to do is to allow women to
Is to
decide if they
admit
want
that
an
you don't know
abortion
the answers
or
to
not.
everything, which you or Parker really cannot do ever because
No,
your
I know the
egos are
answers to
like out of
everything.
control.
I know the answer to everything that could ever exist. Don't be
It's so
silly, Jenna.
true, though.
No, I know the answer to I am like the magic 8-ball that can truly answer any question that's asked of me. Try me. Ask me a question, a random one. I know the answer.
No, that's good.
Ask me a question. Let's see it. Ask me anything.
Oh my god.
I'm obviously being like hyperbolic. That was a lie. I am going to move on to our next guest because you're not really answering the questions that are being asked of you. But thank you, Jenna. We're going to move on to our next guest here. If you guys do want to support me or Law, we have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio. We are going to move on to our next guest here right now, though. Let's go and see what Patrick has to say. Phenomenal. All right, let's see. Everybody, just give us a minute. Someone in the chat said that I censored them. I'm sorry.
You're giving your enemy some very powerful out of context clips tonight.
Britt, I appreciate you.
I'm just,
Probably.
they're going to do what they're going to do. I mean, if they don't get it out of context, they just make it up. But
Yeah.
everybody here, we've got 5.8 thousand people. Dean's only sitting at 337,000 likes. That's not good enough to keep him on the For You page. If everybody could fill up that little pink bar in the upper left, double tap the screen until that bar fills up 2 times, that'll get Dean above 500K easy and keep us rolling.
Yo, someone in the chat just said some crazy shit. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Yeah, man. I am, but honestly, like I have like a certain like sense of humor that I'm not gonna forsake because I have like the eyes of the enemy on me right now. You know, like they could have their out of context clips of me saying that I'm doing it for the money and that I know what.
Well, the one thing in the one thing in politics that you want to try to do is get inside the other person's decision-making loop. It's the OODA loop is what it's called, the orient, observe, decide, and act loop. You want to try to make them act differently based off of your actions. And the best thing you could do is just do what you do as if they didn't exist. You know, and don't let them orient the way that you want to go, because eventually you're going to power through it and they're
Oh, Law was cooking. There you go. Keep cooking.
Sorry, I had a low battery pop up. I got to plug in, but yeah, I said eventually you're gonna overcome it, and the audience who follows you is going to keep following you. The only thing that letting them get in your OODA loop does is give them more oxygen and more attention than they deserve.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a complicated process over the course of the last couple days. I'll probably dive into that on like a live here one of these days here soon. I don't think I'm ready for that yet though. What's up, Asters? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, why?
Well, a lot of reasons, to be honest with you. I've been kind of doing my research, kind of listening to how Kamala talks when she goes to her little rallies and stuff. I just don't understand why, like, she has a lot of, like, switch-ups for certain things. Like, she was all into, like, the Medicare thing, and then all of a sudden she, like, switched. But
yeah, I mean, I can detail to you. I think that in operating in like the executive branch of our government really moderates your views if you work effectively with Congress, because you either sink or swim when you're in that position. You either meet in the middle of the aisle and you're able to bring Congress together on bipartisan issues, or you're not, right? And the way that you meet in the middle of the aisle is by moderating your own views to be able to get them to come together more. I think it makes total sense that after 4 years in that executive branch of the government as a good, effective leader and policy maker, that we would see some moderations in her farther left views.
And just real quick, I just want to toss something in on. I just want to toss something in on that. When she was a senator too, she represented California, and California is arguably the most liberal state in our union. And the desires and the wants of the people of California and what they expect out of their representatives are different than the country as a whole. So it's a different perspective and a different way that legislators will look at it. And anybody running for a higher office has to challenge themselves and look at how are they going to represent the entirety of their constituency.
Also a good point.
Okay. What about like her being like tough on crime record? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
What? Her being tough on crime? What does it have to do with why you're voting for Trump? I'm asking you why you're voting for Trump, and I don't think you're giving us an answer.
Well, I'm voting for Trump because of all, basically the economy.
The economy. Okay. So what economic policy does Trump have that you like?
The taxes. Do you think that people deserve? Do you think people deserve to be taxed more?
No. I think that the average American deserves to be taxed
that's what
less.
Kamala is trying to do if she runs
Really?
into office. Because how is she going to give up all the money that she's expecting to give out, like for the housing and stuff? Can you explain that to me?
It's so fucking funny because this is all true of Trump. So she actually wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, and she's going to pay for it by increasing taxes on the ultra wealthy and corporations. Donald Trump is going to cut taxes on the ultra wealthy and the corporations, and he's going to pay for it by raising taxes on the low and the middle class. So if you think
He is not going to raise it. He's not going to raise it for lower and middle class.
That's what tariffs do. Unfortunately, they regressively impact members of the low and the middle class the most. It will cause inflation in the pricing of goods at the grocery store. He intends to implement like flat tariffs on all goods imported into the country, and that will be the unfortunate consequence of that. Yeah. Up north, I appreciate you for the subscription. Donald Trump's economic model will make life worse for the average American. Kamala Harris's economic model will make life better for the average American. And right now we have very high income inequities, low levels of consumer saving, high levels of
All
consumer
right. Well,
debt.
then how do you explain
Okay, I
like
was
people?
cooking, but thank you for cutting me off.
How about people who are working, right? And then they don't like the way that they're getting taxed for every single thing that either they're working, they're buying. So how do you explain that? Because basically she's still going over based on what Biden is going for. Those were kind of like her policies. That's what she's kind of going for. So how do you explain people already complaining about all the taxes, but she's going to essentially do the same thing?
Oh, are you getting taxed too much right now?
Of course.
And like our tax policy right now is just hot garbage, right?
Yeah.
Like you would never fucking vote for whoever wrote our current tax policy.
I mean, it's Trump's, but then yet again, why did he keep it? Why did he keep it?
Oh, chat! No, you spoiled the plot. No.
Why did he keep it though?
Oh my god! Yeah, because they couldn't get congressional approval to renew it. So I just want to clarify. You think that Donald Trump's economic tax policy is absolute dog shit, right? Is hot garbage.
How do you explain all the inflation then?
No, we'll get to that next. We're not going to pivot. You told me that our current economic tax policy is hot fucking garbage.
Well,
Did
yeah,
you say
because
that?
because I own a business.
Yeah, and our current economic tax policy, guess who that belongs to?
I don't know. Enlighten me.
Donald Trump, the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. It expires next year. We're still under his shit. So the fact that you're willing to sit here and say that Donald Trump's economic policy is terrible, yet you are going to vote for him regardless of the fact that he's like a crazy racist, misogynist, womanizer, rapist that tried to overthrow our country because of his economic policy, is very backwards.
Okay, so if he's so misogynistic and all of that, why are you voting for a woman that hates men? If you are a man yourself.
I don't think that Kamala Harris hates men. This is a massive pivot, but it sounds like a fun one, so I'll entertain it. Britbat, thank you for the meteor shower. I appreciate you for the love, Britbat. W Britbat down below in the chat. I appreciate you for the meteor shower. So let's hear it. How does Kamala Harris hate men?
I mean, doesn't she go about always just supporting women and women and women? But when it comes to men, it's like they're dumb. Even to you, you're a young guy, you're younger than me. And she went ahead and said that men and young kids are stupid and they shouldn't be allowed to vote. So why would you want to vote for her?
Wait, do you think that young kids should be allowed to vote?
She was referring to the 18 years old kids.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify. So first of all, you're not a kid when you're 18. You're an adult. Secondarily,
Well, and not in her brain. So how do you explain that her saying that?
So secondarily, she was given a speech about how like kids like go to school and how we need to make colleges better equipped to deal with our youth because sometimes members of our youth can make bad decisions. You understand, like, if you really care about making personal insults or attacks on people and their intelligence, like Donald Trump has made fun of disabled reporters and called Kamala Harris the R slur like yesterday. Right. Like, but once again, I asked you to justify the point that she hates men. And your argument was that she called all young men and women dumb. So does that mean that she also hates women?
No, I feel like she supports women more in the way that she thinks that women should have more of a right for them to be able to have abortions, be able to. Huh? Sorry?
What systemic issues are men currently facing that policy could effectively resolve?
I'm sorry, you cut off on my end.
What systemic issues are men currently being oppressed by that policy could effectively resolve?
What about them
Tiffany,
like
thank you for the
having to go to war?
So you think that the draft?
Why?
and then going to war is
Why?
bad?
Why are women not like why don't they do that?
Yeah, I have a question. Who set up the draft?
Men.
A Republican man. Yeah.
So you're okay with that?
So do Republican men hate other men because they only want men in the draft?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
No,
they're not equal.
Okay. So yeah. So once again,
Because that's what Kamala talks about being.
Wait,
equal, but
one
clearly-
second. Do you think that I hate men? Because I'll be the first to fucking say it. there's like no fucking system. There's no like.
No, I don't think you. I don't think you
institutionalized systems that
hate
oppress
people.
men.
I've never said that. I don't
Wait,
think that you hate.
I want to clarify on this. I've been thinking, right, for like years about forms of oppression that could exist to impact only men. And there's like only one. There's only one that I think could have some justification for it. That being like men getting raped. I feel like we should put a little bit more attention on that. I don't think it has the attention that it needs. But
I completely
apart
agree on
from
that with you.
There's like no systemic issues that oppress and impact men because men exist in the oppressor class. However, we are actively experiencing a systemic issue that oppresses women on a day-to-day basis. I mean, 1 out of every 3 women at home here in America today do not have access to lethal elective abortions. 65,000 women that have been living in the state of Texas since Roe v. Wade got overturned have been denied access to abortion after they got pregnant as a result of rape. You understand that when you make the claim she hates men because she has a focus on women, that's like saying that MLK hated white people because he had a focus on systemic forms of oppression against black people. Like, do you think that MLK hated white people?
No.
Okay,
I mean,
so Kamala Harris doesn't hate men.
I get your point now. So yeah, you proved me wrong. Sure, I give you your point on that. But
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's just like it was not convincing me to vote for her. I think it's the way. I don't think that she has like the leadership for her to run a country. I don't know.
Oh, is it
That's
because
just-
she's a woman?
No, I just think because she's not that
Really?
smart.
Oh, wait, why don't you think that she's that smart? Is it because she's a woman?
No,
Really. Prove me wrong by giving me good reason to believe that she's not that
I
smart.
mean, she doesn't have that much time in Senate, and as a vice president, she didn't really do much.
Oh, so this is how I know that you're just saying it because she's a woman? Because she actually has more qualification in government compared to Donald Trump.
How can you elaborate that further?
4 years as VP, law, you could correct me here, either 2 or 4 years in the Senate, then like a collective of 15 years in the DA and AG.
Yeah, 6 years in the Senate, 1 term.
Thank you. 6 years and then Trump has 4 years as president. She's more qualified in the sense of time spent in government compared to Donald Trump. Also, wasn't like the right's big reason to vote for Trump in 2016 because he had no experience in government, but seemingly now that makes Kamala Harris not that smart, even though she has more. And M, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. And Laurel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate it. So do you see how like I definitely think that you are just saying that she's not fit to lead because of
because it's
internalized
like I just
misogyny?
don't think like someone who is a leadership or is going to have the role of a leadership is going to change her positions on important issues like super quickly, like without like backing away.
What does a leader do? What is the role of a leader?
Lead the country.
and then what does it mean to lead the country?
To take control of everything in the country.
And your considerations for taking control of the country are what? The people that live in the country. So I think that when Kamala Harris is able to come together with Congress, with the American people, and change her views based upon what can get the most good done, that demonstrates that she's actually a better leader than Donald Trump.
I mean,
because being so stern, strict, and set in your ways, right, is a very unsuccessful strategy for leadership and an effective democracy with checks and balances, especially where your views are supposed to be representative of the constituents in which you are leading. Okay,
I don't know.
So you're
To
actually
me,
just giving us an argument for why she's actually
bad
better at leading.
I don't know. To me, as a vice president, she hasn't shown like strong leadership, like on major issues, like especially when it has to do with the border crisis. She hasn't even been to the border. Oh, and she hasn't even been to Europe either, by the way.
So she actually she's at the border in the last month, and she went to the border in 2022.
From all the 4 years, she barely went last month.
And she went in 2022. Let's face the facts.
What can you show me those facts?
You need to upgrade the Talking Point app. You're a couple years behind.
Yeah, you are. See, so the talking point shifted from the claim that she's never been to the border to the claim that, well, when she did go, she went to a safe spot. That's the new claim, right, Law?
Yep, El Paso.
Yeah, El Paso. See what you need? Your talking points are out of date. They're so bad. They're so bad.
Then how about her track of as a persecutor?
As a prosecutor,
Yeah.
what about it? What? Don't say the names of any drugs. I don't want another age.
No, I'm
restriction.
not gonna do any of that. Don't worry.
So what about her track record as a prosecutor, like prosecuting transatlantic gangs?
I don't know. It's like she
serving
contradicts
well
her current
as the
stance
DA
on
of San
like justice
Francisco.
reform.
Literally
so-
being so fucking good for San Francisco that Donald Trump donated thousands of dollars to her campaign, endorsed her and everything, said that San Francisco was great when she was the DA. What about it? Tells us.
But
it's
San
bad.
Francisco is a shithole.
After she left, I know that's why she's so good at leading. According to Trump, it was so great. It was so great when she was the DA, and it's been a shithole ever since.
Then how
Mama
about here?
Peach,
How
thank
about
you
here
so
in
much
LA?
for the motorcycle. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Mama Peach in the chat with a motorcycle. No, according to Trump, it was so great 15 years ago when Kamala Harris was the DA. It's been so bad ever since. It's so great when she was there, so bad after she left.
All right, then what made you? I don't know, because I know that you said earlier, because I've been here, that you said that you used to be a liberal, right? What made you?
I used to be a conservative.
Oh, okay. What made you change?
Yeah, exposure to education. That's it, man. Critical thought. Like
Blame
recognize.
Parker.
I'd say, well, like analytically. Well, I think the overall, like she's asking like about my ideological switches. I don't
I
blame
was just
Parker.
making a joke. Yeah.
Well, like people like Parker for sure.
Because I'm like you right now. I'm a conservative, but I'm wondering like what
I'm
made
not a
you change?
conservative. Yeah, like
No,
just
I know,
exposure, exposure to education, man. That's seriously all. Like I think that it's really easy to like exist in like echo chambers because for the most part, like outside of like TikTok, outside of these debate lives, outside of like the internet, like people just kind of like watch the news, consume whatever they see as fact, and just believe it without like any opposition to like show why their views may be like wrong. Okay.
So
Like,
you don't really
I
watch
was
the news
cooking.
like that?
I was cooking. Yeah, let me finish.
No,
so I
I'm
can
trying to listen. It's just that I'm trying to understand your point.
Well, I mean, I just grew up in an echo chamber where everyone was conservative. And I was just kind of taught to be a conservative by my parents and those around me. Or I was like taught behaviors by like through like negative societalization that led me into being like a very bigoted, bad person, Trump supporter. And I think like overwhelmingly what the point here is what kind of like switched me ideologically speaking from who I was a handful of years ago to now. Was exposure to like legitimate like good faith conversation about like the nuances of these positions, why some are more justified than others, given like facts, reason, and logic. And that's why I do what I do today, man. Like I am case study number one that this shit works. I really am.
So based on let's say if somebody wants to like try to change and understand a little bit better, how would you like in the point of view of you trying to see policies, what made you change like seeing policies on different sides?
Well, I mean, I think like the first big thing that kind of sparked change in me from like not being a Trump supporter specifically was just recognizing and understanding the absolute infighting that he created in America, like the diversity that he no, that's not the right word. What is it? Is it diversity? Like the adversary that he caused amongst American citizens. He like made our divide. He created a divide. There we go. Donald Trump creates a divide between the American people by creating an in-group and an out-group, by fueling bigoted, hateful rhetoric, and fueling this partisan gap of politics where the sides are so far separated from one another, no constructive dialogue could be held. And that was my first big reason why I no longer supported Donald Trump.
So
And that
how
was
does-
even
Animosity was probably the word you're looking for.
animosity. There we go. Because
So
that was
how
even
does-
at a point where I thought I liked him and I thought I liked his policy, but I just knew that he could never be an effective leader to push America in a good direction because of his inability to bring the American people together.
So how is he dividing the people?
Yeah, man. 70% of Republicans today believe that he won the 2020 election. This is such a obvious and apparent example of division, because there is no middle of the aisle to meet in when it comes to fact and fiction. You know,
I mean, have you seen that? What is it called? That documentary, like 2000 Mules or something like that?
I have, and you know, the people that created that documentary admitted in court that they had no evidence for the shit they were saying and that it was all lies.
Oh shoot, I haven't seen that actually. No.
Yeah, it's a big one, huh? I didn't know that either until like a month and a half ago. Newsmax, out of all people, was posting about it. It's
Oh
like
shit,
about
no.
as far right as you could get.
So real quick, if I was to ask you, is there any clips, just going off of your memory, you know, forget my phrasing of the question, were there clips of people that were at multiple ballot locations dropping off ballots?
I mean, from what I saw, you know, like whatever they were showing on there. Now that he's saying that it like they pretty much like lied about it. Now I feel like a
Yeah, well, no.
stupid.
Yeah, well, and I'm not knocking you for it, because like I bet if I would have asked you that 3 minutes ago, you would have said absolutely yes, right?
Yeah, of course, but he has evidence, so I'm like, I
Yeah,
have
but
no
even
argument
if
on
you
that.
even when you watch the video, like if you watch it looking for that, you'll see that that never happened. There was never one video clip of a single person going to multiple ballot boxes. They just edit it so convincingly to make you jump to that conclusion without actually saying it. So it's a very deceptively edited video. All that they have is bulk cell phone data that they bought that showed a high number of people traveling past various ballot boxes, but there was never one piece of evidence presented in that movie. And I went back and I watched it looking for it that showed one individual going to more than one ballot drop box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, all I could say, like what I remember, like seeing is like them tracking the phones, like you mentioned, of
Yeah.
them like being at multiple locations because they track that.
Well, yeah, and I mean that's all the CGI that they were doing. They're like they've got like the little green dot like following people.
Right.
You can't buy that data. Just imagine, like, do you think that somebody can literally just go to some company and buy your tracking data to see where you've been traveling to, like without like a court?
I mean, that would be fucking illegal, in my opinion. if they
Right,
did that.
right. So how did these yahoos who made this movie, how were they able to get that data? No, they connected all of these dots that are flowing out there. They just put those little graphics in to just make you think that that's what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, I could say too, like, I mean, there's like great hackers out there. They probably could have done that, but I mean, now that he said that they literally went to court and they lied about it, so
admitted
it's
that
like
they lied. I know,
it
right?
doesn't make sense, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's just one way that he creates diversity. No, I keep saying diversity. No, Donald Trump is actually not good for diversity.
Creates division.
Donald Trump creates division. I'm a little bit off my game, man. Alexis,
So-
thank you for the $5.
so,
But do you have anything else that you'd like to bring up? Here
Yeah,
before we
because
move on to the next guest?
I remember last time that I was on here, because I like to listen to see like what, you know, to understand both points, because I'm kind of still debating on who to vote for. But I remember yesterday, like a lot of people were coming up and kind of like it was like African American people coming up to you and telling you thank you for speaking about them and stuff like that. But I was wondering, why do you think that Trump hates them?
Well, yeah, sure, because he has a very long, incessant, unapologetic track record of racism, ranging from the 90s until current day. In 1973, Donald Trump denied housing applications to black people because they were black. In 1991, Donald Trump called all black people lazy. In the early 2000s, Donald Trump said that he doesn't like black men counting his money, only the quote-unquote short men and the yarmulkes. Donald Trump also said that Obama was born in Kenya, even though he's born in Hawaii with the birth certificate to prove it. Thereby, he shouldn't be able to run for president. He called migrants animals yesterday. He said that migrants were poisoning the blood of our country. He called for the death penalty of the exonerated Central Park Five. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. His dad got arrested at a KKK rally. Yeah, he's a very long, incessant, and unapologetic track record of racism.
Okay, so I do notice like you guys tend to go back to like the past, but you know, when let's say that you made a mistake and maybe said the N word or whatever in the past, why is it okay to forgive that, but not to forgive certain things from them?
Dude, show me where Trump held himself accountable, and I will. How about that?
I mean, so you expect them to say sorry for you to move on?
Show me where Donald Trump has held himself accountable.
But that's what I'm asking. If he were to hold himself accountable, you would think that it would be okay then to move past that.
If Donald Trump, if Donald Trump were to in 2014 hold himself accountable for what he has done and become a candidate that stood for progression, a reduction of systemic forces that continue to marginalize members of the African American community, and stood for an end of the racial and income inequities and fought against systemic oppression of black people in America, of course.
I mean, but if he hated them so much, why would he do the First Step Act?
Well, first of all, the First Step Act was not influenced to get passed by Trump. It was influenced under Obama's admin, and we see criminal justice reform pushed for by Congress.
I mean, but Trump signed the First Step Act.
Dude, with all
do you think the First Step Act? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You've been interrupting me the entire time you've been up in here, and I've been ignoring it, but it's really annoying.
All right, I'll stop it. My bad. Go ahead.
It's just like every single time I speak, like you interrupt me halfway through.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, the First Step Act was influenced under Obama, and then signed into law under Trump. And we see criminal justice reform signed into law every 4 to 8 years. It's very typical. And if anything, if he didn't sign that into law, it would have created a lot of negative PR backlash for him.
Okay, then.
Also, I just want to be very clear that the First Step Act isn't targeted towards persons of color. It helps far more white people than it does any person of color.
I mean, the law is disproportionately benefited black Americans, though, who were overrepresented in the U.S.
Hi, how are you?
Prison population.
Yeah, I would like to note that policy is at odds with his current stance of enacting the death penalty for the very same offenses that were otherwise dealt with more lenient punishment as a result of the First Step Act. For example, Brett Baer last year asked him about the case of Alice Johnson, a person whom he pardoned through the initiative of the First Step Act, now being subject to the death penalty under this very same policy. And Donald Trump's answer to that was, yes, she would be killed by his policy today. Starting now, she would be. So it kind of puts a level of distrust in the system and Donald Trump and in his priorities towards racial groups if he's willing to say one thing one day and then completely reverse that stance in the next.
But what did she do, though?
The very same thing of which people were freed for under the First Step Act. It was drug possession. It was trafficking.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. That's not making sense to me. Like, why would he want her killed just for selling that?
That is my point, that it's at odds with his current stance on that position. So how can we trust him when it comes to racial issues, when he's willing to reverse one of the policies that he claims so highly and you speak so highly about in the very next administration?
I don't know. It's just because, I mean, he historically has supported black colleges.
No, he actually decreased funding to black universities.
And then
he also defrauded them in 2019.
I mean, the
defrauded
administration
8 separate charities.
Increased the federal funding for HBCU.
He decreased it
and made it permanent.
And they were made permanent under Biden. No, they were made permanent under Biden. He extended that cumulatively $15 or $16 billion since he took office.
And then Biden only signed in $255 million per year. So a factor of 6.
So if he did that in his administration, but then Biden continued it, then that doesn't mean that it's Biden's.
Bro, no, listen. Obama sent HBCUs $1 billion per year. Trump sent them $250 million. Biden and Harris sent them $4 billion.
Where can I see those numbers?
Yeah, dude, do you want a source? I could get one for you.
Sure.
Yeah. You gotta feel free to keep talking to her.
Yeah, no problem.
You know what? I'll just look up Trump funding to HBCUs, then look up Obama funding to HBCUs, then look up Biden funding to HBCUs. I mean, it's very easily.
UNCF.org can give you something here.
Yeah. And Julie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Julie. Let's get some W's for Julie in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Massive W's for Julie down below.
And what would you tell me then for me to kind of change my position to think that? Because I know that you prove a bunch of points wrong. So I'm wondering, like,
I have a question. Do you think it was racist for me to say the N-word?
I mean, it's like, yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay, so then why isn't it racist for Trump to call black people lazy or to deny housing applications to black people because of the color of their skin?
I would say that that's not being racist. I would say that that's discrimination.
Okay, well, how's it
Which
racist
is
for me
what?
to say the N-word, but it's not racist for him to call black people lazy?
Because that's not what racist means. I mean, that's
Okay, what is
discrimination.
racism?
Is there a difference?
Wait. You're saying that racism is not discrimination on the basis of race? Also, thank you for the boxing gloves. Massive W's for the gifter in the chat. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. You were so incredibly kind. Thank you.
I mean, it would just kind of be like the race is superior to others. I would say, like, that's what he's probably saying by that.
But also subjecting one race to a separate set of standard than another, right?
Right.
Right, like denying them housing applications and then telling white potential tenants that there are spaces available.
I never heard of that one.
That's what happened in 1973. He was sued successfully, had to settle and change the policy.
So I just want to clarify. So do you think that that was racist?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so Donald Trump is racist. He has a long track record of racism since the 70s, and he's never apologized, and he's never held himself accountable. In fact, he's just continued to perpetuate it.
Okay, so what you're saying is then when you say, like, when somebody doesn't apologize, it just, when they apologize, it makes them not racist anymore.
When someone holds themselves accountable, and they apologize and they progress to become a better person, it is possible to no longer be racist. Yeah.
But
just put all this in a vacuum,
actually, like,
because you
change
have to measure change. Okay, you have to measure the totality of the person, and if they're going to continue saying or doing the same things after they've apologized, then very clearly they're entrenched in that kind of behavior. Donald Trump not only has not issued an apology towards the thousands of people he has allowed to suffer, but hasn't changed. Look at who he surrounds himself with. Look at who he's campaigning with. Stephen Miller. White supremacists, neo-Nazis. He had one at his property at Mar-a-Lago.
I didn't know that he was hanging out with them. That's kind of fucked up.
He had a dinner with
Yes.
Jay and Nick Fuentes.
I'm like over here, like, this is like mind-blowing to me.
This isn't new, by the way.
To me, it is. That's why I'm, like, surprised. And I'm
Well,
like,
you learned something new.
I'm like double thinking myself on what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know. I guess my bad for wasting your time. I just have to do more research, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to bring up?
No, just thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Keep asking questions. Keep asking questions.
Yeah, doing great. What's up, Jaden? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. It is 6:44. I want to be off by 7. I'll probably be on here for another conversation. Feel free to hang out. Then I'm going to send a raid over to Parker, try to show him some love over there.
Awesome. Nice.
Oh man, I am starving. I cannot wait to go eat some food. For everyone hanging out with us in here today, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. We're just going to hang out. We're going to get our last guest of the night up in here. It's been a little bit of a slower stream today than usual, but that's okay. Alana, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. You were phenomenal. Let's get some W's for Alana in the chat. Where should I get dinner? Where should I get dinner tonight, chat? I'm telling you guys, I am like fucking starving. Like what should I do? Should I like go out, like get an actual dinner? You know, like go out to.
I mean, where are you from?
Like a small town in Colorado. There's not too many options out here.
Colorado. I don't know what they got over there.
Yeah.
Dean eats like 4-hour-old burritos on the regular on stream, so anything's a step up.
Yeah. I've been trying to like, you know, eat better recently. What's up, Lowell Cal? Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, yeah, but I was just gonna ask. I did hear you say something earlier You were saying that you were young and kind of new to debating when you were talking about the familiar relations.
Yep.
I would just ask, what's your argument against it today?
You know what? That's a great question. Do you want to join my Discord? I could give it to you when I'm off.
I thought you were just bringing up the last guest to ask that. Is it not something you can say on live?
No, it's just, it's just not related to the topic of politics.
Oh, you were addressing these things though on here, weren't you?
Yeah, like I'll address things that have come up about me because I feel like transparency and accountability is necessary. But like you're just kind of like asking like for my thoughts on it, like debate wise.
Well, I don't know. Your argument that day didn't seem very like fleshed out. And then if you had a better one, this would be a perfect time to kind of clear the record, right?
Well, I feel like what clears the record is just the fact that that's something I held to because I didn't have an argument, and it's no longer something I hold to today.
So you think it should be illegal?
Yeah, I think.
All right, you can go to Discord for this. Let's actually get a debate going. Sorry, Dean, I'll take the licks for that one.
It's okay. Yeah, join the Discord, man. I'll have a conversation with you about it. I do think that incest should be legal. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I am not, but I wanted to address your the whole thing that you had with the things and the stuffs about the text and the things,
Please do take it away.
Okay, so I just wanted to say I really do like how you're handling it. And I think that people who are trying to weaponize it against you, like they may have their own feelings, and I guess they're entitled to have those. But more so for the bad faith actors that you were having, like mainly throughout all of yesterday, I think that it's really important to acknowledge the difference between you and who they're voting for. You're actually holding yourself accountable and using it as not only a way for you to hold yourself accountable, but you're using an opportunity for other people to make that same change and, learn from it. So I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you're about to go and you're hungry and all that good stuff. But I just wanted to let you know, as a woman, as a trans woman, as a woman of color, I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. You're phenomenal. I love you. Thank you so much for coming up in here.
For sure. I watch you and Parker all the time, and Jaden. So
yeah. I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. A breath of fresh air. Thank you so much for popping up. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's see what we got. We only got like one more in us for the rest of the night here. So everyone do just kind of give us a minute. And also, Mike, I'd like to thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you for the cap tray. I do really appreciate you for that. We're going to get our next guest up in here literally right now. If they don't connect, we'll probably just end it here. Michelle, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love, Michelle. Let's get some W's for Michelle in the chat. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, honestly, I think that we're just going to go ahead and end it here for the night. I'm probably going to hang out with the chat for about 10 minutes, do a little bit of a Q&A. Jaden and Law, I appreciate the both of you guys for popping up.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Talk to you later. Good to see you, Jaden.
Take care. You
Good
too.
to see you guys. So, chat, that was honestly a good way to end it. I'm going to go ahead and just hang out with you guys here for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're going to go ahead and send a raid over to Parker. So for everyone hanging out with us in here today, if you want to ask any questions, feel free. I'm going to start taking those in right now. We'll spend a little bit of time doing that before we hop off here for the night. So we'll just treat the rest of the stream as a little bit of a Q&A. Ginger, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo for the pizza, and Whitney, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents saying that you missed me. Thank you, you guys. Thank you, Ginger and Whitney. We love you, Dean. I love you too. Someone in the chat says, did you really essay someone, or is that false? Great question. It is false. Hannah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Any of the old time fans could attest that I had a very crazy man coming after me online with fake like rape claims. His name was QB. He admitted that he was lying, and he was just doing it to like get other people's attention, to get them to stop supporting me. So it's important to kind of get around. It's really important to kind of get around there. By the way, guys, as I was saying earlier, we actually hit 1 million followers. That is like so fucking insane. I just want to put that out there. I still can't believe that. How did I get into politics and debating? Honestly, I originally got into debating just because I thought that I had found some like new profound truth, and I wanted to try to convince other people that I was right and they were wrong. Samantha, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Share the same education. that kind of corrected me to with as many people as possible. That's the facts. That's the facts. What's my favorite debate topic? Definitely politics. I love it. I love it. Addy, thank you for the money gun. By the way, if you want to ask me a question and get a confirmed answer, the Venmo and the PayPal are in the bio, but I'm only going to be doing this for a little bit here. Wait, actually just the Venmo, because I can't log into my PayPal on my laptop, so just the Venmo. Someone actually tried to hack into my PayPal, so I had to put like 2FA on it and all this crazy shit. Corey, did I regret the debate in question, or did I anticipate it? I kind of regret it, not gonna lie. And Jamie, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Will I do a card trick? Sure. We will do a card trick. We will do a card trick. Someone in the chat says that they sent a donation to the wrong Venmo. Yeah, please use the link in my bio, because there's a lot of people out there that are just scamming. There's a lot of people out there that are just scamming, using my name for clicks. That's right. It sucks. It's so shitty. And Venmo won't do a damn thing about it either. They won't shut down these accounts. It sucks. So if you want to make sure that you're donating to the right place, use the link in my bio. By the way, guys, I'm thinking I want to go out to a restaurant tonight and get a meal. Charles, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying, do I think that Trump's election interference case will preclude him from becoming president even if he wins the election? Oh, I think it's possible. I sure hope it does. Leonard, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Leonard, I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Leonard down below in the chat. Leonard, like I said, I cannot read your question because it is on PayPal and I can't sign into my PayPal on my laptop. But what I will do is I will privately shoot it in response once I end the stream. Yeah. Oh, yep. Queen, thank you for the love painting. Eat some Wingstop. Hell yeah. Honestly, I'm in the mood for some Mexican food. God, let me tell you guys, Latin American cuisine, nothing's better than it. The most memorable parts of my trip to Mexico, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico is the fucking food. No one does it better. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. No one does it better. That's a fact, okay? That's a fucking fact. Own that shit. For all my Latin American friends out there, own that shit, because it is true. Erica, thank you for the $1. How do we join the Discord? The link isn't working for me. Go to the app, just type in Dean in the join. All right. You guys said that you wanted to see a magic trick. I bet we could get something done here. I bet we can do it. I bet we can. I won't lie. Let's see. So here's a fun one. It's a little bit harder to do these tricks when we are just kind of sitting in front of a live audience. I don't really have anyone up here. We get Amanda, thank you for the $5 towards dinner. Hey, thank you. Now I'm gonna bring my girlfriend with me. How about that? Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for the $5. So we're just gonna take whatever cards on top here. We got the Ace of Spades. Now we could actually take the Ace of Spades. We could throw it in the middle of the deck. Now this is a really cool one, because now we'll take the new card. Yeah, take her and have the best time, dude. Hell yeah, you know it. Now we're going to take the new card that's on top, the 4 of clubs here. And what we could do is we could use the 4 of clubs to push the Ace of Spades in the deck. And it's still the 4 of clubs. But you'll see this. This is going to be crazy. As soon as we get the Ace of Spades all the way pushed into the deck, just like that, that 4 of clubs on top actually becomes Ace of Spades. I don't know. It's crazy how that works. I mean, we could do it. We could do it like a lot of different ways. We could take like the Ace of Spades once again, throw it in the middle. Oh, that's really near the top. Throw it in the middle, push it in, and then now for it to pop up to the back of the top, I actually have to say the name of the card. So like right now it's the 6 of hearts, but watch this. All I have to do is I have to say the name. Ace of Spades, and then just like that, melts through the top. Phenomenal. And now that we kind of have the Ace of Spades here, it's like locked in and it will follow us everywhere. But hey, Victoria, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And Colin with the $5. And Sheila with the $10. Thanks for a great stream. Now go eat. Yeah, I need to go do that soon. Ariana, thank you for the subscription as well. So watch this. We're gonna take the ace of spades. Once again, we're just gonna throw it in the middle of the deck, just like that. Now we're just gonna shuffle this shit. We're gonna get it lost. Victoria, thank you for the $10, and Chris, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. Thank you so much, Victoria and Chris. So let's make sure that we get the ace of spades real lost in there. Let me get a yes in the chat as soon as you think that the ace of spades is lost in the deck. Let me get a yes in the chat. Let me get a yes. You know what I mean? Maddie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you. I'll have to teach you. Okay, yeah, you guys think that the ace of spades is lost. Now watch this. Now watch this. This is a crazy part. We're going to bring someone up for 5 seconds. We're going to bring someone up for only 5 seconds. This is the crazy part. Someone says one more shuffle. Should we do another one? Should we do another shuffle? You know what? I see Maddie. Get up here, Maddie. Yeah. Okay, we'll do another shuffle while Maddie's joining. Look at that. Super duper fair. We'll even do another shuffle like this. Hi, Maddie.
Hi, Dean.
Can I would love for you to do one thing for me. We have lost the ace of spades in the deck. Do you think it's sufficiently lost? Do we need to mix it up a little bit more?
I feel like you should do one more.
One more. Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. Perfect. And in fact, we're even going to do something else too. We're going to take the deck, and I'm just going to start burning cards from the top. Just tell me when to stop. So we have a fresh top card, so you know the card can't be hidden anywhere.
Okay, stop.
Right there.
Yep.
Phenomenal. Thank you. We're just going to take those cards. We're going to go set them down just like that. In fact, we'll even just throw them on the bottom of the deck. Now watch this. Tell me when to stop, okay?
Okay. Stop.
Right there. And I was telling you that the ace of spades would actually would track you through the deck. But I think, I don't think it worked for me. 1 second, my mic's all over the place. We'll go ahead and see what the card is on top here. The card on top right now, it's going to be the 3 of clubs. So it didn't work. But I want you to try to do something here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold that 3 of clubs up, and I actually want you to just say ace of spades. Okay, just say it.
Okay. Ace of spades.
And then it just like in the middle of the air changes into the ace of spades, It's crazy. And I mean, now, and we'll, in fact, we'll even do it again. We'll go on and we'll do a shuffle on it. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Right there. Perfect. And what is the card? What do you think it is?
I honestly don't know. I'm like mind blown, Dean. No way.
Look at that. That's insane, right?
That's crazy.
I know. It's insane. It's insane how that works. And there's like so many things that we could do. Like, I don't know. It's like this one's really interesting. Like, I don't even know how it works. Like, look at I don't think I could do this literally any more fairly. Watch this shit. We have the ace of spades here. We'll go ahead. We'll take the ace of spades. Okay. We're gonna put it into the middle of the deck. Could it get any more fair? She's lagging.
No, I don't think so. You're good.
Yeah, no, it couldn't get any more fair. It's in there. All that I have to do is push it in. Just like that. And now I want you to do something for me, okay? I want you to go ahead and say a random number 1 through 52.
47.
47. Watch this. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47. So how crazy would it fucking be if the card you stopped on was ace of spades?
Dean's on expert mode. I can't.
Isn't that one crazy?
I cannot.
I
You're going to have to teach me how to do that. That's wild.
I know that one's just absurd. That one's just absurd. I know. And listen, we could like shuffle the deck. We'll do it one last time here before we hop off. and we raid Parker. I'm just gonna start going. Literally, just tell me when to stop. Uh-oh. Oh,
Stop.
All right, right there. Right there. Right there. Let's see what it is. Let's see what it is. Let's see what it is. Yeah, you guys want the Parker raid, I know. Oh, it's the 7 hearts. That sucks. But, you know, God, it just turns right into the ace of spades. I don't know. It's crazy.
My.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Maddie. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, have a good one. W's for Maddie. I know. Okay, one last one. One last one. We're having fun. We're doing the tricks. We're doing the tricks. We're having a lot of fun. You're dude. Someone in the chat said that they're screaming. See, I have fun. I'm always practicing my sleight of hand. I'm having my fun with it. It's awesome. One last one here. Put a good shuffle on that deck. Now this one's pretty crazy, chat. Because you know I could shuffle the deck here. Really, just do whatever I want with it. Phenomenal. So, watch this. I just already know, after shuffling the deck, Ace of Spades pops up to the top. Just kidding. The Ace of Spades doesn't. It is now the Ace of Diamonds, but this is the trick. I just had to set it up. Look at my hand. There's nothing on it. Nothing on it. Ace of Diamonds. All that I have to do here is start rubbing that card. And if you rub the card in the right way, with the right pressure, what you could do here is you could actually change it from the Ace of Diamonds into the Ace of Spades. We're going to go ahead and send you guys on a little raid to Parker. Would you guys start spamming at Parker, get a job down below in that chat? Let's go ahead and do it. I love you guys. I'm going to hop off for the night. I'm going to go grab some food with the girlfriend. Amelia, thank you with a $20 towards the dinner. You were phenomenal. Thank you, Amelia. You are great. Thank you so much. Head over to @Parker, get a job. I love you guys. Have a good time there. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, y'all.
What's up, Isabella? What's up, everyone joining in? Bullcut 2024. I totally agree. Yeah, let's go. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get out to more people. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. But what's up, everyone joining in? What's up? Thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see everyone. It's good to see everyone. Do tap that screen. My throat is probably going to be like this for the next few days. Honestly, feel better. I will. I hopefully will. I hopefully will here pretty soon. What's up? What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. If you're MAGA, make sure to send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Sadie? What's up, everyone? What's up, Pete? What's up, Stacy? What's up, Maggie? What's up, Shrimp? What's up, Wandering? What's up, Cassie? How you doing? Henry, how you doing? How's everyone doing? Let's get this first person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Dean was looking for you. I know. It's been I was supposed to go live earlier, honestly.
Yes. You can get the new $7 lunch break from Taco Bell.
Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Oh, you do not sound old enough. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Maybe my voice will get worse after I'm like on live for a while. We'll see.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, why so?
So he's a good president.
What did he do that was good?
He's good for taxes. He helps with taxes for the rich.
Why do you prefer taxes for the rich rather than help for the middle class?
I mean, he helps the middle class too.
Mostly helped rich people though, so why doesn't he mostly help the middle class? Why, the rich people aren't the ones that need help. Right? There are people in this country that need help, right? Like people need health care, housing, child care.
I just,
Food.
I mean, people judge him based on his past, but like, you know, it's over with. You know, he did some crime, doesn't matter anymore, you know?
I don't know why you just randomly said that when we weren't even talking about that. That makes you look even worse. Are you trolling?
No, but you're ugly.
Okay. And?
I don't know why you're voting for Harris. I mean, she's horrible. She's a hypocrite.
How is she a hypocrite?
Well, she doesn't make sense, first of all. Second of all, she's going to destroy the country. She does nothing for California. She hasn't done one thing for California. I don't know why she's going to be president.
Can you name one position she held in California?
She's a senator.
She is a senator?
She was a senator.
Okay. Can you name one thing she did as senator?
She didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's basically slept.
Can you name one thing she did as vice president? Where's the galaxy? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
She wants to ban. She wants to ban people from using.
No. One thing she did. I'm asking one thing she did as vice president.
That's good. Nothing, probably.
No, I'm just saying something she did.
She just doesn't. She hasn't done anything.
Yeah, so I think that's just you not informing yourself. She did the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including things like the Inflation Reduction Act, appreciate the handout, which the $35 cap on insulin for everyone on Medicare in the bill was literally her idea to add to the bill. She was the most influential vice president ever. You just haven't looked into this.
But have you?
Why do you say that she did nothing just because you can't think of it?
Well, just because I don't think of it doesn't mean that I haven't seen what's been going on in the news. She's just really bad.
Like, what'd she do that's bad? You just said you don't even know a single thing she did as vice president, so how could you know anything she did that was bad?
No, and I haven't known anything that she's done that's good. Everything that I know that's bad, I can name at the top of my head right now.
Well, name it.
Well, I'm not going to say the word on here, but she's a hypocrite. She slept her way to the top. She's dated a lot of people in office. So
How'd she sleep her way to the top?
She slept with some guy in office.
What was his name?
I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know that she slept her way to the top if you don't even know the person's name? Seemingly, he doesn't have that much notoriety. Right? So, like, how did sleeping with this guy get her to the top? I'm really confused. Appreciate the DG classes. You know her, but you don't know him. Interesting phenomena. Appreciate the sunglasses.
For real, she hasn't done anything for California, and you don't know.
Wait, what is that pivot? No, come on. You just said she slept her way to the top, which means that she somehow slept with someone to make herself famous or something, right? But you don't even know the person she slept with, right? But you know her, so I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of ironic.
Just because I don't know the name doesn't limit my intelligence. I know that she slept with somebody because I read it on the news. I just can't know that. I don't know the name of the person.
Where's the pitch face? Yeah, but you know her. Did you understand the point there? Like, you understand her, who she is, but you don't know who he is, indicating she has more notoriety than he does. So how did she sleep her way to the top? Can you explain that thing to me?
Because she basically slept with certain people in office. And
like, she had a relationship? Have you had a relationship before, Ruby?
I have.
So then how is that demeaning to her?
Because you don't just sleep with people in office. That's ridiculous.
In office? What do you mean, like multiple people? Like, do you know who these people are?
I don't, but I know
you don't even know?
I mean, I'm just saying she just slept with a lot of people.
How do you know? Do you know that she slept with him? Trump slept with a lot of people. He's cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with the corn star while his wife was pregnant, and you seemingly don't give a shit about that. You're not going to talk about that being bad. But if Kamala Harris had like a few relationships, she's the worst individual in the world.
I just don't understand why you're voting for her. She's going to ruin the country.
Yeah, you can't even tell me what she's going to do that's going to ruin the country. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about, and mark my words, it's going to happen. She's going to ruin the country. She's worse.
By doing what? What is she going to do that's going to ruin the country? Who the country is she gonna plan maybe nuking hurricanes? Is she going to do that?
I don't even think she knows what nuking is. She's clueless.
Ruby, the only one that's clueless here is you, okay? I'm totally honest with you. The only one that's clueless here is you.
Okay, mark my words. She's gonna ruin
You are unbelievably clueless. Talk about clueless. The irony in that statement is unbelievable. I've never seen something so ironic.
What's ironic is you're voting for somebody that doesn't even know what they're doing in office.
Yeah, well, how are you going to evaluate that? You don't even know what the fuck she did. How? Please tell me how you evaluated that she didn't do good things or that she did bad things when you couldn't mention to me a single thing she did as vice president. Not good, not bad. You couldn't even mention me a single thing she did. Come on, what are you talking about?
I mean, she's a hypocrite.
No, you are, girl. You can't even mention how she's a... Can you define hypocrite?
A hypocrite is somebody that does something and then they kind of do it themselves.
Does something and does it themselves? That doesn't make any sense. Appreciate the handout. Restate that again.
They do something.
Try one more time.
They say something that they do themselves that they're against, but they do it themselves.
Okay. So someone is against something, yet they still engage in it themselves, or they believe something, right, that would be conducive towards the same types of ideas, right? So there's a contradiction, okay? When something contradicts themselves, right, you understand that means that they're proposing the same thing and negating it at the same time, which is exactly what you were just doing.
Well, we're not talking about me. We're talking about Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Whatever the hell her name is. I don't...
Ruby, I'm sorry. I really hope you're trolling. I really hope you're trolling.
How am I trolling?
Because this is actually really sad.
What's
like
sad
this is like bad. Like bad. Jeez, bro.
How is it bad? We're having a conversation though.
Yeah, okay, but like...
But you won't even let me talk and explain why she's bad. You're
Ruby, I gave you plenty of time. You couldn't even mention a single thing she did under her administration. Tell me one thing she did as vice president.
She wants to ban the D word. I don't want to say it.
No, one thing she did as vice president.
I don't know.
This is what I mean. How can you evaluate that she did bad things if you don't even know a single thing she did?
I know.
I don't even know how you evaluate that.
I know the bad things she's done, but I don't know the good things she's done.
No, name one bad thing she did while in office.
Okay, let me think. She said she is against certain things.
No. One thing she did while in office.
I don't know.
Yeah, so how you're like I can mention all these bad things. I ask you, what bad thing would that be? And you're like, I have no clue. And I'm like, okay. Well then why do you think that she did something bad? And you're like, because she did bad things. I'm like, what are those bad things?
But why are you voting for her though?
I've already told you, right? So again, she's influenced to get past good things like the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act had the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare, right? Along with the largest investment in renewable energy ever. The PACT Act expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans, right, who are exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. The bipartisan infrastructure bill helped rebuild roads and bridges. Oh, you got flagged for harassment and bullying, Ruby. That's sad. That's really sad. Jeez, Chad. That is so unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
December.
Got it wrong. You literally had 2 months. You had 2 months. You could have got it right. You had 2 months out of the year that you could have said that would have been wrong. And they picked one of the 2 months. Oh my jeez. They had a 1 in 6 probability of getting that wrong, by the way. They had a 5 out of 6 probability of getting that right. Just off of guess. Oh my jeez. No. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dude, I'm sorry. That's just so funny to me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
3.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to actually click because I'm taking a shit.
Okay, interesting. What is going on today, chat? I'm sorry, we've got some weird. Maybe it's comedy hour. Okay.
Oh wait, I'm on.
Yeah. How old are you?
Oh hey, Parker.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah, I am.
And why is that?
It's so obvious because I love America. I mean, that's first and foremost.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? What do you do for work?
What do you think?
I think you get paid by the Harris campaign to do these lives.
Well, do you think the Harris campaign are just like random people in the chat?
I also do, yeah. I think so too. I think
actually, you know what? I actually have got in contact with the Harris campaign, right? And I promise you, those are not the people paying me, okay? Because the people in the chat. I get money from people who are in the chat that like my content. Mind, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Emma, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Is this the DNC chat? I think the chat is the DNC. I think it is, right? Definitely the Harris campaign in the chat, you know? Sarah,
sorry,
are you
I
paid by
couldn't hear that because I was getting a FaceTime.
Are you paid by the Kremlin? Appreciate the money gun. Thank you. What do you do for work? Appreciate that mustache. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened to her. All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 200,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Okay, Sarah, are you okay? Is she at work? Push the hands up. She's currently getting fired right now, chat. She's currently getting fired. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Parker, sorry, I was getting FaceTimes and I'm ignoring them, and then you're muted the whole time, and I couldn't say anything, I couldn't hear you, so what did I miss?
Okay, 1 second, Sarah. Kay, are you voting Trump?
Usually I actually vote Green Party, but I was kind of in between Kamala and Trump this year. I don't really know.
Okay, so like, would you want to vote for someone who like tried to like undermine our democracy by sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win?
Hell no.
Well, that's exactly what Trump did. Look up Trump fake elector plot. Right, he actively tried to steal the election last time around after he like objectively lost.
Yeah.
Description. So yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Hey Parker, question for you.
The boxing up. Thank you. Yeah. What's up?
So you seem to do like 8-hour shifts. So like, does this pay well? Like, how did you build your following?
So yeah, I literally just came on here and I just like literally just did lives where I just talked to people for a really long time in front of like 5 people for months, for hours every single day. Just because I liked talking to the people that were in the chat. It was fun. And it was like I could talk about politics, things that I like. And I didn't really have like an outlet to talk about those things, right? Like with like typical people I would meet in real life. So like it like kind of opened up like a new part of me that I really like to be able to, you know, engage with. And that's why I fell so in love with this.
Okay, I respect that.
It has nothing to do with the DNC, the Harris campaign. People just came by because I mean I do this all the time. People like it. Right, that's just how it works. That's all it is.
Does it pay well? Like, how does that work?
Okay, well,
because listen, I mean, I'm not like a big TikTok person, so I'm honestly just curious.
Yeah, so sure, yes, but like that's not the point of this. The point of this is to influence people to voting the correct way, right?
No,
I can use my platform to do plenty of things, right? I can use my platform towards like things just like entertainment. I can use it for things to like, you know, get people to like critically think. I can use it to get people to vote correctly. That's what I'm doing here. That's why I'm doing just election stuff now. I typically don't just do election stuff.
Okay, you say vote correctly, but that's fair because it's your own TikTok. You're entitled to your own opinion. But I do want to ask you, what is your opinions on the border? And I want to ask where, if it stands today with the current, you know, massive immigration, where does that, in your opinion, put us in 5 years from today? And I want you to hit on points of economically, socially, crime rate, all that. If you could please go into detail on if this current immigration stands 5 years from now, go.
Okay, so right now we have lower levels of immigration than we saw at the end of Trump's administration. So if we see the same amount of, we actually do.
I'm sorry, that's not true.
In terms of daily crossings. It is true. You can find that from the Customs and Border Protection.
Crossings from the border, or how about they're just doing it in different ways now?
Tell me what way, because this is just through encounters, exactly how it was seen before.
They're using airports and airplanes and flights.
So that's like a legal method of getting to the country, and then they're just like staying here.
Okay, so if you're only referencing the rate of crossing over the border, I want you to.
So the wall's not going to do much, right?
No, but I want you to actually think about all of the other ways and how it actually is today and the truth of immigration today versus what it was, and then base your 5-year future opinion on that.
Yeah, no, so I am thinking about all those different ways, because that same way existed under the Trump administration. The reason why more people were coming to the country was because there's less economic security in the world due to inflation. Inflation created economic instability in a bunch of different countries, which then led to them trying to come to countries that had more economic stability, i.e. the United States.
You don't think it was the incentives that the administration, the Biden administration,
there was no federal funds at all for undocumented immigrants.
Wait, then how are they living in luxury hotels for 24 years rent free?
So again, the whole luxury hotels thing is a ridiculous notion. You understand that we're talking about. Listen, please.
I know.
Sarah, let me explain.
Know people that live there.
Sarah. You understand people coming to the country through the asylum process? Because you're talking about a legal process.
Parker, I know
Sarah,
people that
please
live
let me
there,
talk.
so I know.
Cool. Now let me finish, please. So again, as it relates to the asylum process is a legal process of coming into this country. And those policies that you're referencing that give help to migrants that are coming to the country, those are state policies. Those are not federal policies.
Okay, so what is the problem with
what happened to states' rights
policies on abortions?
Wait, that's exactly my point there, is that if you think it should be left up to the states.
Point. You're blaming the states,
Hold up. If you think it should be left up to the states, if you think it should be left up to the states, well then obviously it is the case that or no, then you're saying there should be federal protections that say that no state can allow help for migrants.
Well, listen, if you think about the border, what states are
like you're limiting states from having humanitarian aid for migrants? Like that doesn't make sense to limit, but
no.
On a federal basis.
I'm saying what states, if you can name the states, please, the U.S. states that border.
Wait, say that again?
What U.S. states are on the border?
California, Arizona, Texas.
Right. What else?
New Mexico.
Yes, correct. Okay, so those states, right, that's a different argument where states have less of an opinion versus a federal, right? So those states see most of the effect of illegal migration, right?
I don't know what you're arguing. I don't know what your point is.
Does New Hampshire have as big of an issue with illegal immigration as Texas?
So obviously, places that are
yes or no? Does
no? They have
Hampshire?
differences. They have
okay,
differences.
right.
So can you stop? Can you stop?
That would no.
Hey, Sarah,
I'm gonna finish my point. That would be an issue that should be held at the federal level, right? Whereas abortion,
it is on a federal level. Actually, you understand there are federal jurisdictions specifically for how you enforce border. Shut up for a second, please be quiet.
No. But Parker,
Sarah, be quiet, or I'm just gonna have to mute you the entire time. You're like being ridiculous. Please chill out, okay? All right. So in terms of federal jurisdiction for who comes across the border and how that's enforced. That is done federally. Now the difference is it's left up to the states to determine how they want to give humanitarian aid to migrants that are coming across the border. Okay, that is up to the states to specifically determine that. Okay, this is legal migration, and this is states giving help with legal migrants in the country. This is not a federal policy. You guys are blaming the Biden-Harris administration for like states having humanitarian aid for migrants that are coming to the country legally. Like, this is so fucking weird.
Parker, the thing is, right, so New Hampshire, right, doesn't see the same issues directly as illegal immigration has with Texas, right? Just because of physically being on the border of Mexico, right? So in that case, that is federal, right? And that should remain federal. When I said state is because you said that New York's policies were they would put them in luxury hotels. That should not be allowed, right? If it's federal, no, it should not. However, abortion is different.
She doesn't fucking listen. Can you tell me what I said?
I am telling you what you said.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't,
No.
because I explicitly
I'm
already
telling
gave you an
exactly
explanation.
what you said, and you're
no, you're
hearing
not.
it back, and you're
No, you're not.
realizing that you didn't make any sense, and you're
No, you're
doing
not
all of
saying
this
that.
to all these viewers,
Sarah,
and
Sarah.
it's honestly it's
Sarah.
detrimental to the United States, and I
Sarah,
am
how many fucking
very
drinks? How many
patriotic.
fucking drinks? Jesus Christ.
None. This
That is ridiculous. That is
just-
actually insane. I'm sorry to hear that. Jesus fuck. So again, Sarah, listen to what I'm saying,
I'm
because
sorry.
you're not letting me explain what I said, and I have to mute you over and over again just to be able to speak.
Look,
because
if
you keep
you don't
fucking
want
yapping.
somebody to come on your live.
Jesus Christ, it's Yap City. Did you get a fucking PhD in linguistics specializing in Japanese? Because holy fucking shit, you are yapping the fucking my ear off. Jesus Christ. I want to talk one thing. I want to say one thing, and I can't even clarify one point. Jesus Christ, dude. That was unbelievable. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I just wanted to say you just did a fantastic job on Jubilee, man. Great shit. I loved that.
Appreciate you. Yeah, she literally left. It's so funny. All right, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's that?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Is there? You have a little bit of an echo. Is there? We can fix that. You put it
Yeah,
on
give me a
the TV.
second. Yep, give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. So, are you? Why are you voting Trump?
His policies. I like his policies. But
like which policies?
All of them. Any of them. They're so much better than. Well, I don't have a straightforward policy about Kamala.
No, I'm asking just like what policy about Trump's do you like? Like name it.
His border patrol or his border policy.
Like which one?
The mass deportation. That's a good one.
So you like how do you want to conduct that mass deportation? Like, knock on doors?
No, I want to start with okay, so we're supposed to have a list of all the illegal people in the United States. And there are 13,000 criminals here. And that was a number from the Border Patrol. So those would be the first. Get all the criminals out.
So make sure we get criminals out, okay? So criminals bad. We don't want them in the country, so why do you want them in the Oval Office?
Okay, so who's the criminal besides Joe Biden that's in office right now?
I'm saying Donald Trump. Right? We don't want Donald Trump in the Oval Office. He's a criminal, right?
That seems to be the Democratic talking point, and I love to hear it.
We should put up a wall in front of the Oval Office to keep out the criminals, right?
Well, that's what Joe Biden did.
We need to build a big wall, a very big wall, a big wall. You've never seen such a tremendous wall. I've seen such a tremendous wall. Let's keep all the criminals out. Donald Trump, let's keep him out of the Oval Office. Look at that.
You need to work on that a little bit better.
Hey, my voice is fucked. I'm sick,
okay.
brother.
So I did have a point to make about Sarah, your last guest. Sarah had mentioned something about how you get paid on all this, and you say you started out small and then you built your audience up, and I can respect that. But this is,
Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you.
I have been on so many of these live chats, and every argument that that your sites, I'm not saying your people, but the people who are voting for Kamala who do these lives, they all have the same exact argument. Exactly. I mean, almost to where it's scripted. So, you know, like your argument on the border crossings, and you asked Sarah, do you know what asylum crossing is? So if I'm down in El Salvador and I'm in prison,
John, I just want to let you know, right? I've been doing these lives for a really long time, and no one was doing these lives that is around now. Like almost no one. These are all new people, right? I don't know why people have similar points to me, right?
Well, it's
probably because maybe there could be multiple explanations. One, it's true. Two, they heard it from me or Dean, or they heard it from other social media influencer, right? They heard it from the public, so it's on social media, right? There are plenty of explanations. I don't know what those explanations are. Now, instead of assuming that like everyone has a script that they get from the fucking DNC, how about you engage with the argument?
Okay, so here's my argument.
I promise you, I'm not getting any script for these lives from the DNC, bro.
All right. You know what? Go away with the script. So your argument that is if they come across the border and they are claiming asylum, they are no longer an illegal. That's your argument?
So if you're coming through the asylum process, it is not it's not an illegal process. It's a legal process.
So
right?
what's the asylum
and that process ought to be respected. We need to make the process faster so that we incentivize people to come here if they have valid asylum claims.
What is it?
It is to come here from different types of persecutions, whether it be religious, based on sexuality, or other sort of protected characteristics. So it's a legal process where people can seek asylum in this country, safety, right? Because it is the case that they are freeing from persecution.
But they're not being vetted. I mean, there's an app out there.
They are being vetted. But right now the system takes too long because there's a huge backlog because Donald Trump torpedoed a border bill that would have made the process faster, 6 months to 1 year, instead of taking 7 to 10 years to get through the process.
Okay, so there was so much fudge in that border bill. It was ridiculous. So I'm glad.
Name me one thing that was bad.
Part of that border bill was to send money to Ukraine.
Okay, so you understand that they separated the bills from between the Border Act of 2024 and the Appropriations Bill. The Appropriations Bill passed. The Border Act did not. So you guys can sit there and say it was the appropriations, the Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza funding, right? All you want, but you guys are fucking lying. It's a bold-faced lie because Donald Trump did not call people in Congress to undermine the Appropriations Bill, and he did so as it relates to the border bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good. That is the facts. This has been acknowledged by Langford, a Trump-endorsed Republican that helped write the bill. This has been acknowledged by Lindsey Graham. It's been acknowledged by Mitch McConnell and by Donald Trump himself. Push the confetti. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Let's go back to the original. So asylum. So you're saying it's overwhelmed right now. And so what they're doing is the people that are claiming asylum now, they're just saying, okay, you're claiming asylum, you're free to go. And this is something that the Border Patrol has stated on the news. That is what is happening. People are claiming asylum. They're not really vetting them. They're just taking them at their word and releasing them into the United States and saying, come back in a year or two and we'll go ahead and
because the process is so messed up and you guys won't work in Congress to get things to go past because they have to demonstrate a credible threat to get into the country. I'm just letting you know. It's not just anyone, right? They have to demonstrate a credible threat.
Why did you say you guys?
Because I'm talking about Republicans. You just said it yourself. You said the border bill was bad because of appropriations, and that was a bold-faced lie. Because, again, none of you guys advocated for the appropriations bill solo to be cut, right, when that got passed right after.
But I'm not a Republican.
Well, I'm saying your side. You guys are MAGA.
No, I'm not.
You're voting for MAGA. I consider you MAGA at this point. Because
okay, then I should consider you liberal far left.
I don't care. Go for it.
Okay,
I'm still. Everything I say is still factual. Consider me what you want. I was just telling you how I was referring to in that context.
Stop. So here's the thing. You're saying that because the process is all balled up and all that. So what happens if I'm a criminal, I've killed 20 people down in El Salvador, and they're threatening to send me to prison for the rest of my life or put me in an electric chair? I said, well, here's my way out. I'll go to the border in the United States, and I'll say, I'm here to claim asylum because I'm fearing for my life. Well, true, he is fearing for his life because he just killed 20 people and he might go to prison the rest of his life. The system's so far backed up that we just say, okay, go across.
And why is it? Wait, John, before you keep going, why is the system backed up?
Because there's no real border policies out there.
Why is there not a border policy?
It's not because of Trump. Don't blame Trump for everything.
It is because of Trump. We just talked about that for the last few fucking minutes, brother.
Look, I can put my
the
face
entire
on
reason is because of Trump.
too.
This border bill would have passed if not for Donald Trump calling people in Congress to not vote for it.
Okay, so I didn't read the whole bill.
You want to know something crazy as well? That border bill that you're disagreeing with, it gave funding to build the wall. This border bill was going to build more of the wall than Donald Trump did his entire time in presidency. Okay? It was going to actually build the wall. Push the box left. They conceded on that to be able to make the system go faster, to make it safer, to make it better off.
Why now?
Why now? Because that was a concession that Democrats were willing to give up in order to get a faster system for the process of asylum that makes it safer for people who are trying to come to this country and treats people with better dignity. That is what they were advocating for. So it's a compromise from Democrats and from Republicans, and Donald Trump killed the compromise.
But I don't understand that. 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency, the Democrats did everything but sell their brothers
manifesting
to try and stop him from building that wall.
Push the confetti, because they weren't trying to do compromise. Donald Trump wouldn't compromise, and that's the reason why it didn't get done, is because Donald Trump is not willing to compromise, and that's exactly why these types of policies, don't get passed under his administration, but yet they get passed under the Biden-Harris administration because they're willing to compromise. They're willing to work with the other side of the aisle, and they're willing to get shit done for the American people, whereas Donald Trump is too scared of actually compromising with the other side to get shit done for the American people because he wants all the credit himself.
So Donald Trump spent 4 years of his presidency trying to build a wall. All the Democrats could do is scream, border wall bad. Don't build a border wall. It does nothing for the people. It's racist to build a border wall. But now that Donald Trump is not president, they're like, okay, let's build a wall.
No, what they're saying, what they're willing to do now is that they're willing to concede on it if they get certain things within the context of immigration. So what you're not acknowledging is the ultimate reality that you will accept things that you disagree with, right, in order to be able to get something overall in terms of a bill. That's what compromise is, John. That's how compromising works. Okay? They don't like it. That's not their most preferred thing, but they're willing to accept it if you can get other sorts of concessions. That's exactly what the bill was meant to do. That's why it was bipartisan. That's what politics is. That's what our system works like. You understand that we did that with every policy? Almost every policy that's bipartisan?
Donald Trump tried to compromise on building the wall. The Democrats wanted nothing to do with it.
Wait, when did he try to give me one time he tried to compromise? One bill you're referencing. Push the confetti.
And, I'm not going to say
give me one bill you're referencing that he tried to give me one time he tried to compromise. I'm waiting. Give me one time he tried to compromise. I'm going to wait.
The whole time he was the president.
No, give me one specific time.
January 1st, 2017. Who knows what
27? You don't know. You don't fucking know what you're talking about. You can't mention me a single fucking time. Not a single compromise because he does not. He does not compromise.
He offered to give digital surveillance, more border patrol, plus he wanted the wall.
That's not compromising. That's not making the asylum process go faster. That's not trying to give an actual pathway for people in this country.
Okay,
that's not increasing the amount of immigration judges.
But when you have and that whole fact of you stating that there are lower crossings under this administration than there was Trump's, that is just a bold-faced lie. And
no, I'm saying daily crossings right now. John, I'm talking about daily crossings right now.
Right, daily crossings. Okay, but we're talking about airplanes and buses and over the line crossings. The number is quadrupled. I mean,
No,
Not
right now
in
you're
all-
talking cumulative rate over the entire administration. Yes, it has gone up. That's because of economic instability caused by the pandemic. We already talked about this. What I was referencing is the amount of border daily crossings right now due to a recent Biden executive order, which the reason why the executive order, right, isn't what we ultimately want is because it's not a long-term fix. The long-term fix was the legislation. That's what all the experts are indicating right now.
Okay, so why not leave remain in Mexico policy in play? Excuse me.
So why not leave the Remain in Mexico policy in play? Because it is the case that it doesn't fix the asylum process for people to get into the country. It doesn't make the process go faster. You're focusing on them waiting 6 years to 10 years in Mexico when they were fearing for their life already, right?
Not in Mexico, they weren't.
No, I'm saying that they were fearing for their life for other places, and also, depending on the type of persecution, it could also exist in Mexico, right? Depending on the type of persecution.
Well, yeah, you have
there are accepted asylum claims from people in Mexico, so like that does happen.
Well, when you got the cartel working hand in hand with our government and all the other foreign governments, yeah, I can see how remain in Mexico could have been a worry.
Yeah,
But
but the point I'm making is that that doesn't fix the overall system. What fixes the system specifically is making sure that the asylum process can go faster. Because if it goes faster, well, then there's less of an incentive for people to come here if they don't have a legitimate asylum claim, because they're just going to get sent back.
Okay, but if you put in a place of all the judges and all that, and let's say you vamp up the process, you're still going to have illegal crossings due to the drugs and the trafficking of women and children.
Wait. That's mostly done by U.S. citizens. Most drugs are trafficked across the border.
Yeah,
U.S.
owned by
citizens.
the cartel.
Okay, so if you want to limit the cartel, then you'd have to work with American citizens, not undocumented immigrants. Also, you understand that there are going to be problems with every single aspect of, or not every single aspect, there's going to be problems that exist, right? These bills are meant to fix some, right? They don't fix everything, right? They're fixing some. So do you want effective legislation that moves forward, or do you want nothing? Because that just sounds kind of dumb from your own side. Like Langford was calling this out on plenty of interviews. That like, if you guys want something done about the border, do this now, and we can do more in the future.
Okay, Langford built.
What is your solution to immigration?
Close the border.
Yeah, that's not going to pass. Good fucking luck. Close the border? Are you fucking trolling? You just want to shut down the border completely? That would cause a recession in this country. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. And long term, that's detrimental to our economy. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. You understand that there are a few issues as to why we need immigration as well. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Why we benefit from immigration. One is that we have a growing share of the population older on things like Medicare and Social Security for longer. And we're getting less revenue because there's a lesser amount of people who are being born to produce enough people in the working force to be able to pay for the people who are older in our system, right? Immigrants who are coming to the country, they have a higher labor force participation rate than the natural-born U.S. citizens, which means that they're going to be paying more into the system, paying for our elderly on Medicare and on Social Security, and helping with our debt, because it grows the American pie, the share of our economy. Right? By 2034, I can get this. This is from the Congressional Budget Office. By 2034, the most of our economic growth, $7 trillion by 2034, is going to be explained by immigration. Right? Most of it explained by immigration, which will also increase federal revenues by $1 trillion from what they are right now, given the same tax rates. So it allows for us to pay down things like Social Security, Medicare, and it also allows for us to pay down our debt for the future. It helps this country, economically speaking, and yet you guys sit there and act like it's so bad when the whole point, the history of this nation was like that immigration was easy, that you could come to this country for a better life, and that if you are here to work hard, do things to benefit people in your community, that you are going to do well and everyone else around you is going to do well. That was the American dream. And now you guys are trying to get rid of that and try to completely shut down the American border. What the hell are you talking about?
So when do they start paying?
What are the values of this nation?
So when do they start paying?
What do you mean? They start paying immediately when they work.
No,
they start
don't.
paying when they buy things in terms of sales tax. There are ITIN numbers. You understand that if you had wait, you said close down the border, which means there's no legal process of coming to the country.
Get over that conversation. How?
What? No. What do you mean get over?
How do they start paying?
No, answer my question. How is there? Do you believe in any legal form of immigration?
Yes, I do. I believe.
Okay, so that's not shut down the border completely.
We should temporarily, until we get our shit together.
How long?
Shut down the border.
How long?
As long as it takes for us to stop giving money to the illegals that you say are putting back into our economy. That's our tax money that we're giving to them.
As long as it takes that's basically fucking forever. So, John, you have no thought process, no plan. That's gonna fucking hurt American industry, and you have no clue what you're talking about. Take any economics professional will say that is a ridiculous, dumb position that is going to hurt American workers, hurt American industry, and corrupt the basis of this country. Because immigration is very important for the economy of this nation. Okay.
So it's worth spending billions right now to give them free housing, free food, free medical, free school.
You understand? You understand? You're talking about state policy. 1, 2. This is not a federal policy. 2. Two as it relates to this. It is the case that they create more than they take from the nation in terms of any type of social program you're referencing. Again, like I was just explaining to you, they work at a greater proportion than the average individual that's already in the country. You understand that, right? Which means that they're going to be providing more into the system than they're taking out of it comparative to the average United States citizen, because they are working at a greater proportion. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Exactly.
You're repeating dumb right-wing talking points meant to say that like it's somehow economically bad for immigration, which there's no economically literate position that says zero immigration to the country is beneficial. Every single projection will tell you zero immigration is bad for this nation. Every single projection. You will not find a single economist out there that tells you that there's good data to support zero immigration would be beneficial for the economy. You have no clue what you're talking about, and it's a complete parroted talking point over and over again because you guys are scared of immigrants coming to the country that don't look like you.
Oh, so now we're throwing race into it. So you think I'm a racist?
No, I'm just telling you. That's why you guys talk about it.
No, you said because I don't.
You might not be.
Look like me.
But what I'm telling you, you might not be. But the reason why these types of beliefs exist and why you guys perpetuate this ideology is because of that.
No. You know
could it be true? Probably.
Wait, you know what perpetuates this ideology? When I go to a store and I'm struggling to buy $100 worth of groceries, and I have an immigrant, an illegal immigrant, not an immigrant, an illegal immigrant in front of me with a food stamp card that has $5,000 on it. And
John, that has never fucking happened to you. And also, again, those fucking things you're talking about, those are for the asylum process in certain states, and I do want to fucking bet on that because that's insane.
How long does the asylum process take?
Hey, John, you just lied your ass off. Are you Christian? You just sinned under your own worldview, buddy. Why do you think it's okay to do that? You just literally fucking lied. No one next to you had $5,000 on a food stamp card. No fucking person that was in the country through the asylum process. Not a single one. Where the hell?
Oh my God! Go to New York City and look at what they're giving these.
Are you in New York City, John?
No.
So where are you? What state?
I'm in the United States.
What state, genius?
What state are you from, genius?
California.
And that's my whole argument. You talk about all this asylum.
John, I grew up in Iowa. Most of my life, I lived in Iowa. Okay, so I grew up in a conservative Christian household. Don't even get me started on all of this bullshit. What are you talking about?
Wait, shh. Quiet for a second.
Okay, bud.
You say all these immigration, getting food stamps and Medicare and all that. That is a state issue. Well, if you look at 90% of the immigration states that have the what do you call them? Where you ain't got to worry about being deported and all that. I can't think of the word right now. But anyhow, most of the states that give out all this free medical and free schooling and all that are blue states, like California, New York City, New Jersey. All these blue states are the ones that are taking the taxpayers' money and giving these illegal immigrants.
What state do you live in?
I live in a blue state.
What state?
Michigan.
Michigan. Okay. I live in Los Angeles, one that you said is on the border that is helping people in this country that's a blue state. Don't even get me fucking started. I have never seen someone with a $5,000 food card.
I have.
No, I've never seen that. And I live in Los Angeles.
Well, you know, it's where you live apparently, but where I live, I've seen it.
In Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. No, you live on a border state on the north, bro. So why don't you put up a northern border?
Oh, see, because I want immigration into our country.
Bro, you just called for a complete shutdown of the border. What are you talking about?
Because I don't want.
And I promise you, you are lying about the $5,000 thing in Michigan. You've never seen that. I promise you, fucking never seen that.
I can promise you, I'm not. And here's another.
Everyone who's from Michigan in the chat is saying you're lying.
Here's another thing that I can say. Well, you know what?
Everyone knows you're lying,
People
John.
from Michigan are in Detroit right now, and
What's the point of lying, John? What's the point of lying? Like, what do you get from this?
Stop, Parker. You don't know if I'm lying.
I do know you're lying.
You are assuming.
I do know you're lying.
You are assuming. I know. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I know you're wrong.
You can say whatever you want. I know what the truth is. You can say whatever you want.
You do. I know. You know the truth means you're wrong, buddy.
You can try it and
the truth is you're wrong. That's what it is.
Clickbait and whatever you need to do.
Clickbait. What is clickbait? How is there any clickbait about this live? What's the clickbait?
Oh, stop playing on words.
You just said that. I don't know what the clickbait is. I don't even have like a thumbnail.
No, but you're getting all your likes and you're getting all your prizes and your little.
Because I have a live where people are in it, dude. I've had this for a while. What are you talking about?
You're getting what you want. You're getting the attention of all these people that are on your side in this chat.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, see? Thank you for the galaxy.
Goblin, thank you for the galaxy as well. Thank you so much.
That's all money for you.
John, people send me money. Are you mad about it? Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much.
Not at all.
Okay. So I did this before I made any money, so I don't know what you're talking about. Appreciate the gift. You know, I started off doing these types of conversations with the Biden Trump conversation. Appreciate the head mustache. When I was like 2021. I was like 18. Appreciate the flame. Thank you so much. The Rocky. And I would do it on Omegle. Was I making any money doing that for hours on Omegle versus a superpower? Thank you so much. No. Because I fucking genuinely love talking about these things. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Heather. Thank you. And over time, these things grew on the.
More. I want to see
Heather,
more.
thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Big Paw, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Dude, you're mad, bro.
The fact of the matter is, illegal immigration right now at this time.
Wait, dude, why are you pivoting so much?
I'm not pivoting. I'm sticking on.
Appreciate the head mustache. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Wandering. Thank you so much, Wandering. No, you literally just pivoted. You pivoted to like, you are just doing this for money. Appreciate the sage. Thank you so much. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you.
Why are we giving this money
You
to our
pivoted. You
government?
literally just appreciate the gold medal. Wait, you literally advocate for a person that wants to do tax cuts for rich people instead of helping people in need. What are you talking about? Appreciate the head mustache. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
By the way, I'm turning on my phone, everyone. I apologize.
You don't think that's what the Bidens are doing?
What do you mean? They're not decreasing taxes on rich people. They're advocating to increase taxes on rich people to be able to offset the deficit caused by particular spending policies meant to benefit the middle class.
So if you increase taxes on these multi-billionaires who own companies and employ people, what do you think that does to their employees?
What? Wait, say that one more time. I appreciate the rock star. Say that one more time.
Okay, so you increase taxes for these billionaires. Now, these billionaires, they own companies who employ blue-collar workers. So if the billionaires are getting their taxes increased, where do you think that money's going to come from? These increased taxes. How do you think they're going to be able to pay those increased taxes? Where's that money going to come from?
Yeah, appreciate the happy weekend. Thank you so much. So again, when we're talking about income, their income is separated from the business, right? The income specifically would absolutely get taxed. Their bonuses get taxed. Things that are going to their bank account gets taxed. Yes, if they're making over $400,000 a year, I'm okay with there being a percentage or 2 or 3 increase, right, on their income over $400,000 a year. They can fucking afford it. I'd rather that than someone not have fucking, food on the table. I'd rather that than children be in poverty. Right?
Okay, so if
Brittany, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Claire, thank you for the $1. Kaden, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So those billionaires are going to see an increase on their income.
Peter, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Delian, thank you so much for the $5. Gina with the $10. Thank you so much. Lindsay with the $5. Tony with the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you, Jamie. Marine, thank you for the $2. Casey with the $5. Thank you so much. Jace, thank you for the $5. David, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Leah with the $5. Marine with the $5. Jonathan with the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Danny, I appreciate this super. Thank you so much. Tessa with the $25. Thank you so much, Tessa. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Are you done?
Yes, yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So these billionaires.
Gino, the clickbait fund. Thank you so much.
Are they getting their? They're getting their income tax. That's money that they put in their
How do I
bank.
think of the galaxy?
And they see that they're losing money that they're putting into their bank accounts. So what do they do?
Camille with the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Camille. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
To offset that income, they're going to put it back.
Yeah, you say you're gonna they're gonna hurt the workers. What we see historically speaking was that we had higher corporate tax rates, and yet this didn't happen. There was a higher corporate tax rate under Obama's administration. This didn't happen.
Well, what happened to the income, or what happened to the people under Donald Trump's administration?
According to the TCGA, like it only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which I looked it up. $10 billion. $10
billion what?
That adds $10 billion to the economy. For
Okay,
$1.9 trillion of spending, that was fucking nothing, dude.
So explain to me why
most of that taxes went to rich people and it fucking stayed there. That's what happened.
So why did I have more money in my pocket? And don't tell me I didn't. Why did I have more money in my pocket under Trump than I do right now?
So, that's because of you specifically. Real median wages, yes,
my
it is.
spending has gone way down.
John, real median wages are higher now, right, than it is the case than in 2019, Q4, right? Not only that, but real GDP is also up, right? It's the highest point it's ever been.
You're right. I'm making more money hourly than I was under Trump.
And I'm saying accounting for inflation. When I say real median wages, I mean accounting for inflation. John. I mean accounting for inflation, because even if you want to look at Obama's administration, Obama had less prices. The prices were lower than under Trump.
Right, but my gas prices.
Maya, thank you so much for the $10. Jazz, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
What I'm trying to say is my dollar went farther under Trump than it did under.
Yeah, and I'm accounting for that. I'm saying wages have gone up, accounting for inflation for the median worker.
But it's not.
They have. It's in Q4, it was lower. You can find this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
As much as it wants, but I'm actually losing more money now, even though the GDP's grown. I'm losing more money now than I was under Trump.
Okay, I understand there's been inflation, but what I'm saying is that prices are higher now, accounting for. I mean, not prices. Wages are higher now, accounting for inflation.
But you were right. Prices are higher now.
I agree, prices are higher now, but again, wages have gone up to account for that.
But it
has
hasn't.
The median worker, they have.
I'm the blue collar worker. I don't make what you make. And
I understand that, and I'm looking at the overall economic trends, right? That could just be for you. This could just be for me. I'm referencing the overall economic trends. If you look at the St. Louis Federal Reserve, you will literally see real wages are higher now than what they were in Q4 2019.
But you're not taking into account the flyover states.
What do you mean, what flyover states?
The blue collar worker.
I'm referencing the median worker.
Okay,
median is in the middle.
What's the median worker make?
So in terms of $1982 to $1984, I'll pull it up for you. I think it's $368 right now for weekly wages for real median wages in $82 to $84, and it was what's it called? In 2019, it was $362.
It was really good. Okay, so what is the median wage per year for the blue collar worker? What would you say?
What I just told you, but it's in $1982 to $1984. It's $368 now, and it was $362 in Q4 2019.
Okay, so and that's per week, right?
Yeah, it's weekly.
Weekly.
This is again real earnings. So It's adjusted to the CPI of 1982, $1984.
So it's not that much of an increase.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not much of an increase, but there has been an increase. That's the point I'm saying.
Right. And the point I'm saying is that the cost of living has gone up double in some areas and triple in other areas.
I'm not disputing that. That would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. Can you tell me what the Biden administration policy is that caused that?
Well, one, he cut the oil flows. And don't tell me that we're pumping more oil now than we ever were in history. Because
We are producing more oil right now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
Okay. And where's it going?
Thank you for the Dean raid, everyone. So the reason why there are higher prices here is because we're importing less from other countries because of the Russia-Ukraine situation leading us to getting less Russian oil, and Trump signing a deal with OPEC to cut oil production in 2020.
That has nothing. No, that ain't what affects our oil cost. Why did Biden cut down, or why did Biden shut down the Alaskan pipeline?
So that's a nature reserve. Also, that wasn't leading to us producing more. Again, we're producing more right now than any point in American history.
And where's it all going? If we're producing it, where's it going?
I'm telling you, the available supply in the United States has dropped because we're getting less imports, which means we're getting less oil from countries around the world. Even though we're producing more domestically speaking here in the United States, we're getting less from countries around the world.
So if that's the fact, then why did Biden empty our reserves?
Casey, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Casey. Thank you so much. The reason is because that was meant to reduce the effect of the increase in pricing, to increase supply of oil at that time. It was a temporary thing, but it's not like a long-term fix. That's why prices are still higher. Is because it is like an import problem. So we're also trying to find ways to diversify, which they did through the Inflation Reduction Act, which is us having the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
So why were we importing oil from China and El Salvador, or southern country?
Southern country. Okay. So we were importing more under Trump's administration because we had Russia, Ukraine, so it wasn't happening, and we didn't have sanctions on Russia to the same degree. And then we also didn't have a deal yet with OPEC to cut oil production. And also during COVID, right, there was a very low demand for oil because people were staying at home. Thank you for the raid, everyone coming from Dean's stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dean. Thank you so much for the raid. Good to see you. Good to see you. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Thank
you, Amanda. What's up?
And why were we staying at home?
COVID.
And what caused COVID?
What caused COVID? I think COVID was just something that either was a zoonotical leap or was a leak. We don't know.
From where?
What? It was in China, right? But none of them are intentional from China or Democrats, like you're about to say. Tegan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Oh, I never was I going to say it was intentional from the Democrats.
I had a feeling.
Well, your feeling was wrong. It was a China-created virus that was started.
You see what I mean? It was on the same type of route. You know what I mean? I said it was going to be this or that, and I was right. It was this or that.
So China is Democrats?
I said China and or Democrat created. That's what you were going to say.
Well, it is China created, and that's been proven.
Yeah, that's exactly what I knew you were going to say. You fucking crazy individual.
Right, but that's a fact.
Right, but no, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. There's no evidence justifying that they intentionally created COVID-19.
So where did it come from?
Appreciate the hand arts. Again, I told you the two possible things. It was possibly either a leak, right? Appreciate the love painting. Thank you so much. Or a zoonotical leap, right? Most likely a zoonotical leap.
No, I think they proved that one wrong.
No, they didn't.
Okay. That's a Democratic talking point, and I'll give you that.
What? You mean a correct talking point?
No. Democratic talking point.
No, that's accepted by people on the right, too. You're just delusional.
No, I'm not delusional.
No, you actually are. You're literally delusional.
No, it was created in a biolab over in China.
No, there's no good evidence of that.
Yeah, there is.
No.
And I don't believe the zoological thing.
I don't care what you believe. You're fucking crazy. So it's thanks for telling me. It was Ash Ketchum that did it. Gotta catch him. Oh, it leaked from a Pokemon lab. Appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much.
That's what you believe?
I know it's my destiny.
It came from Pokemon?
Yeah.
What's a Pokemon?
Jesus Christ, you don't know what Pokemon is?
No.
And that's kind of crazy. That might be the craziest thing you just said, bro.
Is that a kid thing?
Nah, bro. It's a cool person thing. Push the Lucy. Okay, you're just not cool.
Okay, that's agreeable. I'm not cool. I don't ever want to be cool.
Damn right.
So this argument or this debate, not argument, this debate is really going nowhere.
Are you a troll? Are you a troll? Cassandra just told me you're a troll going on a bunch of people's lives.
You're the only second live I've ever been on.
What was the first?
What was her name?
Can you give it $10? Thank you so much. I appreciate it for chicken noodle soup. He's like, yes, I am a little bit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank
I think it's her name.
you. Interesting. Tessa, thank you so much for the $25 for what's your favorite Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon, I gotta go with Infernape.
That sounds made up.
What?
That sounds made up.
I didn't make it up.
What did you just call that Pokemon thing?
Infernape.
Infernape? Is that even part of the English language?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like a little kid thing, so I will let you Pokemon people do your little kid things. And hey, I enjoyed our conversation. You came with a lot of facts, and I have nothing.
Can I ask you a question before you leave?
Wait, I have nothing to dispute anything that you said. I just have, what I've seen and what I've witnessed. I have my beliefs. You have yours.
Can I ask you one question before you leave?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you vote for someone like for Trump if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
When did that happen?
Like, would you vote for him if that were true?
When did that happen?
Would you vote for them if it were true?
I don't vote for hypotheticals.
Okay, well, it is true. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Right?
No, he wasn't. He was held. No, he was held liable for talking bad about her.
No, he was held liable for forcibly penetrating her against her will.
No, you need to look that up. He never.
John, I have. It was sexual abuse and defamation, genius.
That's the word I was looking for, defamation. Sexual abuse doesn't mean penetration.
You understand in this context it was.
But it wasn't.
Yes, it is.
No, I read
what was the
case.
story? What's her name?
Who, E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah, so where did it happen?
You mean the woman who was trying to promote her book by telling lies about
where did she get assaulted?
Some kind of clothing store.
You don't remember?
No, not right offhand.
Bergdorf Goodman? Do you know what year?
Bergdorf Goodman. What is that? Some kind of Richie place?
Do you know what year?
10 years ago?
No. 1996. So you don't know anything about the case, right? Yeah, you're assuming that it's wrong, right? So again, 9 jurors unanimously indicated that she was forcibly penetrated against her will. The judge confirmed this, right? The jurors confirmed this.
Wait,
everyone knows this but you.
What was the...
Cassandra, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Alejandro, thank you for the $5 for Pokemon for adults. Thank you so much. Kaiden, thank you so much for the $15 for Infernape the Goat. Let's go.
So what was the judge's name?
Trey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Maddie with the $100 for W Pokemon. Can we get some fucking W's for Maddie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I am so glad I mentioned the word Pokemon to you.
Why? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Maddie. Thank you. Thank you.
See, it's words like that that can make you money. See, so I can just keep bringing up other stuff.
Well, I think you're just weird. I'm about to just kick you.
And I'm glad.
Okay. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 26. And
are you voting Trump?
January. Yes, I am.
Why so? So
I believe that the things that I'm the most passionate about, he fits that qualification the most. personally. I haven't voted in the since 2016, so this will be the next one.
Okay, so like what things in particular?
Well, I think that something needs to be done about the border. I live in Texas, and I have land in East Texas that we've actually had multiple. We've had a lot of news about a lot of traveling through there, and we've noticed that there's a lot of, provocative things that go through, whether it be, naked. Oh, go ahead.
Tanner, how do you feel about Trump calling people in Congress to not vote for the border bill?
Yeah, I mean, I do find that may be questionable and problematic, but I do find that he's a lot more outspoken when it comes to doing something about border control.
Well, then why did he undermine the border bill? The bipartisan border bill that was the biggest one in the past 20 to 30 years that was helped written by a Trump-endorsed Republican Langford.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, it could always be that they'd like to have it done under their presidency to give them some status rep, but I'm not quite sure. But
the two reasons he gave were appropriations and he didn't want Democrats to look good. The border bill was separated from the appropriations. There was a solo appropriations bill and a solo border bill. The solo appropriations bill passed. The solo border bill did not. So he was just lying, and the reason he was doing it is because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I think especially anyone in politics wanting the Democrats to look bad, it's going to be Trump. But what do you find that Kamala will do that'll be effective in solving this problem?
So again, that the border bill was how they were supposed to do that. They aren't able to do it any further other than the recent executive order that was just influenced to get passed.
But
or just
like,
passed.
Can you reference it, like what it would have accomplished?
Yeah. So it was going to increase the amount of immigration judges to make the asylum process faster. Instead of taking like 7 to 10 years, it would take 6 months to 1 year. It would also increase the amount of border agents, gave funding to build the wall. Yeah, for a weekly daily average, 2,500 would allow them to shut down the border, and then 5,000 for 1 day. So if they either meet the criteria of 5,000 for 1 day or 2,500 for a weekly daily average, then they would be able to shut down the border. And then also, her name's Kamala.
Well, I mean, what that necessarily addresses is helping out legal immigration. Wouldn't you agree?
So again, this is just going for encounters in general, and the process that we wanted to address was the asylum process. Like illegal immigration is already illegal, right? To say that you want to make it more illegal doesn't really make any sense.
Well, it's not necessarily me wanting to make it more illegal, but just to reduce, if not eliminate, as much illegal crossings as possible. Obviously, it's the punishment.
But what about the border wall? Is the border wall going to help with that? I thought you guys said the border wall was going to do that.
I personally think so. I mean, it was never
the border wall. Yeah, you understand that there was funding for the border wall within this policy, like I just mentioned.
No, I didn't hear you say that. But how are we to address, the government allowing the razor wire to be cut and allowing different areas and locations from the border to allow them in, and trucking them all in and stuff like that. I don't find that to be, productive.
Okay, like you understand these are just right-wing talking points, right? Like this was just like things that they put up razor wire, which was federal jurisdiction to judge how they're going to do this, and the states put that up. So they were just trying to go around that so people didn't get hurt.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And
because this is people going through the legal asylum process.
They're going through the legal asylum process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why aren't they just going through the checkpoints?
Because it is the case that you don't have to go through a port of entry.
It's
right now you do. Now you do, according to the recent Biden executive order. But prior, you didn't have to go through the port of entries.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But it's just not clear to me whether or not we're to definitively know if they're legal or illegal. That's why I'd rather just eliminate the process altogether.
Well, you want to eliminate the asylum process?
No. I think that there should be an appropriate.
How are you going to do that without legislation?
Well, we just not cut razor wire and have everyone go through the same way, right?
So you risk children going through razor wire because people are likely going to do it.
Well, I think that there should be a line drawn in the sand what is appropriate and not appropriate. I mean, yeah, I don't want children to get hurt, but if they're legally,
that's the reality of what's going to happen.
Well, if they're legally entering the border, I want it to be done through an appropriate manner.
Okay, so actually pass legislation that gets people to do that.
Yeah.
Incentivize people to go through the legal process because the legal process is fast.
But do you see how it from my position being in Texas, it's very disingenuous to me when we're kind of stabbing at each other. Like we're cutting the razor wire to let them in. Okay, well now the.
None of this is policy. None of this is policy passed by the federal government. You understand that has nothing to do with did you think Kamala Harris gave them that order or something?
Not necessarily, but
so then what makes you think that wouldn't have happened if Trump was in office?
I think we would have just been more productive in creating a border and to allowing everyone to come in the same way. Right.
Well, why didn't you do it then? Because there were more border crossings under his administration at the very end daily than there is now daily.
Yeah, again, it's just not clear to me that under Kamala's presidency, it would be more effective in taking care of this issue. That's all.
Again, we addressed this. Kamala Harris actually actively was trying to get it done. Trump wasn't trying to get it done because he wants the credit for it. So he shows he doesn't actually care about it.
Well, it's not clear.
He just cares about getting the recognition for it.
Well, I feel like both sides at that point you wish to have the recognition for it.
Do you think expected that you'll only do it if it is the case that you get attention for it?
Well, can't we say the same thing about when Donald Trump wanted to originally create the wall? We kind of Democrats didn't want that to happen. So although I think that
they disagree with it, but they're willing to compromise on it to be able to get.
I totally understand your point. I respect your point, but I disagree. It seems to me that Donald Trump is far more outspoken about what he wants to do about the border. And I think that I do personally think he cares. I don't think it's fair to say that he doesn't.
Why do you undermine the bill?
I agree with you. He doesn't like Democrats. He wants.
That means he cares more about his dislike of Democrats than actually fixing the problems of the border.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
He cares more about his dislike of Democrats than he cares about actually fixing things for the border.
I think that Democrats care about hurting Trump more than they care about helping the things that I am passionate about personally.
What? Give me one instance of that happening the other way around.
What exactly are you asking?
Give me one instance of that happening the other way around, where they sacrifice something they care about to be able to get back at Trump.
Although it doesn't, one person doesn't represent the entire party, but the assassination attempts, I'd say that.
I'm gonna fucking kick you for that. That was stupid. That was so stupid. Those were both fucking Republicans. And have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What's up, how old are you?
26.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, I kind of want to bring back up a topic on the border crossings. And I just kind of want your viewpoint. Okay, so I own a construction company, and I talk to Hispanics pretty much every day. I'm probably the only bilingual white man around. So, I've became pretty good friends with a big number of them. And so the thing is that they have to pay the cartel to come here. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like the cartel has their own border patrol. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. What's your point?
So my point is, when do we stop the cartel to actually help these people?
Okay. I mean, how about we stop engaging in like the drug war internationally? Because that's what has caused things like the cartel to be more powerful.
Right.
Right. How about we make the legal system? How about we make the legal system go faster, which incentivizes people to go through the legal process instead of having to rely on the cartel?
But you're not getting what I'm saying. They have to pay the cartel to get across the border.
Not if we made the legal system go faster.
But you're not getting what I'm saying. They can't get past the border without paying the cartel.
I'm sorry, sir, because we currently do not have legal processes to make the system go faster.
I understand that, but they can't get there in the first place without paying the cartel.
I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying?
I'm saying they can't just run from the cartel to get over here.
What?
They can't just run from the cartel to get here.
Okay.
They have to pay the cartel.
Do you think every person who immigrates from Mexico has to pay the cartel?
I'm not saying all, but a vast majority of them do.
Yeah, give me a source.
I mean, do you want to talk to maybe the 50?
I want a source.
That they have to pay the cartel?
Yeah.
Well,
that legal migrants, right, from Mexico have to pay the cartel. Yeah, give me a source.
Legal migrants. Okay, they get here because they pay the cartel to let them cross the border.
Source.
I don't have to give you a source.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yes, you
because
do.
I talk to them daily about.
I don't
this.
care. Source.
Anyways, so at what point do we stop the
Seth,
cartel?
if you don't provide me a source, I'll just kick you from the stream.
I just told you I don't have a source other than.
Okay, so that's called a trust me, bro.
Do what?
That's called a trust me, bro.
Okay, well, trust me. They have to pay the cartel to get here.
Trust me.
You think they don't have to pay the cartel to get here?
No, I don't think every legal migrant from Mexico has to pay the cartel to get here.
To originally have got here, yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Not all of them, but.
Seth,
and then
give me
also,
a single source. Give me a single source.
Brother.
Other than trust me. I'm not trusting you, Seth.
Okay, well, let's just continue the conversation.
No.
Why?
Because I want a source. You said legal migrants. Most of them from Mexico have to pay the cartel to get here.
A lot of them did have to pay the cartel to originally come here.
So again, as it relates to this, you're saying the legal migrants, legal migrants, they go through the legal process. You're saying has to pay this specifically. And can you provide me? Honestly, Seth, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. You can either look it up, right, and find a source, or you can retract the statement. Otherwise, I'm gonna kick you.
Well, you're just gonna have to kick me.
All right, later. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Joe Turkey.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not. I am.
Nice. Appreciate you. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate Jacob. Thank you very much. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 25.
Are you voting Trump?
I just wanted to say,
I'm sorry, everyone. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Push the little crown. Are you voting Trump?
I'm actually illegal. I need to talk.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Mustache. Why so?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
Because everything was better when he was president.
Like what?
Everything. Gas prices, food prices, the economy.
Okay. Gas prices, food prices, the economy. What economic, macroeconomic?
More jobs.
indicator?
More jobs. I mean,
push the money gun. Thank you so much. So why was there higher unemployment rate at the end of Trump's administration?
there wasn't at the end.
There was.
That was Trump had nothing to do with that. That was Biden.
No,
Trump
Biden
created many
inherited
jobs.
Biden inherited economy at 6.4% unemployment.
Biden inherited a great America, and he screwed it up.
6.4% unemployment is great. Trump came into office at 4.7.
Trump created a bunch of jobs. I'd have to look up the facts just to fact check you. But
Trump came into office with 4.7 and left with 6.4. So he increased something. Unemployment.
So you're voting for Kamala?
Under your view. Yes, I'm voting for Kamala.
Kamala. Okay.
Or you can say VP Harris.
Vice President.
Okay, buddy. Have a good one.
No argument? Nothing? Yeah, nothing, bud? You gonna run to your little MAGA safe space because you don't have any arguments? All you've got is feelings? It's facts over feelings, buddy.
The facts are way better, dude. Let's see. Lumber prices. I do construction, excavation. So dealing with the prices of everything have skyrocketed. And the economy has just gone to shit.
So
since
prices have gone up. How is that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
COVID. It goes pretty deep.
Oh,
if
okay.
you want to think about it.
Okay. So you think the Biden-Harris administration caused COVID?
Yes, I do.
You're trolling.
You're trolling.
I'm trolling.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Oh yeah, lumber prices did go up because of tariffs under Trump's administration. I forgot about that. That's really funny. I should have said that. Fuck. Polly, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Polly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for him.
Why?
Because he has more experience as president. I think Kamala doesn't really know what she's up. She's
Kamala? Yeah. So what does she not know about?
Well, she doesn't have the experience because that Trump has, because he has already been president.
Really? So she's been prosecutor, district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president. Okay, Donald Trump had no experience in 2016. Did you vote for Trump in 2016?
Yes, and I think he did all right.
So he had no experiences.
But as a president, he did all right.
But he had no experiences, and you still voted for him. Push the confetti.
Yeah, because he seemed like a good candidate at the time.
So what makes Kamala Harris a bad candidate? Because clearly it doesn't make you a bad candidate to not have experience, even though she has an insane level of experience.
No, but right now, of the two candidates, obviously Trump has more experience and he seems like the better candidate.
I have a question. What time is it?
3 o'clock.
3?
Yeah, I'm in the UK right now.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, all right. Let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Benita, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Jonah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much for my immigrant mother is side-eyeing for real. Katie, thank you so much for the $4.20 for Trustin, bro. And what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I am.
For sure. Why so?
So, in my experience, I felt like the economy.
Have you been on my live before?
I have not.
I don't know. You look very familiar for some reason, but yeah, keep going.
And by the way, I respect you and everything. I just don't agree. So I want to keep things respectful. But yeah, the economy I felt like was better, as were the border crossings, illegal border crossings.
Okay, so you say undocumented border crossing. So how do you feel about Trump undermining the border bill?
So.
Okay. She's lagging real quick, everyone, so I'm going to say thank you to everyone. Carol, thank you so much. Or Carolee, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Paul with the $50 as well.
No. Can you hear me?
Can we get some W's for Paul and W's for Carolee? Thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 from each of you. Thank you so much for standing up for the facts and defending the truth of facts. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Paul. And thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate that. Trey, thank you for the $5 as well. And Peter, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I do hear you now. So why are you voting Trump? Well, that scared me.
Okay.
Purdy, thank you.
Yeah, so the economy and
That scared me. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, it's okay. So we were talking about the illegal border crossings, and you mentioned that Trump killed the bill. So there are a couple things I wanted to discuss with you about that. So I had heard that the bill that you're referencing also included things like giving money to the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I can respond to this. So that was the appropriations aspect of the bill. They separated the bill between the border bill by itself, solo border bill, and a solo appropriations bill. The solo appropriations bill passed, but the solo border bill did not pass.
Okay.
Did not get passed, sorry.
Okay. I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for that information. And then the other thing I feel is that if Trump was not holding any type of political position at that time and Kamala Harris was actively the vice president, I don't know if he can get stuff done or not done when he's not holding office versus somebody who's actively in office. What does that say?
So he was actively undermining something, and he still has political power, even though he's on the other side. He was still the running nominee.
Yeah, but she was actively in a position of power in office, and she couldn't get it to go through.
Yes. The same way that Trump couldn't get the bipartisan the infrastructure bill, or he couldn't get the border wall done, or he couldn't get rid of the corruption in politics, or he couldn't get rid of all of these things and do all these things he said, like repeal and replace the ACA. So again, but Trump is the one that actively stopped this from happening. It would have happened due to what they were advocating for if Trump didn't call people in Congress to not vote for it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I think my Wi-Fi is bad. It was kind of loud.
It's fine. Don't worry. I appreciate you, Pamela. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Wi-Fi is really bad, so I'm going to go on to the next person. I appreciate you a lot, though. Thank you so much. One thing I would say is, yeah, Trump tried to fill the swamp, literally tried to fill the river, actually, the Rio Grande. It's a paladin. That's the only thing he did.
Yo, I'm 19. What are you saying?
What time is it? Appreciate the hand art.
12:37.
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $2. Jesse, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. All right. It's a paladin. Oh.
Parker.
Don, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? And Eric, I think it's $5 as well.
Yes, sir. I am.
Why so?
Hey, let me ask you a question. Have you ever competed in women's sports?
No. Why?
Don't you think that's kind of weird that they're promoting that in the Biden administration?
So they haven't gave a particular policy on this one. And two, I'm not a trans woman. I'm not on HRT. I didn't have puberty blockers. Right? You understand there's a big difference between that, right? One, and two, like, you can't even name me one trans person that is dominating women's sports.
They've already won in some events when it first became prevalent.
Give me one.
Can't name any offhand, but I heard
that's what I thought
when it became law that they were surpassing the women, and it just wasn't right.
Yeah, so you haven't heard of any of these circumstances, and that's what you decided to bring up, right? You have no clue anything, any trans person that is dominating. You don't even watch these sports, and yet it's such a big issue for you that you have to bring it up. If you don't want these things to happen, how do you feel about Donald Trump walking in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
Well, I'll tell you what, they'd be shot in Texas.
Can you answer my question? Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. How do you feel about that?
You changed what I am discussing here. Why?
Wait, you said men engaging in sports. Okay, then you're definitely against men walking into the changing rooms of women, right? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying men because you brought up me, which, again, you were trying to refer to trans people, right? Which, again, a trans woman is not a man. A trans woman is a woman.
But they take on the responsibility of a woman, even though they won't.
But you don't care that Donald Trump literally walks into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls without their consent. You don't care about that.
Well, maybe he's going to jump in the pool and compete against them, like Biden would like.
Do you want to like respond to what I said?
I just did.
No, you didn't, Tom. You gave me a really stupid response because Biden has not said anything, and no, that wouldn't make any sense, especially because of age.
Okay,
now, can you like actually engage with what I have to say here, or are you just going to keep diverting away from that because you're a fucking weird one?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's how you get on top of me is you insult me. See, I
called you weird. Well, you insulted trans people, and you thought it was okay.
No, I didn't.
You literally just did.
Situation isn't correct.
Yeah. So do you want to like engage in the conversation, responding to what I said?
Well, now you're running me, and I started with a certain narrative, and now you're taking over the conversation. So I thought this was going to be an equal conversation, but now you want to drive it in your direction.
I not only responded to your point, I not only responded to your point, but I also specifically addressed a problem, and you didn't want to bring it up. But have you been on my live before? My Discord's telling me you've been on my live.
No, sir. I watch it quite a bit, and it really turns my stomach because there's no man in this world that should let a woman run this country. If you have any balls at all, you should never.
A woman. Okay, so you have an issue with what's wrong with a woman being president?
She will be destroyed by the dictators of the world. Do you realize that when
Donald Trump hasn't?
Do you realize when Saudi Arabia and these other countries that have women that you can only see their eyes are going to look down on America?
Oh, because misogyny exists in the world, don't vote for a misogynist or don't vote for a woman. Okay, so let me ask you this question. Would you say because ableism exists in the world, you wouldn't vote for someone who's disabled?
That's not true, no.
So you wouldn't vote for a disabled military vet because it is the case that there's ableism in our world?
No, now you're changing it again.
Do you see how immediately he's okay with perpetuating misogyny, but when it comes to ableism, he's not okay with perpetuating that? So again, explain to me why, because misogyny exists in the world, you wouldn't vote for a woman.
Well, she shows weakness.
How does she show weakness?
Well,
just by being a woman?
Man, it's in the Bible.
Oh, it's in the Bible. The Bible says don't let women be in authority figures. That's for the church, genius. Is state and church separated?
Yeah, okay.
You clearly didn't read your own Bible. Sorry. Okay, now one that's in a misogynistic thing. So you're pointing out the misogyny in your religion. Go for it. Two, it is the case that that's for the church and you didn't even know it. Okay, so the state and church separated, or do you believe state and church should be one? Because then I should go to prison for blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, because I've done that.
All right. No, they should be separate. You're right. Sorry, I won't bring that up.
Okay, so then why are you disputing that a woman should be in a position of power because of your religion, and because of what it should be in the church? And Purdy with the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy, because you're the best. Thank you so much, Purdy. I always appreciate seeing you. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I already explained it. You were busy.
Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Well, you have other things going on. What can I tell you?
You're so mad, dude. Just say what you were saying.
I can care less.
Then say what you were saying. Appreciate the hand heart and the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
Well, you interrupted me with your gift giving, and so that's more important, obviously, than my thought. So I understand.
Go for it.
You have an agenda, and I'm not on the agenda. So your disrespect towards me really doesn't matter what I had to say.
Oh, do you need a Kleenex? Do you need to run to your little MAGA safe space because I disrespected you on a live when you're voting for a guy? You're voting for a man because you think a woman is not fit to be president because she's a woman. Is that not disrespectful to women?
No,
Are your feelings hurt, misogynist? Are your feelings hurt? Do you need a Kleenex? Do you want people to feel bad for you? You got hate speech, hateful behavior. All right. Donald, thank you so much for the $6.68. And Katrina, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Katrina. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Katrina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Katrina. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, you're talking.
Hello? Okay. All right. We'll go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Laura, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, of course, dude.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Is there a way you can move to a place without background noise?
Oh, yeah, hold up.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so what's the reason you're voting Trump?
Everything is border policies. Fucking Kamala and her fucking goofy ass with the fucking borders out.
Kamala, by the way. And borders are not a thing.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Kamala, like, who gives a fuck?
No, you're going to say her name correctly or I'll kick you from the live.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, King. Anyway, what's up?
Yeah, so the border czar is not an actual thing. That was made up.
No, but the most important thing for me is that she sends her girlfriend back to Mexico in a cage.
Bro, someone told me in the chat they were going to do that. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? By the way, my girlfriend is Mexican. He was saying that because my girlfriend's Mexican, by the way. So that's fucking stupid. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the hearts. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, Sandy. I appreciate that. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Dark Side of Ginger, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What month?
September.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
I don't know, bro. Really, I'm just undecided at the moment.
Okay. Do you want your prices to be higher? Like your groceries, your gas? Than it already is?
Not necessarily, bro, no.
No, so do you know Donald Trump wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff that will make your gas, your groceries, your everything you buy more expensive?
Really?
Mm-hmm. Lauren, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Lauren. I'll throw hands for a march. Same here. Sorry, what did you just say?
How so?
Yeah, because 10 to 20% universal tariffs are a tax on imports into the country, which will cause prices to go up. So everything you buy will go up in price.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. All right, sounds good, bro.
Based. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. My son's name is Parker. I'm telling him that he's named after you. Yo, Based. Yo, Sale, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Charles with the $10. Thank you so much. Sale, I appreciate the magic. Thank you so much, Dawn. Thank you for the subscription, for having to deal with misogynistic, xenophobic a-holes all day. Yes, yes. It's a part of it, part of what we do here, part of what we do here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
So basically, I don't want to go into the whole reason. I just have a quick little topic here. So you said borders aren't a thing.
What?
Why?
Al, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
You
Why?
said
I never said borders aren't a thing.
You said 2 people ago, borders aren't real.
Huh?
2 people ago, he was talking about the borders.
The
and you said
borders are isn't a real thing.
Sorry?
Borders are.
Yeah, but you said they weren't. You said borders aren't a real thing.
No, I said borders are isn't a real thing.
Oh, okay. So, so, what's your basis on the amount of illegal immigrants coming into the States?
Yeah, the best way to incentivize people to come to the country for the legal process is by making the system here faster, safer, and better off, right? So that's what the bipartisan border bill did, right? Along with you not destabilizing nations around the world, right? If the U.S. stopped destabilizing nations, maybe people wouldn't need to be like, claiming asylum here in the United States.
Okay, yeah, and obviously, like, getting people, like, especially in like countries where it's not safe to be in, letting them come to the States faster is obviously a good thing. But, like, I'm saying, like, Trump wants the biggest mass deportation of the illegal immigrants, right?
Okay, what's his plan to deport people?
Okay, so this is kind of like where I want to debate. So I'm not entirely sure, but I know from last time, right? He found them and deported them back, right?
By doing what?
Do you think that that's a good
What's his plan to deport people?
Like, again, like, this is kind of my understanding. So, like, when he was elected, right, the first term, he had one of the biggest deportations, correct?
Obama deported more.
Okay, sorry, I think I'm getting them mixed up. My bad. So he says in one of his, I'd have to pull up the thing again. He wants to have the greatest deportations, right? But do you think that Kamala didn't do?
So what's his plan to deport more people? Like, what is he going to do that?
Well, like, if you find someone who doesn't have papers, deport them. Like, it's not that hard.
Okay, how do you know if someone doesn't have papers? How do you know to go up to who to say who has papers and who doesn't? Are you going to, like, start profiling people?
No, but it's not. It's
okay,
not.
So then, how do you know? You're just going to go to everyone's door, knock on the door, be like, "Yo, do you have papers?"
No, and obviously that's not the best way to go about it. But I'm saying, like speeding, you get pulled over and you're asked for papers, and you kind of
because you already committed an infraction. Like,
yeah,
you can't just be asked for things without. You can't be asked for things without committing a crime.
Reasonable cause,
right? So again, when you get pulled over. Right, you were like speeding, you were doing other things like that. What you're talking about right now is profiling people.
I'm not talking about profile. I'm saying in a circumstance where you find they don't have papers to deport them. I'm not saying going around to every single.
Well, how do you know if someone
asking for their papers?
So then, how do you know if a person doesn't have papers?
Under the circumstances where it's legal to ask to see the papers.
Okay, well then you wouldn't be able to engage in that much mass deportation.
But how? So, if you find people who don't have papers, right, and you deport every single one throughout the year, the numbers will add up. It'll be a mass deportation over the year.
Okay, so you're just saying it will be a mass deportation over the year. You understand that we already have that process right now, right? That's not a new process. Like, they just left. Okay. Alex, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Alex. Thank you so much. You have incredible patience in dealing with MAGA brain rot every day. I just hope it's making a difference. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is what's keeping me going, is that it's making a difference. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
Oh, shit.
Are you voting for Trump? Hello? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why are you voting Biden? Or Harris, I mean. Why are you voting Harris?
Okay, yeah, because she's not a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict a woman's access to abortion. She didn't call for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Things like that.
So I want to talk about like the court cases, you know, the fraud and stuff. I think as far as that goes, that's not necessarily true because there's been problems in the legal system before. So I don't think you can necessarily say just because he's been convicted of it doesn't mean it's necessarily true, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay, so then do you believe in the death penalty?
Yeah, in some circumstances.
Okay, so then why do you have a high enough likelihood of it being true to kill someone with a death penalty, but not say that Donald Trump is someone you shouldn't vote for because of what he's done?
They say that again, sorry.
Jen, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Why do you have a high enough degree of certainty to kill someone through the death penalty, even though there could be people who are innocent, comparative to the Donald Trump running for president?
Well, I think there's many times where the death penalty is wrong, you know, like it was actually a couple weeks ago. I think someone got sentenced to death.
Yeah. So again, the point is that if you are willing to think that, oh, because it's so unlikely that something is wrong as it relates to the death penalty, that you're willing to accept it because the criminal justice system is always right. Why are you not willing to say that with Donald Trump when it relates to his convictions, or when it relates to him being held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Well, I'm just saying that it's not completely true, but that wasn't my main talking point. That wasn't mainly what I was trying to talk about. Because I think in some cases you need to separate the person from the policy. You need to separate the person from the politician. Because I'm sure there's stuff that doesn't make any sense. Separate the person from the politician. They are the person is the politician. Okay.
Greg, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you for the $1. And Chase, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much.
No, what I'm saying is just because something Trump did that you didn't like, that doesn't mean he'd be a bad president just because he's maybe not the best person in your eyes. Just because someone's
you don't think character matters? You don't think that like our children look up to the president of the United States, and if they do something, they think that behavior is normal because the president did it?
You can look at Jimmy Carter. He was a really good person, but he wasn't a good president.
Alejandro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I mean, actually, he cared more about upholding his values than he cared about getting reelected. That's what you want from a president.
Well, I know, but
so actually, wait. Tell me one thing Jimmy Carter did that was bad.
He wasn't harsh enough.
On what?
I'm not an expert on this. I will say that was in the 70s before I was born. But from all the older people I've talked to, both Democratic and Republican, that's what I've heard. And I think in general, one of the reasons I like Trump is I think he's strong, and I think he actually, wants the best for the country and actually cares about protecting America. I think I like how he's trying to reduce taxes. I like that, and I think.
Wait, you know how like we have FEMA for natural disasters?
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter was the person who got that done.
I didn't know.
You understand? Wait, so I want to clarify. What you just said is that Jimmy Carter was a bad president. He was the one who got FEMA done, which is now what Republicans are saying that we don't provide enough of for people with natural disasters.
I don't think.
So I just want to clarify that.
Wrong, but I think overall,
Okay, but like character really matters.
About taxes, though. That was going to be my main point.
Character really matters from an individual. I think that's very, very important to look at character.
I think
right. So when we see Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that's important. When we see that Donald Trump called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, that's important. When we see that Donald Trump tried to coup the country and undermine the integrity of this nation's democracy, that matters. That character is important. You can't say that character isn't important when it comes to the president of the United States, because that will influence what they do as president.
That's not the only thing that's wrong. And I don't think Trump's necessarily a bad character. Sure, he's done some things, but I think everyone has flaws. You got to be able to look past that when you're thinking about a person. You got to be able to.
Bremner, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much, Bremner. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Saying sexual abuse and trying to overthrow the government is just like a little thing. Is terrible.
Alleged sexual abuse.
Alleged. He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Okay, and OJ's free. Does that mean that?
Okay, wait. Do you think OJ's guilty?
I mean, probably, yeah. I think.
Yeah. Okay. So if OJ is guilty, why isn't Trump? you literally said it was analogous by bringing it up, and now you're not willing to apply it.
I keep interrupting me. I'm saying it's flawed. I'm saying that you can't always take the justice system for what it is when it is flawed in some cases.
No, but give me the reason to believe that it wasn't accurate here. And Crone, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Crone. Can we get some W's for Crone in the comment section for the $30? Thank you so much.
Can you send me your source?
For the sexual abuse?
Yeah.
Look up Trump liable essay AP News.
Yeah, hold up. Let me go to my computer real quick. Who was he alleged of doing it to?
E. Jean Carroll, and it's not alleged. He was held civilly liable. Who did he assault? E. Jean Carroll. No, I can legally say he's a rapist. Okay, I can legally say that without getting defamation charges. I just want to let you know that.
Okay. Well, it's also the media is so left as well. They're just pushing.
I see you. But we're not going to talk about all the media that's right on YouTube. We're not going to talk about all the media that's right, like Fox News, the biggest media source, or like what we can talk about all of those different things. What about Instagram? What about Twitter? Elon Musk? Is that not all like fucking right wing? There's so much media that's right wing. You guys don't look at that. You understand? Elon Musk literally puts himself in the algorithm, so he sends out to basically everyone on Twitter. That's a right-wing media source, all of Twitter.
He owns it, bro. But like, just because there's a right-wing person doesn't mean it's all right-wing. Majority of media is left-wing, and I don't think that's.
Wait, if you can go on Twitter and you can literally see all the right-wing content. Push the sunglasses. It's predominantly right-wing on Twitter. It's predominantly right-wing in terms of media for the big media influencers on YouTube.
On one app, TikTok is predominantly left.
I agree. TikTok is like one of the only ones that are predominantly left.
But you look at young voters, where are they most on? Not TikTok, not Twitter.
Wait, what do you mean? You understand there are a lot of young people on YouTube. There's a lot of young people on Twitter. There's a lot of young people on a bunch of different platforms. Yes, there's a lot of young people on TikTok, but I don't see that's relevant.
I'm saying that TikTok is the largest, and that's what.
No, it's not.
Play the most for young people. Yes, it is.
I doubt it, honestly.
You doubt it?
Yeah. You mean it's bigger than YouTube? You think it's bigger than YouTube?
For young people, yeah. Like, who watches YouTube anymore?
Can you give me a wait? You called that a trust me, bro, for yourself. For me, okay, you made this. You made the claim. You made the claim. You made. Shut the fuck up. You made the claim.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nice. I'm just trying to have a calm debate here.
Do you need a Kleenex? I said fuck. My bad.
I'm just saying you're getting heated for no reason, man.
I'm not heated. I'm just trying to speak. I'm trying to speak, and you're not letting me speak.
All right, speak. I'll let you speak.
Okay, so you made the claim. Do you have a source for the claim?
For which claim?
That there are more young people on TikTok comparative to YouTube.
Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick. Just look up how many active people between, let's say, the age.
No, I want a source for you. I'm of course gonna look that up.
Let me find a source. Give me a second, bro. Is TikTok.
TikTok just follows after YouTube.
What's your source for that?
Pew Research.
Let me check that out real quick. Oh yeah, no, I see that.
Yeah, it's just a bit after. Yep, YouTube then TikTok.
Okay, I'll admit. You did get me there. Okay, but my main talking point was going to be on on taxes and that's what I wanted to talk about, because that's the main reason that I vote for Trump, is more of the economic standpoint. I could really care less about some of the other stuff, and I don't want to get into a lot of the other
give me an economic policy. Let's go for it.
Give me your economic policy that you like from Harris.
Bipartisan infrastructure bill, CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay. Has the Inflation Reduction Act worked?
Yes.
How? Where's your source? How is that work?
Congressional Budget Office indicated point
How come everything is more expensive now than it was 4 years ago?
You're misunderstanding what Inflation Reduction Act doesn't mean that it's going to like reduce inflation by 5%. It's meant to be like a long-term thing to decrease our dependence on foreign energy.
You can't say it works yet. If it hasn't been a long term, you can't say
wait. You understand that the point of it was not to get rid of inflation. I know the name makes it seem like that, but it was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. So it did actively make it cheaper within plenty of scenarios, right? For people on Medicare, for insulin, it made it cheaper in terms of energy because of the influx in the production of renewable energy.
Okay, so here's my question. Why do you think Harris will be better for the average American, not like yourself or like other people who are well off, like the average 9-to-5 worker? Why do you think Harris would be better for them than Trump?
Yeah, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 deductible for new businesses just starting off, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket a year, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for seniors, getting rid of the effect of medical debt on our credit, allowing Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. I can mention a million things. Donald Trump doesn't have economic policy. She's not going to impose a universal 10 to 20% tariff like Donald Trump that will cause prices like gas, groceries, everything that you buy in your life to be more expensive. Housing development. What she's going to specifically do is she's going to make it incentivized to produce more housing in places where people want it, whereas Donald Trump is going to make it harder for businesses to produce houses in places where people want to live.
Yo, your chat keeps spamming me. Geez.
And did you even listen to what I just said?
No, because I'm seeing all these messages. These people are like spamming me, bro.
Dude, you can listen still.
No,
right?
I'm listening now. My fault, buddy.
Why do you ask me a question and just not listen at all?
Because, bro, it's the same thing when I ask you a question and all your gifts pop up and you don't listen to what I said.
I listen to everything you say and I respond to everything you say. Yeah, I say thank you to people, but I respond to every single thing you say.
All right, bro.
Okay, so I'll go over it again. $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. $50,000 deductible for small businesses for the first year of a small business. $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life. $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18. $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, right? For a year. $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people on Medicare. Not allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. Get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Right, those are just a few things.
Okay. But what about taxes? Kamala wants to raise taxes, and that's just going to be worse.
For whom? Do you make over $400K a year?
Not currently, no.
Your taxes won't be going up.
Okay, but it doesn't matter if you tax them because most of these rich people aren't going to pay taxes.
And bro, did you just say not currently? Do you really expect to be making $400K?
I'm
making here pretty soon.
I'm making $10K a month at 18, so yeah, definitely pretty soon.
Making $10K a month at 18 is nowhere near $400K a year.
That's 1/4 off. And
yeah, that's 25%.
Yeah.
And what are you making $10K doing?
E-commerce.
E-commerce? You think you're gonna have $400,000 e-commerce in like 5 years? Get a grip.
Yes, bro.
What doing what?
I don't know why you're trying to like come after what I'm doing, but like
I'm not trying to come after what you're doing. I'm just trying to say like be realistic here.
How is that not realistic? People shop online all the time, but like you're pivoting now. But I was just talking about the taxes.
Hey, like I'm just telling you, like to assume that you're going to be making 4 times your income in a few years is kind of a bit insane if you're just like an entrepreneur. You can say like, I want to do that, but to like expect yourself to be over 400K a year is kind of crazy just because you're making 120 a year. I'm not trying to come after you. I'm just trying to be realistic, man.
Okay, keep being realistic. But what I was saying is that Kamala is literally raising taxes, and whether it's raising taxes
only for income over 400K a year.
Yeah, but they're not going to pay that is the thing, and then it's going to.
They will pay that. That's how it works. They will pay it.
God, but you want to talk about not paying taxes? How come none of these billionaires pay taxes right now?
She wants to help with that. She wants long-term capital gains for income over $1 million a year to be at 28%. that increases the tax rate for people who are making a bunch of money through capital gains.
Yeah, and all these rich people, they're doing write-offs and they're doing shit to where their income's not going to show as that, so they're not going to have to pay it, which is going to enter.
And you think Donald Trump's going to get rid? You think Donald Trump's going to make the? Wait, here's my question: Who's going to make rich pay their? Who's going to make rich pay their fair share? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
They're not going to pay their fair share, and that's why they're rich, bro. Like
who is? Yeah, that's not how it works. You understand that you can make rich people who are rich or people who make more money pay more money. It's just your current tax system is not meant to do that because you guys are arguing trickle-down economics. You're literally arguing for trickle-down economics and arguing for decreasing taxes on people who are rich, right? Wow, you're saying that like, oh, they already don't pay their taxes now.
Oh, okay, so why haven't taxes gone down for the average person since Biden's been in office?
We're still under Trump tax policy, genius. You ran yourself right into that one, buddy.
Yeah, my fault.
Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. And actually, for the American Rescue Plan, the one thing that they could have affected, it did. They increased the child tax credit. That's the one thing they could do. They didn't have the overall tax plan, but they were able to do the child tax credit, which reduced child poverty by 40 to 50%. And that same child tax credit they're bringing back, but for the first year of a child's life, they're making it $6,000. Okay? They're actively fighting for tax cuts for the middle class. You know who isn't?
Who?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't.
All right. The other thing I wanted to talk about was I will say you're more educated than me, but I want to also talk about the border if you're open to talk about that and you don't want to get heated over that. But I was trying to talk about that as well.
Okay, try, because it seems like you got nothing on economics.
Well, no, I do. But
okay, go for it then. We'll try economics and then we can move on to border after. But give me something, man.
No, it's just like I keep trying to talk and your chat keeps like...
Turn the chat off. Hold on the screen. Click clear display.
Clear display. Okay. Bro, I'm totally just lost my train of thought, bro.
Yeah, economics. Give me any economic argument. There's no economically literate positions from the Trump worldview.
Yeah, well, just what you were saying didn't make any sense. You were saying that she's going to lower taxes, but she hasn't done anything. Biden hasn't done.
She has. I just told you something she did. The $6,000 or the $3,600 child tax credit to their 5 years old and $3,000 to them 18 to the American Rescue Plan. That was emergency related funding.
Kamala and Biden are doing the same thing. They're just trying to sell you a dream that's not realistic, that won't work. Like that.
What do you mean? What dream are you referencing?
Because you keep on saying,
wait. Says the one who thinks he's going to be making $400K in a few years. What fucking, you're the one that is like, you got sold a dream, right? Like, what are you talking about?
I didn't get sold a dream by anyone. Who did I get sold a dream by?
Yourself.
Because I work hard and because I have ambition, that means I got sold a dream.
No. It's good to have ambition.
Having ambition is
good.
Bad now?
No, I'm not saying it's bad to have ambition. What you just showed, though, isn't ambition. It's overconfidence. Okay? Thinking that you are entitled and 100% going to get there is not going to get you to where you want to be.
When did I say I was entitled? When
No, you acted like you're going to hit, you're like you said, not yet. Right? Like you were going to 100% do it. So like, again, let's acknowledge.
You keep on.
I will, bro. Okay, so again, do it then. Right?
I'm
do it
working
then.
on it. I've already
you understand
so much in the past year.
Like, let me give you an example. If someone's on live and has like 2 viewers, right? If you tell them, like, if they say, someone goes up to them and says, you don't have 3,000 people in your live right now, and they say not yet, right?
Yeah,
do you think that's reasonable?
Yeah, if they keep working, I think the great thing.
Obviously, I think if you keep working, you can do it.
About America.
Hold up.
If you work for, okay, now interrupt me.
Yeah, no, I'm finishing my point.
Okay, bro.
Again, yes, you can get to that point. But the idea that like every single person that's there is going to get there and you're just going to say like not yet, obviously is a bit out of there, right? Like you have to put the hard work in. You've got to do it first before you can be like, oh, I've gotten this and I can do that.
I've already put the hard work in to make more than 99% of people my age. And I'm going to keep putting in that hard work. And that's how I know I'm going to make it. And that's what I was saying about America and why I think it's a good country and why I think it'd be under Trump is because I just think if you focus on something and you really work hard, I think you can succeed in that. And that's all I was trying to get across in that point. But you're just trying to hate on me.
I think you can succeed.
That's the thing with Democrats. They're so judgy.
No, this is not what you're not listening. You're not listening and you're immediately taking my constructive criticism as an attack. I'm not attacking you. What I'm telling you specifically is you can't fucking act like you're there before you're there. One.
What did I say I was
Two,
there? I said not
bro,
yet.
oh
I
my
said
God.
not
Can you like
yet.
shut up and let me speak? You understand when you say not yet, you indicate you're gonna be there.
Because I will. What's wrong?
That's
What's
too
wrong?
fucking confident, dude. That's too fucking confident. Yes, you can work and you might be able to get to that point, but you're way too fucking confident with it. That's what I'm telling you.
I'll hop back on this live and hear what I'm at there if you want me to do that, bro. But I'm just saying, like, you're just being a dick about this for no
That's
reason.
not being a dick. I'm
I was
just being
trying to have a
fucking real.
conversation and you're just trying to.
Dude, I'm just being real. I'm just being real. Listen to what I'm saying instead of taking it as an attack. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not taking it as an attack.
Yes, you are. That's why you're not letting me fucking finish right now. Let me fully get through the point. Is that okay? Your ego is hurt because I told you that you are not there yet. That's all I said. Okay?
Ego's not hurt, bro.
Fuck, let me finish. Let me finish. Jesus Christ. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you at all. You might be able to get there. But to say that you don't want people to get access to broader things like a child tax credit and, you know, we're increasing tax on rich people to be able to decrease the debt because you might make $400,000 a year, I think is a bit ridiculous. And I think is a bit too overconfident. Yeah.
When did I say I didn't want anything? You're like putting words in my mouth.
What did I just say?
You said that I didn't want a tax credit or something. I don't know. You just said I didn't want something that I
You
never
said you
I
didn't. You
want.
said you didn't want these particular policies that Kamala Harris is advocating for that will lead to an increase in taxes for people who are rich because someday you might make more than $400,000 a year. That's the point that I'm making. Not only am I saying it's overconfident, right, but you're using that particular dream to be able to make conditions so that we have a worse debt scenario, less children have food, right, things like that. What you're doing is you're harming other people to possibly get to some future world where you're rich and you get to keep a little bit extra of your money.
All right.
Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying, but you're totally moving past the point, and I thought we were here to talk politics. So can we move on to the next topic instead of insulting me? Let's do that.
Dude, I never insulted you.
Okay, here you go. Oh, are you going to keep
What was
talking?
the insult? What was the insult?
Bro, can we move on to the next topic?
Well,
and
this is what I mean. You are taking it as an attack. What was the insult?
I'm not saying anything. You were just saying that, oh, you're not going to do that.
What was the insult?
I just told you that I'm trying to move to a political discussion.
No, what's the insult?
And you're stuck up on something I said like 15 minutes.
What's the insult?
I just told you I'm trying to move on, bro. This dude is not moving on.
What's the insult?
This dude can't move on. He's trying to like disprove something.
Because you
I said
can't tell me what the insult is. You just were
15
saying it.
minutes, bro.
You were taking it as an attack instead of listening to what I'm saying. So
I heard
again, what was the
you
insult?
said. I heard what you said, and I said.
And then what was the insult? I will let you move on if you tell me what the insult is.
Bro.
If you tell me what the insult is, I will move on.
You said my ego's too big. That's an insult.
Bridge of the Little Crown. That's not an insult.
Oh, that's an insult.
How is that an insult?
Because you're saying something's. Because that's clearly an insult. If I go up to you and I'm like, bro, you're.
What is an insult?
Insult.
Me saying you're being overconfident, right? That's not an insult. That's me. It's me giving constructive criticism.
Okay, constructive criticism.
Yes. Because I told you what I told you what specifically was overconfident. I didn't say it to insult you. That's not an insult, right? That wasn't to degrade you. It was acknowledging reality.
Okay. And I told you, all right, say whatever you want, bro. I was just trying to move on and actually have a political
Shannon, think this description. We were talking about politics.
Are we okay? And then I said one thing, and you got like butthurt about that, and now you're like trying to.
I didn't get butthurt. You're the one that got butthurt and said it was an insult, buddy.
I'm not butthurt at all. You're the one.
I gave you constructive criticism and said you were overconfident.
I've
You took
been
it as
pretty
an
chill
insult.
this whole time.
You took it as an insult because I said you were overconfident.
I didn't take it as an insult. I mean, my feelings aren't hurt. I was just saying.
You said it was an insult. You literally just said it was an insult.
Because it objectively is, just because I'm not a fan.
Okay, so it is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. I didn't take it as an insult, but it was an insult.
Next topic. This dude is like.
Do you hear this guy, bro? You're contradicting yourself. But go for
about
it.
something like.
No, go ahead and move on. But I'm just showing you're contradicting yourself.
Okay, I was gonna say like next topic maybe abortion. Would you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. Do you think zygotes are people?
When would you consider a person? Would you say
sentience?
Okay, if someone can tell something is alive, how is it not alive? So if they're like, oh, you're pregnant, and they can tell you have a baby inside you, how is that not alive?
Oh, sorry. Say that one more time. I'm not saying that it's not alive at conception. What I'm saying is it's not sentient life that I consider valuable.
Okay,
like, for example, sperm is living.
So then why is it your choice?
Do you think sperm is valuable?
I mean, well, you can get some pretty good money for donating sperm, so I guess it's valuable in that way.
No, I meant, like, do you think it has rights?
No, but
they're living.
What I'm saying it's
living
though. It's different than when a
sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. What the fuck? Why did it just kick him for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence? He didn't even say anything fucking crazy. You know how many people come on live and say crazy shit and he just got banned for no fucking reason? What the hell? Yo, what's up? How old are you? That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. He got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. What? What? Like, I really wonder what that was applicable to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? Am I on?
Are you voting Trump?
I am 50 years old. I'm an educator. I've been teaching for 23 years in public school. I'm not voting for Trump, but I just want to know, what are your thoughts?
Everyone, only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump, but I'm actually curious who's paying you to go live right now? Because I rarely go on TikTok and I'm scrolling and I see the exact same live from different people and you all have the same talking points. And it's almost like a shame-based ritual. Like,
I got you. Yeah, so Taylor Swift hands me $1 trillion checks every single day herself.
yeah, okay, but like seriously, because why is everyone making the same video? It's very propaganda-y.
Mac, I don't know. People do similar things to me. Like, I've been doing this for a really long time. Those people who are doing it could have gotten the idea from me. Could have gotten the idea from Dean.
Mm-hmm.
Is that possible?
Possibly. But why are you all saying the same thing?
Why are they saying the same thing as me? You could ask that question. I've been saying the same thing this whole time.
Okay.
Right? I've been doing this. You think that I'm getting paid by the DNC?
I don't know who. I don't know who.
Thank you for the $1. Cassie, thank you for the $5 from Taylor Swift. Victor, thank you for the $25 for I'm paying Parker to go live. Very
well,
true.
You're welcome.
Tessa with the $25 for It's Me, not Taylor
$30.
Swift. Casey, thank you for the $2 from Taylor Swift. Yeah, so that's the DNC and Taylor Swift pay me so much money. Carol Lee, thank you so much for the $20 from Taylor Swift and the DNC. Thank you so much.
Hey, you should be thanking me for my question because that's the reason that everyone's donating a bunch of money right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not the fact that I got 7,000 people in the live because of me being on live every single day. You know what I mean? Not that at all. You know?
Yeah,
it has
because you
nothing
don't
to do.
have a life.
It has nothing to do with that, Mac. I don't have a life. Well, I don't care if you think I have a life or not.
You just said that you spend all day on TikTok live.
Mark, I appreciate the $5. Yeah, I have a girlfriend and I go live and I hang out with my family. That's my life. Jeremy, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. What do you do? What do you do?
I run my own business.
I do too. So what do you do?
I resell clothes that were in movies.
So you have no life because all you do is to resell clothes.
So you're saying that anyone who has a job doesn't have a life? Because I would agree.
Mac, I was just showing that you're being ridiculous. You have a life, of course. Saying that I don't have a life because I run a fucking business and because I do this is just as ridiculous as saying you don't have a life because of what you do.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the reason you're voting Trump?
For you in your comment section to just shame me?
What do you mean? I'm asking you just like the reason why you're voting Trump. Push the hanging lights. She ran away. What? For you to shame us? Like, bro, what? You're so funny. Run to your little safe space. Because you can't critique your own positions. That's crazy. I thought the left were such sensitive snowflakes. You know what I mean? And now it's MAGA. Okay, it's MAGA that are the sensitive snowflakes. Kimura, I appreciate the $10 from Donald Trump. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you for the $2 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
A waist block.
Hello?
Roy King to the
They're like watching football. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, all right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Kenan, thank you so much for the $25 for Vote for Kamala. Protect the women we love. Yo, W for Kenan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kenan. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm undecided. I have a question, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be honest, I never voted, and I feel like the elections that have been the past 2 years, it's very undecided because I'm trying to educate myself on both sides. But I just want to know one thing. What is your thought on a transgender woman playing in women's sports?
Yeah, I got you. So I think that people who are trans should be able to play in women's sports after multiple years of HRT. Right, there's basically no statistically significant distinction after that point. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10 from Elvis Presley. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, sir? 24.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think a lot of his views just in policies kind of just relate to my life. Just kind of where I stand. But I do have a quick question on a couple guests ago. Because you said we were still under Trump's tax plan, which is true. But I do want to just note the fact that I was reading here, I'm on usafacts.org. The top 10%, everyone who made at least $169,800 equates to 76% of the total in America that is to our taxes. So her plan is to anybody that makes over 400,000, but most of the like that, the number is so high for the people that make so much money going, like actually paying into taxes. I don't understand it.
What do you mean? You think rich people pay too much?
I'm not saying they pay too much, but they equate to a huge number of
current taxes. Okay, top 3 billionaires own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is just what I was reading. I don't know if...
So, yeah, that's just how our capitalist society works. Most of the wealth is held by the top % of people. So, obviously, they're going to pay more taxes. It makes sense. We wouldn't take the money from, like, people's food or health care or, like, what they have for child care if they're middle class. We'd take from people who are going to be spending their money on an extra yacht.
Yeah, I just feel like the bottom... I don't know. I'm not really sure if I agree with that.
You want to take money from middle class families rather than take it from like people who are super rich?
Well, no, of course
we're talking slight increase in their income tax for income over $400,000 in a year.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to touch base too on her plan with the whole housing, the housing crisis. Now her plan is to give us $25,000, but little do people realize is that's only going towards first generation people that don't have first generation family that have previously owned. That's the only people that are qualified for it.
No, I've had this conversation with a bunch of people. So there was a difference in the way that they use these terms. The term is specifically relating to first time home buyers.
Can you pull that up?
Yeah, that's in. Look at Kamala Harris, KamalaHarris.com. Go to our website. It says first time home buyers.
Okay.
James, thank you for the $47.47 thank you for your service and support. Can we get some W's for James in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Well, what is her plan to fix the housing crisis?
$25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers. That's the best way to help with it.
How is that? Because that's just going to raise the price on somebody else's house. That's just going to raise the value.
For new housing meant to stimulate suppliers to produce houses in places where people want them. So when you remove the tax credit later, there's a higher supply with a lower demand.
But that's new housing. Most people, first-time home buyer, you're not going to buy a brand new house.
Well, exactly. right? If you don't buy a new house, then you don't get that tax credit. But if you are buying a new house, then you do get the tax credit. The point of applying it with new homes is specifically to incentivize the building of new homes or places where people want to live to increase the supply of housing in areas where people want to live.
But that's asinine because it's completely unrealistic.
It's not unrealistic at all. I don't see how that's unrealistic. Jen, thank you for the $2.22. Thank you so
the
much.
average price of a brand new home costs?
Depends. I don't know the average price. I'd have to look at that. Depends on the
I don't
area.
know either. I'd say probably 300,000-400,000.
Yeah, it's heavily contextual to the area you're in, though.
Correct, but it's still like I don't think somebody buying their first home, an extreme few amount are going to be basically building a brand new home for their first house.
Yeah. So again, we're talking about the incentivized building of new homes. What's the issue with incentivizing the building of new homes? And
There's not an
James
issue.
again
It's
with the
just not
$47.47 for Kamala. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, James. Let's get some W's for James. And Nan, thank you so much for the $5 from Sonic the Hedgehog. What were you saying?
I'm saying it's just unrealistic. I don't know how.
What's so unrealistic about it? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying it's only for people building a house. It's not, you're not going to buy your first, like most people aren't building a house for their first house.
Okay, I understand that, but it's still going to help them in terms of the market because there's going to be a greater supply of houses that have been built because people were incentivized to build new homes. Does that make sense?
I guess. I guess I'm not really following.
Okay, if there's an incentive to build new homes, there's now a greater supply of houses that have already been built.
Okay.
So it reduces the prices for houses, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, that have already been built. Because there's now a greater supply of housing since there was a greater incentive to produce new homes.
Right, but like what if there's not the space available?
What do you mean? Then they that would be totally dependent upon like them opening up new space. If you
how does that help? Like for instance, how does that help people in big cities?
Yeah, incentivizes to build in places where people want to live. If there's no housing in those areas, and that's completely just like a issue with, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, with the level of space in that area, that couldn't be fixed by just the market. So that requires some governmental influence to be able to address that. Like you need to build affordable housing in these particular areas, right? In places where like things aren't currently being used. Like depending on the metropolitan areas, right? You'd have to look at like certain types of businesses that have large levels of land that have been around for a very long time. Oftentimes they might look at like golf courses, right? And things like that. And they can expand housing into areas, like affordable housing into areas like that by buying them out, right? So the point is that you have to find areas where you can build in that context. Now, that's not going to be fixed by a federal policy because it's heavily contextual to metropolitan areas. Whereas the policy that we're talking about as it relates to the tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, that specifically is going to create the conditions for a greater supply of housing where you can build housing, right? Because of the limitations of the market. And then also she said that she wants to deregulate zoning laws that can hurt things. But she hasn't committed herself to any particular one. So, like, that just leaves it open.
What do you mean the zoning?
So there are certain zoning restrictions in like those particular areas that can reduce the ability to build like affordable housing, and that's what she's gonna like go for.
But how is that gonna I guess I get what you're saying, but do you really think that's gonna level out the market for?
It's not gonna fix it, but that's the best thing we can do. What's Trump's plan?
I don't even think he has one.
He doesn't even have a plan. You know what I mean? Like, so would you rather some plan or no plan?
I mean, I guess some.
I'd rather some, right?
But like, I'm curious. So what do you think? What do you think I guess what's your guess for the next 5-10 years for? Because I'm assuming you're young 20s.
22.
I mean, I think I'm 24, so it's extremely difficult for our generation to kind of just live the American dream, right?
You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because we're not creating better conditions for our children. We're not expanding access to healthcare, education, childcare. We're not expanding opportunities for our young people. That's what we need to do. There are things that we could do to make it better, but we're choosing not to because we're promoting trickle-down economic policy. That is going to benefit people or capital owners. Capital owners tend to be richer. They don't tend to be the young people.
Yeah. All right, man. That's all I had. I appreciate the time. I
appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. We'll help get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Michael, thank you for the $5.25. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. 18 plus. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? One team controls all. Okay. Bro's going crazy. You better be dropping a 40 bomb, bro. Okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I love that. I love that so much.
Interesting. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Give it a second, everyone. We are just looking for people who are coming up to debate. It's not accepting people now. People have been getting a glitch like this recently where it starts like not accepting people, so we might have that right now. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shama.
Are you voting Trump?
Shama.
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't understand the point of doing that. Like that no one's going to think that's like really funny, you know? People are just going to be confused. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Catch there, sir. Though I still can't figure out, how did you know that people's golden weight are elevated?
Okay. All right. What is going on? Give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Do tap that screen. Let's fill up the bar a few times. Hopefully we can get up to 2 million likes real quick, everyone. It's not accepting anyone. No, this is so brutal, chat. So brutal. So fucking brutal. I'm trying, everyone. Give it a second, everyone. Oh, no. Oh no, then we're stuck in like that cycle of not getting any actual real guests. Amelia, I appreciate the hand heart. Do you see, like we're stuck in the cycle with no real guests, everyone. I'm sorry, y'all. There's been a glitch that's happening on TikTok recently where like no one fucking connects. Oh my gosh. Okay, give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you're MAGA, type in the chat and I'll bring you up. Amanda, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. If you're MAGA, type it in the chat and I'll bring you up. Only if you are in the guest box, everyone. Only send a guest request if you are in the chat, everyone. Or if you're in the guest box, I mean. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Gabe, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
November.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
So, yeah, I just have a couple of questions that I kind of agree with Trump on. So, my first question for you is, do you think Trump and Kamala have some things they agree on for policies, or are their policies totally separate? They don't agree on anything?
No tax on tips. They agree on.
Okay, and then do you think Kamala took that after Trump? Because I know Trump said that a couple months before Kamala did, and then he got a lot of backlash over that.
Do you think Trump took that from Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders said it first?
Well, I mean, he said it, but it never went through. I mean,
Yeah, same thing with Trump. Trump said it never went through.
yet again, but Trump said it this year, and then Kamala said it a couple months after him. So do you think she's kind of following what he said because he got a
No,
lot
I just
of
think it's a
positive?
point of agreement. I just think it's a point of agreement.
So you just think they just both agree on that point? It's kind of whoever kind of wins. That's kind of thing that's going on, or just
They both agree on that point. What's your point with this, though?
it was just that Trump said it first, and then he got a lot of like, okay, yes, a lot of people agree on it. So Kamala kind of said, oh, I agree on this point too. Do you think she's just following Trump's point on it, or do you think?
I've already answered this question. Do you want me to answer again?
Oh yeah, you kind of asked what's my point about this question is that Trump said, here's what's going on. I think this should be a thing that goes on. Then Kamala said, I agree on this point. Here's why it should. Do you think she's just following because it got a
Gabe, I've already answered this question multiple times. Would you like me to answer again?
Well, yeah, you asked why.
Yeah, so again, I said specifically, no, I don't think she's getting it from Trump, right? Bernie said it before Trump. I don't think that means Trump's getting it from Bernie, right? So why would I think that with Kamala Harris here?
Well, because he said it in this election. I'm not talking about previous election. I'm saying in this specific election, he said it. And then after all people saying,
okay,
we agree on it, this is a good point, she followed it.
Okay, well, they agree on it. What's the issue?
I'm saying, do you think she's just following because?
Okay, I'm about to kick you off if you keep saying the same thing again. I'm going to go crazy, man. I'm going to go crazy. I don't know why you just asked me the same question
Well, you're not
again.
answering my question.
I've
It's just
answered the
that he
question
said
a
it
million
first.
times. No, the answer, no. Is that good? Do I need to answer it again for you?
Well, can you give me like a reason or just saying
I
no,
already said
just
the
no?
reason multiple
Like,
times.
Kind of a reason?
I already gave you a reason multiple times. What do you want again? I've already given you a reason. Why are you asking me this question over and over again? I'm so confused.
Because this is one of the main reasons I'm voting for Trump. Is that he said it first. Kamala had a lot of time to say this answer first, but she didn't. And Trump said it first. After Trump said it, she's now
You're
saying
voting.
it.
You're voting for Trump because he said no tax on tips first.
Well, tips, overtime, a lot of things about.
Okay, Gabe, how's he going to pay for these things?
He's not.
He's not? So just debt-related spending?
No, he's not specifically, and then your company's not paying for it. No one's paying for it. The money you
So
get
you're just
off
gonna create the
tips
money?
and overtime. Well, no, the tips you get off of money and overtime is money that you don't get taxed on.
Yeah, Gabe, but it reduces revenue for the government. So either you have to cut spending, right, or debt's going to go up.
So do you think the spending or the debts should go up? Or go down or up, depending on what you think?
I think you should increase taxes on rich people.
So what defines rich for you?
Over 400K a year. That's what we're saying here.
Okay, well, that's all the questions I had for you, Parker. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Holy shit, no way. I'm 24. Can you hear me?
What time is it?
It's 3:41.
Later.
I'm voting Trump.
No, you're not. All right, give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. It's Paul. Thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. Tessa, thank you for all the subscriptions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tessa. Can we get some W's for Tessa in the chat? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
because prior to COVID, our economy was spot on. The issue I have with Kamala is
Kamala.
whatever.
No, you'll say her name correctly, or I'll kick you from the stream.
So kick me then.
Okay, later.
Bye.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Tessa with so many subs. Thank you so much, Tessa. Didn't even tell me how many subs it was. Thank you so much, Tessa. W's for Tessa in the chat. Holy shit. Thank you for all the subs. That is unbelievable. Wait, does that have us almost at 2K? We hit 2,000 subs. Holy shit. Tessa, oh my gosh. Let's get some W's for Tessa. We hit 2K subs, everyone. Based. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Oh, well, they said hello immediately as I kicked them. W for the 2K subs, everyone. I think, no, that's the second time I've hit 2K. Appreciate the hand art.
Hello?
Because we were at 2K before. I got banned and stuff. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm turning 18 in 2 days.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? That means that means you're not 18 yet, right? All right, Rita, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much, Rita. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Yes.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Co, thank you so much for the subscription. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Did I just have you on?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, I don't know why it loads the same people to the top, dude. Why do you sound like less mad? Yo, what's up? How old are you? I should have made him apologize, chat. Hey, if you come back up, buddy, and you apologize, I'll talk to you. If you come back up and you apologize, I'll talk to you. Appreciate the confetti. But I better hear an apology, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. It's crazy that I remembered, chat. My memory is so bad. You think it's just here, everyone? My memory is so bad in general. It's just terrible. Like, I can remember this, but like for some reason I have like trouble remembering basic shit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, 27.
Are you voting Trump? Appreciate that. Thank you for the hand art. Is there a way you can get closer to your mic? It's kind of hard to hear you, man.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Not
Is this
really.
better?
It's a little bit better, but yeah. So why are you voting Trump?
So, let me go through what he has on Agenda 47. Rebuild our cities, including DC, make them safe, clean, beautiful, seal the border, stop migrant invasion, end inflation, stop outsourcing, turn the U.S. into manufacturing, and manufacturing superpower, stop the migrant crime epidemic.
Yeah, wait. I don't want to just hear you read off Agenda 47. I want to hear like the plans that.
That is why I'm voting for him. Right? Large tax cuts for workers, no tax on tips.
So
defend the Constitution, prevent World War III. Yeah, go ahead.
So Trump said he wants to terminate the Constitution. Adam, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Well, you're saying that, but he's saying now he wants to defend the Constitution, Bill of Rights, fundamental freedoms.
He's lying.
Including freedom
Ali,
of
thank you for the $3.28. Thank you so much.
So
I
let's
appreciate
talk about
it.
lies,
See,
right?
thank you for the $1. Yeah, so I'm going to show you him saying he wants to terminate the Constitution. All right, I'm not going to just sit here and listen to you like yap about that. So you can look up Trump terminate Constitution and you can literally see his tweet, right? He said, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democratic Party to throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Here's the point. He's making the point that if the other side has fundamentally thrown away the Constitution, then why do you have it? He's not making the point he's going to change it. He's saying, hey, let's all uphold the Constitution anyway.
No, he said terminate the Constitution.
Yeah, he's making the point that not honoring some parts of it with respect to what happened at the point in time isn't upholding the Constitution anyway.
No.
Did you get that point?
Tess, I think the subscription thing is no. What he's saying is that in order for him to be able to,
there is context to what he's saying.
in order for him to stay, what he's saying in order to stay in power is that he wants to terminate the Constitution. Okay, so you can act like, oh, he's saying he doesn't want to terminate the Constitution when he explicitly said he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Yeah, well, I'm saying to you, right, that he's saying that based on context of what's happened in that situation. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah,
well,
I understand.
Anyway,
I understand.
Fine. You believe he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Super. I get it. I get that you think he's saying it in context and that somehow means he doesn't want to terminate the Constitution, but he still explicitly said he wants to terminate the Constitution.
I hear you. Parker, listen, I hear you. You believe he wants to terminate the Constitution. I don't believe he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Okay, I'm not willing to engage with delusions, okay? What you just said is fucking delusional. I just read off him saying explicitly he wants to terminate the Constitution. If you're not willing to operate within the facts of reality, I'm going to kick you from the stream.
Listen. If I'm listening to you, right, you need to listen to me also. That's why we're having this debate and this conversation. Right?
Yeah, but what you just said was stupid.
Okay. I don't think there's a need to call me stupid. But anyway, let's go ahead.
I said what you said was stupid because you said he's not advocating to terminate the Constitution when I explicitly read you a tweet of him saying he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Fine, I hear you. I see the tweet, right? I'm also saying there's another correspondence where he's saying that he's going to defend the Constitution, right? So on this, we can agree to disagree. There's one part where he's saying he would defend, there's another part where he's saying he would terminate, like you're saying. Right.
Yeah, so he's lying to you in the other scenario. Right. Yeah. Okay. Because he's contradicted himself. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You know, he can contradict. He's a politician. A lot of politicians contradict themselves. Kamala has contradicted herself.
On what? Name me one time she's contradicted herself.
Well, she said she was going to ban fracking, for example, consistently over many years, and then came now to say she's not banning fracking. And then she said that she, in 2020, in the debate with Pence, said she wouldn't ban fracking. Meanwhile, what she said was that Biden said he wasn't going to ban fracking.
Rebecca, think of the $10 or $100. Think of the $4. Thank you so much.
Contradictory.
Sonny, think of the $1, and Hannah, think of it's $5. So no, that's not contradictory. The reason why that's not contradictory is because she said that she would accept it insofar as that it is the case that we can get broader green legislation done. So there's no contradiction because she changed her view over time. Donald Trump hasn't changed his view. He still believes the election was stolen.
Yeah, that's fine. Can we address taxes?
That's not fine. You just ignoring what I said by just saying that's fine.
No, but
it's a bit ridiculous.
Listen, right? You're saying that he said he's going to terminate the Constitution. He's written that. And you said he's lied about that. I'm saying I'm reading something he said today with respect to his campaign where he's saying he's going to defend. So are you saying he can't change his mind the way Kamala's changed her mind about fracking?
Yeah. So,
even if let's assume that he's decided at the time. Let's assume he was upset. Let's assume that he was throwing tantrums at the point in time about the Constitution, and he said it. Are you saying you're not giving him the grace to be able to change his mind if you're giving Kamala the same grace to change her mind on fracking?
So I will give him the same grace, but what I just told you is he has not changed his position.
You don't know that for sure because he has said he's going to defend the Constitution. So you can't hold on to something he said before in the past. He's changed it now today. The same way Kamala on so many issues has held on to stuff from the past and she's changed them today.
So again, understand his position hasn't changed. I can tell you as it relates to Kamala Harris.
You're not in his mind, bro.
Can I please finish?
Okay, go ahead.
So again, it is the case that he has not changed his position. He thinks the election was stolen. He's clearly said that he still thinks that, right? So clearly his position has not changed. Push the DG glasses so we can see that. Whereas with Kamala Harris, we can see that her position has changed, as it is the case in 2022. She advocated to get past the Inflation Reduction Act, which had fracking leases within it.
Okay, can I take you up on the Inflation Reduction Act?
Can you what?
Take you up on the Inflation Reduction Act.
What about it?
So it was passed in 2021, right? Do you know that it was around that time that the inflation in America started to skyrocket?
I don't know what you're trying to say there. Can you restate that? I couldn't really hear you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, yeah. But I couldn't.
Yeah, so I'm saying that with respect to the Inflation Reduction Act, right, it was after it was passed, and she was the tiebreaker, obviously, that the inflation skyrocketed. Are you aware of that?
Sorry. I have a question. People are.
Yeah.
Do you live in the United States?
Yeah, I moved to Texas a few years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm Nigerian, but I moved to Texas. I'm
People were saying on your platform, you said that like you were from Nigeria or something.
I'm Nigerian.
Yeah.
I'm Nigerian. I moved to the US now.
I understand that. That's why I was just clarifying, because I was just saying, right, specifically. So like, I understand. You can come to the United States. I was just clarifying.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So what were you arguing?
So Inflation Reduction, right? It was passed in March, or was signed into law in March of 2021. That's the exact time that the inflation moved all the way from 1.7% to as high as 9.1%, the highest in 40 years. That's a direct impact on Kamala's influence in government that she's currently the VP of.
So I really couldn't make out what you're saying. I'm about to like fucking turn off the chat. It's pissing me off. So what were you saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm
Say
saying
what
that
you said one more time.
with the Inflation Reduction Act, passed in 2021 March, that's when you had inflation start to skyrocket. Right, so it went from 1.7% in 2021.
No, it was not 1.7% in 2021. Okay.
February 2021, Parker.
Oh, you're
it was 1.7%.
I understand. When the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, it was at some of the highest levels of inflation.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct.
That is correct.
It was passed. When was it passed?
Yeah, I'll give you it was in 2022. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Samaya, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The tie break for the Inflation Reduction Act votes was February 5, 2021. It was passed into law March 4, 2021. And Biden signed it March 11, 2021.
No, it was originally from 2022.
Okay.
So that's not true. You can find August 16th, 2022.
Let me pull up my source on that.
Yeah. Catherine, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Oh, anyway, just to go ahead, right? Just to go ahead,
Can I make a point real quick, please?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is the case that if you want to look at like the inflation, right? The inflation was at relatively higher rates. The Inflation Reduction Act did not cause inflation, right? So to make that claim is ridiculous. The CBO indicated that it was likely long-term negative reduction in inflation, right? Even if it was marginal, it was around 0.1%.
You had about.
Can I please finish my point?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, to make the argument that it was causing inflation is ridiculous, especially because it's deficit reducing.
Right. Do you know this guy called Larry Summers, who's like in Obama's administration, renowned economist? He said. Okay, so he said
that sounds very familiar, yeah.
Yeah, Google Larry Summers. So before
I'm not like super familiar with him.
Yeah. So before the act was passed, he said specifically that the stimulus was too big. He said specifically that this act was going to lead to inflation the likes that America hasn't seen in 40 years. Right? This was before the act was passed. Everyone knew at the time, economists, because I'm in finance, obviously, for example. Everyone knew that the act was going to cause inflation.
So stimulus was passed under both administrations.
One second. Yes. Good. I knew you were going to say that. So when the stimulus was passed in the first administration, and it was called the CARES Act in Trump's administration, you still had inflation at the highest point around 1.4%, 1.7%, right? So you could check. Trump's CARE Act stimulus didn't lead to high levels of inflation. Go check all the monthly inflation rates. It was never more than, I think, 1.7% was the highest.
Can I explain? Because inflation doesn't happen right away. It takes time for inflation to compound.
Great. Do you know what happened 1 year after?
Can I finish a point?
So go ahead.
I'm about to kick you, dude. So again, as it relates to this, right, we can look at the effect of inflation. Inflation doesn't come right away. So if you say inflation comes right away, right, I think that's mistaken.
Okay, great. Inflation doesn't come right away.
Thank you.
You know what happened 1 year after Trump's inflation? It was about, so if you check in February 2021, you had inflation at 1.7%. In March 2021, you had inflation at 2.6%, 1 year after Trump's inflation, CARES Act. If you go to 1 year after Biden's, it was 8.5%.
Tammy, I appreciate the subscription.
In March of 2022.
Yeah,
so you can't make the argument. Hang on, Parker. You can't make the argument that inflation will take a while. 1 year post Trump's inflation, you have 1.7%. 1 year post Biden's Inflation Act, you have 8.5%. So how can you make the argument that, it takes a while to see the effect?
So
1 year after, 1 second, let me finish. 1 year after Biden's, you have the fact that inflation got worse. And it's factual that 1 year after Trump's, it remained the same. Are you tired of facts, or I don't know? You seem tired.
No, I'm tired of you not acknowledging the facts. Right, in August 2022, when it was implemented, the Inflation Reduction Act, 8.3%. Also, it takes time for these things to implement. I'm not saying the Inflation Reduction Act caused the decrease in inflation, but it was passed right before the decrease in inflation.
Okay, how come it didn't increase in Trump's?
Stop. But under Trump's administration, right, just because it didn't increase doesn't mean it wasn't caused by them. This inflation happened globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So to blame it specifically on the Biden-Harris administration policy, I think doesn't explain this.
Here's the issue you have with that. Every country has their policies on what they need to do for their citizens, right? Things that America is doing is affecting me personally. I'm not really going to care about what Europe is doing or what African countries are doing, right? They could have chosen to pass less stimulus that wouldn't increase inflation. Why do you think you have inflation? You have inflation because you have too much money chasing too little commodities. That's what happened right here. Everyone said the Biden stimulus was too big, especially right after he just had a Trump stimulus.
No, so again, you're saying it's caused by American policy. I'm saying no, the same trend happened globally. Molly, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And since the same trend happened globally in places where this particular legislation didn't exist, that indicates that it wasn't caused specifically by this legislation. You could say there's too much demand for a smaller level of goods. Heather, I appreciate the blooming. Thank you so much. But that can also be caused by supply chain issues. Supply chain issues caused by the pandemic.
Right. Here's the point. Trump passed a stimulus bill, right? Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Trump's stimulus bill did not directly lead to an increase in inflation compared to the increase in inflation that was seen after Biden passed the stimulus bill.
That doesn't make any sense. The reason why that doesn't make any sense,
bro.
Can you be quiet? The reason why that didn't make any sense is because you can't say spending in one scenario causes inflation, but the other scenario doesn't cause inflation. That mustache. That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Let me tell you why it makes sense.
No,
Can I tell you why it makes sense? No, listen. Don't you want to have a debate? It makes sense because you've already had spending in one instance. What happens in the second instance is that you're increasing spending.
You were increasing spending in both scenarios. You were increasing spending in both scenarios.
Okay, so if you have $100 right now, right? Next week I give you 50, right? You have 150 now, right? In 3 weeks' time I give you 200. Hasn't that increased your overall spending capacity compared to the first time?
Why did you make the stimulus higher in the second scenario? So again,
Because it was high. Biden's stimulus was higher, bro.
wait, Trump passed 2 different checks.
Yes, I'm telling you, it was 1.9 trillion, I think, that
There's the confetti.
Biden
Actually,
passed.
no. Under the Trump administration, there was 3.6 trillion of debt-related spending signed into law. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 2.2 trillion.
The point is, it's still additional money. Do you
Wait, you're
understand?
wrong. Wait, you're wrong, and I just proved
No,
it.
you're not.
Acknowledge what I just
No,
said.
no, I'm not. Hang on. Listen. Okay, Trump passed 3.6 trillion, right? I don't have that specific fact right now. I'm going to
Committee
take
for
your word on
Responsible
it.
Federal Budget,
Right.
Trump and Biden, the national debt.
Yeah, take you on that. I'm telling you, Biden passed an additional 1.9. Additional 1.9 obviously is more than 3.6. That would have
I'm
a
about to kick you
knock-on
for saying something dumb like
multiplying.
that. That was really stupid.
What?
That was really stupid.
Are you joking?
Yes, I'm not joking. That was really stupid. You just said 1.9 trillion was more than fucking 3.6
That's
trillion.
not what I said. I said it's an additional to 3.6. It
Okay.
gives you
Okay, so what
increased
causes more
spending power.
What causes more inflation? 3.6 or 1.9?
Listen, you have the figures for inflation when 3.6 was passed. It was never.
I want an
more than
I want an answer to my
1.7%.
I want an answer to my question. I'm going to ask the question again.
3.6 did not
What
cause
causes
inflation.
What causes more inflation? 3.6 or 1.9? Just ask
What's
to think of the
3.6
description.
plus 1.9, Parker?
Obviously, that's more. What you're not
Exactly
acknowledging.
my point.
Can you listen to what I'm saying though? The
Go ahead.
marginal effect of one candidate versus the other was lower for Biden.
Do you have the inflation figures month to month?
Yes, I'm looking at them right now.
Exactly. If you look at the Trump administration, what's the highest it was ever?
First hand art. I'm gonna go crazy.
And go all
No,
the
it
way
wasn't.
to February
It was not the highest
2021.
ever. Super. It was not the highest ever. That's a lie.
I didn't say what. I'm asking you, what was the highest on the Trump with 3.6 trillion stimulus?
Yeah, so 2.9% in July 2018.
Thank you. That's the point I'm making. That was
No, that's
before
not
the
a- that's
stimulus.
not a- that's not a-
After the stimulus is what I'm saying.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. If you're saying spending causes inflation,
Yeah.
then you cannot tell me less spending causes less inflation.
That's not what I'm saying,
causes
Parker.
more inflation.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's
That's not what I
exactly what
said.
you said.
Listen
You were
to what I
saying,
said.
be quiet
Listen.
and let me make my point, or I'm going to kick
Okay.
you from the stream. Is that
Make your
fair?
point, bro. Make your point.
Is that fair?
Make your point.
Then be quiet.
Allow me make my point. But yeah,
I
go ahead.
I do allow you to make your point. Can you let me make
Go
my
ahead.
point?
Go ahead.
Alejandro, think of the $3. Jesus Christ, dude. So again, less spending could not possibly be responsible for more inflation if more spending causes more inflation. That's contradictory.
Yeah, I didn't say that. You're saying that. I didn't say that.
No, that's what you were saying because you were telling me somehow Biden's spending, which was lesser than Trump's spending, appreciate the hand heart, caused more inflation, which makes no sense.
So you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not saying Biden's spending, which is less than Trump's, caused more inflation. I'm saying Biden's spending was additional to what Trump had spent. Right?
There's the Pentecost. I understand that.
That's my point. So if you understand that, don't keep saying I said less spending caused inflation
And
against more spending.
Trump's was additional to Biden's.
Biden's was additional to Trump, bro. Because Trump,
You understand that
spend
they're both
first.
additional? They're both additional? Like you
They're
understand that's
additional
the
to
spend.
the economy.
They added the
point.
spending. They signed it into law. That's additional
Yes.
spending. Trump signed
Yes.
additional spending, and Biden signed additional spending.
But there was no inflation with Trump's additional spending.
Oh. Okay, listen, you're telling me right now that it is the case that more spending caused less inflation. Now that makes no sense.
I keep saying I
That's
didn't say
why
that,
you
bro.
can't. So what? No, here's what it is. What you're telling me is Trump's 3.6 trillion in spending didn't cause any inflation. And if Trump's 3.6 trillion in spending didn't cause any inflation, it doesn't make sense for Biden's 2.2 trillion.
Do you know why the 3.6 didn't cause as much inflation? At that point in time, the economy could absorb 3.6 trillion in spending. That's why you didn't see massive inflation. At the point when Biden came with additional, at the point when Biden came with
incoherent at all. What causes inflation?
I told you already. Too much money chasing to feel goods.
Okay, more money
That's
causes.
basic. You said you studied economics, right?
Yes, I did. More
Okay, good.
money causes more spending, causes more inflation. Correct?
More spending.
If more spending causes more inflation, Trump spent more, Trump caused more inflation. You're going to say, oh my God, I'm saying it's additional. They're both additional funding. They're both additional spending. You cannot tell me more spending equals less inflation. If you keep telling me that, I'm going to kick you from the stream because it's illogical.
I didn't say, bro. I never
You
said
keep saying
more
that.
spending.
You keep saying that over and over
I
again.
keep saying I didn't say that. You keep saying I said that. Listen to me.
Because that was your argument. That's what your argument
No,
is.
that's not my argument. My argument is that Trump's regime didn't have record high inflation. That's all I'm saying. And this is why you have people saying now that groceries is still high, gas is still high, everything was cheaper under Trump than under the Biden-Harris administration. Right? So in the Trump administration, you would literally have, if you look at it, you don't have record high inflation. In the Biden administration, you have record high inflation. Who's to blame for that?
Yeah, so what you're doing is a correlation causation fallacy. I can send you an analysis right now from the St. Louis Federal Reserve that indicates Trump spending caused some level of inflation. Okay?
Why didn't
Now-
you see that in
Now,
numbers?
can you
Why
be
start
quiet?
showing in the numbers?
I
Yeah, go
am
ahead.
showing you in the numbers. They don't happen right away. I've already made this point to you and you didn't listen. Okay? It doesn't come right away from spending.
How many years would
That's
you
not.
reckon?
Stop talking.
Okay, I'm just
Done.
asking you
Stop it.
questions.
Stop it talking.
Okay.
Stop talking. I'm still making a point.
Go ahead.
Here's the hearts. I don't want to have to mute you every single time I speak, but I seemingly have to do that.
Go ahead,
Jesus
Papa.
Christ. Okay. So again, I can send you a specific analysis from the St. Louis Federal Reserve that indicates the inflation was influenced by Trump spending, right? You arguing that it wasn't influenced by Trump spending, push the hand art, because it didn't happen directly under the administration is not understanding how inflation works. Push the hand art. The analysis indicates that it takes time for these things to compound. Push the hand art. So refer to me to any policy or not any policy, any paper or any analysis that indicates that it didn't cause inflation. And yet Biden's spending did cause inflation.
How much time would you reckon it takes for you to see the impact?
What was my question?
You didn't ask a question. You just made a point.
I did ask you a question. Can you give me an analysis that indicates that Trump's spending did not cause inflation,
Yeah,
but
hold on.
Biden's spending
I'll show you.
did cause inflation? Give me a single
I'll show you.
analysis.
I'll show you. And I'm looking at the inflation numbers month on month, right? Trump's inflation or CARES Act passed in 2020. August 2020, 1.3%. September 2020, 1.4%. October 2020, 1.2%. November, 1.2%. December, 1.4%. January 2021, 1.4%. February 2021, 1.7%. By this time, obviously, he left office. Right? In March of 2021, Biden pushed a new stimulus bill, and then you went into 2.6, 4.2, 5%, 5.4%, 5.4%, all the way. You know that. You know what the
What's
source
the name
is?
of the analysis?
That's just monthly inflation, bro. Just check monthly inflation in the US for the last
Super. I'm going to
Yeah.
ask you one more time. I'm not going to ask you again, Christine. I'm asking you one more time. One more time I'm going to ask you. So listen closely, okay? Give me an analysis that indicates Donald Trump spending didn't cause inflation, but the Biden-Harris administration spending did cause inflation. I don't want to hear you say inflation just happened or didn't happen under this administration. That's a correlation causation fallacy. Give me an analysis. Standard. What's the name of the analysis?
Right now, I don't have an analysis from any researcher right now handy.
Okay, so this is an analysis from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Analysis.
So this is an analysis from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Demand-supply imbalance during the COVID-19 pandemic, the rule of fiscal policy. That is the analysis right there.
Okay. So if the Biden administration knew that spending was going to cause more inflation, why did they add more to it?
Right, like think of the dollar.
And why was Kamala the tiebreaker to add to it?
Yeah, so again, the tie breaking in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing. So I like how you ignored that.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
I am addressing it. If you won't shut up, I'll kick you from my stream. Okay, is that fair?
I'm letting you speak.
You're not letting me speak. You're cutting me off right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So again, the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing as it relates to the spending, the overall spending under the Biden-Harris needed spending specifically to ensure that people had access to basic things. Did it cause some level of inflation? Yes. Right. But was the inflation at all the level that we saw around the to the highest points, the 9%? No, it did not cause the 9% inflation. That was a global trend. That was a global trend specifically from supply chain effects because of the pandemic. That's the cause of it. Okay. So again, yes, some inflation is caused by spending. Most of the inflation was not caused by the spending.
So
but if you're going to say spending, no, I didn't. If you're going to say spending causes inflation, you cannot tell me less spending caused more inflation.
I keep saying I never said that. I never said that, Parker.
You were arguing that because you were arguing that Donald Trump's spending, $3.6 trillion he signed into law, didn't cause inflation because it is the case that it happened and then there was no increase in inflation under his administration. That's what you were arguing. If you tell me that's not what you're arguing, if you tell me that's not what if you tell me that's not what you're arguing, I'm going to kick you from the stream because you have made the same argument over and over and over again and have responded to it 1,000,000 times, and I'm not going to go over the same thing again because clearly you're not getting it.
Listen, you need to get what I'm saying. I'm telling you, and I asked you a question. The Biden administration must have known that there was inflation on the horizon. Otherwise, they don't know what they're doing. Yet, they passed an additional 1.9 trillion stimulus, which then directly led to an increase in inflation up till 9%, is what I'm saying.
No, I disputed that. Okay, the point and what I disputed is that it didn't cause the 9%, but it did cause some marginal level of inflation.
It wasn't marginal.
Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? So again, when you say it wasn't marginal, give me any evidence that it caused 9% inflation. You have no analysis.
Just
you have no analysis. You have no analysis. You have no analysis. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. I'm meeting you again. Super. Every single time I've spoke, you have cut me off every single point that I've tried to make. And then you get so fucking mad when the other thing happens. What the hell are you talking about? I want you to listen, right? If you're going to talk about the analysis, you cannot give me any analysis that indicates that most of the inflation that happened under the administration was caused specifically by the spending. Because if you were saying it was caused by the spending, then Trump would have more of an influence on that fact because he spent more. You making this claim that they spent it after doesn't mean it caused more inflation. That doesn't make any sense. You gonna unmute your mic? Click the profile picture in the bottom right, click the microphone. Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, let me say thank you to everyone because this is not adding people up right now. Maddie, thank you so much for the $3.33. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Tessa with the $50 for the Parker Patience Fund. Thank you for what you do. I really appreciate that, Tessa. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Tessa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tessa. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Gabby, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
I'm 31.
My line made. Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because if we don't get Trump in, then we're going to beat Venezuela.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. Are you trolling?
Appreciate the hand art. Okay. What continent is Venezuela located in?
What continent?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that relevant?
Just tell me what continent.
Why is that relevant?
Can you answer the question?
No, because it's not relevant. They're communist, and they were socialist before they were communist.
Yeah, so can you define communism?
Yeah, communism is whenever you have a dictator in office.
Okay. Pat, Trump said he wants to be a dictator on day one. So does that mean we're going to be communist day one?
I would really like to see where he said that.
I'll play it. This is so funny because he just reset it. This is so funny. Oh my God. Here's from AP News. Trump vow to only be dictator on day one. Stefan, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Pat, you see it?
Okay. Yeah, I seen the title, but I didn't
you want to hear him say it?
Yeah, exactly.
Circumstances, you are promising America tonight you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not. That's
drill.
That's not.
No, no.
That's not retribution.
I'm going to be. You know, he keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator." Okay?
So are you going to be communist day one?
No, absolutely not. He's not meaning like a dictator as in being a communist. Okay, he's not saying that. He's saying
but you said communism is when dictator.
Everything that, okay, so you were just mad because Super wouldn't let you finish, but now you're not going to let me finish. So anyways, he was saying that he's going to reverse all the bullshit that's been happening in this country since the Biden-Harris fucking administration has been in office, and that he's going to close the border like it should be. Okay, legal immigration only. We're not going to have Venezuelan gangs coming in. We're not just going to have an open border to where terrorists can be coming into our country. Okay, and he's also going to open
like
our
Netanyahu.
pipelines back up.
Okay, so like let's address this. So again, as it relates to this, I think it's very important for you to acknowledge that Donald Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill, right? So actively, the reason why you think it's bad right now is because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. He left. He ran away. What a buddy. What a buddy. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Mario, are you voting Trump? Super still has not figured out how to unmute their mic. Jesus Christ, Super. Sharp, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxies. Thank you, Sharp. Thank you so much, Sharp. Yeah, Patrick, are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump, and you just sounded anti-Semitist when you huh?
Anti-Semitist?
Yeah,
Are you
said
driving?
Benjamin Yahoo. You thought nobody caught on to it.
Yeah, he's a
You got a
terrorist.
problem
yeah.
with the Jewish state?
I have nothing wrong with Jewish people. I have everything wrong with Benjamin Netanyahu, who is committing
You
war
got a
crimes.
problem with Israel having the right to exist?
No, I have a problem with a settler colonial state literally stealing people's land, kicking them out, ethnically cleansing from their land, right, and killing their children. I have an issue with that.
So you got
That's
a
not
problem with
anti-Semitic.
Spain? You got a problem with Spain? You got a problem with the United States?
Yeah, with how we got to the position we are. Yes, I have an issue with the colonization and the genocide
So why
of
don't you lay
indigenous
down
Americans.
your white privilege and join the rest of the working class and get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go to work, Parker?
Why does that make it? We understand the work. Not all the working class wakes up at 5 a.m., right?
Parker, you know you're a beta male, right?
Can you define beta?
Beta means you don't have any skills in survival other than talking on TikTok.
You think Donald Trump does? You think Donald Trump could survive?
I'm talking about you, Parker.
So is Donald Trump a beta?
He's an alpha, and you wish you were like him.
Wait. How is he an alpha? He never did that.
Wait.
He doesn't wake up at 5 a.m.
And why do you appease your donators with the same voice every time? You're so disgenuine. That's your problem, Parker.
Oh, wait, you got mad that I say thank you?
Oh my God.
He's so mad. He's so mad.
Look at, there goes the voice.
He's
Look
so
at it.
fucking mad.
Parker,
I haven't
you're
said thank
a chameleon.
you. How am I a chameleon? I'm a
You're
chameleon.
a chameleon.
Okay.
You're not a real man. You're not a real man.
I'm not a real man? Oh, because man isn't biological? And man isn't biological?
You're biological because you're a little boy with a big mouth and you never learned how to shut up and listen.
Wait, Patrick, so man isn't biological? Are you saying that man is a sociological construct?
A man needs to learn how to shut up and listen, Parker.
Well, clearly you didn't learn that, buddy.
Because you think you know it all and you don't know crap.
I know more than you do, Patrick.
Why? Because you went to college, Parker?
Well, for economics, I would know because I went to college. Yes, Charles,
economics.
But I know more than you because I'm not Dunning Kruger.
You don't know anything about the universe. You know
Jen,
nothing
thank you for the dollar.
about
I know
God.
nothing about the universe. I know nothing about
You're
God.
an atheist.
Okay, buddy.
You're an atheist.
You're just
You have
mad
no
that I'm not
faith.
religious.
Your parents are ashamed of you.
No, they're not.
Your parents
My
are
not ashamed of me.
I hope they
Hannah,
have
thank
one
you
more.
for $5. Thank you so much, Hannah.
I hope you have a brother who's an electrician or a plumber or something.
Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Because you're not doing anything for society.
Austin, thank you for the $10 for not getting up at 5 a.m. Thank you so much, Austin. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Austin. I appreciate it. Thank you. Devin with the $5. Hannah with the $5 as well. Charles with the $5 for the guests getting mad at your donations. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, there it goes. Parker, you're a puss.
You're mad. You're mad. Are you gonna be misogynistic?
And guess
because
what?
you're mad?
Trump's gonna win. Trump's
You're
gonna
so
win,
fucking mad.
Parker.
You're
Parker,
so mad.
Trump's gonna win, Parker.
Oh, do you like that baby bottle in your mouth? How does it taste? How does the baby bottle taste in your mouth, Patrick? Yeah, so Trump, you just say he's gonna win. You think that it's gonna like get under my skin? Appreciate the hat mustache. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. That's not like a way to get under my skin. If you want to actually like argue me anything, you can. That's not like a way to get under my skin. If you want to actually like argue me anything, you can. But you sound embarrassing right now. Right, like your kids, if you have children, are
What are you gonna
embarrassed.
do after he wins, Parker? Are you gonna?
I'm gonna be
cry?
debating. I'm gonna be debating.
You're gonna be a master debater.
I'm still gonna be debating regardless.
Are you the master
Wait,
debater?
can you fix your echo, please? Brittany, thank you for
Are you the
$2. Thank you
master
so much.
debater?
Samaya with the $5. Thank you so much for being
Can you fix
disingenuous
your
to
little
us.
feminine
Thank you so
lips?
much. Wait, you don't
Why
like?
do your lips look like little girl lips? Huh?
Are you saying that you think my lips look hot? Because
They
you
look
like little girls,
like
buddy?
a fag
'Cause
rubbing
oh,
chapstick
look at
all
that.
over
He's
their
so
lips.
fucking mad. He had to use a slur.
Hi, Parker. Can you hear me? I'm back now. Figured out to mute. I'm mute.
Appreciate the hand heart. Because he likes little kids. That's why he was
Can you
saying
hear
that, by
me,
the way.
Parker?
It's little kids. That's why he was
Can you
saying that,
hear
by
me,
the way.
Parker?
He was saying my lips are soft. Yeah, super.
Parker. Yeah, I'm back. Well, actually, I was trying to figure out how to mute.
Yeah. So,
So,
what do you want?
want to go on with where we were, or are you mad because I gave you facts on inflation and
Hey,
you couldn't
Connor, thank
defend
you
your
for $5.
points?
You didn't give me an analysis. I did defend
Listen,
my points. You're just
Parker,
gaslighting.
I did my
You're just
analysis
gaslighting.
myself, right? I did my analysis myself.
I'm sorry, you don't have an econ degree, appreciate the confetti. You cannot make that analysis yourself. You just looking at it when it happens under the administration shows me you know nothing about statistics because you just did a correlation causation fallacy. Okay? So I'm not going to take your fucking analysis that you came up with. I would rather take the analysis of someone who has an economics degree, right? Like I'd look at the economist from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, or like myself who has an economics degree.
Can you listen without interrupting me? Because I did that for you. And you keep muting me when
The only reason you did that is
interrupting me.
the only reason you did that is because you were muted.
No,
Push
I
the cap.
did it when we're having the first conversation.
No, you weren't. You're so delusional.
I'm going to let that slide. Okay, you've spoken. Can I speak now? Can I go on? Can I speak now?
Go for it.
Right.
All right, we're gonna go to the next person. He's gonna make the same point again. I already talked to him for so fucking long, or the same point. Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, I mean, just really from an economic standpoint, I think the country was better off under Donald Trump, and really the facts are really, really clear when you look at it. And you want an analysis. John Hopkins actually did an analysis regarding Joe Biden's plan, and it actually increased. You are correct when it comes to supply chain issues. Actually, did lead to some of the inflation. However, Joe Biden's stimulus plan of the 1.9 trillion actually led 4% of the 8.9% inflation that we saw under Joe Biden.
No,
And that
no,
is-
no. What's the title from the John Hopkins Institute? Susan, thank you for the
I-
$10, and Adriana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
If I click off this page that's on my phone, it'll actually kick me out. But it
No,
actually, you can
it
look
doesn't. It doesn't kick you out. You can go find it. I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app, and then once you come back into the app, you can tell me the title. Carfthena, thank you so much for the $8 for my econ degree. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, four fucking percent. The math is definitely not mathing.
Well, 4% out of 8.9%, that's half. So half
Yeah,
of the
that makes no
inflation-
sense.
I gave it to you. I gave it, absolutely, it makes 1,000%.
What's the title?
sense.
What's the title?
I gave it to you.
Kai, are you voting Trump? Hello?
Yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so what was the title? Okay. All right. Let's add up this next person because while he finds this, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
So it was Francisco, and I'm gonna botch the guy's name. It's Bian.
No, I'm not asking for the person who wrote it. I'm asking for the title.
Just we're not gonna.
You're cutting out. I
And
can't hear
actually
you.
go to Hopkins University.
You're lagging a lot. I can't hear you.
So it was done by John Hopkins.
Tell me the title.
It
I'm
was
not
done by
asking
John
for John
Hopkins University.
I'm
Okay.
not asking for John Hopkins. I'm asking for what's the title. Appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. Because you just made that up. That 4%, you just made it up. Chris,
No,
are
it
you
is. No,
voting Trump?
it's
And Tessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For not being an
so
anti-Semitist.
inflation. Parker. Inflation has a physical limit is the name of the title, but you can go look it up. It is 1,000% real. It's actually presented to the Federal Reserve, and so it's a real thing. I can't help it that you want this with what they go fast, but
You're lagging a lot, man.
Why?
Hey, I understand. Hey, can you're lagging? I can't hear anything you're saying. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's really bad. Can't hear you at all. I'll make sure to look at this, but I doubt it caused 4% inflation. Tell me where within it caused 4%. Find on page 4.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better?
Yeah. I hear you better. Yeah. Nowhere it says there's nowhere where 4%. Okay, well he's lagging a lot.
Yes, if you actually go read the study.
Bro is lagging incredibly a lot. I'll look through this, and if I can find 4% from the Biden-Harris administration, I'd love to see that. But I see no difference that says 4%. All right, let's give this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, why so?
Well, these borders, man.
By the way, chat, I'm looking at his actual inflation versus the counterfactual inflation. There's not a 4% change in them. They said that there's a 1% percentage point or 1% point at the cost of reducing output of 3.4 percentage points if you engage in a hawkish monetary policy. So that's not at all saying that Biden's policy would have caused that level of inflation. It's referencing monetary policy there. But yeah. All right. Well, yeah. So what was the reason you're voting Trump?
The border policy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't understand what the Harris administration, how they're gonna stop the amount of illegal migrants coming into the country.
Rico, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, did you know that Trump undermined the border bill? He called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill.
Well, there was a bunch of other stuff packed on that border bill, but I mean that's not the point. Point is
Like what?
What is the
Ashley,
Harris?
think of the $10. Like what?
Well, what is the Harris plan to stop the amount of illegal immigrants coming into our country?
Bipartisan border bill. What is wrong with the border bill?
The current border bill?
The border bill, the border bill that was introduced in 2023.
What's wrong with it?
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong with it. It just needs to be enacted.
So Trump called people in Congress to not vote for that bill.
Okay, so let me ask you again, what is her current strategy? What does the bill point to exactly? Do they say, is it 5,000 that can enter the country? Are they asylum seekers? I mean, how does it break down?
Yeah, so in terms of the 5,000, you saw a potato. Obviously, you haven't looked at the bill.
No, I don't know.
There are two conditions in which it allows for you to shut down the border. One of them is a daily average for a week of hitting 2,500. The other one is a what's it called? 1 day hitting 5,000.
So after a day of 5,000 encounters, okay. All right. Well, I mean, do you see a problem with immigration in this country?
No.
You don't see it being a problem?
I don't see an issue with immigration, right? I see an issue with how long it takes for people to get into the country.
How long? Or legally? I mean, I guess my point is that, if I wanted to go to another country because I feel like I'm being oppressed here, can I just go to another country and start working and not have to go through the same citizenship?
Well, no,
process,
I believe in a process, just a process that doesn't take, 7 to 10 years. I believe in a process that happens really quickly, maximum like 6 months to a year. Rainbow, think of the $5. Thank you so much. So I think the system takes way too long and I think it's ridiculous.
Does it take the same amount of time for another country? Are we on par with other countries with this?
I'd have to look at the time delays for other countries. Push the hand arts, right? I specifically think that push the hand art that 7 to 10 years is too long, right, for people to go through the asylum process. I think it should be 6 months to 1 year. That's what the bipartisan border bill did. Push the hand art.
Well, the only person that I've seen that has actually done anything about trying to do anything about the border is Trump. And I think that that's a major sticking point that you're going to have to come up, get over from a lot of people's perspective in this country. I mean,
I understand you have that perspective, but what I'm telling you is that Trump doesn't care about the border. He actively cares more about running on it as an issue than he actually cares about fixing it, and that's why he undermined the border bill.
Well, wasn't he going to build the wall?
So again, the wall was actually going to be built by the bipartisan border bill. Push the hand heart. He only built 3.7% new wall under his administration.
Oh, so that's a part of the Harris bill? So the Harris bill or the Harris administration wants to build the wall now?
So it's a bipartisan bill. They're willing to compromise on building the border wall to be able to make the asylum process go faster by increasing the amount of immigration judges, increasing the amount of border agents, right, and setting up these particular processes, right? That's what they're compromising on.
But they're not actually going to build a wall.
No, they will build the wall, right? It's just they're willing to compromise building the wall to be able to get those other types of policies for the border to make it safer and faster.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, do you like the border policy then? Does it sound
Well,
good to
what
you?
I see happening in my community, I'll just give you an example, is that so I live in South Florida, and what's happening is that there are a lot of illegal immigrants that are coming, and that the companies aren't verifying that that they have papers or even a social security card. So they're able to take lower waged income jobs that maybe another person that is less skilled perhaps could take, that's actually an American citizen.
Saying that undocumented immigrants are just less skilled is crazy. One, two.
No, I'm not saying that they're less skilled. I'm saying that they can't communicate. Language skills. Language skills is definitely an issue.
Two is irrelevant to this. The policies that you're relating to, if you want the system to go faster, if you want them to not be able to undercut in wages, then make the system go faster. Right, so that they can get access to legal papers. Okay. Or fucking literally give negative repercussions to the businesses that hire workers that are undocumented and underpay them.
Or just make it illegal for companies to hire illegal, immigrants.
Yeah, that's what I said. Provide repercussions for businesses that are doing this.
It was funny. They tried to pass something what was it? Like a year or two ago, DeSantis tried to pass something like ridiculous, like, something with the migrant workers. And it's so dumb because like the economy down here really needs these people. They really do. But the system is so jacked up that, your your lead times that you're talking about. Well, that just makes the problem worse because the whole time that whole lead time is happening, thousands of people are still pouring into the country. So yeah, to your point, maybe it should be a little bit shorter and maybe they should have stricter guidelines. Like maybe you got to learn the language. I don't know.
No, that's such a fucking dumb position. Saying that you need to learn the language is stupid.
Or
don't put all these criteria. Right, saying you have to learn the language is insane.
I guess you're right. Like if I went to another country, I wouldn't want them to assume that I would have to learn their language. I think that's like rude. Like that's ridiculous. Honestly, like there's no official language to America. Lots of this country speak Spanish. Right, I have no issue with this country having multiple languages. I think it's good. So, I mean, if we have communities where people speak Spanish, there's no issue with that. If we have communities where people speak Korean, there's no issue with that. If we have communities where people speak Chinese, there's no issue with that at all. If we have like communities that speak different languages than like English, there's no issue with that at all. I'm not taking issue with that. I'm saying to be able to communicate, to be able to work in the country. So if I go to France and I want to work in France, I mean, if they were to say, well, you have to speak French to work in our country, I think that's pretty insane too. Like, let other, languages exist, even if you think that there is an official language or whatever, which there isn't, right? That still doesn't mean that we shouldn't have this. Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, those are the two big hot topics. It's going to be, immigration and the economy. I appreciate that. I see you. Tyler, I don't know if there's a way you can fix that. I'm not quite sure. I would join the Discord and ask people in the Discord. So sorry, what were you saying? Oh, no. I was going to say, those are just the two main topics right now are immigration and the economy. So, if the Harris administration can really nail down that they are, if they could point to more of those policy things that you pointed to, like how they're going to address, not just like, oh, look back at the immigration bill. Well, maybe that's going to have to change with the new administration, whatever that looks like. So no, what they're saying is that that's what their plan was, and Trump doesn't care about the plan. So again, I don't understand why you will
act like Trump not having a plan is okay and Trump undermining the plan is okay, but
Well,
then
his,
them
at least
having a
he's got
plan,
a plan
isn't
that's
enough.
pretty, you know, like.
What's his plan?
Just shut it down, as far as I know.
Shut down the border?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah, how is he going to get Congress to pass that one?
Executive order on the first day, I guess.
Okay, you think an executive order can shut down the border completely forever?
I don't know. How do other countries do it?
No, you can't. No, you have to do it through Congress. In order to be able to do something like that, you have to do it through Congress. The Supreme Court would shut that down.
Well, how does Canada keep people out?
How does Canada? I would have to check the Canadian policy. I don't know what you're asking for.
I don't know. I'm looking for some kind of options for the border situation because it's out of control.
Okay, so make the system go faster, incentivize everyone who's already in the country who hasn't committed crimes and violent crimes to get access to papers. If they've committed crimes we consider bad, violent crimes, deport them, okay? But if we're talking about people who are just here for a better life, they're not committing crimes like that, well then keep them in the country, give them access to papers, right? And then literally make the process go faster. It will incentivize people to go through the legal process. Then there's going to be less people going through undocumented processes, which will allow for border agents to have an easier time dealing with who's coming across the border because there's less of a hard time identifying who's coming here for nefarious reasons versus who's coming here for legitimate reasons, as they'd be so incentivized to go through the legal process.
Oh no, that sounds great. I mean, I wish that they could communicate, you know, that. I think that there's just a lot of miscommunication out there, and I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and that people are taking these real extreme views because they don't see the details. So that's all.
Yeah, sure. But like again, at the end of the day, if you care about doing something at the border, Trump undermined the bill. So that's like the biggest thing. And also everyone's like, oh, why didn't the Biden-Harris administration act earlier? Well, a lot of Trump's policies weren't even implemented until like 2018, 2019. So why didn't he act earlier? Why didn't he immediately when he got into office act on those policies?
Oh, is that a question for me? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, he's not a very effective person. That's for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else to talk about?
No, that's it. Thanks. Bye.
Appreciate you. All right. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Everyone's trying to get to 2 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, to be honest, I think Kamala just sounds very incompetent.
Kamala? How does she sound incompetent?
I mean, I'm sure you've seen videos where she's asked questions and she dances around them.
Give me an example.
There's a ton of examples on TikTok. I'm sure you've seen them.
Just give me one.
I think she was on a talk show most recently where they asked her...
60 Minutes?
Yes, that one.
So why did Trump deny going to 60 Minutes?
That I don't know.
Understand? Or is he scared? Why would he accept interviews like that? Like that's like a presidential tradition.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why he denied it.
So he sounds incoherent. Also,
No,
I can
honestly,
play you a video, multiple videos right now of Donald Trump sounding incoherent. Do you want to hear this?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, I got you. 100%. We'll start with this one.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? They just I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
Appreciate it, Hendar. Thank you so much.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think a little batty.
No, I get your point. Like, I would
if the
say,
boat sank from its weight, and you're in the boat, and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat.
no, I totally get it. I would agree. Yeah, he sounds silly. I think we can both agree though that Trump has like a funny way of talking, and he's always had it. Like even when he first started running, like he's always been like that. But I mean, if you look at their track record, you know, for the most part, Trump's been pretty successful in some parts of business. Versus Kamala, I don't really know her track record.
Kamala, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again,
Sorry,
we should look
I
into
know
it, right?
different language.
What's up?
Sorry, that's just accent.
Oh, okay. Well, then just you could say VP Harris.
Sure.
Yeah. So as it relates to her policy, she's influenced to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act had the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, right? For people on Medicare. And the largest investment in renewable energy ever. The PACT Act expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. The CHIPS and Science Act is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips by 2030 and bring back American manufacturing jobs in chips production in the United States, which is specialized manufacturing. And then also the bipartisan infrastructure bill is going to invest in roads and bridges. It invested in it. Gets let out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. It specifically provides EV infrastructure, right, to build up access for fighting climate change, plenty of things, right? It expanded universal internet access to rural communities by extending high-speed broadband.
Right. No, so yeah, I think those are all really good plans, but like, how do we know she's the one that's truly behind them? Because like, if there are all of these plans, why hasn't she been mentioning that when she's asked all of these questions? Like,
Yeah, so
would
she
you
has
agree
talked
that
about
she
these
kind of
things.
sounds a little off when she's talking?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
No, not at all. Like, if you think that she's off, I don't know what's wrong with you. If you think that Trump isn't off, but she is, that's kind of like crazy.
No,
I don't get any indication
I admitted that Trump does sound a little silly at times. A lot of the time,
I don't get any indication that she sounds off by any means. I think that's like even kind of wild to think.
At any point in her conversations, does she ever sound like she doesn't know what she's talking about to you?
No.
Not at all?
Nope.
Really? Okay. Let me ask you something. Are there any policies that you disagree with on VP Harris's side?
Yes.
There are. Okay. That's good. Okay, so you're not like completely brainwashed. Are there any Trump policies that you agree with?
Operation Warp Speed.
What's that?
Operation Warp Speed.
Okay. What's that one about?
Yeah, it specifically increased the funding for like building of vaccines in this country.
Okay, nice. Okay, sweet. I'm impressed. I did not think you would be. So that's sweet. I talked to a lot of like Democrats and Republicans, and I asked them if they have any beliefs on the other side, and they always deny the other side. And they're always just completely on one side. And I think most people who are just on one side versus the other and can't share opinions are typically just probably not thinking things through. So
super partisan. Yeah. So I have disagreements.
Yeah. Okay. Nice, man. Well, that's pretty much my 2 cents, man. That's really it.
Okay. Last question before you leave. Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Would I do that? No, because I'm actually not voting for either of these people. I just wanted to pick your brain.
Okay. Please don't do that, everyone, because I am just trying to look for people who are voting for Trump. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Everyone, share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. All right, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. I think tomorrow I might try my Parker needs a job account. We'll see. We'll see what I do tomorrow. It's been really bad on the following glitches recently, chat. Really fucking bad. Hello? Are you voting Trump? Okay, this person's asleep. Let's try the next individual real quick. All right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next, everyone. If you have any questions, you can put in the comment section right now. If you want to ask me, I might see it while I add people up. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Follow me here if you haven't already, y'all. Make sure to follow me if you have not already, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
To be honest with you, bro, I am a trader. That's what I do for a living. I'm a day trader, and I specifically invest in cryptocurrencies. And for the past 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration has just been giving crypto investors a hard time. I haven't heard Harris herself come out and say anything, positive, what she's planning to do to help cryptocurrency investors. And it's the future,
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you don't care about anything else? Just crypto?
I mean, it's a part of the economy, bro. Isn't the economy the main reason why people vote?
Sure, but it's crypto, right? You know what I mean? I'm asking you, is that the only thing you care about?
The economy. I trade stocks too. I trade Forex.
Okay, so the economy in terms of stocks is doing good.
The
Real
economy
GDP has gone up.
The economy
Trump's
is the
tariffs
main.
would hurt the stock market.
How so?
Because they make it harder for businesses to operate because goods that are imported in the country are more expensive.
Trump's tariffs will hurt the stock market, is what you said?
Yes, because it hurts American industry.
And if
And
he
it hurts
gives,
export jobs.
and if he gives tax breaks, doesn't that help the economy?
So again, most of the tax breaks specifically that you're referencing went to people who are rich, right? Only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is negligible, right? And does not satisfy what we would need in terms of a GDP increase to pay for the policy, let alone cause anywhere near the growth that we spent into the bill.
Okay, well, like I said, bro, I told you what I do for a living, right? So I'm voting for Trump because he has openly come out and supported Bitcoin. I haven't heard.
Okay, I have a question. So would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
No, I would not.
Okay, well, look up Trump liable essay AP News. He has been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay, well, I'll look that up after the live is over, bro. But as I said before, if I saw the Biden-Harris administration, and not just them, like the SEC, why are they...
Have you been on before?
No, this is my first time here.
Okay.
Yeah, why is the SEC auditing companies like Coinbase? They should be embracing the future, bro, and stop trying to fight it,
I'm going to be totally honest with you. The only way that any of these cryptocurrencies will be adopted on a broad scale is if it's adopted as a government currency.
That's exactly my point. They should be trying to make it more regulated instead of
why wouldn't they just use a US dollar crypto? Right? Why would they specifically let all these other cryptos exist? You understand that these types of cryptos specifically, one, they're volatile. Two, as it relates to this, they allow people to commit crimes. You understand that, right?
There is a cryptocurrency that is exactly pegged 1-to-1 with the US dollar. It's called USDT, Tether.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, again, you're just talking about a digital currency. The only way that they would specifically do that is if the U.S. specifically adopted it through the governmental model.
Right, and they
Okay, so then
can
what?
do
So
that.
that's not going to help you as a crypto fucking investor. That would hurt you, right? Because
No,
you're
that-
investing in so many different types of crypto.
No, I'm not saying that it wouldn't hurt me if the government were to do that. If they were the more mass adoption, yes, sure, that means less money in investors' pockets. But whether we like it or not, do you believe that in the future you're going to be walking into a grocery store, you're going to go into Trader Joe's or Walmart or whatever and hand them paper money? Do you think that that's the way the world is?
Wait. I agree. Over time, it's going to be mainly digital.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand what your point is in saying that
what
it's
the
somehow
Biden-
related
what
to the
the
current
Biden-
crypto market that exists.
what
Most
the
of the
Biden
cryptocurrencies you're using are just like shit coins.
What the Biden-Harris administration is doing is they are trying to control the guys who own all the banks, bro. They are trying to keep all the money for themselves. They don't want crypto. They don't want crypto to.
But now you're
take
making
over
two
the
separate
world.
arguments. Wait, you just wanted there to be one digital currency from the federal government, and now you're arguing no that we want all these different currencies. No, we don't.
That's not
Elizabeth,
what
thank you for the
I said.
$5. Thank you so much.
I'm saying that we need a world currency. We need a currency that is completely.
Sure, this has nothing to do with the current crypto market.
We need a currency that's completely
Choppo,
decentralized.
this has nothing to do with the current crypto market. And you
But
say we need a
are-
currency that's decentralized? That's not going to happen.
We are getting there, bro.
No, we're not.
And I'm trying to. We are.
No, we're not. I promise you we're not.
I promise you that every day the technology around cryptocurrency is improving to that degree.
For standard, governments are not going to allow for their currencies to be completely and totally decentralized. Okay,
But
that's just
that-
not going to happen. That's a complete fucking that's a ridiculous point. Most of the money in our current economy right now is already digitalized. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that it's not going to just be the case that they're just going to adopt all these crypto and just let them do it decentrally. No, we're going to continue with the current currencies that exist and whatever is adopted by the government. Okay, so I don't know what this whole argument's even about. This whole argument's irrelevant. This is not even related to politics at this point, right? This is just acknowledging a reality of what's going to happen regardless of Trump or Biden being in office or Trump or Harris being in office.
All right, bro. However you do it. Still gonna vote for Trump though.
Why?
I just told you.
Okay. Well, you said you wouldn't vote for him if he were held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will.
I'm gonna have to look into that. one.
So go look that one up.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. All right, all right. Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
41.
You're covering your mic. Can't hear you. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just many reasons. Just the foreign policy, no wars, safety, and just I did a lot of traveling before I retired.
You're covering your mic again. You said no wars. What about the Turkish-Kurdish war? What about Afghanistan? What about Syria? What about the 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East? The assassination of a top military general in Iran?
Your numbers are kind of skewed a little bit there, but obviously a lot of stuff's not public.
What?
I said your numbers are kind of skewed a little bit, but the numbers are.
What numbers?
or not public really. It's tough for like military guys that talk to civilians about it, especially the civilians that haven't traveled abroad as much or lived in, Africa, Iraq, Afghanistan, Turkey. I've lived in a lot of those places, so it's kind of it's the same thing. Why a lot of vets don't really talk about the war with civilians. They talk about with other war vets. So that's just an area that
Sean, thank you for the $5 from PayPal. You didn't respond to any of my points. What numbers are wrong?
A lot of them. A lot of numbers.
Which one?
The wars, the Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, that was happening under Trump.
Yeah, but Trump got us out of Afghanistan.
Under his entire administration, we were still there.
Well, of course.
So yeah, he said other things to leave, but now you're acknowledging that just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. So what war did the Biden-Harris administration cause?
Well, we can. You're choosing topics to exploit, but that's not the reasons why I'm just voting for Trump. One of many reasons.
I know. I'd love for you to answer my questions. I'd love for you to answer my question, sir. Answer my question, sir. Answer my question.
Which question? Which question?
What I just asked you.
Say it again, so we're clear.
Okay. So what war did the Biden-Harris administration cause?
This is a detail that you're very not familiar with, so it's kind of hard to talk about. It's Ukraine is one.
How do they cause the Ukraine war?
By interrupting the peace agreement talks.
With who?
With Ukraine and Russia.
Okay, what did they do that caused that?
Like I said, it is. It's it's hard to talk with the civilians on this topic.
Because you can't answer basic questions.
I guess basic questions, but there's just certain things that are just above clearance levels that are just not going to make sense to
above clearance levels, so you can't tell me or something.
Just certain things are just not going to make sense. Like there's just it's not going to make sense.
Okay. I've never had any other vet tell me this. So what clearance you have that like typical vets don't have?
Well, typical vets have no clearance for typical vet.
Okay, so what clearance do you have?
Top secret TSCI.
Okay, so you got all this information. Tell me what you can.
Well, no, I'm not going to tell you anything I can't tell you. We're getting off topic.
No, tell me what you can tell me. Right? How did they cause the Ukraine war?
One, by funding money and then also just there was negotiations for peace on the table, easy, done deal, and it was literally avoided just to funnel money.
What was the peace? What were the conditions for peace? I can't hear you covering your mic.
Yeah, that I can't get into detail on.
Okay, so then if you don't know the conditions for peace, then what?
No,
you understand that the conditions for peace are that Ukraine is annexed by Russia, right?
Yeah, because I'd like you're exploiting one topic, so let's go to the whole.
You brought it up, and I'm talking about what you brought up, sir.
Your essay rape thing. So are you?
Wait! Don't pivot. You brought it up.
No, it's just one issue. But
you brought it up. You said that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration, and I asked you how, and you couldn't tell me how.
No, there's just certain things, like I said, I'm not going to sit there and get into the vague things that you're not going to understand. It's pointless. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, it's because you don't have any of the explanations.
No, I do. There's just certain things that are just not going to. Like I said, it's a waste of time. They'll come out. It's just
then why'd you bring it up?
I didn't bring it up. You
did bring it up. I asked you what one did they cause, and you brought up Ukraine. I asked you, how did they cause Ukraine? And you're like, oh, this is too much. I can't talk to you about this. You're just not going to understand. That's not a. That's,
No,
that's
I
you
know.
basically telling me you either you don't know.
One big point where they paused peace talks. That was one big point.
Yeah, but you don't even know what the peace talks were about. You have
Yes,
no
I
clue.
do.
When was it?
When was the peace talks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, years before even, but definitely.
What year?
Where peace talks have happened over on, I mean, like even decades ago. But anyways,
Decades ago, they weren't even in office. Like Harris wasn't even in office.
No shit. I'm talking about Russia and Ukraine, dude.
Yeah. So what fucking agreement did they go against, or what did they do? Like, tell me, what did they do specifically?
It's so like, let's just look. I'm gonna try to break it down. Let's look at like the whole where you say, oh well, Trump slashed the border bill because of this and that, right?
Bro,
like if you're not willing to open and have like an understanding, and you're like, oh, let's just do this, then I'm not going to explain it. If I can't break it down for you, and you're not willing.
You're deflecting though. You're not even talking about
deflecting.
Ukraine.
I am. If you would listen, if you would pay attention. So, for example, the border bill was what you say is like, well, Trump said, don't do the border bill so I can run for an office, right? So, but when you look at it, tells there's a border bill, but then in the border bill, there was also funding to Ukraine, funding to this or that, right? So there's a whole bunch of detail. That's how in the Ukraine.
Can't hear you covering your mic.
That's how the Ukraine thing was as well. There's just so much of, like I said, you're putting all your marbles into one thing, and we're just wasting time when there's like
because you don't know the answer. Because you don't know the answer.
Thousands of issues. So let's just talk about like the one thing you guys I bring up is like,
Xavier, just say you don't know. Don't do this thing of, oh, you just won't understand. I can't talk to you about this, right? Say you don't know. Okay, I don't want to do this bullshit where you're gaslighting me. I don't like it. It's not fun.
Saying this, like, so let's look at your essay comment. So did you watch the?
What'd I just say, Xavier? No, this isn't a place for you to just do whatever you want. Okay, acknowledge what I just said, right? Or I'm gonna kick you from the stream, Xavier. You can unmute your mic yourself. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Okay, so acknowledge what I just said, right? Or get off my account. I don't want to debate you.
Say what you just said. I'll acknowledge whatever you want me to say.
Okay, so you're not even listening?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to say. What do you want me to acknowledge?
I want you to acknowledge that you have no explanation as to why the Biden-Harris administration caused the Ukraine conflict.
If that will give you the satisfaction so we can continue another subject, I will say whatever you want me to say.
No, that's just like disingenuous. It's not like you just say whatever you want to say. This is why I don't want to talk to you, is because whenever I push you on one topic, I push you here, you don't want to address it, and you're like, oh, for you to say whatever you want, like, I'll say whatever you want me to say just so that we don't have to talk about this.
You're going on one
that's
topic.
ridiculous.
There's so many other topics. What about, like, I can sit there.
You brought it up, Xavier. You brought it up.
The illegal migrants getting $2,000.
You see how he just pivots? He pivots so much. You pivot. You're pivoting like every time we speak. Don't pivot. Do not pivot. Do not pivot.
The girl that went.
Xavier, I'm not having a conversation with you if you do this. If you just do this, the entire conversation, where as soon as I push you on something, right, you just immediately pivot, I'm not going to talk to you. Okay? So address what I just said or get off the live.
Yep, this is classic liberal deflection. I will address what you said.
Deflection? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
You're deflecting. I'm trying to like talk about multiple.
You're trying to deflect. You're literally trying to deflect to a different topic. What the fuck are you talking about?
I've already addressed your situation.
No, you haven't. I asked you what was the cause. You couldn't tell me the cause. You were just like, oh, I can't talk to you. You're not going to understand.
Peace talks were moved on. I told you peace talks.
What about the peace talks? You don't even know what you're talking about. When were the peace talks?
Well, first off, I was in Ukraine in 2020, 21. But go ahead, continue.
So when were the peace talks?
For what time frame?
Ukraine.
Dozens of peace talks.
That caused Ukraine to be invaded.
Which time? Because they've been invaded many times.
I'm talking under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so yeah, the mid to late 2020.
Mid to late 2020.
Sorry, no, not mid to late 2021.
Really? Where was this located? Peace deal.
On numerous occasions, different between video, in person. I mean, there's just different ones. So.
Where?
And video? I mean.
No. I mean, where was it located? Where was the peace deal located? Where were they talking about it?
Where were they talking about it? Just like you're in a different place now, I'm in a different place. It was all over the world. Then there was also in-person ones too.
I'm kicking this guy. He clearly doesn't know, and he's not willing to admit it. The pride is unfucking believable with that guy. Jesus Christ, dude. I can't talk to people like that. Those people are like the most fucking insufferable people on the face of the planet. Such a waste of time, bro. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
You voting Trump?
Perhaps.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Why so?
Lesser of two evils.
Okay, how is he the lesser of two evils?
Well, I'm not too sure.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Jesus Christ. I suppose I would vote for Trump probably because, like, anecdotally in my life, the economy was best under Trump. Things were better under Trump. And I think a lot of the policies, couldn't go into them in detail, but they worked better for people who didn't even really understand what those policies were, per se. That's funny to you?
Yeah, because you're like, the policies worked better, but I don't even understand them. I can't go into any detail. Like, okay, so I obviously know you don't know any of the policies. You're just saying that you felt like the economy was better.
Top of my head.
That's fine. You're just saying that you felt like the economy was better, but that doesn't mean it was caused by them. Like, for example, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean the Biden-Harris administration like caused me to meet my girlfriend?
No, that's that's totally irrelevant.
Exactly. So your life being good is totally irrelevant to the policies they influenced to get passed that would have caused that. So tell me, like, what policies did he influence to get passed that caused that? Otherwise, you have no ability to say that it was caused by Trump.
That's like saying you met your girlfriend and some other administration was in place and then you guys met because of that. That's insane.
Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah,
no
that's
shit.
insane.
That's what I'm saying. Push this thing like, yes, because just because
what you're saying is just as insane as what I'm insane.
Aaron, that's why I used it as a reductio, genius. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm showing you this example just to show you that just because it happens under administration, it doesn't mean it's caused by that administration. And you agreed that your point is just as dumb as that point. Agreed.
So your point is smarter then, even though it's the same point.
Fucking God, dude. Listen, I'm using.
Do you know how reductionist that is? That's insane to say that.
I'm sorry. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I was using it as an example to show you that just because something happens under an administration doesn't mean it's caused by that administration.
Okay,
That's
so let me ask you.
I brought it up.
Let me ask you one thing then.
Go for it.
So what is the other administration going to do for you?
$25,000. Yeah, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 deductible for first-time or for businesses for the first year of their of them being a business.
Of their administration?
I meant to say of their business. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Okay. So. Just giving
$6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life.
So just subsidizing things is a better way, which means raising taxes.
No, reducing a tax, reducing the like a tax deductible is decreasing taxable income for small businesses. The tax credit is reducing taxes, right, and helping people afford houses specifically to build new housing. Yes, that we're going to afford that by increasing income tax on income over $400,000 in a year, right, and specifically by increasing corporate tax to 28%. And by increasing long-term capital gains to 28% for income over 1 million in a year.
Increasing capital gains, you think is a good thing?
Yeah, for income over 1 million.
So you want to invest then? You want to invest, but you say increasing capital gains is a good thing. That's
increasing capital gains on income over 1 million in a year. Yes.
Why is that good?
Because it helps us reduce our deficit, and it is only taxing income over 1 million in a year.
Wait. How does that help us reduce the deficit?
Because it raises revenue. If you want more people
to invest, how does that raise revenue?
Increasing tax raises revenue.
Increasing tax raises revenue.
Yeah.
So if you have a business and that business is getting taxed at 50%, how are they going to increase the revenue?
28% isn't 50%.
Okay. Any higher percentage for.
So I have a question.
How is that going to help a business not go under?
What's going to this is capital gains, by the way. So what specific?
Gains.
Yeah. Listen. What percentage is going to raise more revenue? 20% or 28%?
Revenue on capital gains?
Yeah.
You don't really have revenue on capital gains. Capital gains is from investments strictly.
So if we tax capital gains at 28% rather than taxing it at 20% on income over 1 million in a year, that is capital gains, right?
You keep saying 1 million a year. Why does 1 million a year matter? Why does it matter? Why does it matter 1 million a year?
Aaron,
shouldn't it be flat? Shouldn't it be across the board?
No.
Any capital gains, a percentage? It should be percentage based.
No,
it shouldn't be.
No, listen, because I don't think that someone making $100,000 in a year should pay the same tax as someone making $1 million in a year. Okay.
Yeah, but that's income based, not capital gains. That's income based, not capital gains.
You understand that capital gains can act as income in a year. So 100%, 100,000 increase in capital gains in a year would be. Can you stop talking, Aaron? Can you stop talking so I can finish?
Yeah, I'll stop talking so you can explain.
Thank you. Yeah, so again, capital gains at 28% is going to increase revenue comparative to a capital gains tax at 20%. Because if you tax more, that means you're bringing in more money.
For what? The government?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
To subsidize things like not businesses.
To subsidize things like government. To like make sure that we can decrease childhood poverty by increasing the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, and $3,000.
Yeah, you're just rattling off buzzwords. That's all you're doing.
No, I'm explaining the policy to you, Aaron. I don't know why you're getting so mad. I'm explaining you the policy.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all.
I can hear it in your voice, buddy.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
No, I'm not mad at all. I'm just trying to understand your thinking.
I'm not mad. That's fine.
That was you, not me. I'm not mad. I'll chuckle right now and laugh.
Now you will.
It's fine.
Yeah. So again, the point I was making is that you have a higher tax, you raise more revenue that allows you to deal with reducing the debt.
Yeah. Okay. So you need to, but you're talking about capital gains specifically.
Yeah, that was for one of the taxes that she was implementing. Like, for example, I can show you this from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They went over the different proposals for Harris campaign plans versus Trump campaign plans. Trump's campaign plans over 10 years are supposed to cause on central $7.5 trillion in debt, whereas the Harris administration will cost $3.5 trillion. So I would prefer $4 less trillion in debt, and then also providing needs for like children by increasing the child tax credit, providing greater access to housing for new housing, helping small business.
The debt is going to go up from the deficit from the government because we're not paying in as much, because we're not paying as much capital gains. That's why. But why? Well, like why do all these things need to be subsidized? Is what I'm essentially asking without all of the
Yeah, I'll explain why.
fluff in between.
We don't want children to live in poverty, right? We want
Yeah,
people
I
who are
don't-
first-time
I don't
home
want
buyers to have
children.
access to new homes. And we
I
want to
bought a
increase
new
that.
home without a tax, without.
Aaron, shut up, respectfully. Be quiet. Okay? Fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. So again, we want to increase housing affordability, right? Increase the amount of houses we have. We want to decrease pharmaceutical costs, right? We want to increase people's access to healthcare, right? We want to do all of these things, right? Reduce childhood poverty, right? We want to help small businesses out, make them be more likely to stay around, to help out American workers, things like that.
Subject, and now you're jumping from one to the other to the next. Oh, I'm trying to keep it on one subject here, and you're just jumping from topic to topic to topic. Like it's all the same thing, and it's not.
I was answering your question.
But you didn't. You didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
What was my question, by the way?
I asked you first. What was your question?
No, I literally asked you first, dude.
What was your question? What was your question, I mean? And I'll show you how it related, because I can tell you, but did you forget your own question? I'll tell you if you forgot.
I think you forgot my question, and you're stuck now.
Would you like to tell me? Because I can tell you if you forgot.
I forgot. Tell me.
Yeah, you were asking me what she was trying to subsidize and why she wanted to subsidize those things.
No, that wasn't that wasn't the first question.
So what was the question?
The question is, how does capital gains tax and income tax, like how are those related? Like we weren't taught.
That was not the question. That was not the question. You fucking liar. That was not the question.
A fucking liar. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm fucking lying.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just trying to have a conversation.
You were totally
I'm just
lying.
trying
Look
to
at the chat, bro. Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Margaret. Jenny, thank you for the $10. Brandy, thank you for the $1.43. Zid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much, Zid. And John, happy birthday, by the way. John, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, John. Pay your taxes.
Yeah, so that was obviously not your question. So I can answer your question, your new question, but that was not your question. You made that question.
What was my original question then? Answer that.
I already explained it, right? You were asking me, like, why are we subsidizing these particular things? Or, like, what things we were trying to subsidize? So I was just giving you things, right? Because I was like, we want to decrease childhood poverty. We want to increase housing affordability.
No, that's what you were talking about. You keep going to these buzzwords and these topics.
These aren't buzzwords. These are answers to your question, genius.
Genius, yeah. The brainiac here.
Yeah, Aaron, you forgot like 30 seconds ago, so.
Yeah, I sure did. That's exactly what happened. My thing is, we're talking about the capital gains tax, and then you tried to segue into how that's an income tax, and that goes to childhood poverty, and goes to this and to that, and everything else. But that's not what we're talking about necessarily. I'm trying to stay on topic here.
Yeah, so ask your question and I'll answer.
Who are you voting for? And why?
Another different question.
Yeah, no, that's on purpose. You do realize that, right?
No, you just ask the same question, but ask the same question and I'll answer it. What was the question?
We're just talking semantics here. We're just going back and forth, and this is the problem.
What was the question? I just wanted to answer the question.
Why are you voting for Harris or Trump?
He forgot the question again, by the way. He forgot the new question that he made. Okay, I'm voting for Harris because she has not a proven sexual abuser, a proven fraudster, an election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims enter the country. You know, a few things.
Nice. That's beautiful. And that's your honest answer.
Yes. Well, I mean, what?
And you believe that? You believe that? Truly?
Yes, I do.
And
you believe?
And you believe Trump did all those things?
Yeah.
And you truly believe that?
Yeah, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Why are you saying that? Of course I truly believe it. Now, would you like to respond? It's a debate.
I wouldn't consider this a debate by any means. This is just a fun little plaything on the internet.
It's a debate, genius.
Genius, yeah. There you go again. It's a debate, genius.
Yeah, because you can't even engage with any of the points I brought up. I brought up points. And you're like, do you believe that? Do you really believe that? Do you really believe it? Like, dude, of course I believe it. That's why I fucking said it. Now, can you respond to the point?
Your point was?
Trump is a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government.
No. Accused, not proven.
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people, right?
He's not
for
been
sexually
convicted.
abusing Eugene Carroll. He was convicted in a civil court, right? The jury determined. The jury of 9 people determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
Is that true? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Look up Trump libel essay AP News.
Well, then why has he not been arrested for it? Why is he not?
Yeah, because we're talking in a civil court. The reason why it wasn't in a criminal court is because criminal courts specifically, right, have a statute of limitations for rape in New York, which doesn't allow for her to try the case, given it's been like so many years after the event has occurred. And many victims don't come out. Over 60% of victims don't come out. Most of them, a lot of them, left over. They specifically it would take them decades to come out because of societal stigmas, especially if there's a particular scenario.
You're rattling off things. You're just reading off your computer. So I could tell.
I'm not reading. I was looking at my honey bottle that I have because my voice is fucked up.
You have the honey bottle that you just look at every now and again when you're on stream. That's what you do.
Yeah, I was doing that. I was. I just got this today. So.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
You think I'm reading off a script? I'll take that as a compliment, buddy.
A script?
I'm gonna start looking that way just so that you guys think I'm like fucking looking at a script.
Come on, dude. You're reading off your computer. That's what you're doing.
My computer's actually this way. This is my computer right here. I have my monitors right here, and my monitors right there. Me looking right there, I'm not even looking at. I'm actually not even looking at one of my monitors. My monitor's right there, and right there.
Yeah. So you just have all that right off the top of your head?
Yes.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, good for you, man. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work, dude.
Okay, do you want to respond to any of my points yet?
If you'd make some.
I've made so many points that you thought I was reading off a script, Aaron. You thought I was reading off a script.
No, I didn't say script. I said you were looking at your computer. Okay. I mean, if this is scripted, that would just be awful.
Dude, oh my God, bro. What was I looking at on my computer? Nora, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Do you think I have a teleprompter? Yeah, no, I'm reading off my teleprompter in the right.
Yeah, no, dude, if you did, that would be nuts.
Yeah, dude, I should get myself a teleprompter. Jesus Christ, dude.
You should. You'd be even better.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't. Part of the debate skill is like having it off the whim, like being able to think of it quickly, not just reading it off of a screen. If I was just reading off of a script, it'd be very clear that like I wouldn't have a response to what a lot of people are saying.
I mean,
thank you so much for the subscription.
You're clearly in front of a computer, and I'm not. You're reading shit and looking shit up.
The only thing I'm reading, I have my Discord open.
You have all these. You have all. So you have all the legislation just in your brain. You're not looking it up. You're not looking up anything whatsoever.
Yeah, literally. I'm not trolling. I do this debate every day for 6 hours plus a day. I think I would pick up on that over time. I've been doing this for months.
And you're not sitting in front of the computer. In fact, checking
I'm not even looking at the computer. You can hear me look at a computer. If I go like this, I can look it up. I don't know it all.
Well, you certainly seem like you do.
I don't.
Right.
Okay, do you have like any response to any of the things, or are you just going to say that you think I'm reading off like a script and reading off my computer and shit?
No,
Lily,
we're
thank
just
you so much for the
having-
$20 for buying myself a teleprompter. Thank you so much.
I love that. I love that's good for you, bro. I love that. That's awesome. No, I just I thought this would be fun. It was very productive.
We haven't even talked about anything yet.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
So we are just trolling.
Me? No.
We.
You are.
We. I'm a part of this.
Would you like to like give me a response to anything I'm saying? Like, what is the reason you're voting Trump?
What is the reason?
Yeah.
I feel like I've already articulated that for you.
Aaron, you've got to be trolling at this point. This is like actually ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you off now. You heard me typing, everyone. I typed in the Discord saying he was dumb. All right, let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Are you voting Trump?
Well, I'm kind of unsure. I just have one question, and don't get mad because nobody will answer it. Okay?
What's up?
Everybody knows what happened on January 6th, right? When he threw that fit and he let all those people in there over somebody else taking the presidency like a baby.
Yeah.
Why would they put a person like that back in the presidency? Don't you think that's kind of, I don't know, crazy?
Yep. I totally agree with you, Star Killer. Appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Star Killer. They are fucking crazy. Totally agree. Allison, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Nora, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
For the future of the country.
Okay. What about it?
A lot of my ideals and what I think I would like for our country to be like falls under the Republican Party more than the Democratic Party.
Yeah, like what specifically?
Quite a few things. We could start off with abortion rights. We can start off with the Second Amendment. We can choose many different things.
Okay, so like the Second Amendment. Let's talk about that. Appreciate the handar. So the Second Amendment specifically. How do you feel about Donald Trump saying he wants to terminate the Constitution?
I really don't think he'd be able to do that anyway. So it's not like he would. That makes any difference. I don't know why he would have said that because like I don't think he really meant that.
Really? I'll read the tweet off. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I got you. All right, Trump terminate Constitution. So with the revelation of massive and widespread of fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of see where he was going with that.
Okay, so like clearly that calls for the termination of the Constitution that includes the Second Amendment. What's protecting your Second Amendment if it's not the Constitution?
Well, the Constitution would be what would be protecting it, along with armed citizens.
And you want to know what Mike Pence said? Mike Pence said anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States, and that's why Mike Pence's old vice president is not supporting him.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't think that he's going to be doing that though. He couldn't. There's just no way. Nobody could get rid of our Constitution.
Donald Trump wants to terminate it. So So in the same way that you could say no one can get rid of our Constitution, couldn't you say no one can get rid of our Second Amendment? So how are you voting for him to protect the Second Amendment?
It's more along the lines of like the party itself, because I've heard I don't know how many different people on the Democratic side speaking about pew pew bans and everything else, and they bring it up like consistently, pretty much like almost every other year, especially during like an election season. And it's been many of them. I don't know why they can't just like leave it alone, because they just keep bringing it up, and like everything that has been anti pew pew has come from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, say what you want, right? We're voting for either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And actively, again, Donald Trump wanted to undermine the Constitution, okay, which is the fundamental, complete aspect of the Second Amendment. Kamala Harris is not advocating to get rid of the Second Amendment. She's actually upholding the Second Amendment because it still allows for a well-regulated militia. So if you think things like miniguns shouldn't be allowed and fully automatic weapons shouldn't be allowed, there's essentially no difference in your view on the Second Amendment versus hers. There's just an intuitive disagreement of whether or not this gun should be allowed or this gun shouldn't be allowed. They still uphold the Second Amendment in the same way you still uphold the Second Amendment. Right, but Donald Trump wants to completely get rid of it because he wants to terminate the Constitution. So again, I think the biggest threat to your guns is a threat to the Constitution. Donald Trump threatened the Constitution, and that's the biggest threat to your guns.
That would be the biggest threat to the guns, correct? Because that would be even far above and beyond just having a ban on certain. I don't know. You're saying guns, so I guess we're allowed to say guns now. But I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So
you're fine.
But I mean, like, and it's many other different aspects. It's not just like the Second Amendment. I'm pro-life. I believe that abortion.
Thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
I believe that abortion should be totally illegal because I believe that it's murder. So.
Okay, why is it murder?
Because I believe, along with what most medical field and what most scientific fields say, that life begins at conception.
I agree, life does begin at conception, but do you also agree that sperm is living?
Sperm is living, yes.
So why doesn't sperm have rights?
Because that's not what I'm considering life.
What? You just said it was living.
Well, living, but not a human life. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so the sperm inside my body right now, what species is it? It's living. All living beings have species. What species is it?
Yeah. Sperm is a human zygote, I believe.
No. Zygote is a fertilized egg. So sperm is living. All living beings have a species. What species is the sperm inside of me?
Human.
Human. Okay. So it's living and it's human. What did you say? A human life?
Well, going to like what it was saying, it was like the life beginning at conception. Like, Parker, you know what I'm talking about when I say that. It's not talking about the sperm. It's talking about at conception when the sperm meets the egg.
Yeah, but like
they're saying that's when life begins.
Yeah,
that's what I believe.
Sure, I agree. That type of life begins for that type of organism. Okay. Right, but that doesn't mean that sperm isn't living, and it also doesn't go away from the fact that what's the relevant difference between the sperm and the zygote? That means the sperm has value, but the zygote does not.
Because I believe when they are talking about like a conception, it goes along with my religious belief that at conception, I believe is when the soul enters the zygote, I guess is what you would call it. So.
Okay. I mean, so you're just religious. Should blasphemy be illegal?
I believe so. Yeah.
You believe blasphemy of the Holy Spirit should be illegal?
Or in the future, anyways. You know, when the day of.
So should I go to jail for engaging in blasphemy of the Holy Spirit on live? Can you stop blowing in the mic, by the way? Push the cap.
That's a pretty strong stance to take. A lot of people probably would not like to hear the answer, but I believe, that I think that our country would do a lot better if we had our religion involved in most of our politics.
Okay, so should adulterers go to prison?
To answer your question, in my opinion, yes.
Well, bro has cheated on every single one of his wives, the last one with the corn star while his wife was pregnant. So bye-bye, Trump. Trump for prison 2024. We agree. Can we agree on that? Trump for prison 2024?
Yeah, quite a few people would be in prison if this were the case.
So you think Trump should be in prison?
If you're convicted of a felon, then
of adultery. So he's committed adultery. He should be in prison.
Under my worldview, yes. But my worldview isn't the worldview. Obviously.
So I have a question. Would you agree with someone signing a bill into law that put Trump in prison?
What would the bill say?
Trump goes to prison for adultery.
For adultery?
Yeah.
So basically, the bill is saying that adultery is illegal and is an imprisonment.
Yep.
I would believe in that bill, yes.
Okay, I have a question. What about fornication?
It's basically the same thing, because you're bringing up, because
wait, have you fornicated, John?
I have not.
You've never fornicated?
I've had sexual intercourse with my wife, but I've never.
You've never done it outside of marriage?
Never.
Okay. So then here'd be my question: have you ever sinned?
Yeah, we all have. We're all sinners,
Okay, so why should people go to prison for some sins but not others?
I don't know. Basically, under my worldview, we would all, everybody would be in prison if you were going to go that way.
That's exactly my point. Would you support putting yourself in prison? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Not really, but
But that would be the logical conclusion of that view.
That's very true. But no, I mean, it's kind of difficult to go through because, not really just putting people in prison for for committing sins and stuff like that. I just think that the world would be a better place if we had more morals and leaderships that had a solid base in religion. I think it would help us a lot.
Okay. So again, as it relates to this, then that would mean putting every single one of us, in prison for sins. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it because we've all sinned. Everyone would be in prison but Jesus.
Well, correct. Right? Yeah, and so that's why I'm saying that
doesn't make any sense to do. So how do you know which sins should be worthy of imprisonment and which sins are not worthy of imprisonment?
That would be kind of difficult. So are we just talking about is this going because I said that abortion should be put in prison? Because
you said that was based on you said it was based on your religious worldview, how you identified that you value the zygote more than you value the sperm.
Yeah, because I consider abortion legalized murder, so that's why I was saying that should be imprisonment. So
okay, so is IVF under your view, and Trump wants to pay for IVF? So which is worse, allowing for murder to happen and allowing for other people to commit murder, right, or paying for murder?
In my point of view, both of us murder. So murder.
Are they both just as bad?
Yes.
Okay, so paying someone to murder someone is just as bad as not preventing someone from murdering another person?
not preventing somebody from murdering someone.
Yeah. So like God not preventing people from murdering each other is just as bad as someone paying for someone to be murdered?
No, that's completely different.
No. Prince of the Galaxy, thank you so much, Ren. So allowing for murder to happen is not as bad as paying for someone to be murdered. Okay, so when Trump wants to pay for IVF, that is going to pay for the murdering of zygotes and embryos because they discard a lot of zygotes and embryos that they don't use. So clearly you'd vote for Kamala because you don't want to pay for murder, right?
Yeah, because I don't believe in that either. I don't believe that IVF should be paid for. I think those should be illegal also.
Okay, yeah, but Trump wants to pay for it. So who's worse? The one that wants to pay for IVF or the one that wants women to have the right to get access to abortion the same way God wanted people to have free will?
I think the one where I don't think women should have the right to commit legalized murder. That's all I think. No, I don't believe in IVFs either. I think those should be illegal too. I think they should both be illegal. So
Yeah, but I'm asking you to evaluate which one is worse: paying for murder or allowing people to murder in the same way God does.
I think getting an abortion voluntarily is worse.
Okay, say what you want, right? Again, that would then mean that zygotes don't have as much value as like embryos later on, or fetuses later on. Okay, that's an absurd worldview under yours. That doesn't make any sense under your worldview. So again, paying for murder is worse than allowing for people to murder legally, right? Under your worldview, if we're talking about abortion. So I honestly think that even given your worldview, because you value zygotes, right? Because more zygotes will be killed in the long run, especially if they pay for it, right? Then you should not vote for Donald Trump. Bruce Bad Mustache, thank you so much. Because he's going to literally engage in systematic murder. Actually, under your view, it would be genocide, right? Of more zygotes, right, than would be the genocide of, like fetuses and shit. Because there actually are more zygotes that are discarded, right, yearly than there are abortions.
Sure.
And that's right now without paying for it.
Okay, but when it comes down to party views, which party would be more likely to pass laws and everything on my worldview than against my worldview?
Wait, say that one more time?
Party-wise, not like any specific person, but party-wise, which party would be more likely to pass laws and to make bills according to what I believe my worldview should be like, in accordance to being against it?
I would say Democrats.
Really?
Yes.
Because like our Democrats are pro-choice.
Because we're comparing Democrats versus Republicans, the Democrat being Harris versus the Republican being Trump. If you're talking about in Congress, vote Republican down ballot, right? That's separate from the presidency. Republicans down ballot aren't arguing the same thing in terms of IVF. So under your worldview, you might say to make more sense to vote for the people who are Republican in Congress, but then vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay, so like how would that actually work though? Because like I kind of understand where you're going with that, but like if I'm going to want a Republican Congress, then wouldn't I want a Republican president also?
No, not if the Republican. Not if the Republican holds the bills you do. Like for example, if there was a Republican pro-choice individual, but a pro-life Democrat, would you vote for the pro-life Democrat or the pro-choice Republican?
Most likely they're pro-life Democrat.
Exactly.
But like, isn't the main goal to have one party in all three branches?
You could say that, but not if the Republican has these views under your view. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I can see where you're going.
Yeah,
with
like
that.
like Trump has these views that are worse even from your perspective. And also, like, I mean, she's Christian, by the way, right?
Kamala?
Yeah, she's Christian. Tim Walz is Christian.
Yeah.
Right? Huge portion of the Democratic Party is Christian. I'm an atheist, so, like, I mean, that's not, like, a quality that I like, but, like I can acknowledge it, you know?
Yeah. Well, and I, like, when you mention it that way, you know, that is kind of like how I've been thinking of things, because a lot of the times whenever I'm looking up politics and everything, a lot of it has to do with Congress, and the presidency really doesn't have a lot to do with pretty much anything whenever it comes to how I view what the world should be like. I'm guessing it's probably because Congress, I don't want to say that Congress holds more power than the presidency does, but maybe that's the case. I don't know.
All right, well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add? Description. Thank you so much.
No, thanks for having me up, Burger.
Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, everyone. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I think I'm going to vote for Trump. Honestly, I'm not really the biggest fan of either of them, but I think I'm planning on voting for Trump because I think that the economy was better under Trump. There was lower inflation and there was higher wages and it was easier to own houses. And I also think that the border crossings were at an all-time low, and under Biden and Harris, they were obviously extremely high. And I just morally, as a Christian, can't vote for Kamala just because of her stance on abortion.
For sure. We'll talk about this in a second. Bear, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Bear. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bear, again, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Dana, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. That was funny. Anna, thank you so much for the $3.33. Thank you so much. Catherine with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Catherine in the comment section for Smile? Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate it. And Alma, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. W's for Catherine in the chat, everyone. Okay, so you brought up the abortion, the economy in terms of inflation. So I'll talk about the economy in terms of inflation first. So inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So it wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. One. Two, as it relates to this, there was a trend from Obama's economy. There was no like greater growth caused by Donald Trump that was like statistically significant. And then also in terms of you brought up abortion. Did you hear the last conversation?
Yeah, I was listening. And I think that you bring up a really good point by talking about the IVF. I'm not very, I haven't really thought about that a lot, so I don't have like a lot of knowledge on it. So I'm still not really sure how I feel about that. But I still would say that I don't know. I think that that's the best argument I've heard about abortion, that the only one that's really made me think about Trump in that way would be that is obviously if that is true what you're saying, that there's more zygotes that are being discarded than abortions happening, then obviously I would not support that. I haven't done my own research on that. So I definitely...
Another way that you could evaluate this is what's the difference in the amount of abortions that are going to happen yearly with it being protected prior to viability under Kamala Harris with Roe versus Wade versus it not being protected by viability up to viability under Donald Trump, because it's after viability it's up to the states either way under both of their views. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's left up to the states after viability regardless. The only difference is that for Kamala Harris, it's protected before viability federally. So we'd have to look at the difference and evaluate the difference between those. And there's well over 1 million zygotes that are discarded per year right now. And if he pays for it, there's going to be vastly more, right? Because there's around 330,000 patients and there's around 5 to 6 zygotes or embryos that are created per, right? And then not all of them are used. About 1 or 2 would be used. Right. It's not going to be all of them typically. So most of them are discarded yearly. So if you're paying for that, you'd expect it to happen to a greater extent. So multiple more million will be killed if we're talking that. So you'd have to not think that they're people in order to be able to justify voting for Donald Trump.
Right. So if that is the case, I wouldn't agree with his supporting of IVF or the funding, I think you said, if that's the case. But I still am pro-life. So what would your advice be on that?
Yeah, I would say that Kamala Harris makes more sense to vote for even. Like, and I understand that like that doesn't make sense from your worldview, like from before this, but like it still would lead to more people dying if you vote for Donald Trump because of him wanting to pay for IVF.
And he has control over that as the president to fund that.
Yeah, he's going to influence Congress to vote for that. Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that the economy was all around going higher in the whole world. Do you think that
Inflation?
inflation? Sorry, that's my bad. I'm not very like politically literate. I've only started like kind of caring more about politics in the last couple months since I turned 18 and I'm voting. But do you think that like obviously the economy and like inflation was affected by COVID? Do you think that Biden and Harris have done a very good job of bringing it back up since then?
So I think the ones that deal with inflation specifically is the Federal Reserve, right? That's they influence the increase in interest rates. The president of the United States isn't going to be dealing with that at all. But they can do like small things to help out in certain areas. Like they can try to influence policy to get passed to like cut taxes for middle class individuals, like the child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18. That's like one that can help decrease taxes, make things more affordable for the middle class for things like childcare. You can do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help build up housing in places where people want to live. Right, so you can build the supply of housing, which will make housing more affordable for people that are owning homes that are buying homes that have already been built.
I read that Trump supported a tax cut for like the blue collar workers, and that helped a lot with wages being higher. What is Kamala or Biden doing to help blue collar workers?
Yeah, so actually that's not true. The TCGA, I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that indicates they only had 0.04% annual GDP growth, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. Mustache, thank you so much, which is like extremely marginal and doesn't justify the $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending from the bill. One. Two, as it relates to this, you brought up, sorry, what was the second point you made so I can address that? What do they want to do? So like I just said, the child tax credit, the tax credit for first-time home buyers, the $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses for the first year, the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, the getting rid of the effective medical debt on your credit and allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. Those are just a few examples that would help the middle class of this country.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the border situation? I know that it's really crazy right now, and I know that I just watched the presidential debate between Kamala and Trump, and they both kind of like say that they're against it, but it's...
You're covering your mic, by the way.
Oh, sorry. And I just watched the debate, I said, and they both like say that they're against it, but like right now we can obviously see that whatever plan that they were trying to achieve is not obviously working. So do you think that... Yes.
Yeah, that's because Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
He did?
Yeah. He said, blame it on me if the border bill failed. People like Lindsey Graham acknowledged this. Mitch McConnell acknowledged this. And even a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford, that helped write the bill, acknowledged this. He said we should, Langford specifically in many interviews, said specifically that we should get this done now because we don't know if we're going to be able to get more border legislation done in the future. And that if we get it done now, we could do more when Trump gets into office. Right, so it doesn't make any sense to not do it now because then you might not get anything in the future.
Right. Okay. I think you're really smart, and I like listening to your debates, even though like I disagree with you on some of the things that you say, just because like I don't have a lot of knowledge on these things, so I just like hearing other sides and other points. And you definitely made me think a lot about like the whole IVF thing. That's definitely the thing that's going to stick with me the most. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because Trump's for this country, and I don't believe Kamala is. And
Kamala? Can you say Kamala real quick?
You keep asking.
Can you say Kamala real quick?
Why they're voting Trump, but why are you voting?
Yeah, Philip. Can you say Kamala real quick, or say VP Harris?
Why are you voting Kamala?
Oh yeah, if you don't respond to me, I'll kick you from the stream.
Why are you voting Kamala?
Okay, you have 3 seconds to say Okay, you said Kamala. Okay, you got it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm voting for Kamala because she's not a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. She influenced to get passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
So how can you vote for somebody though that you got hurricanes going on all over Florida? You got 2 consecutive hurricanes, and she doesn't even send support other than $750, which is nothing compared to what you send to all the other foreign countries that do not matter to us other than our American people.
Yeah, so you're saying that she's doing things to help immigrants rather than helping American people. So actually, if you want to know something crazy, Donald Trump, under his administration, diverted $155 million of FEMA funds specifically for migrant detention centers, 1. 2, Donald Trump, I appreciate the head mustache, because a bunch of Republicans voted against FEMA funding. 3, Donald Trump blocked funding for Puerto Rico, $13 to $20 billion for Puerto Rico for 3 separate years. Right, and Kamala Harris is advocating for 100% reimbursement of local costs for the hurricane. She's advocating for the $750 that is additional to help people with insurance deductibles, housing repair, and with hotels, and then food like water and electricity and stuff. And then also other types of funding is going to be provided by Congress to help people with insurance.
So how can $750 and amount to anything if your house was torn to shreds or anything like that? $750 isn't going to do nothing. It ain't even going to get you a hotel with hotel prices nowadays. These people.
That's ridiculous to say. No, so yes, that will help you with hotels. I don't know what you're trying to say. For multiple days, it would help you. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Secondly, as it relates to the 100% reimbursement of local funds, and they're providing additional funding from Congress, right, to help people with insurance, right? This is just an initial payment to help people. That's additional to everything else. And then also you didn't acknowledge that Donald Trump undermined funding. Donald Trump blocked funding for Puerto Rico for Hurricane Maria for 3 years. And Donald Trump reallocated FEMA funds specifically for migrant detention centers.
Well, is Puerto Rico a United States state?
It's a territory in the United States. So I believe they're U.S. citizens. I believe they should be able to get access to stateship or independence.
Okay, and then you said earlier about, I heard you with another conversation or another debate, you were talking about helping people with debt relief and all that stuff. So who's supposed to be paying for that debt relief for other people?
Yeah, for you're talking for the hurricanes?
No, I'm talking about debt relief, like you were talking about college, paying for your college tuition and shit like that.
I never talked about college tuition today.
Well, you were talking about helping people out. That Kamala's trying to get middle class voters or blue collar workers by paying off their debts and stuff like that. Who's supposed to be paying for all of that?
I said limit the effect of medical debt on your credit.
Who's supposed to be paying for all of that though?
Getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit doesn't cost any money.
Well, it does if your taxpayers are paying for other people's debt and blue collar workers are working.
That's not necessarily paying for the debt, but yeah, as it relates to things, I don't think medical debt should exist. So I do agree that we should have a universal healthcare system. That would mean no one has debt in this country for healthcare.
Well,
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I agree with that on healthcare. Healthcare is a different thing, but Kamala's also trying
medical debt is related to healthcare.
Kamala's also trying to pay off student loans and stuff like that.
That was stopped constitutionally, but there might be some help. That's good. Yes, I believe there should be some help. I think there should be free public universities to help compete with private universities to make it so that people don't have to pay money to be able to get access to higher education.
Yeah, but the debt she's trying to relieve with that, she's trying to raise taxes so taxpayers have to pay for other people's debts that they are not liable for.
She's only increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
And whoever gets that $400,000 a year don't you believe that they work for that for themselves, that it's their money and not?
Yeah, I don't really like have much sympathy for like the income over 400K, right, being taxed at a slightly higher rate. I'd prefer like children not being in poverty to the same degree, right? I prefer people having greater access to housing affordability, right? I prefer expanding access to healthcare.
You're saying about being more affordable for housing. Trump's housing market was substantially
Angie, thank you so much for the $5.
lower
Thank you so much.
than
That wasn't
Kamala's.
caused by him at all.
Yes,
Kamala.
it was inflation.
Kamala.
It was inflation. It was due to inflation and her.
Inflation happened
economy.
everywhere around the world. That would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. What Biden-Harris policy caused prices of houses to go up?
Everything they do, their foreign policy, the tariffs that they were running or debating on, or that's what their campaign was on, stopping Trump's tariffs. Once they got into office, how come none of those tariffs got canceled? Because they were good for the country.
There's
And
the galaxy. Thank you so much, Alma. No. So they didn't even run on that, by the way. They're running on it this time because Trump's advocating for a universal 10 to 20% tariff.
that everything that Trump says, or everything Kamala thinks, that she changes her views daily. Like when asked about what she would change about Joe Biden's presidency, there's not a thing she would change. And if there's not a thing she would change, then how can she run on a campaign that says that she's a better candidate than Joe Biden?
She never said that.
She's trying to say that. Yes, she is.
She never said she was a better candidate than Joe Biden. I say that, but she never said that.
She did. She said
No, she didn't.
She thinks she's a better candidate than Joe Biden.
She
but
never
yet
said that.
She has.
I
she
promise
has
you she never
deferred
said
from
that.
all her policies so many times. Like she is the most liberal, even with abortions. How after 5 weeks, it should be illegal to have.
So
an
you're
abortion.
okay with 4 weeks?
4 weeks, the fetus does not have a heartbeat.
Okay, neither does it have 5 weeks.
Yes, it does. Google.
No, it doesn't. I have.
Google it, Sherlock Holmes. Yes, it does.
Yeah, I have, Philip.
No, you have not.
5
Google it.
weeks, bro? Give me one source that says 5 weeks.
Anything. Google it.
I have.
Yes.
Give me one source. Give me one source that says. Give me one source that says 5 weeks.
Go on Google right now. When does a fetus have a heartbeat? It says.
Yeah,
5
I have.
weeks. It's 5
Give me
weeks.
one that says 5 weeks. Give me one source.
Google it and you'll see it right there.
Give me a source. Give me a source.
Google.
I googled it and you're wrong. Give me a source.
I just Googled it. It says 5 weeks.
Okay, then tell me what the title is.
It's
Can't hear you.
into gestation.
What'd you say?
I said it says on AI overviews, a fetus heartbeat starts with 5 weeks and 1 day
AI
in
overview
gestation.
is not a source.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So
It's the
what you're
truth.
talking about, by the way, that's literally an electrical impulse. That's not even a heartbeat. Okay. A heartbeat
it is
happens well later. The heartbeat happens well later. 11, 12 weeks is around the typical time in which the heartbeat will actually come about. Now, heartbeat isn't determinating of whether or not there's something living. Biologists indicate life begins at conception.
Not entirely. I mean, it's not. If a kid has a heart, so you support that they are able to abort a child like
appreciate the subscription.
8-9 months into pregnancy. How can you support that?
Yeah, Philip. I believe it's valuable once it's sentient. Appreciate the handout, which is around 18 through 26 weeks.
So why does that exact day time consider it to be like worse than time before that?
Yeah, the first person subjective experience.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by first person subjective experience?
You know how you're having an experience right now? Appreciate the superpower.
Yeah, but like
That's it.
You can't if you have sex and you conceive a child, I think that should be your experience. I mean, if
No,
once the-
you
once
have
the
an
kid
experience, not that the zygote doesn't have an experience. They're not going through a first person subjective experience.
it's beside the point. If you believe in God that created the earth and everything around you, if you look outside, you look at everything that's living, breathing, plants, the world, everything, and you do not believe in a God, then how can you even think about I don't understand how you can be so naive to think that all that was created by humans or whatever, nature, whatever you want to call it.
Say that again. Are you talking about God now?
I said, how can you believe that abortion is okay and that you're not killing humans, no matter how?
I don't give a shit about a zygote. Do you think sperm have value?
Sperm is not sperm is living, but it's not living till
the galaxy. Thank you so much.
It's not anything till.
So it's living, but it's also not living.
It's not anything by itself until it has formed or met with its egg and then actually created a human fetus.
Yeah. So again, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Daria. So again, you say that it's not valuable. You're not really providing me a relevant difference between a zygote, right, and a sperm cell. That means one has value, but not the other.
A sperm by itself does not have value.
Here's my. Do you? What time is it?
It's 11:12.
Okay. Yeah, chat, everyone, just because someone has like a accent doesn't mean that they're like not in the United States. I'm not going to ask every single time. Please stop asking me to do that. Right? I will ask if I ask, chat. Yeah, so Philip, what were you saying?
I said sperm by
Lisa,
itself.
thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
Is not a living thing. It needs to be with an egg to create a fetus. If once a fetus has a heartbeat, then it is a living organism, and then it should be valued as a human being.
It's living prior to the heartbeat. Life, it happens at conception. So why are you assuming that it happens otherwise? Right,
Because
like you're assuming that it happens. Okay, actually, I'll ask you this question. Push the dancing flowers. Thank you so much. If I got a heart transplant, right? Did I die?
Not if you're running by machines or whatever.
No, but like it's not my heart anymore. I'm using someone else's heart.
Yeah, but so what if that heart is
So
still
did I
alive?
die because my heart isn't beating?
No, you didn't die. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. So again, did I die?
No, your heart died, but not you as a human being. You didn't die.
So me as a human being is not in my life is not defined by my heart.
No, it's when the heart is one of the first things that get created in the fetus as far as fully created.
But I don't have my heart anymore, so I'm dead, right?
Your heart is dead, yes.
Yeah, but you said that's what determines my life. So if my heart is dead, I'm dead.
No, you're not. My point is this. Your heart is the first thing that gets fully created inside the fetus, and before
It's
your
not the
brain
first
or
thing
your
created, by
limbs,
the way.
or your limbs or anything else it's the first thing that is fully created.
So
Like
again,
that is-
no. So as it relates to this, again, as I have a question. Do you think a zygote is living?
Honestly, I'll be dead honest with you. I don't even know what you're talking about as far as a zygote.
Is a
I didn't-
conceived cell, is that living?
So at what stage is it considered?
Is
a
sperm
zygote?
living?
No, I don't believe. Sperm is living, yes, but
So
it's
how is it
nothing
living
by
without a heartbeat?
itself. It's nothing by itself.
How is sperm living without a heartbeat?
It isn't, like I told you, it's nothing by itself. So technically, it's really not living till
the
it
goose?
forms.
So
an
it's
egg.
not living?
I wouldn't. Actually, I wouldn't say it is because it's nothing by itself.
Okay, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So do you dispute biology?
What do you mean by?
Wait, are plants living?
Plants are a complete different thing.
Are plants living though?
Yes, they are, but that's a complete.
Do they have
different thing.
hearts?
That's a complete different thing. That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, you said heartbeat is what determines the life.
You're a typical Democrat that supports stupid things, trying to make up different shit to make your stupid agenda right.
Oh, you're mad. You're really mad now. How is it stupid? Percy, you're amazing.
Because you're not even. It's not even the same thing. It's not even you're talking about a plant instead of you're comparing a human being to a plant.
Yeah, I'm just saying you consider plants to be living, yet they don't have a heartbeat.
But you're comparing human beings to plants. That is retarded.
Oh, well, you already used a slur. You're so fucking mad. Get off my live, you weirdo. Literally that quick got into mad. Like, I literally asked him if plants are living. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 3 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I agree with pretty much his whole 14-page PDF on his campaign website. But one of my main talking points is his immigration policy, which for some reason Kamala doesn't have to seem like she has a strong point on. Can you explain that?
Wait, say that one more time.
Kamala's immigration policy, she doesn't, whatever her name is, I don't care.
No, you'll say it correctly or I'll kick you from the stream.
Are you a pussy?
If you don't say it correctly, I'll kick you from the stream. Is that fair?
No.
No?
Freedom of speech.
Well, no, freedom of speech doesn't mean I have to let you say whatever I want on my live. You know that, right? So should I be able to go to a Trump rally and say whatever I want at a Trump rally? Like, this is boring. This is so boring. I don't want to be so bored.
Okay,
like, am I allowed to do that? Can't really think of the $5.
Sure, whatever.
I am. Well, he kicked people out for doing that. So does Trump not believe in free speech?
Well, I'll have to research that. I'm not going to take your word for it, but
I can play the video for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I got you.
Something entertain us. This is boring. Come on. So we're very bored. This is guys. Are you serious? This is boring. Boring. We came here to be entertained. It's not a joke. This is we want to be entertained. No, this is boring.
So, okay, I have several issues with this video.
We love Donald, but it's a little boring. It's getting
Dude, this is obviously edited, and it's sad that you have to.
This is literally the View reacting to it.
Dude, I literally seen a black screen after his face.
Listen.
I mean, he's wearing a hat. I have a point. During a Donald Trump rally yesterday, a man was kicked out for yelling, "This is boring."
Yeah, that he's lying too. That must be AI too. Appreciate the pumpkin. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ,
But you
dude.
turned my microphone off. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, because you weren't listening, and I was showing you that multiple other news sources indicated that this was like an actual thing that happened.
Bro, I'm literally sitting here looking at the same video you just did. I'm trying to be respectful, and that it didn't seem right to me. It seemed very edited, and I think you're being extremely dishonest right now.
How am I being dishonest? I literally
Brother.
showed you the video. Melissa, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll definitely make sure to look for that. Melissa, thank you for the $50. Give me some W's for Melissa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
This is boring. We're bored. Tell some jokes. This is something entertaining. Hey, easy guys. For people to live until they can.
So there's some people in the crowd saying this is boring.
Yeah, they did that on purpose, and then not Dean. So fuck, that was crazy. Trump called for them to be. Trump called for them to be kicked out. So you don't think that's against free speech?
But that little video that you just showed me didn't show that.
What do you mean? I literally showed them being kicked out. This is the good liars.
Brother, you showed me an AI edited video and then showed me the real clip.
Hey, Will, I'm sorry to break it to you. This isn't AI. You can literally look up news talking about this. I showed you at the very end, literally talk shows talking about the fact that it happened as a joke. It's not AI. I promise you it's not AI. Dina, thank you so much for the $1.11 for being dishonest. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll go do my research on it. That
Okay,
first
but do you
video-
understand that this isn't against free speech because it's a private platform? So you're gonna say what
But I understand. But if you censor me, that is not given free speech, correct? Yes or no?
So this platform, within this platform, this is not government. So that's nothing to do with your free speech First Amendment, okay? But under this platform, no, you don't get free speech. I can mute you whenever I want. I'll kick you off my live. If you mean free speech, just like whether or not I allow you to say it. Yeah, no, I don't allow people to say slurs, right? I kick them off.
Have I said any type of slur? I don't.
The boxing. Thank you so much. No, but you also violated a boundary of my live. That's another boundary of my live. If you're going to say her name correctly, or you can say Harris.
Harris. All right, we'll go with that. We'll
fine.
meet that.
Just say VP Harris and you're good.
All right, Harris. We got that.
Go for it.
Oh, huh?
Go for it.
So, I guess I have an issue, and maybe you have an explanation for it, because you seem to have a lot of explanations. I'll give it credit, and you do. But can you explain to me the response and immigration and what that is up against with the catastrophe of the hurricanes? Obviously, neither one of us want to make that political, but it kind of has turned into a political issue.
Jerry, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I think that they're providing funds, 100% local reimbursement of local funds. They're providing $750 that's additional to extra help that they're going to provide tens of thousands of dollars to help people with insurance costs. That has to get passed through Congress. So it totally depends on Congress passing those types of things, and Republicans literally voted against FEMA funds. Secondly, Donald Trump under his administration literally blocked funding to Puerto Rico.
Okay, hold on. You're bringing up Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not in office. Kamala.
I'm a Kamala. I'm addressing.
Harris, she's there.
I'm addressing the difference between how they address these natural disasters. So can I address that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as it relates to this, Donald Trump specifically blocked funding for 3 years going to Hurricane Maria to help out Puerto Rico. $13 billion. He diverted $155 million of FEMA funds specifically to build migrant detention centers, right? He proposed nuking hurricanes, right? It's like actually delusional shit.
Dude, okay, now you're starting to get into like a filibuster of bullshit. And it's actually insane because you're so intelligent, but yet you spread so much misinformation. And I don't appreciate it. But
what was the misinformation?
I'm actually curious to know your credentials on anything, actually. How old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22. Okay, I'm 26, so we're both young. That's fair. But what do you do for a living? Do you have a big boy job or?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, so you get on TikTok Live. Okay, that's fair. I'm sure you probably make pretty decent, but it doesn't ring a bell to me. So you see someone that's actively fucking shit up while they're in office, and you still continue to vote for them. I really don't understand why.
They're not actively fucking it up.
Really?
How are they fucking it up?
Why are my eggs $4?
Okay, so that has to do with global markets. There's inflation that happened everywhere around the world: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. And I'm also sure that I'm pretty sure there was some flu that was going around chickens. They had to kill like 2 million chickens because of some bird flu that was going around as well.
Okay, you say that's happening globally, but generally, and every other way, the U.S. dollar is the fiat currency, right? No?
Yeah, U.S. dollar is fiat.
Yep. So we both agree on that. So if the U.S. is doing shitty and it brings the whole rest of the world to be doing shitty, does that kind of make it seem like the U.S. is doing shitty because of who's in leadership, or no?
What? Say that again?
Okay. So, check this out, right? U.S. dollar is the fiat currency, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Not for the whole planet, but it's a fiat currency.
But that's a global economy, no?
Yeah, it's a currency on the global economy, yeah.
But it is the fiat currency, yes or no?
Carly, think of the $5. No. It's not the fiat currency. It is fiat currency, but it's not the fiat currency.
So
it's not like the only currency. What?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's the only currency. I'm saying it is the most commonly used currency. Yes or no?
Depending where you are.
You're evading the question.
It depends where you are. In China, do you think the U.S. dollar is the most used currency? What?
No, because it's its own country. It uses yen.
Okay.
I've actually been to South Korea. I've been all over China, all over fucking North Korea.
But
huh?
Yeah, so again, the point I'm making is that it is the case that depending on where you are, the currency is going to be different that they typically use. And Nora, think of the dollar. And they asked me they told me to ask you, what's a big boy job?
I mean, that's actually a really good question. But I would probably consider, not living in your mom's basement, making over $70K a year.
Wait, so if someone is living in poverty, they don't have a big boy job? Or if someone's making $30,000 a year, they don't have a big boy job? So most of the U.S. economy doesn't have a big boy job.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's opportunity to expand. So there's that.
Okay. So, yeah, you just said most of the country doesn't have a big boy job. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, you can say what you want, but, and I agree. Someone just said jobs don't pay. I would probably agree with that. And I think we would both find common ground that the minimum wage is pretty ridiculous. I think we would agree on that. But
yeah, we should increase the federal minimum wage. Yeah.
I think we agree on that. But I think there is a lot of different opportunities out here to increase your wage. And you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but do you not think that the Pell Grant is a good way to increase your education? I mean, what disqualifies you from the Pell Grant?
Why do we just randomly bring that up?
Because I feel like you don't think that people have opportunity to make themselves better, and they totally do.
Comparative to other nations around the world, we have less social mobility, so we can increase social mobility in our country. I'm not saying there's no social mobility.
But how?
How do we increase it? Well, yeah, we can.
Not how do we increase it? How is it less?
Brian, think of the dollar. Thank you so much. How is social mobility less according to like the Economic Freedom Index? Right, I can show you like how they rank in terms of social mobility.
Personal experience. What can you not do here that you have an opportunity somewhere else?
No, I'm just ranking social mobility based upon the Economic Freedom Index, right?
But
the
you
index
can't speak on personal experience.
I haven't been to other countries.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Like, I haven't been to a lot of those other countries. I wouldn't be able to evaluate it on that basis.
So
Now, for
why are
me,
you
I've had every opportunity I've ever needed. I'm a white cis hetero male in the United States. You know what I mean? I have every single thing that I would possibly need.
So
right? I grew up in
you
a. I
think
grew
you
up in. Go ahead.
You think you were privileged because
Yes, I am very privileged. Yes, Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
you probably grew up in a nuclear family, and that's fine. But, and I would consider that blessed. And you can tell your commenters to fuck off. But my job, I'm a logistic analyst. But anyway.
Miss, think of the $2. So you make over 70 grand a year?
I make more than that.
Okay.
I'm privileged too, according to your followers. That's funny. But
yeah, of course. I mean, if you make more than 70 grand a year, you got some privilege, at least class privilege.
I guess I was so privileged that I had to join the military because my parents kicked me out, and then I had to figure out a way.
No, I'm saying you have class privilege as of now, right? Like, did you have privilege growing up for those types of things? No, you didn't have privilege for those things.
Absolutely not. I stayed in a fucking camper.
Dude,
no, I didn't have
you're
no
not
privilege.
you're not listening to me. You have class privilege as of now, right? Because you're doing well off, but it is like the same way that LeBron James has class privilege, right? Or
because
someone.
I worked hard. Now I have privilege that I worked hard for.
Yeah.
Cry me a fucking river.
What? I'm just acknowledging that you have
Thank you.
privilege. That's it. Micahs, are you voting Trump?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
So Parker, because I did really good, I made smart decisions. Are you telling me I should be punished?
I'm not arguing for punishing you. What do you mean?
No, I'm really trying to understand where you're coming from.
For what? When did I argue to punish you? I was simply just acknowledging that you have privilege, like class privilege. Like the same way I have class privilege.
Maybe now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Right? I grew up with privilege, class privilege, because my family was doing well. And now I have class privilege because I'm doing well. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from because I feel
that's all I'm acknowledging, right? Like,
right,
of course, like me making money and making good money. Of course, like me making money and making good money is a privilege, right? You know what I mean? It's not like a right for everyone to make the same amount of money that I make. It's a privilege for me to do this. That's all I'm acknowledging. It's not supposed to have the negative connotation that you're applying to it.
Okay, well, my bad. I applaud you. I'm glad that you make money doing what you do. I think that's great. But I'm just saying, okay, in a democratic context, right, tax the rich. And I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying, where do we get the factor that we're going to tax somebody because they made more and they made a smart decision? Doesn't matter what risk, whatever. But I'm just trying to figure out where that comes from.
I got you. Do you think, and I'll explain why in a second. I'm just going to ask you this question as it's conceptual to before my explanation. Do you think someone making $20,000 should pay the same tax rate as someone making $2 million?
Absolutely not. No, I think we agree.
There you go. We agree. That's it. That the $20,000, if someone has to pay 10% of $20,000, they're giving up a lot more of their basic necessities than someone who's making $2 million, right? If you tax 20% of $2 million, you're not taking away from someone's basic necessities, right? But you are if you tax the 10% of 20,000.
Sure, but
or 20% of 20,000.
I think this is where we go down different paths. But do you realize unless we change the tax code, it's not going to happen because these people that are super wealthy, like the people like Oprah and all those people that are advocating for Kamala, unless we change the tax code, we're not going to get them to pay more taxes because they have a team of accountants that are ready to combat any type of tax code.
I advocate to change the tax code. That sounds good.
All right, so I guess we agree on that. I think we can find more common ground than we think. But, and don't get me wrong, I think you do want what's best for the country, but I think we have very different ways of how to get there.
Okay. Yeah, so then I'd ask you, like, what do you disagree with Harris's plan on?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm asking you, please correct me. But she is advocating for a plan that provides $25,000 in down payment assistance towards first-time home buyers, which, and again, I'm not disagreeing with helping first-time home buyers. I'm saying the way that is being done, I totally disagree with.
Okay. So, like, how? What do you disagree with on it?
I think there should, first things first, there should totally be stipulations on it. And then second, where is that money going to come from? And third, that's literally just going to raise the price of every house by at least $25,000.
Yeah. So what stipulations to no, it's not going to raise it by $25,000 because not everyone gets it. It's for first-time home buyers for new homes, and it's meant to raise the price for new homes specifically to incentivize suppliers to have a greater incentive to produce like new houses in places where people want to live. But the issue with the increase in price would be like the lack of affordability. The tax credit is not making it less affordable because you're making it more affordable by giving the tax credit.
But you understand, anytime the government has interjected in anything, including in education, and you can fact check me, please, I invite you. But imagine when the government intervened with college education, okay? And the reason I say this, my dad could literally work a part-time job while he was in college, afford an apartment, and afford his tuition. Right now, I have a fucking full flat-out job being a defense contractor while, being outside of the military, being a disabled vet, all this, that, and the third, and I'm like hanging in there. I'm not saying I'm doing bad. I'm not saying I'm doing good, but I'm saying I'm hanging in there. And why is that so much different? And I'm working on my second master's degree. Let me add that. But I'm just trying to figure out why that is so different than when my dad was in college.
Yeah. So as it relates to this, college has gotten more expensive over time because of the lack of competition that exists amongst private universities. The way that we can fix that is by providing free public universities for people to have access to, right? So that there is less of an incentive for people to go to those private universities that cost a lot of money, and instead they go to the free public universities, which lowers the demand for them, for the other universities, so they actually have to compete in the market. That's the best way to do it. And free public universities, it wouldn't cost very much. Right? It's around $70 billion a year, which is well less than 1/10 of the military budget.
And I'm not saying that the military gets too much or too little. I'm not here to. I'm not debating that. But what I am saying, you didn't really answer the question.
I'm sorry. What question do you want me to answer?
Why is it my dad could work a part-time job and afford an apartment and tuition, and I'm over here busting my ass, and maybe I can afford tuition?
Again, inflation, prices have gone up, and there's a lack of competition. That's what I told you. But I need to go pee real quick. Dean's gonna make a point real quick and talk to you for a second. I'll be right back.
Sure, I'd love to talk to Dean.
Hello, Will. Take it away. Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I agree with much of his policy. If you go on his website, he has a 14-page PDF of why. And first things first, I agree with his immigration policy.
Okay, what's his immigration policy?
He wants to deport everyone that's here illegally.
Yeah, how's he going to do that?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know exactly how.
So, I just want to put it out there. Every Republican we have had either running for president or in the presidency for the last 35 years has said that they want to deport all undocumented migrants. Why didn't Bush do it? Why didn't Trump do it during his first term? It's because they can't do it, as it is practically impossible. That is nothing more than a talking point of the right.
Dean, and okay, that's fine. But Dean, tell me why Democrats have held the office for pretty much the last 32 years, minus the 4 years Trump was in, and they all blame their problems on Trump. Can you explain that?
Obama blamed his problems on Trump?
They came back. Yeah, there's several interviews.
So I just want to clarify. Obama blamed the problems in America while he was president on Donald Trump?
Not while, no, that's not what I said.
That is what you said. You said every single Democrat that we've had serving as our president for the last 32 years has blamed their problems on Trump.
I mean, when they later do interviews, yes, I highly believe that.
What problems did Obama or Bill Clinton blame of theirs on Donald Trump?
I mean, all you have to do is go watch their interview.
No, just name one.
Can you not go watch an interview?
Well, I mean, I can watch an interview. I just want you to save me a couple hours of my life here. Name one. Okay, well, he's looking for that. In the meantime, guy, he's back. Hello.
Oh, no, I'm back. And I also want to know where the $60 billion went for the Internet for All initiative that your candidate and Joe Biden stole from U.S. taxpayers. Where did that go? Because they just got called out in a, what was it? Sorry, give me a second. I'm getting old. I think it was a cabinet meeting that they got called out.
Okay, so wait, I want to clarify. You're voting for Trump because there's $60 billion that went towards an Internet for All initiative.
No. I'm voting for Trump because illegals cost us $150 billion a year, and they bring in $90 billion into the economy. That's a deficit of almost $60 billion
What's
a
your
year.
source?
US.gov, bro.
What? That's not a source. Give me the title.
Okay. Well, if I get off of here, Dean's just going to be like, oh, he's fucking leaving.
No, he won't.
I didn't even say that the first time. But I have to leave. I'm
You're good.
watching a movie with a girlfriend.
No, you're good. I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much. That was very much needed. Appreciate
Of
you.
course, bye, guys.
Peace. Echo,
didn't
thank you
do
so much for the
anything.
dollar. Thank you so much. Nora, I appreciate the dollar as well. He clearly
Parker.
pissed you off.
Parker, obviously,
Nick, thank you for the
he's
$5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Parker, brother, obviously he's dodging a fight between Bryce Hall, but we'll get to that later.
Savannah, I appreciate the dollar. Cringe.
How was that cringe, man? He talked all that shit. Come on, bro.
I didn't hear what shit he talked. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I was going to the bathroom, so.
Well, that's fair. But he tried to tell me that basically I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm concerned about all the legal immigrants here.
Wait, what does your hat say?
So that's my profile picture. It says Joe and the Ho have to go.
Bro, so you're a misogynist, bro. Yo, Della, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for telling me, because I couldn't see it, so small text. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, I guess the world, but
no, tell me.
If you want to get into it, we can. Not sure what all you've seen in your life in your 22 years, but I've seen a lot. But you're kind of getting off topic here. I'm trying to talk politics. You're talking about personal life.
No, you're going to address the point, or I'm going to kick you.
Address the point of what?
Your profile picture saying that you're calling Kamala Harris a hoe.
I mean, I can be respectful and tell you that I agree with that.
So why do you think that?
don't, and I'm going to use your logic here. I don't have any factual evidence to back up that she's been a hoe, but I'm pretty confident.
So why do you call Donald Trump a hoe?
Dude, I'm not doubting that Donald Trump has definitely did shady shit.
He's cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with the corn star while his wife was pregnant. Okay, so are you saying both Joe Biden and Donald Trump shouldn't be in politics because Donald Trump's the hoe?
No, I'm saying...
Well, yeah, because you have no evidence that she is, but you have evidence he is, right?
Brother, you asked me a question. Let me answer.
Go for it, bud.
You said both Donald Trump and Joe Biden shouldn't be in politics. Well, I mean, Joe Biden wasn't even competent enough to get tried. So do I agree that he shouldn't be in politics? Absolutely. And
that's not why they said he shouldn't be tried, by the way.
Oh,
and also
okay.
the documents case, that it wasn't applicable to Trump either.
Okay. Okay, bud. But so you really think that Joe Biden is competent enough to be president right now?
Are you going to pivot? Appreciate that mustache.
No, I mean, no. Yeah, I mean,
yeah. So, like, why are you calling Kamala Harris a hoe but not Donald Trump?
See, you didn't answer the question. You deflected.
Yeah, if you don't answer my point here, I'm just going to go to the next person then.
Why? Are you tired of talking to me? I feel like we're having a good conversation.
No.
But no?
No. Not at all.
Okay. So I think Kamala Harris is a hoe because
Kamala
Harris. Corrected. I think Harris is a hoe. And I've seen
that
interviews several times where she's being called out for it.
What interview?
I mean, they're all over YouTube, bro.
Which one? Give me like the setting.
I mean, literally, you can just look up Kamala Harris being called. Did I say it right? Did I say it right?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
All right, cool. Kamala Harris being called a hoe. Interviews. Look it up.
So it's simply just because she's a woman. That's literally the only reason.
Bro, no.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Push the rose. Thank you so much. I promise you wouldn't be saying this if she wasn't a woman.
Bro, if Candace Owens was up here right now, I'd be saying, get her in. I'd be saying, get Candace Owens in fucking office right now. You're totally wrong. And for you to assume that is fucking misogynistic.
Oh my God, bro. You did not just say that.
Bro, I'm a transgender woman, and
I'm kicking you now. You're just weird, bro. Justin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Justin. That was the craziest shit I've ever heard, bro. You did not just say that, bro. You did not just say that. Oh my God. It was misogynistic for me to assume that him calling Kamala Harris a hoe was misogynistic. Appreciate that mustache. Yeah, that makes sense, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. You really can't make him this dumb, you know? What's up? How old are you?
50.
You voting Trump?
Fuck no.
Based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Follow me here if you have not already. Everyone, follow me here. Tap that screen as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20. How are you? How old are you?
Are you voting Trump? I'm 22.
I am, yes.
Why so?
Actually, I'm from Canada, but I would vote Trump if I was there.
Oh, well, that's rough.
How come, though?
Go involve yourself with your own politics, bro. I bet he's voting for fucking The guy who doesn't believe in climate change. He says, axe the tax. I see him. I see Pierre on my fucking For You page. Because I honestly watch it because I think it's fucking hilarious. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
10 years old, bro.
Jesus Christ, dude. You're a zygote. Axe the tax. Okay? Axe the tax. Fix the crime. Right? Like, he says the same shit every time, bro. He, like, doesn't believe in climate change. It's like, bro, they literally have their tax policy set up in such a way in which it gives 80% of the people in the country more money than it takes from them, but it's meant to disincentivize the usage of carbon. And, like, they misrepresent it so much that I see it on my For You page. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Parker, no.
Oh, I just added the same person. Fuck.
No,
dude. Build the wall. I'm tired of Canada. Yeah, for real. I'm just kidding. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. Love you, Parker. Fuck Trump.
Appreciate you. I'd honestly love to debate Canadian politics sometime. Like, I should just go to Canada and, like, try to debate Canadians about it. That'd be really fucking funny. That'd be a funny live chat. Please. Mika, thank you for the $10 for calling out misogyny. Thank you so much, Mika. I appreciate it. Thank you. That'd be hilarious. Maybe sometime in the future. I feel like that's some policy for the, or some policy, geez. Some debate content idea for the future, you know? I actually might do something like that. That'd actually be pretty funny. A future YouTube post, for real. I'm Canadian, I need that to happen. Yeah, it'd be super funny. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, yeah, thank you for the pumpkin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next Jubilee video. For real. Americans debate Canadian politics. I feel like that would be a decent, like, can we find middle ground about Canadian politics? I feel like that'd be a decent episode. It would be so delusional, though. It would be so delusional because no one would know a single thing. Or they should do a Canadians debate American politics. That would be a really good episode. Can you imagine? Yo, what's up? How old are you? That would actually be a really good episode. Canadians, left-wing Canadians versus right-wing Canadians about American politics. I feel like that episode would do very, very well on Jubilee. Everyone keep tapping that screen straight to 2.5. Or like people from any country debating American politics. Like, I feel like that would be a really unique perspective. Or like a unique thing to do for Jubilee. Martha, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
53.
You voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
Well, I'm in Colorado. Property taxes are out of control. And our governor's a whack job.
Okay. Yeah, so like, why are you voting Trump? Why are you voting Trump? Okay, John. What just happened, dude? What was that like weird little like chuckle? Like that was so interesting. That was so interesting. Trisha, thank you so much for the $5. If you could start in a Jubilee video, what would be your ideal topics? I like honestly politics. Or like I could do Surrounded, but then I get to debate like homophobes. Oh, that would be so fucking fun, dude. Oh my God, can they give me my own Surrounded episode where I get one versus one pro-LGBT versus 20 anti-LGBT? Right, like I'd fuck them up. You know what's up, how to you? I'd fuck them all up. Or like they need to find one. Yeah, they need to find a better way of like titling that. I feel like that's probably the best way they could title it, but like I'd be able to fuck them up. Or like one atheist versus 20 Christians. That would be fun. That would be really fucking fun. A one atheist versus 20 Christians. Oh, that would be amazing. Can they give me my own surrounded episode where I can do that? Jeez, that would be amazing. That would be so fucking great. Any of those episodes. Or like one feminist versus 20 anti-feminists. I'd cook.
Yo,
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
Well, you know, I've been on here for the past hour. I'm not sure I don't know where your sources are, man, but honestly, I think the majority of the stuff you say is, I mean, it sounds good, but it's not true.
Give me one example of something.
Well, I mean,
said that's untrue.
the economy we're talking about, you know, you say that it's better now than it was under Trump. That's just not true, man.
Really? So real median wages are not higher right now than they were at quarter four 2018? Or 2019, I mean?
Well, no, so based off of what are your sources anyway?
St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay.
Yeah, so real median wages are higher now than they were quarter four 2019. Real GDP is higher now than it was at any point under Trump's administration.
So you're saying you're saying it's higher now than it was during Trump's administration?
Yeah, accounting for inflation. Yeah. Appreciate the money manifesting. Thank you so much. So what macro indicator is better off under Trump's administration?
So what I'm seeing is, at least under Trump, when he was president, it was steady. It wasn't even what it's at right now. And obviously you got to take into account COVID had a play in that. So
yeah, so like what macro indicator was better off under Trump's administration?
Explain.
You don't know what a macro indicator is?
Well, you can explain to me.
GDP, like inflation, unemployment.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. I'm not exactly sure which macros you're talking about, but the GDP, at least under Trump, I know for a fact there was like a 2.5 or something like that from 2017 to 2019.
The GDP was 2.5?
It was like 2.5% from 2017 to 2019.
The GDP?
Yeah, it grew.
Oh, you mean GDP growth, 2.5%?
Yeah, it grew at 25, yeah. 2.5.
Okay, so you're not accounting inflation. And also,
I'm not sure actually. So
so if you want to look,
I'm seeing the numbers.
You can look at real GDP growth. Real GDP growth is essentially the very same. Essentially the same under Trump's administration as it was under the Biden administration. Same thing with Obama, right? Same trend of growth. You can look at the graph and you can literally just see the same trend.
So you're saying, okay, so what do you think of the inflation under Biden's administration?
Happened everywhere around the world: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Right, but just focusing on the United States.
What about it?
Well, you don't think the inflation? You don't think
you can't just focus on the United States. Inflation was a global problem.
Well, you can say that, but you can also focus on inflation in the United States. Like the bills, for instance, are you familiar with the fiscal stimulus, the American Rescue Plan from Biden's inflation?
Biden's inflation.
Hey, listen, he passed his American Rescue Plan in 2021.
Yeah, so you want to something funny? Trump signed off on more debt-related spending under his administration.
Well, yeah, that was COVID.
Nope, most of it was non-COVID related.
Dude, okay, give me the timeframes from.
So 4.8 trillion was non-COVID related. 3.6 trillion was COVID related. So 8.4 trillion overall. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related, 2.1 trillion COVID related under Biden. So 2.1 plus 2.2 equals 4.3, and 3.6 plus 4.8 equals 8.4.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that, honestly. But, I mean, even from unemployment, you got from inflation from Trump's, I don't even know the time frame, like 2020 up to COVID 2019, the unemployment was a historic low at 3.5.
That's not a historic low.
That was a historic low, man.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, what's that? What was the
19,
unemployment
so
rate under Biden?
1953, 2.5% inflation. Or
1953.
non-inflation unemployment.
Okay.
In 69, there was also 3.4%.
Okay, what was Biden's
And then
unemployment?
Biden's lowest unemployment was 3.4%.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some searching here for
Bureau of Labor Statistics unemployment. Look up unemployment rate, Bureau of Labor Statistics. And you'll see everything I just said.
Says Biden inherited an economy recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. The U.S. had rapid GDP growth in 2021, around 5.7, and that was due to stimulus spending.
Okay, wait. So you said the stimulus spending. You understand there's stimulus spending under Trump, right?
I'm just looking at the economy growth right now.
Wait, sorry. Say what you just said again.
The economic growth under Trump versus Biden. I'm just looking it up, and it looks like. So it was like a pre-COVID Trump's economy was stable. Tax cuts for investments and growth remain healthy without extreme volatility.
Do you think taxes are too high right now? Because of Biden-Harris?
Do I think taxes are high right now?
Do you think they're too high right now because of the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's under them. I mean, it's not just. No, not necessarily. I mean, I wouldn't mind lower taxes.
Trisha, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I don't know anything we could do for that, but I wish we could, Trisha. I'll try to contact them about it. But yeah, what were you saying?
No, I don't necessarily think it's Biden's fault for the taxes. I mean, not necessarily. I honestly like Trump's tax cuts better than, raising taxes for the rich. But, it just makes sense that I don't understand why Kamala, she wants to raise taxes for the 400,000 over 400,000.
Yeah, for income over 400K a year.
Right, but what is she gonna do with? I mean, she's gonna lower taxes because for my
for 100
my understanding, she's not necessarily looking into that.
Yeah, to a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, $50,000 tax deductible for small business first year of their business. That's the idea.
You doing any corporate tax cuts?
No, she's advocating for a corporate tax rate increase to 28%, which is 7% lower than what it was under Obama.
All right, but you think that's good instead of lowering it?
I think 28% is fine.
You think it's fine?
Yeah.
No, I mean.
And then also Trump's going to add more to the debt. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates that his campaign plans, are going to cause $7.5 trillion on central level of debt, and the Harris administration's central plans will cause $3.5 trillion. So $4 more trillion from Trump.
Well, I mean, so you're saying that. So you're saying you prefer Kamala's tax plans over Trump's?
Kamala, or you could say Harris.
Sure, man. Kamala.
Yes, I prefer Harris's plans.
So yeah, do you know all her tax cuts, or her, what's her whole?
I explained to you a lot of it.
Do you know Trump's?
Yep.
What is it?
He wants to extend the TCJA. He wants to get rid of taxes on overtime.
That's corporate tax, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No.
The TCJA is corporate tax.
Okay. I thought you were saying overtime. So the TCJA includes corporate taxes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's better.
No, it's not. So the TCJA had a very marginal impact on GDP growth, around 0.04% per year, which is marginal and basically nothing compared to the $1.9 trillion of spending overall caused by the bill.
No, what I'm saying, you don't think it's going to be more competitive for corporations to invest domestically? I mean, if they're getting a cut, you don't think they're going to?
I don't think the corporate tax rate, to the degree he's referencing, will benefit us more than we lose from the tariffs that he wants to implement, 10 to 20% universal tariffs, and the lack of revenue.
Well, the tariffs are actually, I mean, I think the tariffs actually benefit us, especially with small businesses here in the United States.
No, tariffs hurt us. They decrease economic growth. They hurt export jobs here in the United States. They decrease like relations with other countries around the world, make it harder for us to trade with them, devalue the United States dollar because less countries are engaging with our goods and our dollar.
Well, that's not facts. I mean, that's
yes, it is.
Well, you could also say that there's potential benefits on Trump's tariffs. So Trump can have.
They are what?
The benefits for the tariffs?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, you can increase the demand domestically. If
that causes prices to go up domestically.
Well, if you reduce imports, you're also increasing
causing prices to go up.
That's what I'm saying. But you're also causing for domestic production. That's the whole point of why he's doing it.
Yeah, but like that's still going to cause prices to go up in the long run and in the short run. So do you want to hurt American consumers by making their products more expensive?
Well, like give me a product that would be more expensive.
Every good coming into the country will be more expensive. He's advocating for a universal good. So housing development will be more expensive. Gas will be more expensive. Groceries will be more expensive. Clothing will be more expensive. Everything.
But it wasn't during this term. I mean, gas was cheaper
because he didn't implement a 10 to 20% universal tariff.
When was that? When was that implemented?
He hasn't implemented it yet. That's what he's advocating for.
I mean, I don't know if that's true, honestly. Yeah.
You came on my live saying I have no sources, saying I have no evidence, and you've gotten dog walked the entire time, bruv. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
So why did you come on so confident?
What do you mean? I mean, I'm also giving you numbers, dude. And
You've given me nothing.
Oh, really?
Respectfully.
So you don't think Chinese goods, shouldn't be taxed 25%?
No, he wants to do a 60 to 100% tariff on China. Yeah, that's terrible. That's horrendous. Every economist would disagree with that. He advocated for tariffs as high as 1,000%. He doesn't even know what a fucking tariff is. Okay, he doesn't even know. He thinks the tariff is paid by the foreign country. That's how dumb he is.
I mean, what tariffs are technically taxes imposed on a good.
Yeah, which the consumer pays.
Well, no, I mean, China would pay. That's the whole point of
No.
You don't think China's going to pay?
The same mistake by every Trump supporter. No, China's not paying the tariff. The consumer pays the tariff. That's how you can increase domestic production.
So he said he wants to impose, what was it, 200% tariff on all American companies.
On John Deere, right?
Well,
he said he would go up to 1,000%.
No, he said 1,000%.
You want to hear him say 1,000?
Was he joking?
No, he wasn't joking. I'm actually serious.
All right, let's hear it.
I got you.
I will impose whatever tariffs are required, 100%, 200%, 1,000%.
Yeah, come on, bro.
I will impose
the context of that is obviously ridiculous.
What?
He said 200.
What context justifies that?
What was that?
What context justifies that?
Well, because his policy actually, I mean, he's not, in his policy, he's not taxing anyone 1,000%.
He just said he wants to.
No, I understand he said it, but doesn't it sound like he's joking? I mean, 200% was the last time I checked he wants to tax any company.
Does it sound like he's joking? Listen, he sounds sleepy.
I will impose whatever tariffs are required, 100%, 200%, 1,000%.
So is it 100 or 1,000?
He said up to 1,000.
He said whatever tariffs. 100, 200, 1,000. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
crazy.
That's the way he talks. See, that's the thing, man. I mean, a lot of people think that Trump is just belligerent, but he's not, man. I mean, he talks like that, dude. I'm not. Look, I'm not saying
he's not belligerent. Do you want to hear this?
I'm not saying.
Listen to this.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea You know, did you see the other day? They just I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
We got another one. Hold up.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
I'm not done.
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
I'm not done.
No, I understand what you're saying. I get it, man. That's why people find them amusing.
The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
I'm not done.
And again,
I get what you're saying, man.
Vladimir
No
Putin,
worries.
say, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir.
But that's how he
You
talks.
do
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
It's going to be a bad day. You cannot.
Dude, that's like the number one issue Republicans have about Trump is that he just talks like that. I mean, it's not like
No way. And I
first
said,
of all, it's not like Biden was any better, you know. That's why they made him drop out, dude. But I'm not necessarily saying Donald Trump doesn't talk. Dude, he talks in hyperboles all the time, colorful language, you name it. I mean, that dude's gotten in trouble for the stuff he says, and we're not necessarily.
Did he sound reasonable there?
Have you seen his rallies, dude? They last for hours, and that dude never reads off a prompt. I mean, he does once in a while. But
I don't read off a teleprompter. I do 6-hour lives plus a day.
I know, but you're also
I've
not
been on
Donald
live
Trump.
so far for 6 hours and 10 minutes.
I get it. I mean, Donald
so
Trump, that's who he is, man. But at the end of the day, we're voting on policy, you know.
Really? What policy?
Well, I'm all for bringing, you know, all the jobs back to the United States. I mean,
That's
the whole.
not what his tariffs do, right? One, two, it would
That's
cause
argumentative. I
inflation.
mean, you could argue that that's a potential benefit of his.
Do you support the Chips and Science Act?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's a good thing that Kamala wants to do. I mean, I'm not
No,
opposed
she already
to
did it. It brought back American manufacturing jobs to the United States for chips production, specialized manufacturing in the United States.
When did she do that?
During her administration, I think this was 2023 when it was implemented.
2023. So
yeah.
So
I think chips
at the end of
like
her
this.
term. Also Biden's term, I should say.
That's not the end of the term. Or
Yeah,
no,
we're
it's
coming up in
2022. I
elections,
apologize.
I mean, what
2022. I apologize. My bad. Not.
Okay,
I don't know why I
fair
thought 2023. That's totally wrong.
I'm just at least my argument for tariffs would be the reduced competition. You know, U.S. industries get to see that. I mean, you don't think that steel producers or aluminum producers?
Thank you for the raid, Harry. I appreciate it, Harry.
You don't think they're
W's for
gonna-
Harry in the chat.
You don't think they're going to benefit from that? From a tariff on a China company that produces
Yourself,
steel?
Thank you so much. So, if there are national security reasons, I'm okay with it. Otherwise, no.
No, what I'm saying, you don't think.
Like,
you don't
for
think that
example,
benefits?
do you agree with the tariffs on lumber from Canada?
From Canada?
Yeah.
I mean, do we have lumber in the United States?
There are some, but it caused lumber to go up in price, which causes housing prices to be more expensive.
So you're saying there's if we tax Canada, we do a tariff for the
That
products.
is not a tax on Canada; it's a tax on America.
Well, they're gonna pay to import their lumber, and if they don't want to do it, then we can just do it ourselves. I mean, I guess the whole point is to
They don't pay; we pay.
No, we're not. I mean, the idea, is to bring that to the United States. It leverages trade negotiations.
Yeah, but it makes us it does not leverage trade negotiations. It makes it more likely that they won't engage in trade with us, which is harmful to the United States dollar.
Okay, so
Mika, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They
remember
need to
in
be
2020
walked
when
through tariffs
the US and
slowly,
China-
very slowly.
they signed the one trade deal. You familiar with that?
USMCA?
Yeah, the phase one trade deal.
That was to decrease tariffs, genius.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That
Well, that was
literally
a tariff in itself,
that
no.
trade that trade agreement decreased tariffs, and then he's going against that by advocating for a 10 to 20% universal tariff.
No, but just off of that's a tariff in itself. That was a tariff in itself. And do you know what that phase one trade deal, what it said in it, or what they wanted out of China?
China.
Out of China, correct.
The USMCA was not related to China.
Well, I didn't say that. I said, well, I don't know. You said that. I said the phase one trade deal.
For what? What phase one trade deal?
That was a tariff that was signed between the U.S. and China. So basically, it was a commitment from China to purchase more U.S. goods, including agricultural products from us.
They didn't. We lost the trade war. There was a greater trade deficit when Trump left office.
That's not true, man.
Wait, do you want me to show you?
Sure, something.
China trade deficit with U.S. by year. I got you. Right here. Alright. All right, hold up. Okay, that's only to 2021. Give me 1 second. I'm getting trade deficit. There we are. Trade deficit right now is 279 billion. Right, when Trump was in office, it was 375, 418, 342, and 307, and it also that is higher than what it is now. It is lower now than what it was under Trump's administration at any point.
When was that?
What? What do you mean? When was that? I went his entire administration. It was higher than what it is now. 279 billion is what it is right now. What it was under his administration at the very lowest was during COVID, right? But say in 2018 was 418 billion. A year after he was a president.
Yeah, I'll have to look in that. What was that source that you were looking at?
Statista.
Okay, I'll have to look it up at some point. But I guess agree to disagree on the tariffs, man. But I mean, it's arguably it could potentially bring more competition in the market. I mean, a lot of stuff is made in China, man.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna kick him now. We've gone over the same point a million times, and it's still dumb. It's still dumb. Just as dumb as what it was earlier. You got the power to you?
Oh, hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I'm going into the Navy, and I believe that he's a better diplomat and better at handling foreign.
Yeah, what tells you that?
Well, he didn't lose he didn't lose a single. He didn't lose a single. Sorry, he didn't lose a single soldier in 18 months when he took over.
Trump?
Yes.
That's a total lie. You could look at his administration. 65 members died under his administration in conflict. The one that happened under was actually the Biden-Harris administration in 2022.
During an 18-month stretch.
Yeah, that was for the Biden-Harris administration, not the Trump administration.
Are you sure on that?
Yes, I'm 100% positive. Every year under Trump's administration, people died in conflict. So you're just totally wrong.
All right, then I'm wrong and you're right. I'll feed you on that. All right. Yeah. Sorry for being wrong on that.
You're fine.
Yeah.
So
right.
how is he? So is Biden-Harris a better diplomat because like there wasn't people that died between those times?
I guess
in
yeah.
2022 there was 0 dead.
I guess yeah. I guess I'd have to look into that more. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm not super. I mean, I'm open-minded. So if I was wrong about that, then I was wrong about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Parker.
you
I'm
calling
gonna
in.
look into that more. Yeah. Thank you.
Got
Bye.
you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen everyone. Let's try to get to 3 million likes, everyone. Yo, it's a pal to you.
What's up, brother? I'm 21. How are you?
All right, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Why so?
Actually, I just want to say this first before we get into that whole thing.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to say, I've been watching you for a bit. I respect you. I respect your community, and you're very intelligent, bro.
Thank you, man.
Like, I respect everything you say. I respect everything that you stand for. And
Thanks,
God bless you, and God bless your community. How people were blaring the flag. He was saying that he was gonna put him in jail. I think that's what you're referencing to.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say I see your point of view on it, but I just don't agree with it at all. Because let's be honest, the people that wrote that article was completely full crap. They were just looking for a news article to publish. Because if Donald Trump came out and burned a Black Lives Matter flag or a Pride flag, the article wouldn't be headlined, hey, Donald Trump is representing his First Amendment right, correct? It would be Donald Trump's a racist or he's homophobic.
Because those things would be true. He'd be representing his First Amendment right, but he would also be engaging in racism or homophobia.
Right. So
whereas, like when someone burns the American flag, it is protected by the First Amendment, even though you could say you disagree with it. So
Right.
disagree with it as much as you want. It's protected by the First Amendment, and that's what we're trying to say.
Right, but the headline wasn't Donald Trump is letting people represent their First Amendment. It was Donald Trump's trying to take away their First Amendment.
I don't know
When
what
he
headline you're
was
referencing.
Because they were saying Donald Trump's trying to take away the First Amendment. I think that's what you said.
No, that's not a headline. That's what I said about Donald Trump literally giving a speech and saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Right. Like, in my opinion, I believe that's correct because if Donald Trump burned the American flag, everyone would turn against him. Or if it wasn't
No,
Donald
you
Trump,
wouldn't. If Donald
everyone
Trump
would
burned
turn
the American
against him.
flag, you guys would be in support of burning the American flag.
No, that's
Yes.
not correct. So if Donald Trump went tomorrow and started burning a Black Lives Matter flag, the headline would be he is a racist. It is
Because
not.
that would be true.
Yeah, but if someone
He
went out
still
and
is
burned
one
an
already.
American-
I mean, he already is one, so.
So if Donald Trump, if Americans went out and burned a American flag, the headline's going to be they're representing their First Amendment. That's what the headline's going to be. It's not going to be people.
I don't know what your point is. So here's
My
my
point is-
response to this. The burning a Black Lives Matter flag or a Pride flag is allowed by the First Amendment. I disagree with it. I think you shouldn't do it, but it's protected by the First Amendment. What's your point?
My point is that people write headlines and
I don't care about people's
people
headlines, to be
go-
honest
that's
with
what
you.
they go off of. That's what you're going off of as well.
I'm not going off of a headline for this. I'm going off of what Trump said himself. I don't even know what headline you're referencing.
That's what you said in one of your things in one of your lives.
Yeah, I've said
I'm
this
just
before.
going off-
That's not a
I'm-
headline, though.
I'm just going off that. But
Yeah, that's what I said. It's not a headline.
and there is headlines about it. I'm pretty sure because I looked it up after I watched your live.
Okay,
But
I've never seen one.
other than that,
So
I'm
I
just
wasn't citing that.
I'm just saying people that burn the American flag, the headline shouldn't be, oh, they're representing their First Amendment. It should
Okay,
be,
I don't care, honestly. I don't know why you're arguing this. I really don't care about this point.
well, I was just talking about it. If you feel like you're losing the debate on it or whatever.
Losing the debate on it? I don't know how I'm
I mean-
losing the debate on it.
I mean,
I think it's an irrelevant point.
But if it's
how am I pivoting? It's an irrelevant. Explain to me how it's
if someone
irrelevant.
was talking about it back when you first went live about it, then you would be like, "Oh, yeah, this and that. I don't care about." No, you wouldn't be saying that. You'd be saying a completely different point of view. But now that I bring it up, like
no,
later,
I'm arguing that I don't care about your point about it.
So
it is
I'll
the
just
case that he's
skip on
arguing against the
past
First
that.
Amendment.
I'll just skip on past that.
No,
because
Carlos,
obviously
don't
you
act like you fucking won, buddy. Right?
Hey, buddy, you don't fucking talk to me like that. I'm just saying, hey.
I just said, buddy.
I
What?
just wanted to talk about that because you brought it up.
I don't know why you're so mad, Carlos. I was just saying.
You were just getting mad at me, so I don't know why.
I'm not mad at you. I just told you that I think it's an irrelevant point for you to make that point specifically about the headlines. I'm not making a point about headlines. I'm saying Donald Trump wanted to put. I'm saying Donald Trump wanted to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is against the First Amendment. So if you care about the First Amendment, Donald Trump's undermining that.
I don't think he was undermining it. I think he is actually representing it because if the First Amendment, the people that died for the First Amendment represented the American flag. If you didn't know that, matter of fact, the people that died for the American flag, their mothers got the flag when they passed away.
And they also died for your
the American flag stands for the First Amendment. So why would you?
No. So they died for your right to be able to do that. Okay, they died defending the Constitution. They died defending the Constitution. Can I finish? Can I finish, please?
Go ahead.
So they died defending the Constitution, defending our liberties and our rights. Okay,
Yes.
You understand Donald Trump wants to terminate the Constitution. So actually Donald Trump is the one that went against it. Burning the American flag is supported. Also, flag code indicates that if you want to literally get rid of retire a flag, you burn it.
Oh, okay. So the mothers that have lost their sons and daughters in war,
it's flag code.
Flag does not mean nothing. They can just burn it. Is what you're telling me?
It's flag code. If you retire a flag, you burn it.
Okay, well, those flags that are getting burned aren't the people that died for their country. The mothers that have the flag, they ain't gonna burn it because let's retire it. No, they're gonna.
That's
keep
what
that
flag code says.
That represents the people that have died for this country. That's the first. They died for the First Amendment. So I don't see how.
Oh, if you died for the First Amendment, the First Amendment is protects burning the flag.
It's gonna. Let's just burn a flag because fuck it, let's do it. No, they're not doing that. Come on. You can bring up the flag code, but at the end of the day, people ain't burning the flag for that reason. They're burning for the retired reason. You're just bringing that up because it's.
I'm bringing it up because it's secondary. So if you say that burning the American flag should lead to you be putting in prison, well, then you'd also be. Let me please finish. You'd also be arguing that people who burn the American flag for retiring purposes, they would also be sent to prison. Two, as it relates to this was already determined by the Supreme Court that, again, it's protected by the First Amendment. Okay?
I just want to ask you this. Do you think the people that are burning the flag are doing it because it's retired, or do you think doing it because they just don't care about America?
So people are burning the American flag because they think that supporting the keeping up of statues of people like Robert E. Lee, a Confederate, is a bad thing. So they're arguing against what it represents right now, which is their right to do as an American citizen. Do I agree with burning the flag? No, I'm not saying I agree with that. What I'm saying is it's their right protected by the federal government. The same way that I don't agree with people burning a pride flag, but it's protected legally speaking.
Yes, it's protected, but it doesn't change the headline, so to speak, because you specifically, I remember this specifically. You said Donald Trump is trying to take away First Amendment. Yeah. Well, whatever. I'm pretty sure I said it right, but whatever. But anyway, I'm pretty sure you said Donald Trump is taking away our First Amendment based off of him saying this, right? So that's all I'm saying. That's my first point. Anyway, we could agree to disagree on that first point.
No, that's fine. So as it relates to that, again, it clearly is protected by the First Amendment. Can you tell me what the First Amendment is?
Can I tell you what the First Amendment is? Not word by word, but I know what it is.
Tell me some of the main liberties that the First Amendment protects.
Our freedom of speech, our freedom of, what's the word? Yeah, pretty much what it relates to that. Our freedom of speech.
You sound like Amy Coney Barrett.
And I turn like Kamala Harris when the teleprompter goes off, so what's your point?
No, this is like what she literally couldn't mention this like when she was, getting put in office. So press, right? Being able to protest, like coming together, being able to protest, right? Expression, right? Religion, right? So there's those are things specifically. Let's reference expression. Do you think burning a flag is freedom of expression if it's your flag?
I'm not saying that people that burn the American flag don't have the right to do so. I'm just saying
Okay, wait, you could say you disagree with that.
Consequences. Yeah.
Casey, you think of the $10. Thank you so much. But saying you should put people in prison for a year means that they don't have the right to do it.
I'm not saying I agree with Trump on putting people in prison. I'm just disagreeing with your point of view, how he's trying to take away our First Amendment. I just don't agree.
That is protected by the First Amendment. Is that freedom of expression?
That burning the flag is not right. And I think there should be consequences, because if Donald Trump tomorrow comes out...
What consequences?
I don't know. We could go about a lot of things with consequences. Well, let's just go down this rabbit hole, okay? If Donald Trump tomorrow comes out and burns the American flag or burns a Black Lives Matter flag, there's going to be consequences and repercussions on that, right?
Are you saying socially?
He's going to be called a racist. He's going to be called a homophobic. If he burns a pride flag, he's going to be called a lot of things. And
you're not disagreeing with me. I just want to listen. You're not disagreeing with my position. Right. Was that it goes against the First Amendment. Now you've gone back on that. You've said you're not arguing that it goes against the First Amendment, right? You're saying that it doesn't go against the First Amendment. What you're arguing is that you just think it's wrong to do. Okay, sure. Think it's wrong. I don't give a fuck. That's never what I was arguing. I was never arguing whether or not it was good or bad to do that. Okay, so do you want to move to your next argument, because that was clearly terrible. After you were like, I won, you're running away, and you weren't even making an argument against me. But go for it.
Okay, Ben. Well, I thought I made a valid point of view on that, but anyway, when we go to the second point of view, is how you keep saying God we use the Father. I don't agree with that at all, because you're trying to represent a man to a God. It just can't be done. And I don't see...
Are you Christian?
I am. But...
Okay, so let's be clear. Let's be clear. God the Father, right?
Okay, the Father.
Okay, Prince of the Galaxy, thank you so much. All fathers are male. Is that your view?
All fathers are male. Okay, go ahead.
Is that your view?
All fathers are male according to man, but God is not man. He is God.
So a father cannot be male?
A father cannot be male. Well, God
or a father in a scenario might not be male.
Hold on. Before you go down this rabbit hole, I just want to clarify this. You're trying to compare God to man. It's literally the dumbest argument I've ever heard, because man, again, cannot create heaven and earth, correct?
No, you sound stupid. Listen to what I'm saying.
How do I sound stupid? Can God...
I'm explaining. Let me explain. So when you say something is a father, or like God, the heavenly Father, I'm just asking you what a father is. Okay? I'm not comparing anything. I'm just asking you what a father is. Okay? You think father is defined in biological terms because you think gender is biological? Only biological. Okay? So if it's only defined in biological terms, you can't say God the Father is a father.
But I can say God is God, can I not? And I think...
You can say God is God, but you can't say God is a father under your worldview.
And I just want to say this. When you say father, right? I think we gave that title to God because that's the only thing that back in the years and years ago, there was no other term to give him, because he is creator. He's the creator of heaven and earth.
Sure, say whatever you want to say, but then gender is not always biological. There are some sociological connotations of the term that make sense, because God the Father is not biological, it's sociological, right? So again, you're just conceding to the idea that there's a logically consistent sociological usage of the term, which is exactly what I was arguing, because I'm arguing the term man, woman isn't univocal, which means that there's not just one definition that applies in all contexts that has necessary and sufficient conditions, right? Like it's not like I'm not going to always use gender in a biological context, and a lot of contexts I'm going to use it in a sociological connotation, right? It just depends on the scenario.
Okay,
but and then Miranda, thank you so much for the $5.55, and Casey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay, I just have one other question. Can you, as a man, present yourself to Moses as a bush on fire? Can you do that?
What?
So when Moses talked to God, I'm
not God. I'm not arguing I'm God.
I'm not saying you're God, but you're representing a man to God. You're trying to compare the two.
No, I'm not making a comparison. I'm saying the term man, term woman, it can be used sociologically, and that's why you can say God the Father is a father.
But at the same time, you can't compare God to man. You can't do it.
I'm not making
And just
a comparison.
because I call him father, just because I call him
these
father,
people are stupid. I'm not comparing them to a father. I'm not comparing not a father. I'm not comparing God to a human. What I'm saying, Hershey Super, I think so much is that he meets your criteria of a father, even though he doesn't meet the criteria of having biology.
Okay, well, this is all I want to say. God the Father, I think Father was given to him. When we say Father in the Bible, I think that was man writing the Bible, and that was the only logical term to use in that scenario, just because he's a creator. So he's theoretically our Father. So when you're trying to compare genders to the God, I see what you're trying to do, but at the end of the day,
I'm just saying there's a logically consistent sociological usage of the term, and you're conceding right now that you're using it in a sociological usage. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying this. At the end of the day, you come off as you're trying to compare a man to God. So maybe you should come off when you first start this topic as, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. Because when you
I did do that. I did do that. If you watch the Charlie Kirk debate, I did it.
Yeah. I didn't watch that Charlie Kirk debate, but
that's where I thought you got it from, because that's where I brought it up.
I heard you. I've been watching lives for a couple months, and I just heard it, and I just didn't agree with it because I just don't see how it seemed like you were comparing a god to a man, and
I've clarified this 7 times. I am not doing that. I am simply saying your criteria of what you consider a father allows for gender to be viewed in a non-biological connotation in some contexts. That's it.
So
that's all I'm saying. That's it.
Okay. That was my only 2 topics. All I wanted to say was I just didn't agree with you on those 2 points. I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it. I know it got a little heated, but whatever. We could agree to disagree on some things. And I respect you and your community, and that's all I want to say, man.
Appreciate you coming up.
Of course, man. Have a good one, Dan.
You as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio, everyone. Follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. We're 280 followers away from hit 1,000 for the day. So let's try to get to 1,000 followers for the day, everyone. So follow me here if you have not already, y'all. We're on the route to 900K, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Someone said, with all due respect, your brain's got to hurt after this. Only slightly. I'm fine right now. I mean, I've been on for 6 hours, 36 minutes. We're going strong, everyone. I have to take my mom to the airport at 3:30, so it's I'll be up all night. So I'll probably be on for a while, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, I appreciate the box.
Your 401k right now, it's shit.
Nope, it's doing great.
Bull crap.
My 401k is doing great.
There's no way that's possible.
Dude, the stock market is high right now.
Oh, okay. What do you invest in? What's your number one?
I can't tell you what I invest with because I'm not going to dox myself.
Then you can't tell me what your 401k is.
Well, I can tell you it's doing fine. You can literally look up S&P 500. I'll get that's a decent measure.
Lie. I mean, you can lie. That's fine. I don't care.
I'm not lying. The S&P 500 is the highest. It's the highest it's ever been.
The highest it's ever been since when?
Ever.
Bullshit.
You can look at it right now.
Oh, okay.
You want to put money on it? Kenichi, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Goats. I appreciate the $5. Justin with the $20 for Hell Yeah All Nighter, Parker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Justin. Thank you so much.
So, since you got me, what's so good about Kamala since nobody voted for her? Like, nobody, literally nobody voted for her. So, what's so good about her?
Like, do you want me to talk about here? I'm going to talk about the process of how she got into the position she is. So delegates voted for her on behalf of what the American public wanted. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee for the Democratic Party. That's one. Two, as it relates to this, Joe Biden endorsed her. Everyone endorsed her. No one ran against her because they all supported her. Okay, that's why. So vast support in the Democratic Party. The entire Democratic Party's happy. The only people who have brought this up are conservatives. Secondly, as it relates to this, you didn't care about the fact that Donald Trump tried to coup the country when he sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes in 7 key states to try to legally steal the election. Third of all, as it relates to this, she influenced and passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. She advocated for the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of their business. $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just seniors. Getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Push the super. Thank you so much. Allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. Plenty of things.
That's great, but you sound like a robot spitting all that shit out. But
wow, I answer your question extensively, and now I'm a robot. Okay.
Who voted for her? Did you vote for her?
So
no,
again,
you didn't.
There's no rebuttal to
and
anything I
neither
said.
did anybody else.
So I already responded to this. I support her being the nominee. I support her being the nominee. The delegates vote on behalf of what we want as a party. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee.
I understand that. I get that. But I just want to make sure that everybody hears. Did you vote for her?
You've already heard me say this a million times. I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for Biden in the primaries either. I hope you know that.
Right.
Okay.
Neither did anybody else. So
other people did vote for Biden-Harris.
So
most people voted Biden-Harris.
So back to my original question, why is she so great? Why is she just like come out of nowhere and she's gonna all of a sudden just be the Messiah? And
I never said she was the Messiah. I'm saying she's better than Trump.
So great for the Democrat Party, because in my opinion, you guys are fucked. I mean, seriously. But if you want to talk about what Trump's going to do, I'm willing to talk about it.
Why are we fucked?
Well, you put a person into that position that is not qualified. She wasn't even qualified to be the vice president in the first place.
What are the qualifications to be president?
You already know this. I'm not going to fucking go on with that bullshit.
No, just tell me, what are the qualifications?
Well, why don't you tell me what the qualifications are?
Do you even know?
No, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know?
Yes, I believe you have to be smart, which she's not.
Nope.
I believe you have to be...
Because Trump's not smart, so you don't have to be smart.
Okay.
You have to be 35 years old and a U.S.-born citizen. That's it. Those are the only... California. She
And
was
she was
a
horrible.
senator. She was a vice president. Donald Trump, what did he do fucking before being president of the United States? Oh, right. He ran The Apprentice. He bankrupted 6 times after inheriting $400 million from his dad. Yeah, that sounds like a great resume. Great resume for presidency. Great, incredible. I've never seen so great. Tremendously great. Push the cap.
But he was elected president, so
Becca, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, and she's gonna be elected president too. Push the hearts.
no, there's no way that's gonna happen, dude.
Why?
Because nobody likes her.
I like her.
Okay, well,
If you like Kamala Harris, type 1 in the comments.
you're one.
If you like Kamala Harris, type 1 in the comments. Watch this.
Dude, I live in California and everybody out here hates that bitch.
I live in California, and don't refer to her that way. That's a fucking weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. Why'd you say that? What the hell's wrong with you? Why would you refer to a woman that way?
I'm sorry. My bad. Nobody likes that woman.
I do. I live in California, and I like her. I live in Los Angeles.
So do I, bro.
Okay, so then you would know a lot of people here. I've never seen a Trump sign. I live in California. Haven't seen a Trump sign yet.
I haven't seen
All
a
I see is
Kamala sign either.
I see them all over.
Where?
I am not going to tell you where I live.
You just said you live in Los Angeles. I live in Los Angeles.
I can't tell you where in Los Angeles I live because I'm going to dox myself.
Okay. Well,
I see them literally I only see Harris signs. That's all I see.
You're lying, dude.
I'm not lying. I promise you.
I live in Los Angeles. I don't see Kamala.
Freshly glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much, Elisa. Thank you.
Fucking sandwich signs anywhere.
I see them everywhere.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You're fucking lying, dude.
I'm not lying.
I live in Los Angeles. I don't see them anywhere.
I can literally
Not a
drive down the
bucket
street and see them.
Nothing.
First little crown. I drive down the street and I see them.
Down what street?
I'm not telling you what street, genius.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what. Hollywood, West Hollywood, down in fucking Santa Monica, there are no Kamala Harris signs anywhere.
Yes, there are. I've been around those areas. You're lying.
Bullshit.
You're literally lying. I go to those areas
I'm not
and you have
lying.
no fucking clue what you're talking about. I see Harris signs all the time.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't tell me I'm lying.
You are lying.
Okay, I'm lying.
Yes,
Right.
you are. You're totally lying. Like
There
literally
might
in
be
those
a
areas,
fucking-
there are like if I'll go up to people in those areas and I'll ask them Harris or Trump. They're all gonna say Harris. Like I'm telling you, like almost
you are
all of them.
So full of shit.
I'm not.
You are so full of shit. I am right here in Los Angeles County.
Shafik, thank you so much for the $1. I
Right
live in
now.
Los Angeles. I see Harris signs everywhere. Real. Becca, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
If you want to know, dude, specifically, I'm in Baldwin Park. You know where that is?
Yes.
I'm in Baldwin Park. Okay. No.
Wait, is
Kamala
that even?
Harris.
That's not even Los Angeles.
The what?
Isn't that
It's
out of Los Angeles County?
Dude,
That's like right on the edge. If it is,